Chapter 1 In a world where there are more women than men, getting married at the age of 18? Son, don't stay at home today. I'll arrange a blind date for you with a beautiful professor. No. Dad, I'm only 20 years old. Getting married? You're already 20, not young anymore, you can get married. My neighbor, old Wang's son, Wang Dachui, went to college with his wife when he was 18. Linny frowned and looked speechlessly at his father, whom he had only known for more than half a year. More than half a year ago, 26-year-old Linny achieved the ultimate goal of the universe, passing the civil service exam. Before he could be happy, he was hit by a large truck as he walked out the door. When I woke up, I found myself traveling to a parallel world called Blue Star and became a 20-year-old college student. No, I just got ashore. I'm not broke, and I haven't been abandoned by a beautiful, rich woman. Why did you let me travel through time? The truck driver used me to boost his sales at the end of the month, right? After crossing over, Linny slept for the whole day, waiting for a ding sound or some novice gift pack or something, but there was nothing. Linny had no choice but to accept reality. After a brief acquaintance with this world, Linny discovered that this blue planet and the Earth were born from the same mother and were almost identical. The only difference is that there are more women than men in this world, and the situation is quite serious. It's so serious that half of the students in Linny's computer department are girls. In order to alleviate this situation, people here can get married at the age of 18, so as long as a man is not ugly, he will have no trouble finding a wife. Of course, there are still dinks who choose to be single. No. No. Linny continued playing the game and refused the request. She's already agreed to meet up, and you have the heart to stand her up? I didn't agree, so I won't go. Linny felt disgusted when it came to blind dates. Before crossing over, in his original world, right after graduating from college, Linny was urged to get married by his family with all kinds of reasons. At first, Linny agreed to go and take a look, and then he met all kinds of annoying women. The first question was the classic 3 questions: what is your education, what is your job, and how much is your savings? Linny was furious. Are you here for a blind date or to find some rich second-generation guy? You're asking these questions without even saying hello. He never indulged these women. No education. No job. No savings. He said 3 words and turned away. I really don't understand what the point of this blind date is, and he doesn't want to get married at all. As soon as you prepare to get married, the first thing to talk about is the bride price, followed by the mortgage and car loan. I don't want to think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the scarier it gets. Later, Linny moved out of the house and did not go back for the new year. He worked and took the civil service exam by himself and would never go home for a blind date. Get married? What the hell? Now that he had traveled through time, this kind of thing happened again, and a feeling of disgust immediately surged into Lin Yi's heart. But his current father, Lin Yi, was not angry at all because of Lin Yi's attitude. Instead, he continued to persuade him in a gentle voice. After all, the girl on the other side is a girl. Go and meet her. If you don't like her, I will find another one for you. Is it okay to look for it again? Linny quickly begged for mercy. Dad. Can't I just not get married? Cannot. Lin Yi decisively rejected this request. It's really shameful that you're not getting married. My son is more handsome than Daniel Wu and Eddie Pang, and he's already 2 years past marriageable age, and he's still not married. It's already embarrassing for me. People outside say I'm an incompetent father. Lin Yi. Which idiot expert in this world proposed setting the marriage age at 18? Let's talk about it after I finish this LOL game. It's time for the promotion match. You go on a blind date, and I'll help you fight. I'm your father, and I'm the king. Lin Yi is also a civil servant, and it seems to be a sinecure, so he has a lot of free time. Looking at Lin Yi's current carefree life, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After 2 years of hard work and taking the civil service exam, he ended up having a civil servant father. Fortunately, his position is not low, so he can be considered a second-generation official. Now Lin Yi had no excuse and had no choice but to stand up. Let's make it clear in advance. If this blind date doesn't go well, don't arrange it for me again in the future. That won't work, but I'm sure you'll get along very well. Harmful. Lin Yi sighed helplessly. His parents were treating him very well now, so he couldn't get angry and refuse them harshly. I had no choice but to go out and meet this beautiful professor. The meeting place was in a coffee shop. Lin Yi didn't even give Lin Yi the other party's contact information. He also refused to give Linny a photo when Linny asked to see it. He even only told Linny that the other party's surname was Luo. It is said that this kind of thing needs to be asked in person to feel it. Linny also admires his father. He doesn't do serious things, but he is particularly good at this kind of thing. He even knows a lot about how men and women flirt. As soon as the agreed time arrived, Linny entered the coffee shop on time. Cafe, by the window, second table from east to west. This is the exact location given by Lin Yi. Linny glanced at the first position and then looked at the second position. A familiar face startled Linny so much that he couldn't even hold his phone. After hurriedly catching his phone that was about to fall, he took another look at the woman sitting at table number 2, working on her laptop, exuding a mature and intellectual charm. Oh my god! It's really Luo Qinghan! Lin Yi's eyes almost popped out of his head. Last semester, Lin Yi's professional course teacher was Luo Qinghan. She is also the youngest teacher at Sioux City University, and is said to be only 26 years old. Because Lin Yi often skipped classes, Luo Qinghan not only remembered him, but also failed him. Even if this cold and delicate face turned into ashes, Lin Yi would recognize it. Lao Deng is deliberately trying to harm me. This is my university teacher. How can we meet like this? This is so awkward. Although Lin Yi is thick-skinned enough, he has skipped so many classes and often acts indifferent. It would be better to kill Lin Yi than to meet him for a blind date now. Lin Yi was about to question his deceitful father on the phone when he heard the familiar, cold, queenly voice calling his name, Lin Yi. You're late again today. Hey. Lin Yi sighed lightly, there is no escape. In fact, Lin Yi was not late, he was just stunned for a few minutes. Lin Yi sat down opposite Luo Qinghan with a playful smile. Sorry, this time. Did you help an old lady cross the street this time, or did one of your roommates get married again? Luo Qinghan had heard all sorts of excuses for Lin Yi being late or skipping classes. Luo Qinghan remembered the two commonly used excuses. This time it was my dad who informed me late. Lin Yi directly put the blame on Lin Yi. It was obvious that Luo Qinghan knew that his blind date was Lin Yi, but Lin Yi didn't know. This must be another conspiracy of his father. Luo Qinghan did not answer, but pushed a cup of coffee to Lin Yi. Did you bring your ID? I brought it. Lin Yi looked at Luo Qinghan in confusion, wondering why she asked this. Then let's go get the certificate. Ah. Luo Qinghan closed the notebook and stuffed it into his backpack. She was serious about what she just said, not joking. Chapter 2, A Quick Marriage is for a Better Ending. Isn't this a little too fast? You're still not married at the age of 20. You must be being urged to get married by your parents. So am I. Lin Yi was speechless for a moment. Isn't it abnormal to get married at the age of 20? This world is so outrageous. Since we're both being pressured to get married, if we just get married, we won't be pressured anymore. We can just pretend in front of our families. Lin Yi thought about it and found that it made sense. If I don't succeed with Luo Qinghan today, then my father will definitely make some arrangements for me. Besides, Luo Qinghan's appearance may not be stunning, but she is still a peerless beauty, and it is not shameful to be her husband. Anyway, he just wants to give up, so it's better to resolve these troubles as soon as possible. I've worked hard all my life, so now that I've traveled through time, shouldn't I enjoy myself? Uncle Lu was right, keep playing the music, keep dancing. Walk. Lin Yi stood up and followed Luo Qinghan out of the coffee shop, got into Luo Qinghan's car and headed straight for the Civil Affairs Bureau. Show your identity, take wedding photos, and get the certificate. All done in one go, and then everyone went home. As soon as Lin Yi got home, he slapped the marriage certificate next to Lin Yi and said, "Old dang. Give me back my computer." Wow. So fast? Lin Yi's face was full of shock. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Why didn't you tell me in advance that the person you were dating was my university professor? Lin Yi got angry when he thought about this. This is for your own good. If I told you, you wouldn't go. Can you and Luo Qinghan still get married? Lin Yi found that this logic seemed to follow Lin Yi, and he couldn't argue with him no matter what. I don't want to argue with you. Just give me back my computer. I want to continue playing. Lin Yi sat in front of the computer. Lin Yi was in no hurry to leave and continued chatting with him. Now that you've got the marriage certificate, why don't you go out for dinner? Or go shopping or something? She also has to be busy with the start of school. She is the counselor for this freshman class. Why don't you go home with her and help her? Why don't she just find some free labor from the student union? As we all know, being a student union member in a university is a thankless job. This is different. You are her husband. Shouldn't you help her? Linny was tired of hearing this. Why are you even more nagging than my mom? I'm always more talkative than her. As soon as Linyi finished speaking, Linyi's phone rang. It was Luo Qinghan calling. Linyi immediately turned around and left the room, closing the door. Teacher Luo wants to see me? Linny, your ID card is still with me. Ah. Linny immediately touched his two pockets, and sure enough, they were empty. Only then did he remember that when the staff returned the ID cards, they put the two together, and they were both taken away by Luo Qinghan. Come to my house and get it. I'll send you the address. Okay. Linny put away his phone and went out again. Seeing Linny was about to go out again, Linny was even more excited than him. Young couples who just met should interact more and strengthen their relationship. Dad, can you please be more serious? You are already 50 years old. I'm serious, I'm right. Linny was too lazy to argue with Lin Yi, so he asked him for the car keys directly. Then he went downstairs to drive Lin Yi's private car. Except for traffic lights, Lin Yi had a smooth journey along the way. License plate number 00008 is really useful. More than 10 minutes later, Linny arrived at Wensui apartment in the center of Suching City. The housing prices here are at least 80,000 yuan per square meter, and a million yuan luxury car just entered the community. Only now did Linny realize that Luo Qinghan was actually a wealthy woman. But think about it, it is understandable. A 26-year-old overseas returnee PhD who works as a teacher at Suzhou University must not come from an ordinary family. No outside vehicles are allowed to enter this kind of high-end residential area, but as soon as Linny drove the car to the door, a security guard came to open the door personally. Linny didn't say anything and didn't do anything. The security guard broke the rules voluntarily. He didn't abuse his power by taking advantage of his father's identity. After parking the car, Linny looked back at the license plate with superpowers. You should buy your own car in the future. It's not good to drive Dad's car all the time. After entering the apartment building and arriving at the door, Linny knocked on it. After a moment, the door was opened a crack, and Luo Qinghan's voice came from inside, "Come in." Linny opened the door and saw Luo Qinghan walking into the study. Your ID card is on the table. Oh. Linny originally wanted to go in directly, but when he saw that the floor of Luo Qinghan's house was spotless, he took off his shoes and walked in his socks. No athlete's foot. Teacher, are you busy? Linny asked casually. Luo Qinghan seemed to be in a hurry all day today. Luo Qinghan's voice came from the study. Immediately following that, there was another sentence, and the voice was much louder, probably because he suddenly thought of something. What about the class you failed with me last semester? Isn't there a makeup exam? Linny answered casually, not caring at all. Can you pass the makeup exam? Luo Qinghan's question left Linny silent. Linny studied software engineering, which was not his choice. He was already a sophomore when he traveled through time. Did Linny have a serious illness before? Why did he choose such a major? Don't you know that the computer industry is in a state of internal turmoil now? Wouldn't it be better to just choose law as your major and inherit your father's legacy to become a civil servant? Of course, Linny doesn't want to be anything now, he just wants to give up. He has worked hard for 2 years in vain, so no matter what, he has to lie down for 2 years. If you fail the makeup exam, you'll have to retake it, which is a bit troublesome. Luo Qinghan had been standing at the door of the study room without him noticing. Her jade white legs were exposed under her pure black lace dress, which made Linny forget all his memories. I have lesson plans here. You're just playing at home now, so why not review them here with me? You can ask me if you have any questions. As Luo Qinghan spoke, he showed him the information about Linny failing the exam on his mobile phone. Just help me pass it directly, you are not helping an outsider. Linny said with a smile. After all, they have obtained the marriage certificate, so there should be no problem in helping her husband. Cannot. Because of our relationship, we can't cover up. Put on your slippers and come to my study. Without giving Linny a chance to refuse, Luo Qinghan returned to the study. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Is this woman so vindictive? I just skipped half of her classes for 1 semester. Forget it. There's nothing to do at home anyway, so it's not bad to stay here. They are all giving up, why can't they give up? What's more, there is a beautiful woman here who is pleasing to the eyes. As for studying? What the hell? Study computer language for 4 years and then find an internship paying 4,000 yuan after graduation? No one really thinks that they can start a gaming business just by learning computer languages, right? No way? Chapter 3, Calling Sister sounds nice. After putting his ID card in his pocket, Linny walked into the study. Luo Qinghan was busy sitting in front of the computer. There was a chair and a turned-on laptop on the corner of the table next to him. The PPT displayed on the screen has a few eye-catching words printed on it, JavaScript plus jQuery development. When Linny read these words, he felt a headache, as if he was about to grow a brain. Just sit there and go through the entire PPT carefully. I have the accompanying software on my computer so you can practice. The makeup exam will all be based on this content. It's easy to pass if you go through it carefully. Luo Qinghan kept her eyes fixed on the computer screen in front of her, without looking at Linny. It was obvious that she was indeed busy. But Linny didn't understand why she had to do all these tasks herself. There were some things that she could ask students from the student union or class assistants to help with. At this point, Luo Qinghan had a new image in Ling Yi's mind, a workaholic. Linny sat down on the chair and symbolically looked at 2 pages of the PPT, but couldn't continue. I don't understand. The next moment, Linny collapsed into a chair and looked at his phone. He felt sleepy while scrolling through videos, and then zzzzzzz. More than an hour later, Luo Qinghan, who had been busy, was about to drink some water when he turned around and saw Linny sleeping in a chair with his mouth open. A large bead of sweat appeared on Luo Qinghan's forehead, indicating his speechlessness. How can he sleep at his age? Wake up, you'll drool if you keep sleeping. Luo Qinghan reached out and gently patted Ling Yi's shoulder to wake him up. Linny blinked hard and yawned, have you eaten yet? Luo Qinghan was speechless. After a moment of silence, Luo Qinghan asked Linny, do you hate me so much? No, you didn't hurt me, why would I hate a beautiful woman? Linny stretched out his body, his whole body exuding a sense of leisure. Then why did you never miss classes in the first 3 semesters of college, but after I taught you last semester, you kept skipping my classes? That was the Linny before, not the Linny now. He was a good student, and I am a bad guy. We are different. But Linny definitely couldn't answer like that. Actually, I didn't just skip your class last semester, I skipped other classes as well. I missed more of your classes because they were all in the morning. Then why have you been skipping classes all of a sudden? Are you having a conflict with your family? No, I simply don't want to go. I go to class to play anyway, so why not play in the dorm? If you hate this major, why didn't you change it at the end of your freshman year? Instead of just being indifferent? Linny fell silent again after being asked this question. This was a good question. Linny should have changed to a major with the least classes, such as urban landscape planning. You can understand that I've seen the reality and no longer have the daydreams of my youth. This is the only serious thing Linny has said from the beginning until now. Luo Qinghan looked at Linny and sighed inwardly, that's right, you can definitely take the civil service exam in the future and inherit your father's legacy. But you still have to graduate from college, otherwise it would be a waste of time. Just push yourself a little. Even if you have to memorize it by rote, just finish this PPT and pass the makeup exam after school starts. After Luo Qinghan finished speaking, she continued to prepare for her work for the start of school, but Linny really couldn't concentrate on this PPT and began to pray. Teacher, can't you be flexible? Cannot. Professor Luo, please be kind. It's no use calling me wife. Wife. Sister Luo, please help me, I really don't understand. What did you just call me? Luo Qinghan suddenly turned his head and looked at Linny. Sister? If you don't like it, I can change it. Pretty girls are all fine. Which one do you like? No, I think it would sound better if you called me sister. Linny didn't notice that there was a subtle smile on Luo Qinghan's face. Okay, so Sister Luo, can you let me pass the makeup exam directly? Linny showed his 8 big white teeth and spoke to Luo Qinghan with a playful smile. Luo Qinghan thought for a moment and said, it's a bit inappropriate to let you pass directly. I'll give you the answer when the time comes. You should at least remember it for me. Okay. It's better to have an answer than to write something random. Since I've helped you, do me a favor. What are you doing? School starts next week. Help my class welcome the new students. Linny did not agree immediately. He needed to think about whether he could be lazy about this job. If it was hard work, he would not do it. After thinking for a moment, he asked Luo Qinghan, "What should we do to welcome new students?" "I just record the names of the people who come to report, take them to my office to report, and introduce them to the campus." "Don't worry, you're not alone. Including you, there are 5 of us, 2 men and 3 women. It won't be tiring for you to work together. Besides, your task is to greet the new students at the school gate. There are chairs and a small booth, so you don't need to move around too much." Seeing Lin Yi's relaxed look, Luo Qinghan knew what he was worried about and gave him a reassurance. Lin Yi recalled that when he went to register at the university, the senior who received him was sitting under a temporary tent and seemed quite relaxed. "Okay, I'll help you then." While Luo Qinghan was explaining, Lin Yi's mind was working rapidly and he had already figured out how to be lazy. As soon as he got home, Lin Yi said to Lin Yi, "Dad, help me make a sign. It doesn't need to be too big, just enough to cover my face." Lin Yi lowered his head slightly, lowered his reading glasses with one hand, and looked at him with disdain. "What do you want this for? Are you planning to do something sneaky?" Lin Yi also responded with a disgusted expression, "Dad, you are at least a department-level cadre, can you be more serious? Would your son do such a thing? Then why do you want this thing? It's for the start of school. You have a lot of connections, so just help me get one and write these words on it." Lin Yi showed Lin Yi a line of words on his phone. "Okay, I'll find someone to make one for you tomorrow." At 9 o'clock next Saturday morning, the sun was already quite scorching. Lin Yi, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and yawning, came to the school gate with a sign in his hand, looking sleepy. At this time, the other 4 people had already begun to receive the new students who arrived one after another. "Lin Yi? Why are you here just now?" The one who asked Lin Yi was Zhengya, a girl in his class. Princess Taiping, who had a very pretty appearance, was really very flat. "I don't have a partner yet. I heard that I have my Prince Charming in mind, so I haven't looked for one yet." "Isn't the original time scheduled for 9 o'clock? I'm not late, am I?" One of Lin Yi's principles: never arrive early, never be late, and always be on time. Zhengya was speechless, and at the same time noticed the sign in Lin Yi's hand. "What's this in your hand?" "A divine tool to welcome new students." Chapter 4: A Touch of Heart. As time goes by, more and more new students come to report. Students who come to software class 4 know where to go as soon as they arrive at the school gate. Among the pavilions for receiving new students, there was a handsome and good-looking boy sleeping on a table with half of his face covered by a sign. Looking more closely, there are 2 lines of words written on the sign. Mascot. Software class 4 reports to the beautiful senior student next to you. Zhengya was busy welcoming the new students, and occasionally glanced at the sleeping Lin Yi in silence. Does he have narcolepsy? How can he fall asleep here? Senior, does this senior have a partner? A good-looking girl asked Zhengya after learning where to find her counselor. Zhengya was going to wake Lin Yi up and let him answer himself. Just as he turned his head, he saw Lin Yi lying on his stomach, flipping the sign in his hand over, married, with a beautiful wife at home. "Sorry to disturb your rest, senior." The girl entered the school gate feeling a little lost. Zhengya knew that Lin Yi was not asleep, so she started asking him, "Lin Yi, when did you get married?" Compared to being lazy, Zhengya is more curious about this question. "Last week." "With whom?" "It has nothing to do with you." Zhengya curled her lips. Her gossipy thoughts had just risen when they were extinguished by Lin Yi's attitude. Lin Yi is one of the most handsome boys in Suzhou University, and he is also the only unmarried handsome guy. There are all kinds of girls chasing after him. It's just that Lin Yi is a otaku. He used to come to class at least, but he rarely attended classes since last semester. Some girls can't even see Lin Yi, let alone confess their love to him. Zhengya was extremely surprised by the sudden announcement of marriage. She especially wanted to know which beautiful lady had obtained the marriage certificate with Lin Yi. However, looking at Lin Yi's current attitude, Zhengya knew that she couldn't ask the answer. "Since you're not asleep, can you help me out? Don't leave me alone." "Am I not helping? I can just hold up a sign so the freshmen in class 4 can see it right away. We don't even have to greet them." "How nice." Zhengya was about to say something else when a long-haired beauty in a black dress and carrying a shoulder bag appeared next to Linny, causing her to shut up immediately. Cough. Drink more hot water if you have a cold. Linny thought it was Zhengya coughing, so he didn't take it seriously. Cough. The second cough was a bit heavier, and Linny also felt something was wrong. Why does this cough sound so familiar? Suddenly, a cold face popped up in his mind, and Linny was so scared that he sat up quickly. Sure enough, when he looked up, he saw Luo Qinghan with his arms folded over his chest, frowning at him. I asked you to come and help, not to sleep in somewhere else. Linny said to Luo Qinghan with a smile, I helped too. Luo Qinghan glared at Linny. The sharp look in his cold and beautiful eyes made Linny quickly put away his playful expression, the real murderer. No wonder no one wants her even though she is so beautiful at the age of 26. Zhengya, go and have a rest. I'll just take care of recording the new students. Luo Qinghan put his shoulder bag on the table and took out the laptop and notebook he used to record the report. Teacher Luo, why did you come out? It's quite hot outside. Aren't you going to stay in the office? The other freshman counselors were hiding in the air-conditioned office, leaving the task of welcoming the new students to these volunteer students. Only Counselor Luo Qinghan came to the school gate. I came out to get some fresh air. It's not good to stay in the office all the time. You can go back. Linny and I are fine here. Zhengya nodded and gave her seat to Luo Qinghan. You come to greet the new students, and I will take notes. Oh. Linny almost had the word reluctant written on his face. But there was no way around it since this woman was his mentor and his wife. No matter what the relationship was, he had to listen to her. After all, it was a reasonable request. It is already past 10 in the morning, and more people are coming to register. What's your name? Kai Shu Kuan. What a nice name. The school basketball team welcomes you. Next. Linny greeted the new students very quickly. He asked their names, took the admission letters, and then handed the dormitory keys and campus cards to the new students before moving on to the next one. So much so that Luo Qinghan, who was recording on the side, could hardly keep up with the speed. It wasn't until after 11 o'clock in the morning that the two of them had a short break. Luo Qinghan finally asked the question in his mind, were you a volunteer last year? No, I won't do this kind of free labor job. Then how come you are so skilled in welcoming new students? I've done similar work before, so I'm quite skilled. In the past hour, Linny seemed like a different person. He no longer had the lazy air and his movements were clean and neat. Luo Qinghan even saw maturity and sophistication in him. In this world where there are fewer men, middle-aged men approaching 40 do not necessarily have this kind of calm temperament. It cannot be faked. Before traveling through time, Linny graduated from university at the age of 22. He was tortured by society for 4 years, which changed him a lot. His original vigor and vitality were wiped out, and the endless overtime work made him physically and mentally exhausted. For an ordinary adult, getting a good night's sleep was a luxury. Now back to college life, Linny thinks about sleeping and being lazy all day long just to release the emotions and dissatisfaction that have been suppressed in him for 4 years. Linny drank some water and became lazy again. He turned to Luo Qinghan and said, it's time for lunch. How about we find 2 people to replace us and go have lunch? Seeing Linny's eager look as if he couldn't wait to slip away, Luo Qinghan's feelings for Linny were shattered. But she was indeed hungry. There are only a few freshmen left. Let Zhengya and the others come this afternoon. I'll go out with you for lunch. Why are you eating out? Linny, the lazy guy, was already preparing to go directly to the cafeteria to pack a meal and go back to the dormitory to enjoy the air conditioning. The temperature at noon was 33 degrees Celsius. If Linny wasn't thin, he would have been sweating profusely. The cafeteria is packed with people now, and the queues are very long. While Luo Qinghan was speaking, he had already taken out a parasol from his bag. Linny thought for a moment and stood up, that makes sense. Luo Qinghan opened the parasol and walked out of the pavilion. I thought Linny would also hide under her umbrella, but I didn't expect that after he came out, he would keep some distance from her. Let's go? Why are you standing there? Aren't you hungry too? Linny woke up the dazed Luo Qinghan. Luo Qinghan was walking on the innermost side of the sidewalk holding an umbrella, while Linny kept a distance from her as they walked under the scorching sun. For some reason, Luo Qinghan felt that this atmosphere was very awkward. Suddenly, her steps began to slant, and the black umbrella gradually blocked the sun above Lin Yi's head. Chapter 5. Is there anything wrong with me looking at my husband? What? Lin Yi thought that Luo Qinghan suddenly came over to him because he wanted to talk to him about something. Nothing, you're cool. Can't you find a more decent reason? Lin Yi was speechless and began to think, what is this woman up to? The two walked under the same umbrella. Neither of them spoke until they reached the food street near Suzhou University, where Luo Qinghan finally spoke. What are you planning to eat for lunch? I've been to that Western restaurant twice and it's quite good. Luo Qinghan's goal of coming out was to go into this Western restaurant, but she didn't know why she wanted to introduce this restaurant to Lin Yi. Noodles with gravy. Lin Yi simply answered with 3 words. There are not many people in there right now, so I'll go first. Lin Yi is not short of living expenses now, but he still likes these ordinary snacks. They are cheap, filling and taste good. Lin Yi had never eaten that kind of flashy Western food, nor did he want to eat it. Lin Yi left the parasol very naturally, holding his mobile phone in one hand, and walked towards the inconspicuous noodle shop without looking back. Luo Qinghan stood there, looking at Lin Yi's back, and 2 words emerged in her mind: loneliness. She has always been a strong woman who likes to be alone. She has always believed that she can live well on her own. She believed this when she was in college and when she was studying abroad. But she is a person after all, a woman. Sometimes she sits alone in front of the computer late at night, and the feeling of helplessness and emptiness is really strong. As she grew older, this situation happened more and more frequently, so Luo Qinghan no longer resisted the blind dates arranged for her by her family. But after going on blind dates with dozens of men, she was not satisfied with any of them. Luo Qinghan could not see any sense of security that she wanted from these people, so she became a little numb. When she saw that her blind date was Lin Yi, Luo Qinghan knew that he came from a good family and would not be greedy for her money. The 6 months of contact also made her feel that although Lin Yi was casual, at least he would not cause trouble for her. Therefore, Luo Qinghan accepted it. She thought that at worst, she would just have a younger brother. But today she found that Lin Yi seemed very different from what she had imagined, and even saw some of her own shadows. Perhaps laziness is just the release of the emotions he has suppressed for a long time. Luo Qinghan took another step forward and entered the noodle shop. Lin Yi had just finished ordering 1 meal at this moment. He saw Luo Qinghan walk in and was a little curious. Didn't you go to eat Western food? I've never had gravy noodles before, I want to try it. Seeing this, Lin Yi made way for Luo Qinghan and let her order. But Luo Qinghan looked at it for a long time and didn't know what flavor to eat, so he turned around and asked Lin Yi, which noodle soup is the best? They're all pretty much the same. I ordered the old Beijing noodles with gravy. Then I'll have one of these, too. Luo Qinghan said to the boss. Just as he was about to pay, Lin Yi reached out and scanned the code to pay for both orders. Boss, I paid for both. Okay. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he sat down in an empty seat nearby, looking at his phone alone while waiting for the noodles to arrive. Luo Qinghan sat across from Lin Yi and asked, Lin Yi, why do I feel like you don't look like a college student? Lin Yi was also startled and looked up at the other party. Is my time traveler's vest going to fall off? What's different? There's a sense of maturity that doesn't belong to someone your age. Hearing this, Lin Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued to look down at his phone. You must be mistaken. I'm just lazy. It's not that you're lazy. The way you just paid and sat down was like a migrant worker in Beijing preparing to eat after a hard day's work. Luo Qinghan naturally had never seen a real migrant worker from Beijing. This was something she had seen from TV dramas. Lin Yi's actions just now were so real, much more realistic than what was shown in the drama. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. Beijing drift? What a familiar term. To escape family pressure to get married, Lin Yi, a southerner who had just graduated from university, headed to the unfamiliar north alone. I think only people who have also moved to Beijing can understand the feeling of loneliness and helplessness in a rental house. Maybe it's because I went to Yanjing alone for a period of time before, and it's a habit I developed. Lin Yi explained casually. Luo Qinghan didn't ask any more questions. It was obvious that Lin Yi didn't want to discuss this topic any further. Looking at Lin Yi silently looking down at his phone, Luo Qinghan couldn't help feeling a little guilty, as if she had accidentally exposed someone else's scars. Noodles with gravy are here. The boss enthusiastically brought up 2 bowls of noodles with gravy. Lin Yi skillfully poured the braised meat sauce into the noodles and stirred it. This is the simplest and most convenient way to eat noodles with braised meat. Luo Qinghan had never eaten it before, so he imitated Lin Yi. After just the first bite, Luo Qinghan's taste buds were conquered by this authentic northern snack. In addition, she was really hungry and ate very quickly, not paying much attention to her image. Teacher, have you never been to the north? Lin Yi's question made Luo Qinghan stop eating noodles. After realizing that he was eating in a rather unrestrained manner, a slight blush appeared on his face. After biting off the noodles in his mouth and swallowing them, Luo Qinghan lowered his head and whispered, I went to Yanjing to play when I was a child, but I haven't been there since then. So you've never had noodles with gravy? Luo Qinghan shook his head slightly, picked up a small piece of noodles with chopsticks and put it into his mouth, as if he was eating secretly. Lin Yi did not ask any more questions, but said to himself, the rich woman lives a simple and unpretentious life, and has never even eaten such authentic snacks. Luo Qinghan ate very quickly. Before Lin Yi had finished his meal, she had already finished all the noodles with gravy. She did not leave in a hurry, but watched Lin Yi eat quietly, and couldn't help but look at her little husband. He has a good appearance. Luo Qinghan has seen many handsome guys. Lin Yi is not particularly stunning, but his youthful face reveals sunshine and tenderness. But in his daily behavior, Lin Yi showed a laziness that was extremely inconsistent with his appearance. And today, Luo Qinghan saw Lin Yi's mature side. This strong contrast made Luo Qinghan look at Lin Yi differently. Why are you staring at me? Lin Yi felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Luo Qinghan. Is there something wrong with my husband? Lin Yi bit the noodles, holding the chopsticks in his right hand and the bowl in his left hand, with a surprised and dumbfounded expression, staring at the other person motionlessly. Who would have thought that Luo Qinghan would take a photo of Lin Yi at this moment in the blink of an eye? Lin Yi also came back to his senses and put the noodles into his mouth. What are you doing? Take a picture of you. I don't have a picture of you yet. Then you should have told me earlier. I could have given you my handsome photo. No, I want the one just now. Chapter 6. Is that a heart-pounding feeling? Impossible. Lin Yi was speechless. Do you have a habit of collecting ugly photos? It's not ugly. I took a pretty good picture of you. Luo Qinghan turned the phone around to show Lin Yi. In the photo, Lin Yi has a dull expression and is biting noodles. The eyes on his young face reveal the stupidity that should be expected at this age. No, it's innocence. It's a pretty good shot indeed. Lin Yi finished speaking, paused, and then immediately added, after all, I'm handsome, so I look good in any photo. The credit cannot be attributed entirely to this woman. At this moment, there were only 4 words in Luo Qinghan's mind, shameless. After Lin Yi finished the last bite of the braised pork noodles, he was about to get up and leave, but was stopped by Luo Qinghan. Wait a minute, there's still some marinade on the corner of your mouth that you haven't wiped clean. Reminded of this, Lin Yi subconsciously wanted to take the napkins on the table, but there were none left. Just as he was about to ask the boss for a napkin, Luo Qinghan took out a napkin from his bag. Don't bother the boss, I have it. Thanks. Lin Yi just raised his hand to take the paper, but Luo Qinghan actually reached out to the corner of his mouth, and with his slightly cold fingers, he took the tissue and gently wiped the oil stains from the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. He had never been in love before and had never experienced this feeling. A hint of nervousness and helplessness appeared on his face as he slowly uttered 2 words. Thanks. Luo Qinghan did not answer, but just smiled faintly. Lin Yi's heart seemed to beat a little faster. Was this the feeling of being moved? Impossible, impossible. After returning, Luo Qinghan and Lin Yi separated at the school gate. As a counselor, she had to complete the registration and record work. Lin Yi has returned to normal and walked in without looking back. The tension just now was an accident, and Lin Yi promised that it would never happen again. His mission was completed and it was time to go off work. Even if the pavilion exploded, it had nothing to do with him. Lin Yi, don't forget to review, I sent it to you. Luo Qinghan spoke loudly to Lin Yi, omitting the word answer. After all, they were outside. Lin Yi turned his back to her, made an okay gesture, and continued to walk leisurely towards the dormitory. Lin Yi's home is very close to Suching University, but he still chooses to live in the dormitory in order to avoid the nagging of his current mother, Suya. Secondly, dormitory life is really fun. Before traveling through time, what Lin Yi missed most was his university dormitory life. Now that he can be a father again, he definitely has to miss it. My children, your father is back. Luo Yi, who had just woken up and was eating, wanted to take advantage of the situation first. Hey! My son is back. How many new students have asked for his contact information today? Linny sat down in his seat and thought carefully. It seems there is only one. Luo Yi was so upset that he even stopped eating. He looked up at Linny and said, "Impossible? The girls chasing you can line up all the way to Paris." Linny lay in the chair, took a sip of water, and replied, "Just keep bragging. If those who pursue me can queue up all the way to Paris, then those who pursue you will have to circle Blue Planet several times, right?" Linny is now the son of an official, while Luo Yi is the son of a rich man, the kind that is extremely rich. His father, Luo, has almost booked all the shopping malls in Xia country. Linny has never gotten married because he doesn't want to, but Luo Yi is flirting with other girls everywhere, acting like a playboy. Be serious, it's impossible that only one girl among the new students is interested in you, right? Luo Yi continued to eat and put away his joking tone. I'm married, so naturally they won't come to me. Ugh. Luo Yi almost choked to death on his food. He desperately patted his chest and swallowed the food in his throat. Then he turned his head and looked at Linny in disbelief. You are married? Why? I can't get married? But didn't you say last semester that you wouldn't get married? Why did you change your mind so quickly? My family urged me to get married, so I got married. Luo Yi asked Linny while eating while carrying the meal. Who is your beautiful wife? Is she from our school? Or is she the daughter of someone in your father's system? Linny raised his head and raised his eyebrows at Luo Yi. The secret of the heavenly chicken must not be revealed. Tell me what you think. I've seen countless women and can help you avoid them. Some women may look pretty, but they're not good people. Don't worry, your father doesn't need you to check. The more Linny didn't say anything, the more curious Luo Yi became. She started to provoke him. You didn't find an old woman, did you? It's too embarrassing. I can't even say it. Hiss. Linny took a deep breath. In terms of age, Luo Qinghan was indeed much older than him, but she was not considered an old woman. But Luo Yi thought Lin Yi's actions were real. Fuck. Is your father crazy? Letting you marry an old woman? Linny glanced at Luo Yi unhappily and said, Don't bullshit. She's not old. Both she and I were urged to get married. We met and thought each other was okay, so we got married. This way, we saved a lot of trouble and we didn't bother each other. You guys knew each other was okay the moment you met? Are you Superman? In fact, we have known each other for more than half a year, but we never thought we would be together on a blind date. We've known each other for more than half a year? Luo Yi immediately realized that this was extremely important information, so he immediately began to deduce. Let me think about which woman you have had the most contact with in the past 6 months. Don't guess randomly. You can't guess it, and even if you guess it, I won't admit it. Linny ignored Luo Yi and prepared to play LOL for a while. Luo Yi didn't ask any more questions. He knew if he continued asking, Linny would just answer with one word, yes, yes, yes. Didn't you fail Luo Qinghan's class? Aren't you going to prepare for the makeup exam? Otherwise, you'll have to retake the course. If you fail again, you'll be expelled. Luo Yi kindly reminded Linny, but he didn't take it to heart at all. Don't worry, the makeup exam is next week. You haven't attended any classes. Isn't it time to start cramming now? Linny was a little annoyed by the nagging, and said in a somewhat impatient tone, Why are you more nagging than an old woman? Do you want to play or not? If not, I'll go solo. Luo Yi immediately freed up one hand to log in, play. Wait for me. My Yasuo is awesome. Thorso, shut up. Linny also used to like playing heroes that required impressive controls. But now he has changed. He likes to play simple and rough games. The Smart Stone Man is very suitable for a guy like him. The main thing is to have fun. This play lasted almost the entire afternoon, and as for the review he promised to Luo Qinghan, Linny had long forgotten it. Near dusk, when Linny was lying in a chair to rest, he suddenly received a message from Luo Qinghan. How's the answer? The answer? What answer? Linny's brain loaded for a while before he remembered this matter, but thinking it was not a big deal, he casually replied, It's okay, I watched a little bit. Luo Qinghan didn't reply immediately. After a moment, she sent a screenshot of her chat history with Linny. There was a line of words that stood out. The other party has not received your file yet. Chapter 7 The Cold Counselor also has a contrasting cute side. Linny looked at the screenshot and laughed at his own behavior. Fuck, I was so excited that I forgot to receive the file. But he didn't care. He didn't care about this matter at all anyway. How long does it take to memorize the answers? Back then, he was able to memorize 2 books while working and taking the civil service exam. Linny then sent Luo Qinghan a funny expression and added a sentence. Hey, I'm watching now. Come downstairs, I'll be waiting for you downstairs in your dormitory. Linny's mind was full of questions. Why did this woman come to me again? Was she using me as free labor? What? Linny was still a little angry when he sent these 2 words. Come home with me and I'll supervise you. Looking at Luo Qinghan's reply, Lin Yi's anger disappeared and turned into helplessness. Can I refuse? No. Hurry up, don't drag it out. I have things to do when I get back. Seeing Luo Qinghan's reply, Lin Yi knew that it would be quite difficult to convince this woman, and his subject was in her hands, so he had no choice but to agree. Lin Yi was just about to go out when the 2 remaining roommates in the dormitory came back. Seeing Lin Yi about to leave the dormitory, he asked curiously, Lin Yi, where are you going? Go home. Oh. The 2 of them didn't doubt it. After all, Lin Yi's home was quite close to the school. When Lin Yi arrived downstairs of the dormitory, he saw Luo Qinghan standing not far away waiting for him with an expressionless face and a cold aura emanating from his body. Lin Yi, who originally wanted to smile and try to get closer to her, had to put away his expression and couldn't help but mutter to himself, this woman is so cold. Could it be frigidity? But this doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. We were just a couple in name only. Lin Yi followed Luo Qinghan walking on the campus. Just like at noon, there was no communication between the 2. Arriving at the car, just as Luo Qinghan placed his hand on the door handle and was about to open it, Lin Yi said, it's dangerous to drive in high heels. Luo Qinghan stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Lin Yi. After hesitating for a moment, he handed him the car keys. Then you drive. Okay. After Lin Yi got into the car, he started the car and drove out of the school gate without delay. It was the evening rush hour after get off work and there were a lot of cars. Lin Yi was not driving fast, not because he was afraid, but because he felt there was no need to squeeze or overtake. But this made Luo Qinghan, who was standing by, very anxious. You're overtaking, why are you following behind so slowly? Sister, the light at the intersection ahead is red. I can't overtake by more than a few meters. You overtook first, so you can start faster next time. Otherwise, you will have to wait for him to start slowly. Lin Yi curled his lips in silence. While waiting for the red light, he turned his head to look at Luo Qinghan and asked, are you in a hurry to go home? No, I just think time shouldn't be wasted on the road. Luo Qinghan answered calmly. Lin Yi didn't know how to respond, so he could only complain inwardly, workers are working hard to survive, why are you, a rich woman, in such a hurry? The situation is already quite competitive, and even the rich are still trying to compete. Helplessly, in order to prevent Luo Qinghan from nagging anymore, Lin Yi sped up the car. After entering the room, just like last time, Luo Qinghan was working in the office while Lin Yi was reviewing for the makeup exam. To be precise, he was preparing for the exam, but now he was memorizing the answers. Don't fall asleep this time. Luo Qinghan reminded Lin Yi. I'll try my best. Lin Yi really couldn't guarantee this. Without the stimulation of a sense of crisis, reciting dry answers was really hypnotic. However, because it was evening, Lin Yi was a little hungry, so he didn't feel sleepy. Lin Yi said bluntly, Sister, how about having dinner first? I'm a little hungry. In fact, Luo Qinghan had been hungry for a long time, but because Lin Yi was next to her, she kept enduring it. As for why, she didn't know, but she was just waiting for Lin Yi to speak so that she could order takeout for him. Then I'll order takeout. I'll order whatever you want to eat. It's up to you. I'm not picky about food. Lin Yi would have trouble making choices when ordering takeout, so he simply let Luo Qinghan choose. Then I'll order 2 servings of braised pork noodles. Luo Qinghan was about to place the order when Lin Yi quickly stopped him. Don't. What's wrong? The braised pork noodles are delicious. Luo Qinghan looked at Lin Yi in confusion. Don't order noodles for takeout. They'll get clumpy and won't taste good. I see. Luo Qinghan replied slowly that she had never eaten noodles much because they were too ordinary and she didn't like soup noodles very much. But when he looked at the takeaway page again, Luo Qinghan didn't know what to choose. All she could think about now was the taste of the braised pork noodles she had at noon. After thinking about it, Luo Qinghan suggested to Lin Yi, how about we go to the restaurant where we had lunch? It's not far away. That shop is probably sold out of their braised pork noodles. If we go there now, they only have noodle soup left. Linny went to that store quite often last semester and was quite familiar with it. After Linny finished speaking, Luo Qinghan fell silent. The sudden silence made Linny look up at Luo Qinghan's profile. What made him unbelievable was that the little mouth on that cold face seemed to pout a little. The lips are so small that you can't even notice them unless you look closely. After staring at it for a few seconds, Linny was sure that he was not dazzled, so he gently asked Luo Qinghan, "Do you like braised pork noodles?" Luo Qinghan was startled by this sudden question and subconsciously shook his head to deny it. Linny was confused now, and looked at her in confusion with a slightly frown. Luo Qinghan didn't say anything, but lowered his head again. After his soft long hair covered his slightly red face, he slowly nodded. Seeing this scene, Linny couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. "Why are you like a child? The contrast is quite strong. Since you want to eat, I'll make one. I don't really want to eat takeout." Linny put his phone in his pocket, stood up and prepared to leave. Luo Qinghan immediately raised her head excitedly upon hearing this, and looked at Linny, who had his back to her, with surprise in her eyes. "You can also make braised pork noodles? I've made it for myself before." Linny walked to the refrigerator in the kitchen, wanting to see what was inside so that he could go buy some ingredients. When I opened the refrigerator door, wow! It was cleaner than my face. This refrigerator was bought purely as a decoration, right? I'm going out to buy some ingredients, please wait a moment. Oh. After Luo Qinghan responded, he hurried to the study door and watched Linny go out. He returned to his seat after hearing the door close. I wanted to continue working, but my stomach started to growl. Luo Qinghan did nothing and waited for more than 10 minutes before there was a knock on the door. She ran out almost at a running speed and opened the door for Linny. Linny was seen holding the grilled sausage in one hand and the ingredients for the braised pork noodles in the other. Eat some grilled sausage first to fill your stomach. Being hungry for too long is bad for your stomach. Chapter 8. Why are you so anxious? Why are you standing there? Aren't you hungry? Linny's words woke up the dazed Luo Qinghan, who reached out and took the bag of grilled sausages. Linny then went to the kitchen and said to Luo Qinghan, "I haven't done it for a while." "It might take a while, about half an hour. You go back to the study and wait for a while." "It's okay, just take your time." After Luo Qinghan answered indifferently, he looked at the sausages in the bag in his hand and hesitated for a moment. She just returned to China at the beginning of this year, and she couldn't quite remember whether she had ever eaten this kind of snack sausage, but she definitely had forgotten the taste. Because there were often reports online about problems with street food, Luo Qinghan was a little hesitant about whether to eat it or not. Gurgle. In the end, her stomach made the decision for her. Just like the braised pork noodles at noon, Luo Qinghan liked the seemingly ordinary grilled sausage very much, which made her suddenly feel that the food in those high-end restaurants was just so-so. Luo Qinghan did not return to the study, but walked lightly to the kitchen to watch Linny take action. "What's this?" Luo Qinghan's voice suddenly appeared, and Linny was so scared that he almost cut his hand with a kitchen knife. "Wow! You walk without making any noise?" Linny put down the kitchen knife and patted his chest to calm himself down. "I was in such a hurry to open the door for you just now that I didn't wear slippers. Of course, I can't make any noise when I walk barefoot." After Luo Qinghan finished explaining, Linny subconsciously looked down. Smooth white legs stretched out from under the black skirt, and the snow-white feet were flawless. What was I thinking? Cooking is important, yes, cooking." Linny hypnotized himself for a while and went back to making noodles with gravy. Luo Qinghan noticed Linny's gaze just now, and looked down at his smooth feet, then looked up at Linny's profile. Two words popped up in my mind: foot control? This is not something shameful. Everyone has their own little quirks. Just like Luo Qinghan had never told anyone that she liked her younger brother who was immature and shy. No one spoke after that. Luo Qinghan just watched Linny take action quietly. When Linny was making braised meat, he was about to get the seasoning prepared on the side. When his hand was still in the air, he touched the back of a slightly cold hand. Turning his head, he saw Luo Qinghan had already handed him the condiments he wanted. "Do you want this?" "Ah, yes." Linny was slightly surprised, but didn't think much about it. He took it and continued to make the braised meat. He was hungry, and nothing was more important than a good meal. It might not taste as good as what they make professionally in the store, So just make do with it. After Linny placed 2 servings of braised pork noodles on the table, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Luo Qinghan felt a little unhappy watching this scene. According to the plot of the novel, shouldn't you look at me with anticipation while I eat, and then ask me how it tastes? Why are you just eating by yourself? I was just thinking about how to praise you for cooking. Although she was complaining in her heart, Luo Qinghan had already picked up her chopsticks and started eating, and she was shocked when she took the first bite. The taste was almost the same as at noon. If she hadn't seen Linny make it with her own eyes, she would have suspected that Linny bought it himself. Luo Qinghan slowed down her eating movements and kept her eyes on Linny. Everything that happened today made her start to look at her young husband again. Is he really a 20-year-old son of an official? But he was indeed shy at noon. Luo Qinghan saw a maturity in Linny that was not in line with his age, but he was nervous and shy even when he wiped the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was a simple boy who had never even touched a girl's hand. This is so weird. Unconsciously, Luo Qinghan was staring at Linny the whole time he was eating noodles, secretly at first. Later, he just stared at her openly, and when she ate noodles, he didn't even lower his head, but picked up some and brought them to his mouth. Finally, Linny, who had been looking at his phone, noticed that he was being stared at. Linny glanced at Luo Qinghan and stopped eating noodles with his mouth open. Why are you staring at me again? I look pretty when I eat. It's okay, not as good as when you were cooking in the kitchen just now. Luo Qinghan's words brought the conversation to an end, and the room fell into silence again. Perhaps feeling that it was a bit too awkward, Luo Qinghan suddenly said, "Your parents are on a business trip tonight." Yeah, I know. So where are you staying tonight? Let's go back to the dormitory. It's closer. Why don't you live here? You don't even have to go out. Puff. Linny buried his head in the bowl and almost spit out the noodles. After taking a moment to calm down, he said, "Sister, are you kidding me? No, my house is quite big, with 2 bedrooms. One of them is empty, just right for you to sleep in. That's not the point. The point is, why am I sleeping here?" Linny raised his head and looked at Luo Qinghan in confusion, wondering what she was going to do next. However, Luo Qinghan had a blank expression on his face and said calmly, "Is there anything wrong with a husband living in his wife's house? It seems that there is really no problem. Besides, you haven't even memorized the answers yet. Stay here so I can supervise you." Linny couldn't find any reason to refute. After thinking for a while, he said, "Then I don't have any clothes either. What should I change into after taking a shower? Just wear mine." Ha! Linny even suspected that he was hallucinating. "Why don't you listen to what you are saying?" Luo Qinghan seemed to realize that what he said was a bit inappropriate after he finished speaking, and he said it again in full. "What I mean is that you can wear my short-sleeved shirt and pants. As for the underwear, I can buy it for you. There is an underwear store near the community." "No, if it's so troublesome, why don't I go back to the school dormitory?" Linny didn't understand. Luo Qinghan seemed determined to keep him. "I don't want to drive at night." When Luo Qinghan said this, his eyes wandered to the side and he no longer looked at Linny. "I'll take a taxi back home at night. It will be hard to get a taxi at night after you memorize the answers. The makeup exam is next week. I can finish memorizing it in 2 days. If I finish it early, I'll forget it." Luo Qinghan opened her mouth slightly, wanting to continue looking for an excuse, but she couldn't think of any. Linny thought she would not ask for anything more, so he stood up and prepared to wash the dishes. But just as his butt left the chair, Luo Qinghan shouted at him, "Sit down." "What?" Linny remained half-sitting, looking at Luo Qinghan with a question mark in his mind, his expression cold. Luo Qinghan bit her pink lips and said, not knowing whether it was shame or anger, "Why don't you live here? You don't even have to go out. Wouldn't it be more troublesome if you go back?" Linny blinked his eyes, not knowing what to say. "Why are you so angry?" Chapter 9 Wet Temptation. Linny did not refuse again, feeling that something terrible would happen if he said anything more. "Then you can live here, but I can buy my own pants." "I'll go with you." "I'm afraid you can't find the store." Linny was somewhat speechless. He was not a 3-year-old child, so how could he not be able to find the store? Wasn't he just afraid that I would run away? A woman who is still stubborn even though she is dead. However, Linny didn't expect that there was actually a men's underwear store near this community. After coming out, Linny said to Luo Qinghan, "Since we are out, I will go buy a set of clothes." You think it's too much trouble to drive to the pedestrian street to buy clothes? Just wear mine. I'm not asking you to wear a skirt. Wearing women's clothes? That's weird, right? After returning, Luo Qinghan gave Linny a white short-sleeved shirt and a pair of black sweatpants. It's no different from what you're wearing, right? Linny picked up the short-sleeved shirt and took a closer look. There seemed to be nothing strange about it. The length is barely suitable. I guess Luo Qinghan usually wears it for sports, so he deliberately bought a size larger to make it loose. As for pants, you can just treat them as cropped pants. Linny walked into the bathroom and closed the door. Soon the sound of a shower could be heard from inside. Luo Qinghan stood at the door and didn't leave for a long time. The reason was simple, he wanted to see. But the house was decorated so well that the bathroom door closed tightly and you couldn't see anything. You could only see a silhouette on the frosted glass. Helplessly, Luo Qinghan had to go back to the study to continue working. School started today and she still had some work to do. After a while, Linny came out of the bathroom, changed his clothes and looked at himself in the mirror. Except for the fact that his chest was a little too big, the clothes fit him quite well. Luo Qinghan is tall, and his height difference with Linny, who is 1.8 meters, is only 10 centimeters, or maybe even less. After all, the legs are too long. After drying his hair, Linny returned to the study. Luo Qinghan just looked up at him and asked him to sit aside to memorize the answers while he continued to work. For more than an hour, the study was very quiet, with only the sound of Luo Qinghan's fingers tapping on the keyboard. When Luo Qinghan finished his work, he turned around and was surprised to find that Linny was not asleep. You've been memorizing the book for so long? Luo Qinghan didn't believe it. Linny nodded. Yeah, I've almost finished reciting it. Is this true? Luo Qinghan reached out and closed the laptop in front of Linny and asked him a few questions. Unexpectedly, Linny actually answered them all. Do you have such a good memory? It's not that bad. If you study hard, you'll remember it naturally. But I guess I'll forget it all after the makeup exam. It's okay. The answer is useless anyway. Seeing that Luo Qinghan had stopped working, Linny said to her, Then I'm going to sleep. Luo Qinghan checked the time and looked at him in disbelief. It's only a little after 9 o'clock in the evening? You can sleep? I couldn't sleep, so I just lay in bed and played with my phone. Linny explained with a bit of a laugh. What do modern people do when they lie in bed at night if not playing with their mobile phones? Luo Qinghan seemed to want to say something, but when the words came to his lips, he changed his words. Then go. Don't stay up too late. I have a class at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, so I need to get up early. I see. Linny took his cell phone and went to the spare room and closed the door. Luo Qinghan took her suspender lace nightgown and went into the bathroom. Time passed minute by minute, and until late at night Luo Qinghan still couldn't fall asleep, tossing and turning in bed. She insisted on keeping Linny, but now it seemed no different from usual. She was still alone in the quiet bedroom. Then what is the purpose of keeping Linny? Luo Qinghan thought about it for a long time but couldn't get the answer, and she couldn't sleep again tonight. Linny in the next room had already fallen asleep, and suddenly he felt the urge to urinate. Damn! I drank too much water last night. Linny put on his slippers in a daze and ran to the bathroom. Because his head was still a little dizzy, he did not hear the sound of the bathroom door opening. A moment later, Linny walked out and prepared to go back to sleep. After taking just 2 steps, he bumped into a black shadow. Luo Qinghan let out a slight cry of pain, and immediately afterwards, Linny felt some cold water being poured on his chest. In the darkness, Luo Qinghan was the first to speak. Sorry, it's too dark, I can't see clearly. No. It's okay. Both of their faces were a little red. Then I'll go back first. Luo Qinghan just came out to drink a glass of water, and the collision just now caused a lot of water in her cup to spill. But because of her extreme nervousness, she didn't notice this. Just as he took a step, Luo Qinghan felt his feet slip and he fell backwards. In Linny's eyes, he only saw the black shadow in front of him about to fall, and he immediately reacted quickly and took a step forward to hug Luo Qinghan's waist. Unexpectedly, this kick landed squarely on the water on the floor. Under the influence of inertia, Linny hugged Luo Qinghan and fell onto the sofa in the living room. I don't know where the water in the cup spilled. Both of them could feel each other's hot breath, but could not see anything. A slight sound of something falling reached their ears. The next moment, the phone screen that fell on the sofa emitted a bright light, allowing both parties to finally see each other's red faces. Luo Qinghan didn't dare to move. The moment her cell phone lit up, she even forgot to breathe. She just stared at Lin Yi, who was shy in front of her, with her beautiful eyes. Lin Yi was the same, he was a little lost in thought. The water droplets that fell on Luo Qinghan's cheeks slowly flowed down, sliding across her delicate face, flowing over her charming collarbone, and stopped in front of the seductive ravine. It was really tempting. At this moment, Lin Yi finally understood why heroes are often tempted by beautiful women. Besides, he is not a hero. The screen of the mobile phone lying on the sofa went dark again, and the living room was plunged into darkness again. In the end, Lin Yi's reason prevailed, and he let go of Luo Qinghan and stood up. "Teacher, are you okay?" "No, nothing." Luo Qinghan also supported himself with his arms and stood up, taking deep breaths to calm his pounding heart. "Then, I'll go back to my room first?" Lin Yi said nervously. Wait a moment." Luo Qinghan stuttered and called out to Lin Yi, "I think I twisted my foot. Can you help me back?" Oh, then I'll go turn on the light first. It's too dark." "Don't." Just as Lin Yi was about to go, Luo Qinghan immediately stopped him loudly. Then Luo Qinghan's tone returned to calmness. "The light is too glaring, I'll use the brightness of my phone screen." "All right then." With the help of the dim screen light, Lin Yi helped Luo Qinghan up, but just as he stretched out his hand, Luo Qinghan stretched out both arms, as if hugging Lin Yi. "Teacher, I'm helping you, not hugging you. Just help me back like this, I sprained both my feet." Lin Yi asked himself, "Then how did you stand up?" Chapter 10. If I sleep here again, I will be a dog. Because it was late at night, Lin Yi's mind was still a little confused. After helping Luo Qinghan back to the room, he went back to his room to continue sleeping. Luo Qinghan didn't say a word the whole time. Her face was burning hot and her mind kept recalling the comfortable feeling she had just had on Lin Yi. Is this what it feels like to be close to a boy? Luo Qinghan has been single for 26 years. Tonight's comfort and excitement are fresh and make her a little intoxicated. Gradually, she finally felt sleepy, reached out to grab the pillow, hugged it in her arms, and fell asleep. Although she slept very late tonight, she was very sound. Her hands were hugging the pillow tighter and tighter, and her two tight thighs were gradually clamped together. She lowered her head slightly, opened her pink lips and took a corner of the pillow into her mouth. The next day, Luo Qinghan was woken up by the alarm clock. This was the first time she got up with resentment. Because her sweet dream was disturbed, her eyelids trembled slightly, and after a little struggle, she opened her beautiful eyes. I'm so tired from the early morning shift." Luo Qinghan grumbled softly and complained, then sat down hugging the pillow. His right hand unconsciously touched the wet part. Looking down, I saw that the corner of the pillow near my mouth was soaked. Why was I drooling while sleeping last night? Luo Qinghan blushed and felt a little embarrassed. He tried hard to recall what he had done last night, but he couldn't remember clearly. I'd better wash up first and wake Lin Yi up to go to school. I can't be late. Luo Qinghan took off her messy nightgown, changed into a white dress, and went to the bathroom to wash up. She originally wanted to rinse her face with cold water to sober herself up before going to wake Lin Yi up, but when she looked up at her disheveled hair in the mirror, she decided to tidy it up first. Luo Qinghan usually applies sunscreen and rarely uses makeup, but today she put on some foundation to cover her dark circles. By the time everything was ready, it was already past 7:30. Luo Qinghan hurriedly knocked on Lin Yi's door. "Lin Yi, wake up, you're going to be late." There was no response from inside. Luo Qinghan knocked on the door twice more, but still received no response. In a rage, Luo Qinghan pushed the door open and entered the room, only to see Lin Yi burying his head under the pillow pretending to be dead. You can tell at a glance that he's awake. Get up quickly, you're going to be late. Lin Yi remained unmoved, burying his head under his pillow and continuing, "Teacher Luo, I'm sleepy. Please let me sleep a little longer." Luo Qinghan walked to Lin Yi's side and urged him sternly, "No, I still have to go to class. I'm a teacher. Why don't you just go by yourself? Just mark me as absent." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he didn't hear Luo Qinghan's voice and thought she had given up, so he was about to go back to sleep. Suddenly, his right arm was grabbed by a slender hand, and then he was pulled up without any preparation. Turning around, he saw Luo Qinghan staring at him with a frown. "Get up. Wash up. Then follow me to school." "Oh." Lin Yi sighed helplessly, got up very reluctantly, and went to the bathroom, muttering to himself, "If I sleep here again, I'll be a dog." Luo Qinghan had sharp ears and heard Lin Yi's complaints. The anger on his face disappeared instantly. Don't want to sleep here? This one tea do. Luo Qinghan came to the bathroom door and whispered to Linny, who was brushing his teeth, if you are really too sleepy, then you can sleep for a while. Linny looked up at the expressionless Luo Qinghan leaning against the bathroom door in the mirror and instantly lost all sleepiness. What's going on with her? Wasn't she so angry just now? Seeing Linny's surprised expression, Luo Qinghan added, I won't mark this class as one where you're absent. Getting enough sleep is essential. Linny was so shocked that his mouth opened a little wider. He turned back with the toothbrush in his hand and looked at Luo Qinghan in disbelief, asking a soul-searching question, Are you okay? I'm sure I'll be fine. Luo Qinghan was confused by Lin Yi's question. Then I'm not still dreaming, am I? After Linny finished speaking, in front of his surprised gaze, Luo Qinghan slowly walked over, stretched out his right hand, pinched Lin Yi's face and pulled it. You pulled my face? It hurts. Aren't you wondering if you're dreaming? Let me verify it for you. After Luo Qinghan let go, she gently rubbed the red part of Lin Yi's face with her delicate hands. Does it hurt? That's not, that. Under the touch of Luo Qinghan's hand, Lin Yi's face successfully turned from a small red spot to a completely red face. I'm going to be late. I'll leave first. If you're sleepy, go back to sleep. Luo Qinghan retracted his right hand, picked up his bag and prepared to go out. Linny was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, Wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Linny immediately sped up his movements, finished brushing his teeth and washing his face in less than a minute, and came to the door. Luo Qinghan looked at Linny suspiciously and asked, Are you not sleepy anymore? Lin Yi nodded. Who would be sleepy after such a long time? Even if the abbot came, he would have to recite the Buddhist scriptures 3 times in a hurry. Linny put on his shoes and looked up to see Luo Qinghan still standing there without any sign of anxiety. Teacher, you are not anxious anymore? Luo Qinghan did not answer Lin Yi's question, but asked him instead, Are you still sleeping here tonight? Are these 2 questions related? Luo Qinghan thought Linny didn't hear clearly, so he looked away and repeated in a low voice, I just want to ask if you will still sleep here tonight. Should go back to the dorm and sleep. Linny was now completely confused and had no idea what Luo Qinghan was going to do. After answering, Luo Qinghan said nothing, with no change in expression on his face. He put on his bag, opened the door and went out. Linny shrugged in confusion, wondering what was wrong with Luo Qinghan. Strange woman. Because the delay was a bit long, Luo Qinghan went out and drove Linny straight to the classroom. The 2 of them walked quickly into the classroom, one after the other. This surprised everyone below. Did Instructor Luo arrive in the classroom early? Did Linny actually come to class early? Did the 2 of them come together? Linny didn't care about these strange looks. As a veteran in society, he was already used to it. He naturally walked to the last row and sat with Luo Yi. As soon as he sat down, Luo Yi whispered to Linny in surprise, Good fellow. You actually came to work so early in the morning? The sun hasn't even risen from the west today? Linny didn't want to pay attention to him. He put his arms on the table, twisted his buttocks, adjusted to a comfortable position, then buried his head and began to sleep. Although there is a high probability that you will not be able to fall asleep, it will be comfortable to lie down for a while. Hey! Don't sleep in Instructor Luo's class, or she'll mark you as absent. Remember it. Then why are you still here for breakfast? You think I want to? Chapter 11 Being Fed. Linny was awake originally, but soon fell asleep again due to the lullaby in the computer class. Before I knew it, I fell asleep leaning on the table. Luo Yi was too lazy to call him, but what made Luo Yi curious was that the usually strict Luo Qinghan seemed to be blind today. Suddenly, Luo Yi thought of how Linny got married suddenly some time ago, and the cool and beautiful Luo Qinghan was also single before. The 2 entered the classroom together again today. Is that possible? In order to verify his guess, Luo Yi also imitated Linny and pretended to sleep and take a nap. After a while, Luo Qinghan came to his side. Luo Yi was secretly excited, Oh my god! They are really a couple. I don't need to worry about my husband sleeping. Unexpectedly, Luo Qinghan was different this time and did not directly mark Luo Yi as absent. Instead, he poked Luo Yi with a pen to wake him up, and reminded him in a cold voice, Don't sleep in class. Luo Yi sat up and glanced at Linny. Luo Qinghan continued, Don't worry about him. He still failed all his classes from last semester. Luo Yi felt that there didn't seem to be anything particularly wrong. After all, Lin Yi skipped so many classes with Luo Qinghan last semester, so it was normal that he didn't bother to care about him. Because Luo Qinghan had classes all morning, there was more than 20 minutes of break time between classes. Luo Yi woke up the sleeping Lin Yi and asked him the question in his mind, "Why did you come to class with instructor Luo today?" Lin Yi propped up his head and explained casually, "We just happened to meet on the way to class and came together." What's so strange about that? This seems reasonable. Luo Yi felt that he was overthinking it. After all, a strict and serious cold professor and a super troublemaker didn't seem like a compatible pair. Just when Luo Yi was about to stop thinking about this matter, his eyes focused on Lin Yi's clothes, which looked a bit strange. "Is that women's clothing on you?" Lin Yi subconsciously denied. "How is that possible? I'm not a crossdresser. How can it be impossible? This is women's clothing. How can your chest be that big? The clothes are a little bit squeezed in the chest area." Lin Yi still wanted to quibble, but when he thought about Luo Yi, the Super Sea King who had slept with so many women, it was useless for him to quibble. "Yeah, it's my wife's." Lin Yi admitted it directly. He thought Luo Yi would shut up, but he became even more excited. "Your wife has such a great figure? A 4-waist, D cup?" Lin Yi was also stunned. "Are you a robot? You can guess a woman's body shape just by looking at her t-shirt? This t-shirt is so wide around the chest, and the waist is perfect for you. Isn't that a killer figure?" Luo Yi continued his analysis seriously. "Judging from the length of her pants, your wife should be about 1.7 meters tall, and should be a hot lady." Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Unable to resist his curiosity, he asked Luo Yi, "Do you have any special hobbies that make you specialize in this area?" "No." "So how did you do that?" Luo Yi said proudly, "What a joke. I've undressed more underwear than you've eaten salt. This is nothing to me." Awesome. Even though Lin Yi had passed the civil service exam and scored over 130 points in the Chinese language test at the college entrance examination, he was now at a loss for words and could only use these 2 words to express his amazement. After recovering from his shock, Lin Yi asked Luo Yi a question that was more important to him. "You and Luo Qinghan both have the surname Luo, so you're not relatives, are you?" Although he and Luo Qinghan are now just a couple in name only, he cannot accept it if Luo Qinghan is a slut like Luo Yi. "No, it's not even remotely related. If I had such a beautiful sister, I would be miserable to death." "Why?" "Because if they are related by blood, it can't be a sister-brother relationship." "Is there something wrong with your brain?" Lin Yi found that this rich young man's view on love was seriously distorted, so he stopped talking to him. Seeing this, Luo Yi left the classroom and went outside to smoke a cigarette to refresh himself. Getting up early in the morning was still very tiring for college students. There were not many people in the classroom. Lin Yi took out his cell phone and just looked at it for a while when a cup of soy milk and a box of steamed dumplings were placed in front of him. Looking up in surprise, I saw Luo Qinghan himself holding a cup of soy milk and drinking it. "Eat breakfast. Skipping breakfast is bad for your stomach." Luo Qinghan spoke to Lin Yi indifferently. Hearing these words, Lin Yi's heart seemed to beat slower and he took a breath less. He couldn't remember if anyone had said anything like that to him, at least not in the last 4 years. Lin Yi quickly came out of his daze and whispered a thank you to Luo Qinghan. "Thank you." Luo Qinghan's expression remained unchanged. He simply urged, "Eat quickly. Class is about to start." Lin Yi picked up a steamed bun with disposable chopsticks and put it into his mouth. The first time he took a bite, the boiling hot juice inside burst out, which was so hot that he quickly covered his mouth and turned his head, almost spitting it out. "Holy crap! Why is it so hot?" Lin Yi covered his mouth and complained sullenly. Seeing that Lin Yi was burned, Luo Qinghan wanted to reach out to help, but just as he raised his arm slightly, he put it down again. "Sorry, I forgot to remind you that this is the crab roast soup dumpling I just bought. It's a little hot." "Or crab roast soup dumplings?" Lin Yi had never eaten this thing because it was too expensive. A basket of 8 buns cost 30 yuan. The idea of saving money has been engraved in his mind, so he would never think of buying these extremely expensive things. And after he tasted it today, he felt that the taste was not very good, and it almost burned his mouth. Just when Lin Yi slowed down and turned back to continue eating, a soup dumpling was picked up with chopsticks and handed to his mouth. "I blew it with my mouth, so it shouldn't be too hot this time." As Luo Qinghan spoke, he pushed the chopsticks forward a little further, and the soup dumpling was almost touching Lin Yi's lips. This scene made Lin Yi's brain stop thinking. probably because the amount of information was too large and it burned out. Without being controlled by his brain, Linny slowly opened his mouth and bit the soup dumpling. It really wasn't too hot, the soup was just the right temperature, and it allowed Linny to taste the real flavor of the crab roe soup dumplings. Then Luo Qinghan picked up another one, blew it twice in his own mouth, and then handed it to Lin Yi's mouth. The same goes for the third one. When it came to the fourth one, Lin Yi's brain started to work again and he realized that he was still in the classroom, there were other people, and the person opposite him was his counselor. Lin Yi quickly took the chopsticks from Luo Qinghan's hand. "Teacher, I can eat by myself." Luo Qinghan nodded, took his cup of soy milk and left, as if everything that had just happened was normal. Chapter 12, Kicked Out by My Dad. After Luo Yi finished smoking, he returned to the classroom and saw Lin Yi half lying on his seat, drinking soy milk leisurely. "Where did you get the soy milk?" Luo Yi didn't think Lin Yi would go buy breakfast. In the first half of the year, Lin Yi was so lazy that he almost went out in a wheelchair. But Lin Yi is just lazy, not dirty. His principle is to be lazy about things that can be done, and to complete things that cannot be done as soon as possible. "Become." Lin Yi answered casually without even raising his head. Luo Yi looked at him with disdain. "Then I'm hungry, you can make me one too." "I'm out of mana. V-me 50. Once I'm done replenishing my mana, I'll turn you into Crazy Thursday." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he turned his head and raised his eyebrows at him. Luo Yi was too lazy to continue arguing with him. If Lin Yi started to argue, no one in the school would be able to defeat him. But he was also a gossipy person and began to think about it. The first impression is that it was given by Lin Yi's mysterious wife, so the scope of speculation can be greatly narrowed down. A mature lady with a great figure, so the dozen or so girls in the class can be ruled out. It's either a Shenzhou flat panel like Zhang Ya's, or a small potato. But he didn't see any girls enter the classroom when he was outside just now. Wait a moment. Luo Yi suddenly remembered that Luo Qinghan seemed to have gone out to get breakfast just now. He suddenly raised his head and stretched his neck to look at Luo Qinghan's desk, and sure enough, there was a cup of soy milk. What? Are these two really a couple? Luo Yi was so frightened that he almost fell off his chair, but then he immediately kicked the idea out of his mind. If these two were to become a couple, wouldn't Lin Yi be tied up and trained by Luo Qinghan every day? The picture is too eye-catching, I don't want to watch it anymore. Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. Luo Yi couldn't figure it out either. At noon in the dormitory, he couldn't help but ask Lin Yi again. "Lin Yi, who is your wife? Tell me about it." After Luo Yi finished speaking, the two people left in the dormitory, Zhao Gongzi and Li Ming, suddenly turned their heads and looked at Lin Yi. Zhao Gongzi was so excited that he fell out of his chair. He immediately patted his butt and stood up, looking at Lin Yi in surprise. "You're married? Aren't you going to become a monk?" "When did I say I wanted to become a monk?" Lin Yi frowned and looked at Zhao Gongzi speechlessly. "There are so many girls chasing you, and you're not going to be a sea king like Luo Yi, so aren't you planning to become a monk?" Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and ignored him. Li Ming then asked, "Lin Yi, I haven't heard that you've ever had a girlfriend? Why did you suddenly get married?" It was a flash marriage. They got the marriage certificate right after they met. The two who were unaware of the situation were even more surprised after hearing this, so fast. "Who is this incredibly beautiful woman? She actually made you agree to a quick marriage." Hiss. Lin Yi thought about it, and after thinking carefully, it seemed that he really couldn't find a woman prettier than Luo Qinghan. "She's really pretty, but we got married so quickly because we were both being pressured to get married." Zhao Gongzi wanted to ask something else, but was interrupted by Luo Yi. "You two idiots, stop asking these useless questions. Lin Yi, who is your wife? Let's get to know your sister-in-law." Yes, let's see how beautiful my sister-in-law is." Lin Yi looked at the three people, especially Luo Yi, who seemed to have the shadow of Chao Zhe. "They're not a loving couple. What's there for you to know? Go play your games." After Lin Yi glanced at the three of them, he turned back to his chair and ignored them. Li Ming didn't insist and went back to his own business. "I'm not going to play anymore. I have to prepare an offer and send out my resume to look for an internship. Yeah, I'm a junior now. I have to find an internship and support my wife." Zhao Gongzi stopped playing games when he heard this. "I really envy you two, one is a rich second generation and the other is a government official second generation." Lin Yi and Luo Yi didn't say anything. They really didn't have to worry about finding a job. The dormitory fell into silence for a moment until Luo Yi suddenly broke the silence. Not every rich second generation is happy. Luo Yi changed his previous casual tone and spoke in a calm tone. After he finished speaking, he fell silent again. The three of them looked at him. Li Ming and Zhao Gongzi took a look at him and continued to busy themselves with their own things. They were just children born in ordinary families and were not from the same world as Luo Yi. Asking won't help. Instead of exposing someone's scars, it's better to pretend you don't know. Lin Yi looked at Luo Yi's silent profile for a while. Having experienced the beatings of society, he had seen all kinds of people. The silence and gloom on Luo Yi's face were not fake. He has never experienced the life of the rich second generation and cannot understand their troubles. Even though his current family provides him with food and clothing, his parents, as employees of the system, are not wealthy people. Money can buy almost everything, even prolong your life, but the only thing it can't buy is love, which cannot be purchased with any amount of real money. Thinking of Luo Yi's image as a dissolute playboy, Lin Yi seemed to have guessed something, but he didn't say much. This had nothing to do with him, and there was no need to get involved. He continued his leisurely life and was just about to play games when he received a call from his father Lin Yi. Why did Lao Deng look for me? When Lin Yi first came here, he respected his father, the director, very much. But after getting to know him for more than half a year, he found that Lin Yi was a frivolous old man. So much so that the two of them are almost becoming brothers from father and son. You're rebelling, little brat. You don't even call your dad, right? I haven't come to you to settle the score for selling me to that woman yet. Apart from anything else, Lin Yi has always remembered the fact that Lin Yi hid the truth from him. Why are you looking for me? Just tell me first that I don't want to be a laborer. There's no need for you, a skinny monkey, to do any hard labor. I'll ask you to go home and do something. What is it? Important things. Lin Yi's mouth twitched when he heard this. Are you trying to trick me again by being so mysterious? As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. When Lin Yi heard that his father was being mysterious again, he knew that something bad was going to happen. Lin Yi explained to him and urged him to go home quickly. It's just moving things, what can I cheat you of? Isn't that just coolie labor? There are very few things, and they are yours, so I'll let you come back. Okay. Lin Yi took his phone and went out, thinking about why he should move his things. Could it be things he had no use for before? After taking a taxi back to the community, Lin Yi saw a familiar white car in the parking space. But he didn't think much about it and hurried back home. Old. Lin Yi just entered the house and was about to call Lin Yi when he saw Luo Qinghan sitting on the sofa at the door of his house. Hello, teacher. Lin Yi subconsciously changed his tone and went to greet Luo Qinghan. At the same time, he was already a little annoyed with his cheap father. What is this Lao Deng doing again? Why didn't he tell me about this woman's affairs at home? Just when Lin Yi was puzzled, Lin Yi came out of the room and pushed a suitcase directly in front of Lin Yi. I have packed your clothes for you. What? Chapter 13. Call me sister. Not a single word can be missing. Lin Yi stared at Lin Yi, who was standing in the living room drinking tea with wide eyes. Are you going to kick me out? No, do you have the qualifications? My mother didn't say anything. Lin Yi remembered that his mother had the final say in this family, and Lin Yi's status was not as high as his. But Lin Yi put down his teacup, sat in a chair, raised his lips, and said with a smile, What do you mean by kicking you out? You are married to Xiaoqing now, so of course you two are living together. You. Lin Yi was a little incoherent. He looked at Lin Yi and then at Luo Qinghan on the sofa. Only then did he realize that he had been betrayed by Lao Deng again. Luo Qinghan stood up and said to Lin Yi with a smile, Director Lin, I will take Lin Yi home. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Well, and don't call me Director Lin, it's too formal. Good. Luo Qinghan changed his tone with a smile. Dad, let's go back first. Lin Yi was so shocked that he kept blinking. No, isn't this dad a little too familiar? While Lin Yi was still in shock, Luo Qinghan's hand had already grasped the handle of the suitcase. Let's go. We don't have classes this afternoon, so we won't go back to school. Lin Yi had no choice but to follow Luo Qinghan. But before leaving, Lin Yi decided to take revenge on his father. He took out his cell phone, dialed his mother Suya's number, and waved it at Lin Yi. Then he made a gesture of grabbing his neck and said, Lao Deng, you'll be kneeling on the washboard tonight. Lin Yi was so frightened that he choked on his tea. Rebellious son, how dare you? Bye-bye. Linny closed the door and left, got into Luo Qinghan's car and returned to where he slept last night. After entering the house, Luo Qinghan took off his sandals and walked in barefoot. "Teacher, don't you wear slippers?" Linny reminded Luo Qinghan. Luo Qinghan turned around, stopped, looked at Linny and said, "It's hot now, so I won't wear it." Linny did not answer, his eyes uncontrollably looking at the pair of jade white calves exposed under the white skirt. But he quickly looked away. Don't look, this is a trap." Linny looked at Luo Qinghan's face and was about to say something when he noticed out of the corner of his eye that the hem of her white skirt seemed to move slightly, and then his eyes looked down uncontrollably again. Luo Qinghan's smooth right foot was pointed at the ground with his toes, his knee slightly bent, and resting against his upright left leg. Which cadre can withstand such a test? After being distracted for only a few seconds, Linny quickly slapped himself twice in his mind to regain his sanity. Luo Qinghan naturally noticed Linny's gaze, biting his lower lip slightly with his teeth, trying his best to restrain the corners of his mouth from turning up. After enduring for a moment, he finally spoke to Linny and said, "I'm going back to the study first. You can tidy up your room and clothes." "Sister, why do you insist on letting me live here?" Linny knew that his father would definitely not think of this matter suddenly, and it was most likely Luo Qinghan who mentioned it to him. "Isn't it strange for a couple to not live together? Besides, you and I don't sleep in the same room, so why don't you just think of it as a shared apartment?" Linny thought it made sense. When she thought about it carefully, it seemed that what Luo Qinghan said always made sense, as if reason was on her side. While Linny was thinking, Luo Qinghan continued, "Also, don't keep calling me sister and teacher. How can you call someone so many things? What's that called? Teacher? This feels right at home or at school." Linny opened his eyes slightly wide and looked at Luo Qinghan, waiting for her answer. After thinking for a while, the latter rejected Lingy's suggestion. "No, it's too awkward to call me teacher at home. Just like I said last time, call me sister." "Is it inappropriate to call me sister at school?" Linny always felt a little awkward. "Just call me Sister Luo at school. That's it." Without giving Linny a chance to refuse, Luo Qinghan turned and walked into the study. Although Linny felt helpless, he didn't take it to heart. It was just a name. And calling her sister seems nice. A relationship between an older woman and a younger man? That's a bit exciting. Linny shook his head violently. "What am I thinking about? It must be because I've been staying with those three perverts in the dormitory for too long. I need to keep my distance from them. I'll just live here from now on. Yes, it's nice to live here. The bed is big, and I don't have to go home and listen to my mom nagging me." After Linny finished talking to himself, he dragged his luggage into his own room and put all his clothes into the closet. After finishing the cleaning, Linny lay leisurely on the bed and read a novel. When Linny saw the protagonist in the story using a system to kill everyone, he felt a little unbalanced. "I've also traveled through time, so why don't I have any cheats? Am I just cannon fodder? Is the protagonist someone else?" After a moment of suffering from a middle school syndrome, Linny suddenly realized that his laptop was still in the dormitory, so he got out of bed, put on his slippers and went to the study. "Sister, can you lend me your car keys? I need to go back to the dormitory to get my laptop." Luo Qinghan turned around suddenly and stared at Linny. "Call me sister. Does she have some weird habit? She insists I call her sister? Even a single word won't do. Sister, I'm going back to school." Linny repeated it, and Luo Qinghan finally put away his frown, but he didn't give him the car keys. "If you want to use a laptop, you can use mine. I use a desktop computer at home. Your fruit notebook is for office use. I want to play games. Then I'll use the laptop and you use the desktop." Luo Qinghan stood up and prepared to give his seat to Linny. "Sister, don't worry, I will come back. I can't possibly drive your car and not come back, right?" Linny could guess why Luo Qinghan didn't give him the key. But Luo Qinghan's face flushed after his thoughts were exposed. He turned his head back and didn't dare to look at Linny. "Who said I was worried that you wouldn't come back? I just think it's too hot outside and I don't want you to go out in the sun." Linny twitched his eyebrows speechlessly. This woman is really stubborn. "I won't get much sun driving, and I'll be back soon." Luo Qinghan didn't look back, but took out the car keys from her bag and handed them to Linny. "Come back soon. Drive slowly on the road and be careful." "Oh." After Linny went downstairs, he drove to the school dormitory. When he entered, there was no one inside, so he took his computer and walked out. When he got back into the car, Linny noticed that it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Thinking that the refrigerator at home was empty, Linny decided to buy some ingredients. So he took out his phone and sent a message to Luo Qinghan, "Sister, what do you want to eat tonight?" "Call me sister." Chapter 14, The Stubborn Woman. Linny had no choice but to change the subject. "Sister, what do you want to eat tonight?" "I'm going to the supermarket." "How about we continue eating the noodle soup? I didn't eat it at the cafeteria at noon. Luo Qinghan has become addicted to this taste." Linny sent a message to advise Luo Qinghan, "Don't always eat the same thing. Eating too much will backfire and you will hate it later." He had previously stockpiled instant noodles in his rental house to save money, but he threw them up completely after eating them for 2 months, and even felt a little nauseous when he saw instant noodles. Luo Qinghan thought for a moment and replied, "Then it's up to you. I'm not a picky eater, so just don't eat spicy food." "Okay." Linny put away his phone and drove to the supermarket. Without thinking too much, he subconsciously followed his previous habit and bought some vegetables and a small portion of minced meat and went back. As soon as he opened the door and entered the house, Luo Qinghan walked to the study door to look at him. When he saw that Lingy's hands were mostly filled with vegetables, he asked him, "Why are they all vegetables? Do you like vegetarian food?" "No, I'm not picky about food. I eat both vegetarian and meat dishes. I just bought these." Luo Qinghan didn't say anything else, but returned to the study, while Linny went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. When everything was ready, he went to the study, knocked on the door and called Luo Qinghan out for dinner. Looking at the vegetarian dishes on the table, Luo Qinghan couldn't help but complain, "We are not sheep, isn't this a little too vegetarian?" At first glance, the only meat dishes are minced meat and egg drops. Linny looked up at Luo Qinghan across from him in confusion. "Didn't you say you weren't picky about food?" "I'm not picky and can eat it, but I can't replenish my protein and fat by eating this way." Luo Qinghan looked at Linny and continued, "Besides, you are so thin, why don't you eat some meat?" "Am I thin?" Linny looked down at himself, then at his arm. "It's okay. You're very thin. Look at the boys in your class. Not to mention those with bellies, the others all look a bit stronger than you. It doesn't matter. Besides, my dad is pretty thin, so let him be." Linny didn't take it to heart at all. He had never been fat before. On the contrary, he had gained some weight in the past few months of being in this world and messing around. Otherwise, he would have been even thinner. Luo Qinghan didn't say anything else and ate in silence. Not sure if it was intentional or because he didn't like it, but Linny noticed that Luo Qinghan didn't eat a single bite of the minced meat and garlic sprouts from beginning to end. Linny asked Luo Qinghan, "Don't you like eating garlic sprouts?" The other party shook his head and did not answer. "Then why don't you eat?" "I prefer to eat something else." Looking at Luo Qinghan, who was eating with his head down, Linny raised his eyebrows and blinked twice. "Didn't you just complain that the food was too plain? Why don't you eat the minced meat?" "But I didn't think much about it." "If you don't eat it, I will." Linny is not some kind of flower guarding messenger, but a sweet and warm-hearted guy who will coax you to eat even if you don't want to. If this happens, you won't be able to eat anything during the banquet. If you want to eat, reach out your chopsticks faster. No one except your parents will leave food for you without any purpose. If someone suddenly picks food for you, keeps food for you, or tries to be attentive to you, there's an 80% chance that they have something to ask you, and the other 20% chance that the food is extremely bad and they want to make fun of you. Just as Linny picked up the plate and was about to pour the minced meat into the bowl, he suddenly thought of something, deliberately slowed down his movements, and glanced at Luo Qinghan at the opposite table. I saw her biting her chopsticks, her long hair fluttering on both sides, her eyes fixed on her hand holding the plate. Her eyes seemed to be pleading, as if to say, "Leave some." In order to verify his guess, Linny deliberately put some of the plates back, and then took some more in his direction. Sure enough, Luo Qinghan's eyes followed the movement of his hands. Linny seemed to have discovered a new world and actually found it quite interesting. Wow, the cold and aloof professor is actually like a little girl when she is greedy. Suddenly, Luo Qinghan seemed to notice that Linny was secretly observing her, and immediately lowered her head to eat the white rice in the bowl. This time he didn't even pick up any food, but just buried his head in eating. He only ate a little at a time, moving his mouth like a kitten and eating very slowly. Linny poured a small amount of minced meat into his bowl, then finished the remaining rice in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, and stood up with the empty bowl and chopsticks. I'm going to clean up the kitchen after I finish eating. Take your time eating. Luo Qinghan raised her head and saw Lin Yi walking straight to the kitchen and starting to clean up with his back to her. Then he turned around to look at the dining table and saw that there was still a lot of minced meat and garlic sprouts in the dish. Luo Qinghan hesitated for a moment, then picked up his chopsticks. He finished eating, so the rest is naturally mine. Not long after, Luo Qinghan went to the kitchen with an empty bowl and said to Lin Yi, "How about coming to my study to review again today? I've almost memorized it." "I won't come. I'll look at it the night before the makeup exam." Lin Yi didn't raise his head, but focused on washing the kitchen utensils with his head down. Luo Qinghan said nothing and turned away. Lin Yi thought she had returned to the study, but he didn't expect that after a while, Luo Qinghan took all the empty plates left on the dining table and then really returned to the study. Lin Yi shrugged his shoulders, a stubborn woman. But living with her seems pretty good. After cleaning up the kitchen and the dining table, Lin Yi returned to his room and turned on his computer. He hadn't played it yet today. As soon as he logged in, he saw Lin Yi, whose nickname he had labeled Lao Deng, playing in the game. Lin Yi's mouth curled up into a wicked smile. "Lao Deng, you have repeatedly tricked me, this time it's my turn." Pulling out his cell phone, Lin Yi called his mother directly. "Mom, Dad kicked your son out of the house today." Suya on the other end of the phone first replied in a lecturing tone, "Don't talk nonsense, your father just wants you to live with Xiaoqing, there's nothing wrong with that." "No. He packed up all my clothes for me. There are no more of my clothes in the house." Lin Yi is very good at sophistry, and what he said is the truth, he is playing a conspiracy. Suya's tone immediately changed, with some disbelief. "What? Why did he pack everything for you? It will be so inconvenient for you to go home in the future." Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately added fuel to the fire. Yeah, you didn't see the smile on his face when he saw me off. He was almost setting off firecrackers to celebrate. He's already 50 years old, and he still acts so frivolous. Just wait. I'm going to deal with him right now. Lin Yi grinned and waited for the movement on the other end of the phone. A moment later, a huge roar almost deafened Lin Yi, forcing him to quickly hold the phone farther away. "Lin Yi, all you do is play games every day. Why did you pack up all your son's clothes? Isn't he going to live with Xiaoqing? I'll clean it up for him. What if he comes back to live here?" Lin Yi was already cursing Lin Yi in his heart. "Brat. Just wait for me." Chapter 15: The Working Girl. After successfully taking revenge, Lin Yi started the game in a good mood. I originally wanted to call Luo Yi, but the other party replied to me with a busy and then there was no movement. Lin Yi guessed that he was probably discussing the mystery of life with one of his sisters in the hotel again. The other two guys in the dormitory hadn't logged in for many days. Last semester, the four of us in the dormitory played games together and boasted about our achievements, but now that I am in my third year, I feel like people have left me and I don't see much of a connection anymore. Looking back, it was the same before the time travel. At that time, the four people in Lin Yi's dormitory were all born in ordinary families. When they entered their third year of college, they were all preparing and submitting their internship resumes. It's not easy to find a job. If you wait until the campus recruitment in the second semester of your junior year, everyone will be crowded together. If you are unsuccessful, you will only have the fiercely competitive social recruitment. Lin Yi doesn't have to worry about this now, but he didn't expect that after traveling through time and space, he had only enjoyed college life for more than half a year and it seemed to be about to end. Although he talks about giving up every day, it is definitely not possible for him to just stay at home all the time. There is no doubt that he will enter the system soon. Just hope to get a sinecure. The waters of officialdom are no less shallow than those of business wars, only deeper, and you will be trapped in it if you are not careful. After playing a game alone, Lin Yi lost motivation. What he needed most to play games was not a well-configured computer, but a friend to play with. Otherwise it would be really boring. Lin Yi put his laptop aside, put on his pajamas and went to take a shower. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Yi came out with half-dried hair. Coincidentally, Luo Qinghan also opened the door and walked out of the study. The two looked at each other, and Luo Qinghan spoke first. "Your pajamas are so cute?" Lin Yi subconsciously lowered his head to take a look. This pajamas was newly bought by him in the first half of the year. It was blue and white in color with cartoon patterns printed on it. It also came with a nightcap, but he didn't take it out and put it on his head yet. Lin Yi likes cute things. If he meets stray dogs or cats on the roadside, he will give them anything he has. Maybe he sees himself in these animals when he was a migrant worker in Beijing, or maybe he is just kind-hearted. Linny himself didn't know the specific reason, but he always felt a sense of security when he was with these cute little guys. However, Linny has never kept a pet. He didn't have time before and it was tiring for him to support himself. Now it's because his mother Suya is allergic to cats and dogs. Linny raised his head again and said to Luo Qinghan with a smile, "Don't tough guys like cute things? You're not a hunk. So my pajamas are blue and white, not pink." After Linny finished speaking, he continued walking towards the room. "I'm going back to my room." "Oh." Luo Qinghan simply responded, and after Linny entered the room, he looked at the closed door and muttered, "Why are you walking so fast? You're so cute, can you give me a hug? Sister won't eat you." Luo Qinghan pouted, poured a glass of water and returned to the study. After that, she didn't see Linny again until almost late at night when she finished washing up and was ready to go to bed. When returning to her room to rest, Luo Qinghan actually wanted to open the door of Ling Yi's room for a moment, but she quickly suppressed this idea. Life went on very normally for the next few days, and there wasn't much talk between the two of them. Just as Luo Qinghan said, the two of them could be considered as sharing a rental relationship. On Friday evening, Lin Yi was chatting with Luo Yi in the dormitory. Luo Yi asked Lin Yi jokingly, "You don't even live in the dormitory anymore. Do you live with your beautiful wife every day? Can't I just live at home? Come on, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you." Luo Yi didn't waste time on this topic. Lin Yi chose to conceal all the content related to Lin Yi's mysterious wife, so he changed the topic of conversation. "By the way, why have you been spending more and more time with Luo Qinghan recently? I often see you two together." Lin Yi lay in the chair and casually explained, "Don't talk nonsense, don't she and I often come here together during class?" Luo Yi turned around and leaned on the back of the chair to look at Lin Yi. "Isn't this enough? Compared to last semester, it has more than doubled. Are you interested in Luo Qinghan?" Lin Yi didn't want to talk, he didn't know how to answer. Luo Yi thought he had acquiesced, and jokingly reminded him, "Luo Qinghan is so aloof, you better be careful. After all, you have a wife in name only now." Lin Yi turned his head and glared at him, "Will you die if you don't act like a jerk?" Luo Yi smiled indifferently, then stood up, "Shall we go eat? I'm hungry." "Let's go. I'm a little hungry too." Lin Yi just received a message from Luo Qinghan. She had something to do and would not be home for dinner, so Lin Yi could eat by himself. After leaving the dormitory building, Luo Yi asked Lin Yi, "Do you know where to eat? I feel like vomiting after eating in the school cafeteria." Now it was Lin Yi's turn to tease, "Master Luo, you still don't know what to eat? Are you tired of all the delicacies? Be serious. I really don't want to eat the same things I've been eating." Lin Yi thought that he might be the same as Luo Qinghan, and had rarely eaten those authentic delicacies. "Have you tried noodles with soybean paste? I know a place that has really good noodles with soybean paste. I ate it a long time ago, but I almost forgot what it tasted like." After thinking for a moment, Luo Yi handed the keys to his sports car to Lin Yi. "Let's go to the store you mentioned." Lin Yi looked at the car keys with a bull on them and fell into deep thought. How about taking a taxi? I'm not trying to pick up girls. I don't need to drive a sports car just to eat noodles with soybean paste. Luo Yi followed Lin Yi's advice, and the two of them called an online taxi and went to the ordinary Zhejiangmian restaurant 2 blocks away. The shops Lin Yi found were all inconspicuous, but the food they served was much better than those with ornate decorations. The two of them entered the store chatting and laughing, ordered 2 bowls of noodles with soybean paste, and sat down at an empty seat. Luo Yi was about to respond to Lin Yi's words, but his open mouth suddenly became silent. Following Luo Yi's gaze, Lin Yi found a girl in work clothes cleaning a dining table. Looking from the side, the girl's profile was very clean. She had a simple bun on her head, leaving a slight wisp of soft hair on both sides of her cheeks. As she wiped the table, it swayed twice and was stuck to her cheeks by sweat. After wiping the table clean, the girl raised the plate with her sweaty and slightly red hands and prepared to return to the kitchen. When she turned around, she saw Luo Yi looking at her. The girl did not speak, but gave Luo Yi a faint smile, nodded slightly, and walked to the kitchen. Luo Yi didn't say a word during the whole process, and his eyes were on the girl from beginning to end. Chapter 16: The Past of the Dandy Young Master. The girl disappeared after entering the kitchen, but Luo Yi kept looking in that direction and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Lin Yi saw surprise in his empty eyes, but more of a heart-wrenching emotion. A few minutes later, the girl came out of the kitchen carrying 2 bowls of noodles with soybean paste and came to their table. Remember to stir your noodles before eating for a more flavorful taste. The girl's voice was very sweet. After placing the noodles in front of the two of them, she took the plate and prepared to leave. Luoyi suddenly grabbed the girl's arm and said calmly, "Muyu, your hand is injured." Only then did Linny realize that the marks on the girl's slightly red arms were not caused by heat, but burns. "It's just a minor injury. I accidentally got splashed with hot soup," the girl explained with a smile, then tried to take away Luoyi's hand. Luoyi seemed to know what the girl was going to do. The other arm just moved a little, and he let go of the girl's arm first. "Sorry, I'm used to it." Luoyi apologized to the girl softly. This was the first time that Linny saw Luoyi say "I'm sorry" in such a low voice since he knew him for more than half a year. He has always been a playboy and never humbles himself. "It's okay, I'll go get busy first." Luoyi looked at the girl leaving and wanted to say something, but he stopped himself when the words reached his lips. Luoyi ate the noodles with soybean paste very quietly. He didn't say a word, didn't look at his phone, and just kept his head down to eat. I don't know if Luoyi really liked fried noodles with soybean sauce or for some other reason, but he ate it all up. After putting down his chopsticks, he called Linny and left the noodle shop. Luoyi didn't take a taxi, and Linny didn't mention it, he just followed him. When passing by a bar, Luoyi stopped and suggested to Linny, "Want a drink? Come in." Linny hadn't had a drink for a long time, and seeing Luoyi's expression, he decided to have a drink with her. This is an ordinary small bar, without a noisy dance hall. Under the dim light, some people are drinking silently, and some couples are talking in low voices. 2 brandies. Hold on. Luoyi and Linny sat on the bench in front of the bar, waiting for the bartender. Linny received a message from Luo Qinghan, "Why haven't you come back yet?" "Outside, a little later." "Oh." Luo Qinghan replied, but nothing more happened, and Linny switched his phone to silent mode. The bartender handed over 2 glasses of brandy, and Linny and Luoyi drank them both in one gulp. Luoyi wanted to refill his glass, but Linny reminded him, "Brandy has a high alcohol content. Don't drink too much, or you'll feel uncomfortable." Luoyi paused for a moment and ordered another glass. "It's not my first time drinking this, I've had quite a few." "You still want it?" "With you." After a while, 2 more glasses of brandy were handed to the two of them, but this time they did not drink them all in one gulp. Luoyi held the wine glass without moving. Linny took a sip and started the conversation. "You and that girl seem to know each other?" "Green plum." Luoyi simply answered with 2 words, raised his glass and drank half of it. After a moment of silence, he opened up under the influence of alcohol. "Her name is Xiaomuyu. We have known each other since elementary school. When I was little, I lived with my grandmother and her family and went to ordinary schools. What a coincidence! She and I have been in the same class since elementary school. I was naughty at the time, so the teacher arranged for me to sit next to the quiet girl." As Luoyi spoke, a smile appeared on his alcohol-red face. "I think I made her cry a few times. Afterwards, I would buy her some candy to promise not to bully her and just beg her not to cry. But after a month or 2, I'd get the itch again. That kind of life continued until I graduated from elementary school. I don't know if it was fate or something else, but we went to the same junior high school and later the same high school, and we have been classmates ever since. In high school, at that passionate age, I confessed my love to the girl I had bullied for 10 years. I remember she blushed all day, and only at night after school did she sneakily say a word to me that I will never forget." "Good." The constant memories brought a happy smile to Luoyi's face, but then his face returned to calmness. "After graduating from high school, we were all adults. I wanted to take her to get married. My parents happened to be back. I told them about it, but they didn't agree. They wanted me to go abroad to study at university. I had a big fight with them about it. I went to find Xia Muyu the next day and wanted to get the marriage certificate with her directly, but I couldn't find her. I sent her a message and she just said that she was busy today and not available until tomorrow. I was so stupid that I actually believed it." Luoyi laughed out loud, her laughter full of self-mockery and regret, but early the next morning she actually told me she was married. I didn't believe it, I thought she was lying to me, but when a boy stood next to her, I was dumbfounded. Luoyi's voice began to become choked. "I choked at one point and almost lost my breath. I didn't say anything else but left a few words of blessing for them. After I got home, I argued with my parents for the whole day. I knew they were the ones behind it, but what could I do? She was already someone else's wife, that was a fact. I hate my parents. I didn't listen to them. I chose the same university as Xiamuyu, such a university. They asked me to go on blind dates with the women they had chosen, but I never went. They urged me to get married, but I just wouldn't. Yes, they say I'm uneducated, some call me a playboy, they can say whatever they want, I don't care. After saying this, Luo Yi drank the rest of the brandy in the glass and ordered another one. Linny, who had been listening nearby, took a sip and said, I've met Xiamuyu a few times when I went to that noodle shop before. She always seemed to be alone. Oh. Of course I know. She has been alone since freshman year. I even asked her if she was divorced, but she said no. If I don't believe it, she will show up with that man in 2 or 3 days. Luo Yi clenched the wineglass tightly as if he was going to crush it. I really want to find that beast and beat him up. Is he a man? He treats his woman like this. Linny didn't say anything else. After drinking 2 more cups with Luo Yi, the other party could no longer hold on. Linny helped Luo Yi out of the bar, called a car, and took him back to school. When Luo Yi sat down in the chair, he teased Linny with a smile, You can drink so much, you've been hiding it all along. Linny smiled and replied, My parents are both civil servants. Is it abnormal that I can drink well? After chatting for a while, Linny left the school and took a taxi home. By the time he arrived at the gate of the community, he was even more drunk. Although his mind was still clear, he was a little unsteady when he walked. I reached the door with difficulty and just as I took out the key, the door opened. Luo Qinghan rushed out and collided directly with him. Chapter 17 The little guy is so comfortable to hold. Linny was already feeling dizzy, and after being bumped into, he subconsciously wanted to support Luo Qinghan. As a result, he fell backwards, but Luo Qinghan reacted immediately, grabbing the doorframe with one hand and Linny's arm with the other to hold him back. Smelling the alcohol on Linny, Luo Qinghan frowned slightly and asked, Have you been drinking? I had a couple of drinks with my roommate. Linny held the door open and walked into the house. Luo Qinghan was worried and did not let go of Linny's arm until Linny sat on the sofa. Then I sent you a message, why didn't you reply? I turned off the mute later and forgot to turn it on. I'll get you a glass of warm water to sober you up. Luo Qinghan went to the kitchen and poured Linny a glass of warm water and handed it to him. There's no need to drink so much even if you're unhappy. It's useless to drink to drown your sorrows, and it's harmful to your health. Linny took a sip, and the dizziness he felt better. I know it's useless, but I can't just let him drink alone. Luo Qinghan's mouth moved slightly, opening a crack before closing again. He then took out his phone to check the time. It's already past 10 in the evening, almost midnight. Can you wash up now? Linny nodded. You go and rest, I'll sit here for a while and then go wash up. Luo Qinghan waited for Linny to finish drinking the water, took the cup away, and then returned to his room, left the door slightly ajar, and lay down on the bed. She was in such a hurry to leave just now that she went out to look for Linny in her suspender nightgown. Now lying in bed, he sent a message to Linny, Dad, Linny is back. The other party also replied immediately, Where did this brat go to hang out at night? He didn't even reply to your message or mine? Luo Qinghan thought for a moment and replied, He's playing games with his friends in the dormitory and didn't read the message. This brat. Not only did he not reply to my message, but why didn't he reply to yours either? It's okay. Linny is already a grown man. Don't worry. In fact, Luo Qinghan asked Linny because she saw that Linny didn't reply to her message at 10 o'clock and didn't go home. After learning that the other party didn't know either, she immediately went out and prepared to look for him while making a phone call. Unexpectedly, I bumped into Linny as soon as I went out. After looking at his phone for a while, Luo Qinghan was about to turn off the lights when he suddenly realized that there seemed to be no movement in the living room. Taking back his hand that had turned off the light, Luo Qinghan walked barefoot to the door of the room, gently opened the half-open door, and stuck his head out to look into the living room. I saw Linny lying on the sofa with his eyes closed and asleep. Seeing this, Luo Qinghan opened the door completely and walked out. Looking at Linny, who still reeked of alcohol, he pouted slightly and said, We agreed to take a shower later, why are you sleeping here? Luo Qinghan went to the bathroom, poured some warm water into the wash basin, soaked the towel in it and wrung it dry, then walked to the sofa and leaned over slightly to wipe Linny's face. Retracting his arm, Luo Qinghan sat on the sofa and looked at Linny who was sleeping beside him. The little guy is fair and handsome, but why does he have such a ruffian-like air despite his childish face? Luo Qinghan held his chin with one hand and thought. To be honest, she prefers Lin Yi to be a silly little brother, although now as long as she makes an angry expression, Lin Yi will obey. But if it was a silly brother, then she could do a lot of things very conveniently. For example, teach. No, no, no. Why do you make me act like a horny pervert? Luo Qinghan shook her head violently, and her hair on both sides swung back and forth like a rattle, trying to shake out the bitterness in her head. Little did she know that her hair accidentally hit Lin Yi's face and woke him up. Lin Yi opened his heavy eyelids and let out a slight hum. Luo Qinghan quickly stopped shaking her head. When she thought of the unsightly scenes in her mind, her face flushed. Pretending to be calm, Luo Qinghan said to Lin Yi, "Why did you fall asleep on the sofa? Go take a shower and go back to bed." Oh. Lin Yi's head still felt heavy, so he stood up by supporting himself on the sofa, went back to his room to get his pajamas and prepared to go into the bathroom. Be careful, don't fall in the shower later. I can't help you. No, I'm much better now. Lin Yi entered the bathroom, and soon the sound of a running shower could be heard. Although he said that if Lin Yi fell, Luo Qinghan would not help him, Luo Qinghan still sat in the living room waiting for Lin Yi to finish taking a shower. Not long after, the sound of the shower stopped, and only 2 minutes later, Lin Yi came out wearing a slightly crooked pajamas, his hair still wet. You're going to bed without even blowing your hair? It's okay. I don't have classes tomorrow anyway, so I'm fine. Lin Yi didn't care anymore, he just wanted to go to sleep. No. It will hurt your scalp if you keep doing this. Luo Qinghan stood up and stopped Lin Yi. I'll help you blow it, go back to the bathroom. Before Lin Yi could even open his mouth to refuse, Luo Qinghan pushed his back into the bathroom and took a hairdryer to blow his hair. She and Lin Yi were not much different in height, and she could blow the other's hair by just stretching out her arms. Lin Yi, who was still a little dizzy, felt the hot air from the hairdryer and Luo Qinghan's small hand caressing his head. It feels good to be patted on the head. However, after blowing for a while, Luo Qinghan felt a little tired of holding his hands up. Lin Yi's hair was a bit thick, and he had bangs, so it was not so easy to blow dry. Luo Qinghan couldn't hold on any longer, so he lowered his arms and relaxed a bit, then said to Lin Yi, "Bend down a little, my arms are a little sore from holding them up." Oh. Lin Yi felt that the feeling just now was very comfortable, so he bent down slightly obediently. But now he was tired. He had never learned yoga and he was not a woman. He soon got tired of standing with his back arched. Luo Qinghan also felt that Lin Yi was very tired. So Luo Qinghan put down the hairdryer again and came behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and enjoyed the feeling. He didn't notice anything unusual and thought that Luo Qinghan's hands were just sore again, until he suddenly felt a slender arm around his waist. Immediately afterwards, he felt a fragrant body leaning against his back, and 2 soft things pressed against him. What a strange posture, with the man in front and the woman behind. In an instant, Lin Yi's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. He turned back to look at Luo Qinghan with a blushing face. "Sister, what are you doing? Aren't you tired of bending over? If I hold you, you won't feel tired when you bend over." Luo Qinghan reached out and gently pushed Lin Yi's head after he finished speaking. "Turn your head back, I'll blow dry your hair for you." Oh. Luo Qinghan's face was full of smiles. The little guy is so comfortable to hold. Chapter 18, Being touched on the head by gentle sister. Lin Yi's face turned as red as a persimmon, and his head seemed to be even more dizzy. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether it was caused by the alcohol or by Luo Qinghan hugging her like that. Moreover, there was only shyness in Lin Yi's mind, without any other thoughts or ideas. Only then did Lin Yi realize that the drunken sex was just a deceptive excuse. He was really drunk now and couldn't feel anything at all. After a few minutes, Luo Qinghan let go of Lin Yi. All right. Lin Yi's face flushed red, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. He had been a solo virgin for over 20 years, and just now he was hugged by a cool and elegant beauty who was 6 years older than him for nearly 10 minutes. No one would be able to remain calm. Luo Qinghan looked at the stunned, blushing Lin Yi, reached out and touched his head, and asked softly, "Are you still dizzy?" Lin Yi answered blankly, his brain had stopped thinking. Looking at the silly Lin Yi now, Luo Qinghan's mouth curled up slightly. An obedient little brother is the best. A bad idea suddenly popped up in Luo Qinghan's mind. He secretly put his mobile phone behind his back with his left hand and turned on the recording function. Don't you feel uncomfortable feeling dizzy now? Don't drink so much next time. Luo Qinghan's right hand continued to stroke Lin Yi's head, just like an older sister advising her younger brother. The latter also nodded obediently. Yeah. Then can you promise to listen to me? Otherwise, what if you forget again tomorrow when you sober up? I promise to listen to my sister. Luo Qinghan could hardly stop smiling. You still remember to call me sister, you're so good. Now go to bed, it's late. Luo Qinghan sent Linny back to his room, watched him lie down on the bed, and stood at the door to turn off the light for him. Good night. Good night, sister. Luo Qinghan closed the door gently, then took out the mobile phone that had been hidden behind his back and turned off the recording function. Little guy, I have the upper hand over you now. Luo Qinghan returned to his bed, so excited that he rocked back and forth on the bed while hugging the pillow. It feels so comfortable to hold the little guy. I really want to hold him to sleep. I don't know how much time passed, but Luo Qinghan still didn't feel sleepy at all. She seemed to have insomnia. I can't sleep, what should I do? Luo Qinghan had suffered from insomnia many times before, and she usually chose to get up and find something to do. Before becoming a professor at Suzhou University, when she had insomnia, she would study alone in the study. After becoming a professor, she would write books when she couldn't sleep. She wanted to write a university textbook and publish it to prepare for her promotion to dean of the college. But she didn't have this idea tonight. She wanted to go to bed early, otherwise she wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow. Tomorrow is the weekend, and Linny and she don't have to go to school. They will stay at home. After thinking for a while, Luo Qinghan took out his mobile phone, turned on the recording, and directly moved the progress bar to the last few seconds. Linny's drunken voice rang out again. Good night, sister. Not long after, Luo Qinghan fell asleep with his phone in one hand and his arms around the pillow. The next day, both of them slept very late. Linny did it out of habit and because he had been drinking. And it was the first time that Luo Qinghan slept until almost noon. When she woke up in a daze, she was already a little hungry. With her hair a little messy, Luo Qinghan opened Linny's door without thinking much. In her mind, Linny was still the obedient younger brother from last night. Luo Qinghan came to Linny's side, leaned directly to his face, stretched out her little hand and gently patted Linny's face. Little guy, wake up, it's almost noon. Linny opened his heavy eyes, and the face in front of him gradually became clear. After seeing that it was Luo Qinghan, his eyes widened in fear. Realizing that their faces were almost touching, Linny quickly sat up and tried to create some distance. As a result, the movement was too big and their foreheads hit each other directly. Ah! Hiss! Luo Qinghan stood up straight, covering his forehead and rubbing it. Linny also covered his forehead with one hand and asked Luo Qinghan, Sister, why did you come to my room? Call me sister. Elder sister. Luo Qinghan released her hand that was covering her forehead, and there was some anger on her face. She wanted the obedient Linny from last night. I see it's almost noon, so I came to wake you up. There's no need to get so close, right? Linny was almost scared to death just now. Luo Qinghan stood by the bed, his tone returning to his usual cold and calm tone as he spoke. I'm afraid if I yell at you, you'll get mad again. I'm going to the bathroom to wash up first. Come and wash up after you change your clothes. Luo Qinghan went out after he finished speaking. Linny's head was still a little heavy, and he muttered quietly, There's no need to get so close. I had a strange dream last night. I'd better drink less next time. After sitting for a while, Linny changed out of his pajamas and went to the bathroom in slippers. At this time, Luo Qinghan had just tidied himself up. Seeing that the other person was barefoot again, Linny reminded him, Don't always go barefoot. You'll catch a cold easily. It's hot now, it's okay. Luo Qinghan didn't care. Ever since Linny moved in, she had always gone barefoot at home. Linny did not try to persuade him again. He had already said that it was up to Luo Qinghan whether to listen or not. Linny washed and brushed his teeth. Luo Qinghan did not go out but stood behind him and watched him. After a moment of silence, he asked, Are you still dizzy now? It's basically gone, but I still feel a little heavy. I guess it's because of the dream I had last night. I didn't sleep well. Dream? Luo Qinghan immediately thought of something and said to Linny, What did you dream about? Linny, who was rinsing his mouth, stopped, turned his head with his mouth bulging and looked at Luo Qinghan, his face full of confusion. What's wrong? Did you dream of indescribable scenes? Luo Qinghan's words made Linny turn back and spit out the mouthwash, then wipe his face with a towel. No, it was just a rather strange dream that felt somewhat real. What is it? Lin Yi was confused again. Why did this woman keep asking him what kind of dream he had? He turned his head again, frowned, raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo Qinghan and asked, "Why do you keep asking me this?" "I'm just curious." "It's okay if you don't tell me." Luo Qinghan had a blank expression on his face, as if he didn't care much about this matter. After thinking about it, Lin Yi finally said it out. After all, it was not something shameful to see. If he didn't say it, Luo Qinghan would misunderstand him. "I just had a dream that I was hugged by a gentle sister, and she even touched my head." "Oh." Luo Qinghan responded indifferently. When Lin Yi turned back to continue washing his face, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he bit his lower lip hard to prevent himself from smiling too obviously. After a while, he finally managed to hold back his laughter, and Luo Qinghan continued, "Is it possible that this wasn't a dream?" Lin Yi? Chapter 19: The Unfortunate Couple. Lin Yi's face was full of surprise, and he felt scared inside. The first thing that came to my mind was whether Luo Qinghan had heard what I was talking in my sleep last night. Luo Qinghan looked at the surprised Lin Yi calmly. "The sister who touched your head and hugged you was me." Lin Yi was so frightened that his whole body shuddered. What was she going to do? Shouldn't everyone keep this kind of thing to themselves and pretend nothing happened? Why did she take the initiative to speak out? Luo Qinghan thought Lin Yi didn't believe it, so he played last night's recording for Lin Yi to listen to. However, Luo Qinghan did not say the last two words goodnight. Lin Yi was completely stunned after hearing this. "Oh my god. Everything that happened last night was actually true. I was hugged by this cold and aloof woman in front of me. She even patted my head. Don't forget what you promised last night. You will listen to me from now on." Lin Yi didn't know how to answer. After all, we are husband and wife. How could I lose my status in the family? Luo Qinghan woke up the dazed Lin Yi. "Don't be dazed, hang up the towel, and go out for lunch. It's almost 12 o'clock. "Oh." Lin Yi hung up the towel and went out with Luo Qinghan. After getting in the car, Luo Qinghan asked Lin Yi, "Where are we going to eat?" Lin Yi originally wanted to say it was okay, but he suddenly thought of what happened to Luo Yi last night, as well as the girl Xiaomuyu. He felt it necessary to verify a hypothesis, which might help save this pair of childhood sweethearts. Lin Yi didn't have any idea about falling in love, but he couldn't bear to see a 10-year relationship end just because of his parents' stubbornness. Luo Yi is now somewhat self-destructive. In the eyes of others, he may be a rich young man who is happy every day, but Lin Yi knows that since the day he broke up with Xiaomuyu, Luo Yi may not have been truly happy. "Let's go eat some noodles with soybean paste. There's a shop that has some really good noodles with soybean paste." After Lin Yi showed Luo Qinghan the address, he drove to the noodle shop. By the time the two parked the car and walked into the store, it was already past noon and there were not many people in the store. There was only one uncle still eating noodles, and he was almost finished. Lin Yi ordered 2 bowls of noodles with soybean paste. Not long after, Xiaomuyu brought the noodles just like yesterday. Just as she was about to return, Lin Yi called her. "Your name is Xiaomuyu, right?" Xiaomuyu and Luo Qinghan were both stunned and looked at Lin Yi. Luo Qinghan even stopped holding the chopsticks, looked up at Xiaomuyu, and suddenly felt a sour feeling. "This girl is prettier than me?" Lin Yi didn't notice Luo Qinghan's reaction. Xiaomuyu nodded slightly after being stunned for a moment. "Yeah. Are you busy now? You should be able to rest for a while." Xiaomuyu still nodded and said softly, "I'm ready to have lunch too." After saying that, the boss in the kitchen called Xiaomuyu. "Muyu, your noodles are ready." "Here I come." Xiaomuyu entered the kitchen, thanked the boss, and came out with a simple bowl of mixed noodles, wanting to sit down in an empty seat to eat the noodles. When passing by Lin Yi, he stopped her again. "It's too lonely to eat alone. Come sit with Professor Luo. She is a professor at our Suching University and also Luo Yi and I's teacher." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he looked at Luo Qinghan and wanted her to sit in the inner seat. As a result, he saw Luo Qinghan staring at him with murderous eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Lin Yi put on a smile and said to Luo Qinghan. Without waiting for him to say anything, the latter moved in to make room for Xiaomuyu. Lin Yi also took a seat inside and continued to sit face to face with Luo Qinghan. Luo Qinghan looked up at Xiaomuyu and invited her to sit over. "Let's eat together, and you can chat." "Well, hello, Teacher Luo." Xiaomuyu smiled and nodded to Luo Qinghan, then sat down next to her. The three of them didn't say much until the last uncle in the store finished his meal and left. Then Lin Yi spoke again. "Luo Yi drank a lot of wine on the way home with me last night. Xiaomuyu paused in eating noodles, said nothing, and continued to eat dry noodles without raising his head. Linny continued, he told me with red eyes that the thing he regretted most was that he listened to you and waited for you for a whole day in the summer 2 years ago. Xiaomuyu stopped eating noodles, lowered his head and remained motionless. After a long time, the girl moved her trembling arms, took out a bracelet from the pocket inside her work clothes, lowered her head and slowly handed it to Linny. The girl said in a trembling voice, "This is a gift from Luo Yi. Can you help me return it to him?" Linny didn't take it. "If you want to return it, you should return it to him in person." The girl didn't withdraw her hand. Her voice became more choked. A teardrop slid onto the chopsticks in her right hand and fell into the simple dry noodles. "Please do me a favor, okay? I don't dare." After she finished speaking, the girl could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes, and they fell. "And tell him I'm sorry for me." Looking at the crying Xiaomuyu and recalling the depressed Luoyi last night, Linny couldn't help but sigh. What a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Linny got to the point. You probably aren't married, right? Your so-called husband is probably just some random guy you found, or maybe some relative of yours. Xiaomuyu raised her head, her eyes red from crying, and looked at Linny in surprise without saying a word. That surprised look confirmed Linny's guess. Linny explained to Xiaomuyu how he guessed it. Normally, that man is not by your side. Whenever Luo Yi wants to come to you, you always use this as an excuse to reject him. Then, the man will appear again in the next 2 days and then disappear again. The only person who can do this is your brother. Xiaomuyu didn't answer, but lowered his head again. You did this because Luo Yi's parents said something to you, but did you know that Luo Yi had already broken up with his parents because of you? I know. Xiaomuyu knew what Linny was saying and answered her own reasons. I can't be with him. We are not from the same world. My family conditions are even worse than those of ordinary people. Xiaomuyu's voice was still choked, but her words were clear. If Luo Yi really marries me, his parents will cut off all ties with him. He has always had a privileged life, and he can't live a hard life because of me. Xiaomuyu wanted to continue speaking, but Linny interrupted her. Have you asked Luo Yi if he is willing to endure hardships with you? Xiaomuyu shook her head. If I ask him, he will definitely be willing, but he has never experienced my life, so he won't understand how hard it is. Since he hasn't experienced it, how do you know he can't handle it? Xiaomuyu was stunned. Chapter 20 Taking my sister out to play. Linny continued to say to Xiaomuyu, go see Luo Yi. You have known each other for such a long time. Even if you are separated, you shouldn't be in such a hurry. How many decades can a person have in his life? Xiaomuyu nodded and put the bracelet back. The three of them continued to eat noodles without further communication. Linny didn't need to ask more about Xiaomuyu's affairs. This was not something he needed to know. Since the other party is willing to meet Luo Yi, he doesn't need to say anything more. Linny and Luo Qinghan finished their noodles and left the noodle shop. As soon as he reached the car, Luo Qinghan stuffed the car keys to Linny. You can drive when we get back. After saying that, he sat in the passenger seat and slammed the door shut. Linny was confused for a moment. What's going on? I shouldn't have done anything to provoke her. Sitting in the driver's seat with confusion, Luo Qinghan had already fastened his seatbelt and leaned his head to the side looking out the window. Linny inserted the car key and asked Luo Qinghan beside him, then I will go home? Don't want. Linny widened his eyes and almost dropped his jaw in shock. What was that arrogant rejection just now? Linny couldn't believe that the sound just now came from Luo Qinghan's mouth. But when he looked closely, he seemed to find that Luo Qinghan's little mouth was actually slightly pouting. Oh my god. Am I still dreaming? After a moment of silence, Linny lowered his voice and asked again, Sister, where are we going if we don't go home? Luo Qinghan's arrogant voice came again. Take me out to play. I've been in Suching for more than half a year, and I haven't had a good time yet. Linny began to doubt whether he was dreaming. But no matter whether this was a dream or not, Luo Qinghan seemed to be angry, although he didn't know why he was angry. Linny felt that it would be better for him to listen to her and take her out to play. So, should we go see the scenery or go shopping? Why can't we be together? Linny was a little silent. Why don't you just say that I want them all? Suching is an ancient city. If you go to see the gardens, you won't find many clothing stores there. In Linny's impression, women go shopping to buy clothes and go into every clothing store to have a look. If we go to see the scenery, is there any food for sale? Have. Then go see the scenery. Linny took out his mobile phone for navigation. He had only been to Suching Garden once and couldn't remember it clearly. The journey was quite long, and Linny drove on the overpass for more than half an hour before reaching the outskirts of the garden. Because it was not a holiday, there were not many people, which made Linny feel good. The last time he came to the garden, it was full of people and he didn't see much of the scenery, but he did experience firsthand what a sea of people meant. He hasn't traveled since then because he has figured out a pattern. I want to travel, but I absolutely can't do it on holidays. But when it's not a holiday, I have to go to work, so what's the point of traveling? I might as well just stay in bed and sleep. When parking, Linny first drove to the garden parking lot and asked about the price. How much? 21 hours? Linny was stunned. Brother, today is just the weekend, you charge 21 hours? It's always been 20, it never changes. Linny didn't say much and just reversed the car and left. He is not short of money now, but he is not a fool. Being rich and being a fool are two different things. He will not fall for such obvious rip-off behavior. The parking lot security guard snorted disdainfully, TSK. He's driving a car worth 700,000 or 800,000 yuan, and he thinks 20 yuan for parking is too expensive. And the woman next to him is actually willing to follow this charlatan pretending to be rich. While looking for another parking lot, Luo Qinghan said, $20 for parking isn't expensive, why not go in? 20 isn't too much? Just park your car. Linny was so shocked that his voice became louder. My meal only costs $20, and they charge me $20 for parking the car for an hour. So I have to buy a meal for the car as well? When I was in Shanghai, the parking fee was 21 hours, which I thought was pretty normal. Linny had nothing to say. He was just a wage earner before, and even now he was just a slightly wealthy college student. Even if Lin Yi came, he probably wouldn't agree to pay 20 yuan for parking. Of course, if Lin Yi really came, the parking fee would be zero, and it would be a great honor for a director. After driving around for a while, Lin Yi parked the car in an open-air parking lot. The charge was 10 yuan an hour, which was a reasonable fee. Luo Qinghan held up a parasol and walked towards the garden with Lin Yi. After turning a corner, the two entered a narrow pedestrian path. The buildings on both sides were still in the classical style of hundreds of years ago, with white walls and black tiles. Compared to those gorgeous skyscrapers in the city, Lin Yi prefers this style, which makes people feel comfortable rather than depressed. Luo Qinghan, who was standing aside, was very curious about everything around her. Although she didn't look around like the little girl, her beautiful eyes were drifting around. Before passing a stall selling candied haws, Luo Qinghan grabbed Lin Yi's arm and pulled him back. Are candied haws really as sweet on the outside and sour on the inside as people say online? I think so. Why are you asking this? Lin Yi hadn't eaten it for a long time. He only remembered that candied haws were sour and sweet. Just asking. What do you mean it should mean? You don't know either? I haven't eaten it in so long that I can't remember. Lin Yi thought that since it was just a casual question, he was about to move forward. However, just as he took a step, he was stopped by Luo Qinghan again. How about you buy one and try it? Tell me if it tastes good? Lin Yi tilted his head 90 degrees. If you want to eat it, just say it directly. Why are you beating around the bush and still want me to eat it? Lin Yi didn't answer and went straight to the stall to buy a string of candied haws for Luo Qinghan. Unexpectedly, the other party did not take it, but asked him to eat it. You eat it first, and then tell me if you think it tastes good or not. Lin Yi was speechless. There are so many things to do. I think it tastes good, but you may not think it tastes good. My mouth is not your mouth. Muttering to himself, Lin Yi opened his mouth, took a bite, chewed it twice, and swallowed it. Not bad, sour and sweet. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't have any extreme reaction, Luo Qinghan reached out and took the candied haws that Lin Yi had already taken a bite of. I'll try it first. If it tastes good, I'll buy another bunch for myself. Under Lin Yi's shocked gaze, Luo Qinghan opened her little mouth, bit off a piece of candied haws, and chewed it slowly. So sweet. Luo Qinghan's expression suddenly changed. He covered his mouth and said to Lin Yi, why is it so sour inside? It's hawthorn inside, and you ate the sugar coating outside, so it's naturally sour. It's not tasty. Luo Qinghan directly stuffed the candied haws back into Lin Yi's hands. You can eat the rest. Ha! Chapter 21, I was hugged by my sister again in the locker room. Why are you looking at me with such a suspicious look? Are you disgusted by my saliva? No. Lin Yi quickly denied, I don't really like eating this either. If you don't like it, you can throw it away. It would be a bit of a waste to throw it away. After all, it's food, we can't just waste it. Linny felt as if he had been taught a lesson by Luo Qinghan. This rich woman really values food. The two continued walking towards the garden entrance, and Luo Qinghan would ask every time they passed a snack stall, "Are marshmallows delicious? I saw online that they're full of saccharin and unhealthy. Eat it if you want. It's not like you're eating it as a meal, so what's the health or insecurity of it? What about these fruit platters? Are they all prematurely ripened fruits? Why don't you go ask the boss if this melon is ripe?" Before passing a convenience store, Linny bought 2 bottles of mineral water. Luo Qinghan asked him curiously, "Are you thirsty?" "No." "Then why did you buy water?" "When we get into the garden later, we'll buy water and it'll be 10 yuan a bottle." Linny had been cheated before, and this incident left a deep impression on him. "You seem to be quite good at saving money, but don't you know that money isn't earned by saving?" Luo Qinghan spoke to Linny in the tone of someone who had experienced it. Linny naturally knew this truth. "I know, but there's no need to waste money. I don't have so much money that I can't spend it all." Luo Qinghan felt that it made sense. 10 yuan for a bottle of water was indeed too expensive, and it was a bit of a waste of money to spend that much. Continue walking forward, and next to the ticket office of the garden is a hanfu shop that also provides hanfu rental services. Luo Qinghan was so stunned by the various styles of hanfu inside that he could hardly move his feet. Linny, who had been walking forward, was suddenly grabbed and almost stumbled and fell. This was the 3rd time this had happened. "What's wrong? Aren't we here to see the scenery? We haven't even entered the garden yet, and we've already been walking along this pedestrian street for almost half an hour. Since we're going to the gardens, shouldn't we wear hanfu?" Linny frowned and looked at her in confusion. "Who told you that? Do I have to wear court robes to enter the Forbidden City? It won't be that artistic if you don't wear it. Let's go in and take a look." Luo Qinghan directly dragged Linny into the hanfu store. The clerk came up immediately to greet them and gave them introductions and suggestions. Luo Qinghan listened carefully and looked at the various hanfu costumes hanging on the wall. Linny was not interested at all. If he were a normal college student, he might have a great interest in wearing hanfu. But now he just felt that it was a bit of a waste. It was a big loss to spend money to rent it. It cost about 100 yuan to rent it for a few hours. Just buy it, it costs hundreds of dollars and you don't wear it regularly. This is one aspect, and the other is also the main reason. Linny feels it is too troublesome. This hanfu has an inner lining and an outer covering, as well as a skirt. It will probably take a lot of time to put it on. After waiting in the store for a while, Luo Qinghan came out wearing a blue-green hanfu suit, with her long hair tied up and a hairpin inserted in the middle. Linny, who was feeling bored, was involuntarily drawn to the scene. Luo Qinghan in front of him was dignified and elegant, like a woman who had traveled through time from ancient times. Seeing that Linny was still wearing a short-sleeved shirt, Luo Qinghan asked him, "Why don't you pick something to change into? You can wear it, I don't need it." "No, you're going to be with me later. It would be too out of place if I were wearing hanfu." Linny was lazy and didn't want to wear it, so he made an excuse. "Really, no need. I'll stand behind you and take a picture of you." But Luo Qinghan insisted on making him change. After arguing for a while, Luo Qinghan directly took out his killer move, "You promised to listen to me." As he spoke, he took out the recording on his phone and placed his thumb on the play button. "I'll change." Linny was so scared that he immediately gave in. If this was released and heard by others, he could move to Mars. Looking at the various styles of hanfu on the hangers, Linny was in a dilemma of making a decision. They all looked the same, with only slight changes in patterns and colors. Seeing that Linny was hesitant, Luo Qinghan chose a white hanfu for him. "Just this one, go in and change." "Okay." Linny entered the locker room and walked out a moment later with his clothes a little crooked. Luo Qinghan looked at Linny and felt very angry. "How do I tie this waistband? It's so awkward." Linny was adjusting himself with his head down when he was suddenly pushed back to the locker room by a pair of hands. After it slammed shut, the two squeezed into the small locker room. "Take your hands off me, I'll help you put them on." Luo Qinghan took Linny's hand away and began to put his clothes on again. Oh. Linny was so nervous that his breathing became rapid. The locker room was too small, and Luo Qinghan's soft and fragrant body kept sticking to him. The faint body fragrance made Linny's blood boil. Luo Qinghan moved quickly and efficiently, as if he was just helping Linny put clothes on. After wrapping the skirt around Linny, Luo Qinghan suddenly reached out and hugged Linny, pressing his body tightly against his. This time Linny didn't drink any alcohol and was as sober as he could be. This feeling is really. Linny didn't dare to breathe. He closed his eyes and tried his best not to let his thoughts wander and to stay calm. I silently chanted Ahmadbai in my heart, but it was of no use. No, I have to think of something else. Linny wanted to think about something else, but his brain seemed to have shut down and was not responding. It was unknown how long they held each other before Luo Qinghan finally let go of Linny. Okay, this way it won't fall off. Sister, can we go out now? It's a bit crowded here. Linny was so nervous that he stuttered a little. Luo Qinghan took out a piece of armor from the side and handed it to Linny. Put this on. I'll go pay the bill. Oh. Luo Qinghan pushed open the door of the locker room and went out to pay the bill at the cashier, while Linny walked out with a red face. The proprietress looked at Linny, whose face was red, and the corners of her mouth curled up in an anti-smile. The young couple went into the locker room together, and when they came out, one of them had a red face. What did they do in there? Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. After leaving the Hanfu shop, the two finally arrived at the ticket office of the garden. When buying the ticket and showing his identity, Linny happened to look at the time. It took them almost an hour to get out of the parking lot. Is this the power of a woman's innate skill, shopping? She managed to take nearly an hour to walk a 15-minute distance. The ticket seller brought the two tickets and smiled at them and asked, "You two just got married not long ago. Did you take wedding photos?" Luo Qinghan replied calmly, "No. If you two are considering taking wedding photos in the garden, you can make an appointment with us. We will provide a good venue for you." Well, we'll think about it. Is it okay to consider it? Linny was confused again. Aren't they just nominally married? Why did they need to take wedding photos? Chapter 22 Good Brother. As you enter the gate, what comes into view is an open courtyard, the clever design of which just blocks the scorching sun. As soon as Lin Yi and Luo Qinghan entered, they felt a cool breeze and felt very comfortable. So comfortable. Lin Yi didn't say it out loud, but the expression on his face showed the comfort in his body. Didn't you say you've been here before? Why do you seem so excited? The cool breeze made Luo Qinghan feel comfortable, but her reaction was not as big as Lin Yi's. Lin Yi realized that he had lost his composure and quickly controlled his expression. He pretended to be calm and explained, "The last time I came here, this yard was packed with people. It was so crowded that you couldn't get through. Forget the cool breeze, I can actually smell a lot of sweat." Lin Yi reacted so strongly because the difference between his two visits here was so huge. I see. There aren't many people here today. After Luo Qinghan looked around the courtyard, he said to Lin Yi, "Let's go inside and take a look." The two walked in side by side, crossed the courtyard, and entered the east garden, where a stream meandered through it, and a few lotus flowers dotted the green lotus leaves. Luo Qinghan liked the scenery here very much. He would stop every few steps to adjust the angle and take some photos. Lin Yi stopped and waited on the side. His photography skills were not very good, so he just took a few photos as a souvenir. But he knew that it wouldn't be long before these photos would be forgotten in a corner of his phone's album, and he probably wouldn't even remember them when he changed his phone. After all, these are just ordinary landscape photos, nothing particularly impressive. Continuing along the path, the two crossed a small wooden bridge and came to the Beishan Pavilion surrounded by streams. The terrain here is higher, so you can have a panoramic view of the entire East Garden, and the comfortable breeze is even stronger, making it worthy of being a summer resort for the ancient royal family. Luo Qinghan looked in several directions, adjusted the angles and took some beautiful landscape photos. Just as he was about to ask Lin Yi to continue walking inside, he turned around and saw that he was leaning against a pillar of the pavilion, looking sideways at the scenery in one direction. The breeze blew across Lin Yi's clean cheeks, the bangs on his forehead fluttered in the wind, and the clear eyes under the long eyelashes seemed to reflect the scenery in front of him, leaning there like a handsome young man. Crack! The sound of the camera made Lin Yi turn around, and he saw Luo Qinghan facing him, holding the phone horizontally towards him. Seeing Lin Yi turn around, Luo Qinghan released the hand holding the phone and waved to one side, "Stand over there." Lin Yi followed Luo Qinghan's instructions and took a step to the right. "Okay. Stop. Right here. Look at the camera." Luo Qinghan found the right position and was about to take a photo when he realized that Lin Yi's face was a little too calm. Smile a little, otherwise it looks too gloomy. Lin Yi doesn't smile very often, and his young face always gives people a sense of loneliness and aloofness that keeps strangers away. Following Luo Qinghan's request, Lin Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, but the smile was not very natural and was a bit stiff. This made Luo Qinghan, who always pursued perfection, not very satisfied. Be a little more natural, your smile is too stiff now, it won't look good in the photo. So what kind of smile is considered natural? Lin Yi asked in confusion. This question successfully stumped Luo Qinghan, a returned overseas PhD. After thinking for a moment, Luo Qinghan said to Lin Yi, "Why don't you think about something happy? That way you will laugh more naturally." Happy things? Lin Yi couldn't remember for a moment what had happened recently that made him laugh. It was either the tricks he and his frivolous father played on each other, or the jokes he played with Luo Yi. This kind of thing is just laughable at the time, but when you think back on it, there's really nothing funny about it. I can't think of anything funny right now, Lin Yi said helplessly. Luo Qinghan did not answer immediately, but began to recall whether Lin Yi had ever smiled naturally and happily during this period. Soon she thought of last night when she touched Lin Yi's head and Lin Yi smiled obediently. When he recalled the scene at that time, Luo Qinghan was extremely excited. He really loved such a well-behaved Lin Yi. No. I must turn Lin Yi into what he was like last night. Yes, training. As he thought about it, Luo Qinghan forgot his original purpose and immersed himself in self-fantasy. Lin Yi, who was standing in front of him, looked at the excited expression on Luo Qinghan's face and felt more and more strange. What is she doing? Sister? What are you doing? No. Nothing. Luo Qinghan was startled by Lin Yi's voice and immediately put away his expression, with a blush on his face. How about we keep going inside and look somewhere else? Besides, didn't you just take a picture of me? That's enough. Lin Yi wanted to continue walking, but Luo Qinghan shook his head and refused. No. Take another picture of you, and I know how to make you smile naturally. When Lin Yi was wondering, he saw Luo Qinghan walking towards him and stopping in front of him. Before he could ask, Lin Yi saw Luo Qinghan raise his right hand and gently touch his head. This feels so familiar. It was exactly the same feeling as I had in my dream last night. It was so comfortable, like I was being cared for. Lin Yi's face turned red again. He was so shameless that he didn't know how many times he had blushed since last night. Am I being flirted with? Why can't I even muster the emotion of rejection? Lin Yi felt as if he had awakened some strange attribute. He felt a little ashamed, but also very enjoyable. Luo Qinghan looked at the changes in Lin Yi and smiled. It turned out that he was so well behaved last night not because of drinking, but because I touched his head. The little guy actually likes this, so it will be much easier to make him obedient in the future. Luo Qinghan pursed his lips happily and whispered to Lin Yi, "Look at me." Lin Yi lowered his head slightly and looked at Luo Qinghan's delicate face. After the two looked at each other for a while, Luo Qinghan tilted his head slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his cold face. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. Luo Qinghan is so beautiful now that Lin Yi understands firsthand what it means to be able to be captivated by a smile. Looking at Lin Yi's smiling face, Luo Qinghan was very satisfied. I'm going to take a picture of you at the place we were just at. Please look at the camera. Luo Qinghan's voice was very light and a little gentle, completely different from his usual cold tone. Lin Yi nodded slightly, just like last night. Returning to his original position, Luo Qinghan picked up his phone again, pointed it at Lin Yi, whose face was slightly red and smiling shyly, and pressed the camera button. Then she compared it with the previous photo of Lin Yi's side profile. They had completely different styles, but both touched her heart. Luo Qinghan pressed a few buttons on the phone. A moment later, her phone wallpaper changed to Lin Yi's cool and handsome profile photo. And that shy photo became the chat background picture between her and Lin Yi. Chapter 23 I Want to Eat What You Made. After coming out of Beishan Pavilion, the two walked along the path into the main area of the garden. While sightseeing in the courtyard, the cool breeze became weaker, and Lin Yi's hot head finally cooled down slowly. The stream also flows to the backyard near the exit. Compared with the somewhat undulating terrain in the East Garden, this place is very flat and open, with small bridges and flowing water, and it is even more tranquil. On the wooden bridge in front of Lin Yi and Luo Qinghan, a young couple, also wearing ancient costumes, asked a photography enthusiast to take a photo of them. Let's go take a look too, Luo Qinghan and Lin Yi walked over. When they reached the bridge, the couple had already moved on. The uncle who was taking the photo for them was looking down at the camera and did not notice Luo Qinghan and Lin Yi approaching. "Uncle, can you take a photo for us?" Luo Qinghan's voice made the uncle look up. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him and the handsome young man beside her, he was stunned for a moment. The two people in front of me, both wearing ancient Hanfu costumes, seemed to have come from time and space, blending in with the surrounding environment without a trace of incongruity. The photographer was stunned for a moment before coming back to his senses and responded to Luo Qinghan's greeting. "Of course, you two can walk a little further onto the bridge." As requested by the photographer, Luo Qinghan and Lin Yi stood close together on the wooden bridge, both looking at the camera. Without any preconditions, Luo Qinghan held Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat and he felt a little nervous, but his expression remained calm. Just holding hands wasn't enough to make him overreact. After taking 2 photos at the bridge, the uncle was always dissatisfied. The 2 people in the photos seemed to be missing something. After a pause, the uncle put down his camera and said to the 2 of them, "Come a little closer, you're a little far apart now." The uncle gestured for the 2 of them to move closer with his hands. Lin Yi thought that he was just asking to get closer, so he just moved his feet slightly and moved a little closer to Luo Qinghan. But the uncle didn't seem to mean that and didn't raise the camera. Just when Lin Yi was confused and wanted to ask, Luo Qinghan reached out and held Lin Yi's arm, pressing his body tightly against his. Lin Yi could no longer remain calm. He could clearly feel Luo Qinghan's soft and fragrant body and the faint fragrance on her body. While feeling nervous, he was also enjoying the moment. "Is this okay?" Luo Qinghan didn't seem to feel anything, and asked the uncle opposite with a smile. The uncle made an okay gesture, raised the camera again, pointed it at the 2 people and pressed the shutter. On the way back, Luo Qinghan sat in the passenger seat and looked at the photo of the 2 with satisfaction. Lin Yi was driving in silence, thinking about everything that happened in the afternoon from time to time. The 2 of them were like a young couple on a date. But this is so strange. In name, they are husband and wife, but both sides agreed that it was just a deal with their parents. Why does it feel like they are getting further and further away from this original purpose now? It was like being in love, and Lin Yi actually enjoyed this feeling in his heart. "What's for dinner?" Luo Qinghan suddenly spoke and broke the silence. "I'll make it tonight. We've been eating in the school cafeteria or out for the past 2 days. After I send you home, I'll go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients for dinner." "I'll go to the supermarket with you." "What are you going with me for?" Lin Yi originally wanted to say, "You can't cook, why are you following me? You made it too vegetarian last time. I want meat this time." Although Luo Qinghan said that she was not picky about food, she still preferred to eat meat. Eating too many vegetables always felt like eating grass. She also needed to maintain her perfect figure. If she ate less meat, it would not be good if some parts of her body became thinner. Lin Yi said nothing and took Luo Qinghan to the supermarket. After entering, he did not take the shopping cart or shopping basket, but walked in directly. How are you going to buy anything if you don't take anything?" Luo Qinghan called out to Lin Yi. "Just buy some ingredients and keep them in hand." Lin Yi felt that pushing a shopping cart was too troublesome since he was not here to purchase goods. But Luo Qinghan still pushed his shopping cart over and handed it to Lin Yi. "Push it first, maybe you need to buy something else." From the moment he took over the shopping cart, Lin Yi knew that he would not go back until it was full. Sure enough, before they had taken a few steps, Luo Qinghan started putting things into the shopping cart. First, there were all kinds of snacks, a mess of everything. Lin Yi had never seen some of the snacks before, and they all looked like imported goods. Luo Qinghan stuffed 2 bags of potato chips into the shopping cart and asked Lin Yi, "You don't usually seem to eat snacks. Why don't you buy some when you come to the supermarket this time? You've bought so much. If I'm hungry, I can just eat something. These are mine, buy more if you want more." "Well, then let's buy 2 bags of potato chips." Lin Yi is no longer very fond of snacks and it doesn't matter whether he eats them or not. Continuing to walk into the supermarket, Luo Qinghan picked up a package of sausages, looked at Lin Yi and asked, "Can I make the grilled sausages you brought me last time after I buy this?" "No, making grilled sausages requires sausages and an oven, which is quite troublesome. If you want to eat it, you might as well just buy it." Luo Qinghan curled her lips slightly, feeling a little disappointed. She wanted to eat what Lin Yi cooked. It was unclear whether Linny understood her meaning or was just saying it casually, but this ordinary ham sausage tastes pretty good if you fry it at home. When Luo Qinghan heard this, he put a pack of sausages into the shopping cart and said, "Then buy one." After wandering around for a while, they finally arrived at the fresh produce section. Linny bought some vegetables as usual, but since Luo Qinghan was also there, he asked her, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "Meat." Looking at the vegetables in Lin Yi's hand, Luo Qinghan was already feeling protestative. Linny couldn't help laughing. "Sister, why don't you be more specific and at least tell me whether you want pork or chicken?" "It's all right, as long as it's meat." Linny was speechless. "Why do you still act like a spoiled young lady?" Since everything is okay, Linny plans to buy some cooked food. Cooking meat dishes is a bit troublesome, and he also wants to be lazy. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to ask the chef to pack a portion of cooked food, Luo Qinghan grabbed his arm and said, "I don't want to eat cooked food." "Didn't you say anything is fine as long as it's meat?" "Yes, but I want to eat what you cook." Linny looked at Luo Qinghan's calm face and said, "Isn't it all the same? I'm not a chef, why do you have to eat what I cook?" "But I want to eat what you cook yourself, not cooked food." Chapter 24 What happened? "Then what do you want to eat?" "I don't know what to cook right now," Linny said to Luo Qinghan with a helpless smile. He now feels like a butler taking care of a young lady who knows nothing. Luo Qinghan didn't say it because she really didn't know what to eat. She used to eat Western food, and she couldn't even name some of the meat dishes she had eaten in the school cafeteria. Looking at these fresh meats, Luo Qinghan said two words, "Eat chicken." After thinking about it, Linny bought some chicken wings. After returning home, Linny took off his hanfu, hung it on the back of a chair, and went into the kitchen. After a while, Luo Qinghan changed into home clothes and came out of the bedroom. He originally wanted to see how Linny cooked, but when he saw the hanfu hanging on the back of the chair, he changed his purpose. Luo Qinghan reached out and picked up Lin Yi's hanfu. "Why is it hanging there like this? At least fold it." While complaining softly, he also reached out and took the hanfu back to his room, preparing to fold it and hang it up. When folding the innermost lining, Luo Qinghan hesitated. Then he blinked his eyes, glanced at the kitchen secretly, and after making sure that Linny would not come out, he leaned his head against the lining and sniffed. "Ha! Why is there no smell at all?" Luo Qinghan didn't believe it, so he buried his whole head in it and smelled it carefully. Apart from the smell of clothes, there was really nothing. "Why don't boys have any smell?" Luo Qinghan sniffed his arm again, and there was a faint fragrance. If it is the scent of shower gel, then there is no fragrance on his body? Luo Qinghan has always been single and has never been in contact with any other man except Lin Yi. She usually has a faint fragrance on her body, so she naturally thought that Lin Yi also has it. "But I have hugged him twice now, and I have never smelled any fragrance on Lin Yi." Suddenly, a strange thought popped up in Luo Qinghan's mind. If I have more contact with Lin Yi, will my scent remain on his body? So Luo Qinghan had a legitimate reason to contact Lin Yi. Of course, this is how Luo Qinghan convinced himself. Afterwards, Luo Qinghan was alone in the room thinking about how to contact Lin Yi, so much so that he forgot to watch Lin Yi cook. It was not until Lin Yi called her to eat that she came to her senses. Looking at the slightly blackened chicken wings on the table, Luo Qinghan was a little hesitant to eat them. "Why is this so black? Isn't it burnt? Cola chicken wings are just like this, isn't this what you want to eat?" Lin Yi felt like complaining. "Didn't you say you wouldn't be picky? Why are you being picky again? You can cook coke with chicken wings? Is this really edible?" Luo Qinghan mainly felt that the appearance was too ugly. The fried chicken wings she had eaten were all golden yellow, or the Orleans grilled wings were orange. She didn't dare to eat this one that was a bit dark. Lin Yi was too lazy to explain and picked up a piece to eat. "If you don't want to eat it, I still want to eat it." Seeing that Lin Yi had tested the poison, Luo Qinghan also took a piece. She was reluctant because of the appearance, but she took a bite. So delicious. She couldn't stop eating and asked Lin Yi curiously, "Why do you cook so many delicious dishes? Did your mother force you to learn?" "No, don't think I'm that good. This is my first time making cola chicken wings too. I just watched the tutorial on my phone and made it as I was watching." Luo Qinghan pursed his lips slightly, complaining in his heart, "Can't you just pretend? Can you make me happy? By the way, why is there no fried ham?" Luo Qinghan discovered that there was one thing she wanted to eat missing. "We have chicken wings, do you want more? This isn't even a dish, why can't I have it?" Linny explained helplessly, next time, let's leave it at that for tonight. Okay. After spending the whole afternoon shopping with Luo Qinghan, Linny lay comfortably all day on Sunday. In the evening, Linny was preparing to make fried sausage for Luo Qinghan. As he walked out of the room, he almost bumped into Luo Qinghan at the door. This time both of them stopped and did not collide. I have to go out for something tonight, and I won't be eating dinner at home. Please prepare something for yourself. Oh. Linny was a little happy in his heart. Since this was the case, he could just make some dinner to get by. Aren't you going to ask me where I'm going? Luo Qinghan was dissatisfied with Lin Yi's somewhat calm answer, but she didn't show it on her face. Linny frowned slightly. He found that Luo Qinghan was becoming more and more strange, especially since they went to the garden yesterday. Just go along with her, she is a woman after all. So where are you going? Luo Qinghan told her about going out tonight. I just went to a dinner party with some female colleagues from my office. Well, go play. Linny nodded and went back to his room alone. Luo Qinghan felt something was strange about these words. On the surface, it seemed like there was nothing wrong. But why does she feel like a little girl reporting to Linny? Forget it, let's go now. We're going to be late for the dinner. Luo Qinghan planned to think about it carefully when he came back in the evening, so he pushed the door open and went out. After the sound of a door closing, Linny was the only one left in the huge house. At first, Linny felt quite comfortable because he didn't have to prepare dinner carefully. But after a while, he felt empty. But he should be used to being alone. He had lived in a rental house alone for 4 years, so he should be familiar with the feeling of loneliness. Why did he feel empty? The more Linny thought about this feeling, the stronger it became. He actually took out his cell phone involuntarily and opened the chat box with Luo Qinghan. But he didn't know what message to send. After hesitating for a long time, Linny quickly typed a string of messages and sent them. Sister, I'm going back to the dormitory tonight. It's a good opportunity to see how Luo Yi is doing. Luo Qinghan replied almost immediately, okay then. Linny took a cell phone and took a taxi to school, looking for someone to chat with and brag about. As soon as he opened the dormitory door, Linny found that it was surprisingly quiet inside, but the lights were still on. Looking inside, I saw Zhao Gongzi and Li Ming surrounding Luo Yi, whose eyes were red and swollen. Mr. Luo, cheer up a little, what happened? What makes you so emo? Zhao Gongzi shook Luo Yi, too many women? Too much joy leads to sorrow? Roll. Luo Yi roared, pushed Zhao Gongzi away, and also discovered Linny. What's wrong with you? Did Xia Muyu have a heart-to-heart talk with you? Linny guessed that it must be related to Xia Muyu. Luo Yi stood up and walked towards Linny. Linny was so scared that he slowly backed away. What are you going to do? Suddenly, Luo Yi hugged Linny. Godfather. Ha! What happened? Chapter 25. I want to play badly, but it seems I will be dragged down. After some misunderstanding, Luo Yi and Linny left the dormitory. Some things are better not to be known by too many people. We didn't go to the bar this time because we both drank too much last time and didn't feel very good. Linny took Luo Yi to a street with night stalls. Luo Yi has lived in Suzhou University for more than 2 years, but this is the first time he knows there is such a street near the school. There are so many snack stalls here. You usually don't go out at night, and if you do go, you usually go to the hotel. Naturally, you don't know this place. Stall owners only start setting up stalls around 8 p.m. every night. Luo Yi said somewhat embarrassedly, let's not talk about this anymore. A hero never brags about his past achievements. Linny bought a barbecue and handed one to Luo Yi. Try it, the taste is not much worse than those high-end barbecue restaurants. Luo Yi didn't dislike it. Since he hadn't eaten dinner yet, he took a big bite and said, it's really delicious. Linny, I feel like you're very different from the other second-generation officials I've met. Luo Yi said with a chuckle. Linny also laughed and teased himself, indeed, I am a bit pretentious. Other second-generation officials who reach my age probably want to make progress. That's not what I think. I think you're a little too down-to-earth. The two sat down at an open-air spot, surrounded by college students who were out for a stroll at night. While chatting, Luo Yi jokingly asked, Linny, do you think I can pass the civil service exam now? What? You don't want to be a rich boy anymore? Linny asked with a smile. Not anymore. As long as I have enough money, that's all. As for my parents, I'll let them think whatever they want. Whether they have another child or adopt one, it has nothing to do with me. Luo Yi told Lin Yi that Xiaomu Yu came to see him today, and both parties knew all the questions. Lin Yi didn't congratulate Luo Yi immediately, but asked him a more realistic question. You are used to a life of lavish spending. Can you really accept such a huge gap? Luo Yi did not answer immediately and remained silent. He did waste his first 2 years in college. His parents wanted him to go abroad to study finance, but he went against the grain and chose a computer major that he was not interested in. As a result, the relationship with his parents has become even more strained, and he must have completely fallen out with them today. After eating a skewer, Luo Yi smiled and said to Lin Yi, "So I'm planning to take the civil service exam, right? I already call you godfather, so I'll do you a small favor." Holy shit! What do you take me for? Lin Yi's face showed a slight surprise. How can I talk about this kind of thing? I still have to take the exam myself. And don't think that being a civil servant is all that good, that life is just comfortable, but it's not easy either, and the waters are deep. Although Lin Yi complained about his father's dishonesty every day, he knew that this was actually the best way. He had less contact with his colleagues and didn't get involved in their affairs. His position was good enough and he had no plans to get promoted. That's it. Lin Yi is very careful in doing many things, rarely goes out, and turns down all the banquets he can, so in the eyes of most people he seems to be very idle. He had similar plans when he took the civil service exam, to take a fixed salary and not seek promotion, just to enjoy the sense of leisure. Lin Yi continued, "If you want to take the civil service exam, you must have passed the written test, right? How long has it been since you last touched a pen? I'm afraid your handwriting can't even be straight. Besides, civil servants can't afford sports cars. With their normal salary, they probably can't even afford to fill up the tank." After listening to Lin Yi's words, Luo Yi finally understood a little more about the profession of civil servant. The salary is so low? Yes, an ordinary civil servant can ensure that you have enough food and clothing, but you can't be rich and powerful. Of course, it's enough for you and Xiaomu Yu to live a simple life. It depends on your choice. If you really want to take the civil service exam, you should prepare to bury yourself in books for a whole year. Lin Yi told Lian Luoya the truth about the situation and did not offer his own opinion. He told people not to talk about things that were not their own business. Lin Yi hated people who lectured others with the attitude of someone who had experienced it. The conversation between the two fell into silence again. After a while, Luo Yi continued, "Is it difficult to make money now?" Lin Yi was almost broken by this question. If someone dared to ask him this before, he would definitely tell him to try working for a day. "Let me ask the boss for you." Lin Yi looked at the boss who was busy grilling skewers, immersed in the smoke, and ordered another barbecue. Then he asked, "Boss, when do you usually close the stall at night?" "It's probably around 1 in the morning. There won't be many people around at that time." "So you'll set up a stall at night?" "Of course not. I do barbecue in the store during the day, and business is good at night. You college students like to come out to eat. Then you don't have much rest time in a day, you must be very tired." This made the barbecue owner sigh. "There's nothing I can do. The rent in Suzhou is expensive, and I have to support my family. If I don't do this, I won't have any money." Lin Yi didn't ask any more questions. He turned around and said to Luo Yi, "The boss probably closed up his stall and went back to bed at 2 in the morning. He must have woken up around 8 or 9 in the morning to prepare the barbecue skewers for the day. So what's the profit?" Luo Yi, a rich young man, has no idea about these things. "We have 3 large meat skewers for 10 yuan. Just assume the cost is only 3 yuan. How many do you think we need to sell in a day to make a good profit?" This. Luo Yi felt that he would have to use a truck to sell them wholesale. "The main reason I wanted to make money was because Xiaomu Yu's mother was in poor health and had been in the hospital. I still had some money, but Xiaomu Yu firmly refused. I know the reason, because after all, the money belongs to my parents. Although she is usually quiet and doesn't talk much, she is very strong-willed. She knows that my parents look down on her, so she won't spend it." Luo Yi was also a little confused. After losing the title of rich second generation, he was not as good as many ordinary college students. "Do you think it's feasible to start a business and make money now?" This idea suddenly appeared in Luo Yi's mind and quickly took root. "My dad also started out as an ordinary college student, why can't I do the same?" Lin Yi was so frightened when he heard this that he quickly tried to calm him down. "Calm down, your dad's era was a golden age for entrepreneurship. Even a pig could take off if it stood at the right spot. But who knew it was a vent at the time? Wasn't it all just my own judgment? What Luo Yi said made sense, and Linny was silent. It seemed that this was indeed the case. Linny thought for a moment and continued, but what about the capital needed to start a business? I still have some money in my card. If I succeed, I can return it to them. Linny felt that the other party had become possessed, but it was not easy for him to continue to stop him, and Luo Yi seemed to be trying to drag him down with him. You'd better think about this carefully. This is no joke. If you fail, it will be no joke. Yeah, I know. I'll go back and think about it. Linny and Luo Yi left the night stall and prepared to return to school. The two were walking and chatting on the road when a white car suddenly stopped beside them. The window rolled down, and Luo Qinghan's face surprised them both. Linny? It's so late and you haven't returned to the dormitory to sleep yet? Luo Yi? Linny. Chapter 26, being threatened to join the pirate ship. Linny really didn't expect to meet Luo Qinghan here near midnight. We came out for a late night snack and are now ready to go back to bed. Linny explained with a smile, thinking that Luo Qinghan would not say anything else. But he didn't expect the other party to unlock the car door directly. Linny was not an idiot, so he naturally understood what he meant. He turned his head and grinned at Luo Yi. You go back alone. I won't go back to the dormitory tonight. Oh. Luo Yi was so shocked that he was incoherent. After watching Linny get into Luo Qinghan's passenger seat and leave, Luo Yi pinched his face hard. It hurts. I'm not dreaming. Oh my god. Could Lin Yi's mysterious wife really be Luo Qinghan? No, too much has happened in the past 2 days. I have to go back to the dormitory and get some sleep and rest. Lin Yi was brought home by Luo Qinghan. They didn't say a word along the way until they entered the house, when Lin Yi broke the silence. Sister, are you playing so late too? Well, it's an occasional thing. The other teachers are older than me, and they usually have less time. Since I was free tonight, I played with them for a while longer. Linny guessed that these women probably went out to go shopping or watch a movie or something like that. After all, Luo Qinghan didn't smell of cigarettes or alcohol, but still had that faint fragrance. He was about to go back to his room to get clothes and take a shower when Luo Qinghan suddenly stopped him. What do you smell like? Linny was startled by Luo Qinghan's behavior. Nothing? I just ate some skewers. No. You smoked, you smell like cigarettes. Luo Qinghan frowned and stared at Linny with eyes full of anger, not disgust. Linny quickly explained, no, it's unfair. I really didn't smoke. Someone at the next table was smoking and the smell of smoke drifted onto me. Then you don't mind the smoke? Why don't you change seats? Luo Qinghan looked at Linny and knew he wasn't lying, but he was still a little angry. Don't you know that breathing secondhand smoke is more harmful? I know, but we were chatting, so we didn't notice. Linny was really used to the smell of secondhand smoke. To be honest, he really wanted to smoke when he was tired before, but after thinking about it, he held back. It's not that I think smoking is harmful to health. I used to work 996 every day and study at night, so it had nothing to do with health. But he knew that once he became addicted to smoking, he would have to spend a lot of money on cigarettes, so he stopped smoking. Seeing this, Luo Qinghan didn't say anything more. Go wash first. Next time you see smokers, remember to stay away and don't breathe secondhand smoke. Linny took his pajamas and went into the bathroom. When he was halfway through taking off his clothes, he suddenly stopped. No, why should I admit my mistake to her like I did something wrong? We're not in school now, why should I admit my mistake? Linny realized it later and felt that his mind seemed a little confused this weekend, so he quickly took a shower and went to bed. After Linny came out, Luo Qinghan also went to take a shower. After coming out, he looked at the clothes that Linny had changed, curled his lips, and decided to wash them. Why do you have to smell like cigarettes? Wouldn't it be better to stick with me and smell the fragrance? Luo Qinghan complained softly, then washed Lin Yi's clothes and hung them up before going to bed. After all this trouble, Luo Qinghan fell asleep on the bed at around 1 in the morning, and she had classes at 8 in the morning the next day. As expected, Luo Qinghan felt bored and sleepy after working the early shift for the second time. He didn't want to go, but he had to go. Linny was the same as her, but she still woke him up and took him to school in a daze. When Luo Yi saw the two of them entering the classroom together at the same time again, he was sure that what he saw last night was not a dream. Without waiting for him to ask, Linny fell asleep next to him. Today, Luo Qinghan was very unusual and asked the students to review what they had learned before on their own instead of giving a lecture. After getting used to Luo Qinghan's strict classes, study time was also very quiet. Many people actually went to review, while others took the opportunity to take a nap. But what surprised Luo Yi the most was that he saw Luo Qinghan on the podium was also dozing off. Although he was supporting his head and not lying down, he was obviously asleep with his head down and motionless. Looking at Lin Yi standing aside, it was hard for him not to wonder what these two people had done last night. It was not until the break that Luo Qinghan woke up and left the classroom. Luo Yi did not go out this time. He planned to see if Luo Qinghan would bring breakfast to Lin Yi. Sure enough, halfway through the break, Luo Qinghan placed a bowl of boxed pumpkin porridge next to Lin Yi and gently woke him up. But this time she didn't stay long. After seeing Lin Yi wake up, she returned to the podium. Lin Yi's head was still groggy. After seeing the pumpkin porridge, he put in a straw and started drinking. Oh, morning aid is really painful. Luo Yi pushed Lin Yi's arm, and when the other party turned his head, he first looked at Luo Qinghan on the podium in surprise. Then he turned around and whispered to Lin Yi, "You guys are not really? Well, just keep it to yourself, don't spread it around." Lin Yi was too lazy to argue. Luo Yi had already seen so much, and any further explanation would seem hypocritical. Oh my god. You haven't gotten married yet, so you want to marry your instructor? Although Luo Yi already knew it, he was still extremely shocked when he saw Lin Yi admit it himself. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him. Bullshit. I already said it was to deal with both sets of parents. Then why did Luo Qinghan bring you breakfast twice? And she used to arrive in the classroom early, but now she arrives at 8 a.m. just as early as you. Lin Yi didn't know how to explain it. These things did seem a bit like what lovers do. Luo Yi felt that this was something Lin Yi couldn't argue with, so he implicitly admitted it. So he asked Lin Yi about his previous guess. When you were at home, were you always being disciplined by Luo Qinghan? Lin Yi cursed speechlessly. Is there something wrong with your brain? I'm just asking casually. It's okay if you don't tell me. Instead of worrying about these useless things, have you figured out what happened last night? Lin Yi reminded Luo Yi while drinking pumpkin porridge. I haven't thought it through yet. I need to learn more and do more research. Lin Yi took a quick look and found that Luo Yi really brought a laptop to class today, and the screen was indeed full of market research reports. It seems that you have decided to do it on your own. Then keep going. I am rooting for you. No, I need the help of you, the mysterious genius. Luo Yi didn't beat around the bush and directly stated that he wanted to drag Lin Yi into the water. I refuse. Do you think you can make a fortune just by shouting about starting a business? I wonder how many people have died along the way. Lin Yi didn't want to do it, he still wanted to live a comfortable life. You don't need to take any risks, and you don't need to pay any money. Then I won't do it either. Don't worry, as long as you get on my pirate ship, get on my ship, I promise not to mention anything about you and Luo Qinghan again. Lin Yi felt threatened. Chapter 27. It's not good in the office. Are you threatening me? Lin Yi stared at Luo Yi, and his eyes began to show murderous intent. The other party was not panicked, but continued to say with a smile, I'm not, I just feel that I can't accomplish anything big on my own. If you don't join, I can't do it either. I can only continue to be a playboy. I'm afraid that I'll be too idle and accidentally let it slip. You kid. Lin Yi was so angry that the corners of his mouth twitched twice. He couldn't help but sigh that he was worthy of being the son of an old business fox. This temperament of a profiteer was buried in his bones. But Lin Yi still didn't dare. This thing was too dangerous. Why do you have to pull me in? I'm just a salted fish who lies down and eats and sleeps all day. The other two activists you found in the dormitory are much better than me. No, they can't. No college student can compare to you. You're not some worthless person. What you told me last night about the barbecue stall owner didn't sound like something a worthless person would say. Last night's conversation made Luo Yi feel that Lin Yi was not simple at all. Just as Lin Yi thought, out of instinct, he felt that Lin Yi was the person who could help him succeed. At this moment, Lin Yi was already regretting saying so much to Luo Yi last night. It's so annoying. I should have just let him do what he wanted. Isn't it better to just lie down and start a crappy business? You should wait until you have thought it through and have a clear direction before telling me. I don't have a keen business sense, so I don't know what's the best thing to do right now. Lin Yi began to use the method of procrastination. He felt that Luo Yi would naturally give up in a few days. The class continued and Lin Yi continued to sleep, while Luo Qinghan was already awake and started teaching. He selectively ignored the sleeping Lin Yi, and he would just pat others gently to wake them up. When the get out of class was over at noon, Lin Yi was about to go directly to the school cafeteria to eat, but was stopped by Luo Qinghan on his way out. Except for Luo Yi, no one found it strange. After all, last semester, Lin Yi, the king of truancy, was called by Luo Qinghan many times. Lin Yi didn't know why Luo Qinghan called him, so he turned back in confusion. Come back to the office with me first. The cafeteria is packed and the line will be long. Oh. Lin Yi didn't care. It was a good opportunity to get rid of Luo Yi and make him give up the idea of helping him as soon as possible. Following Luo Qinghan to this familiar office, the other teachers were not there. Luo Qinghan put everything on the table and said to Lin Yi, "You have a makeup exam this Wednesday. Have you almost forgotten the answers?" "Huh? Why is the makeup exam scheduled for this Wednesday again?" Last time, Lin Yi learned from Luo Qinghan that the makeup exam would be held last week, but he had not received any notification from the school, so he forgot about it. As a result, Luo Qinghan brought it up again this week. The school's makeup exam notice has arrived. The makeup exam for the subject you failed will be held this Wednesday afternoon. To prevent Lin Yi from not believing him, Luo Qinghan showed Lin Yi the school's makeup exam notice on the computer. "You students should know tonight." "Then why did you lie to me and tell me that I would have a makeup exam last week? I even reviewed the answers again," Lin Yi said with some complaints. "I misread the date and thought it was last week." Lin Yi had nothing to say, his reasons were very convincing and flawless. Luo Qinghan continued, "Don't play games these 2 nights. Go back to my study and prepare for the makeup exam." "You called me to your office just for this?" Lin Yi was very confused. "Couldn't this be said on the phone? I want you to go to dinner with me. It's too boring to eat alone. There's no one to chat with." Luo Qinghan sat on the chair and looked at Lin Yi and answered. This overly straightforward answer made Lin Yi a little at a loss. It turned out that sincerity was the real killer. Since there was no one around now, Luo Qinghan extended his hand to ask Lin Yi to come closer. "Come closer? What? Just come here, I won't eat you." Under urging, Lin Yi moved closer, and Luo Qinghan suddenly stretched out his arms and pulled him into his arms. In an instant, Lin Yi felt his body surrounded by that familiar, fragrant and soft feeling, as if he had fallen into a land of tenderness. Luo Qinghan sniffed Lin Yi's body and said, "There is indeed no smell of smoke." Lin Yi realized that he was still in the office and quickly broke free from Luo Qinghan's arms. "I took a shower last night, of course there is no smell of cigarettes." "And?" Lin Yi paused with a red face. "And what?" Lin Yi lowered his voice and said, "Teacher, this is an office. What you just did is not okay, right? There's no one here, what are you afraid of? I'm just trying to smell you to see if you smell anything. It's not the first time I've hugged you, so why are you resisting so much?" Luo Qinghan stood up and took 2 steps towards Lin Yi as he spoke. The latter was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. "This is really not a good place." "Who said I want to hug you? Can I touch your head? Your hair is still messy." That's right, Luo Qinghan wanted to touch Lin Yi's head again. She felt that as long as she touched it, Lin Yi would behave well for a while. But this time Lin Yi refused to let him. He quickly fixed his hair, continued to retreat, and said to Luo Qinghan, "Why don't we go eat? There shouldn't be many people here now." Luo Qinghan pouted, feeling somewhat dissatisfied and disappointed, and replied in a rather unpleasant tone, "Oh." Only after walking out of the office did Lin Yi breathe a sigh of relief. But he also felt strange. He was clearly not afraid of Luo Qinghan at all before, so why was he becoming more and more afraid of her now? I asked myself last night why I was afraid of her, but when I saw her today, I was so nervous again. After coming outside, Luo Qinghan asked Lin Yi which cafeteria he was going to. "I think they're all pretty much the same. There are 5 cafeterias in Suzhou University," and Lin Yi didn't have any idea what to do for a moment. "Don't you think which cafeteria has better food? They're all pretty unpalatable." Lin Yi said this from the bottom of his heart. He had long wanted to complain about the school cafeteria being flashy, expensive, and unpalatable. "I think so too. It's not tasty. Especially the noodles sold in the cafeteria, they are not as delicious as yours." Luo Qinghan suddenly looked at Lin Yi excitedly. "How about we go home? We don't have classes in the afternoon anyway? Can you make lunch? It's already past 12 o'clock. How long will it take to finish it if we go back? Linny was stunned. Didn't he just say he was hungry? Why was he willing to wait so long now? Luo Qinghan thought about it and realized that he would have to wait too long, then we can just go there at noon. The two went to the nearest cafeteria and ordered a fast food meal each. Luo Qinghan ate very slowly because it was really not tasty. She wanted to eat what Lin Yi made. Suddenly, she said to Lin Yi, who was sitting across from her, "How about I sign you in for classes on Mondays? You can make lunch at home?" Ugh! Lin Yi almost choked to death on the rice. Chapter 28: A Strange Feeling. That's alright. Lin Yi choked and had not yet fully recovered from his shock. I'm cooking at home, and Luo Qinghan goes to work? This seems strange no matter how you think about it, right? Why does Lin Yi feel like he is being led by Luo Qinghan? Isn't this a bit wrong? Teacher, didn't you hate me skipping classes before? Why don't you just let me go now? Luo Qinghan continued eating and said calmly, "You came to my classroom just to sleep and lead other students astray." What do you mean I'm leading other students astray? What does it have to do with me? Then you won't mark me as absent? Lin Yi thought about it and felt that not attending classes would be good for him. This way, he could sleep until almost 10 o'clock every morning and only need to cook one meal. I usually sign you in, but if the dean comes to check, you still have to come to class. Luo Qinghan spoke in a calm tone, as if it was no big deal. But this made Lin Yi a little panicked, and he quickly raised his head to see if anyone was looking at him. After confirming that no one heard, Lin Yi whispered to Luo Qinghan, "Why don't you keep your voice down a bit? It wouldn't be good if others heard you covering up for me skipping class." Luo Qinghan still had an indifferent attitude. Isn't it that no one heard it? Lin Yi had nothing to say. Forget it, it had nothing to do with him anyway. Luo Qinghan continued, "So what if you get caught? You didn't skip classes. You're my husband. Can't I tutor you at home?" Lin Yi was so scared that he quickly raised his head and looked around. He was really panicked. If their relationship got out, his peaceful life would be over. Some single freshmen went crazy when they learned that Luo Qinghan was a 26-year-old professor. If Luo Qinghan hadn't banned others from taking classes for free, it is estimated that all the boys in the medical school would have squeezed out time to take classes for free. If these people knew that this cold and majestic professor was already their wife, they would definitely put him at the top of the wanted list. That's right. Luo Qinghan continued, "I have other classes this afternoon. Do you want to go home first? I'll give you the car keys." Then, Luo Qinghan took out her white car keys and gave them to Lin Yi. "Then how do you get home in the evening? Come and pick me up. Then I'll wait for you in the dormitory." Luo Qinghan took the key back. "Then I'll come and call you tonight, don't drag your feet." "Okay, I understand." After coming out of the cafeteria, the two separated. When they returned to the dormitory, the other three were also there. "Are you two really planning to start a business?" Li Ming asked the two in surprise. "I didn't agree. Luo Yi himself hasn't figured it out yet." Lin Yi explained it clearly to Li Ming. The other party also thought that Lin Yi was more rational. "Yeah, why bother starting a business? Isn't it better for you two to live a comfortable life lying down? I saw something online that said a wealthy father isn't worried about his son being idle, but he's afraid he might become desperate and start his own business." Before Li Ming could finish his words, Lin Yi kicked him and whispered to him, "Do you think Luo Yi will suddenly go crazy and start a business? How can you persuade others in the same way?" Being reminded of this, Li Ming remembered Luo Yi's abnormal condition yesterday. "Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. But I think you better calm down." Li Ming offered a different approach. Every year, college students start businesses, but most of them are heavily in debt. How many of them succeed in defying fate and changing their destiny? Talk to Luo Yi about this, don't tell me. I understand this. He is Mr. Luo now. If he succeeds, he will be Mr. Luo in the future. If he fails, he will be Mr. Luo. If there was a cheat, some super rich system, Lin Yi would definitely follow Luo Yi without saying a word, but the problem was that there was no such thing. Luo Yi, who had been silent the whole time, said, "You can't just work for the rest of your life, right? Don't you think such a life would be hopeless? It's a pity that most people are like this." Lin Yi sighed and said this while lying in the chair. All roads lead to Rome, but some people are born in Rome. But Luo Ye's next words made Linny hesitate for a moment. But don't we have the capital now? We don't need to take out a loan, and we don't have to worry about getting into debt. Why not give it a try? If we fail, we can just consider working later. He had fallen out with his parents, but they hadn't gone so far as to take back all the money they had given to Luo Yi. But I won't give you money later. Since you've made up your mind, you should at least have a direction and ideas. Don't tell me you want to make a game. You're as bad as me. I guess even someone who can type hello world will need to watch a tutorial. Of course not. Luo Yi turned around and began to talk to Linny seriously. The other party asked him this because he had agreed to work with him. The gaming industry has become so inward-looking, I wouldn't want to get in and get into trouble. But many industries are in a downturn right now, and there aren't any good emerging industries. There's nothing you can do about it. That's just how society is. You don't have many channels for information. By the time you discover a new industry that can make a lot of money, some people have already made a lot of money in it. To survive in this world, you need to rely on your strength and background. It's useless to just shout slogans. So I'm asking you, with your identity, can't you get some of the latest market trends? Luo Yi threw the question to Lin Yi. He knew that Lin Yi's father was a very secretive person and was quite extraordinary. What are you thinking? My cheap dad is not from the Market Administration Bureau. Lin Yitsai was unwilling to trouble his father to go to the director of the Municipal Administration Bureau to obtain this information. This would be equivalent to Lin Yi owing the other party a favor. If the other party asked for help in the future, it would be difficult for Lin Yi to refuse. If he is not careful, this will become the fuse that drags Lin Yi into the water. There is no way Lin Yi will go to his father for such a thing. The position is too high, and there are always people who are jealous. Luo Yi didn't force it, but asked Lin Yi something else. What about your mother? I don't think I've ever heard you mention her. She? Lin Yi then remembered that his mother was always very busy and sometimes would take his father away. Thinking carefully, he found that the person he was looking for seemed to be his mother. It seems like she is from the Municipal Administration Bureau. The three people in the dormitory looked at Lin Yi with puzzled and surprised eyes. I've seen people who don't get along with their parents, but this is the first time I've seen someone who is not familiar with his parents. My mother is busy with her own things every day. Why should I care about her? Lin Yi retorted speechlessly. Luo Yi didn't waste any more time and said to Lin Yi directly, then let's go see your mother? Now that we've made up our minds, let's go. We can't waste time like we did before. After these few days, Lin Yi wanted to find something to do so that he would have a reason to reject Luo Qinghan. For some reason, he was a little afraid of this woman. But he would think of her from time to time. It was a strange feeling, and he needed to find something to distract himself. Chapter 29, Overwhelming Wealth. Sorry, I was really too busy with a lot of work after the May Day holiday. I have resumed updating and I will make up for what I owed when I have time. Lin Yi followed Luo Yi to the parking lot and was surprised to find that Luo Yi had actually walked to a brand new car this time. The red cloth strips on the car door handles are still there, probably bought just these 2 days. Judging from the appearance, it is an ordinary family car that costs just over 200,000 yuan. Although it is not cheap, it is nothing compared to the convertible that Luo Yi drove before. The whole car is probably smaller than a tire of the previous sports car. Lin Yi stretched his neck and looked around the parking lot, but he really couldn't find the gray sports car. After getting in the car, Lin Yi asked Luo Yi, "Where is your sports car?" "Ready to sell. I saw it here last Friday? And it sold so quickly? Did you get ripped off?" Lin Yi knew that used cars were not easy to sell, let alone that this was an expensive sports car. "No, I took it to a car wash and had them thoroughly clean and refurbish it. It's currently listed online, waiting for a buyer," Luo Yi explained while driving. "After you sell it, are you planning to drive this car?" "As long as the car can be used for transportation and is comfortable to sit in, that's enough. It would be even better to convert that sports car into cash." Lin Yi chuckled and said nothing more. It was obvious that Luo Yi was very determined. Drive to the gate of Suching Municipal Management Bureau, where no outside vehicles are allowed to enter. Lin Yi brought Luo Yi to the main gate. When the security guard saw the two young men coming, he sternly drove them away. "No outsiders are allowed in here. I'm here to see Director Su. Do you have an appointment?" Director Su is quite busy in there. The security guard was a little impatient. Seeing this, Linny stopped pretending and spoke to him in a nice tone, saying, "If you don't listen, then I won't pretend anymore." "No, I came to see my mother." "Looking for your mother?" The security guard didn't react for a moment and sounded confused. Luo Yi couldn't stand it any longer and yelled back at the old man, "No. How can you, an old man, curse at me?" "Why did I curse at him?" "He said to come find him." "Wait a minute, who are you looking for?" The old security guard sat up straight away, his eyes widening considerably. "I'm looking for my own mother, Suya, did you hear that?" Linny frowned, the impatient look on the security guard's face now shifted to his, "Do you want me to call my mom?" No, my eyes are blurry and I didn't recognize Master Lin." The old security guard quickly apologized and opened the door for the two people. "Don't call me master, I have a name." Linny rolled his eyes at him and went in with Luo Yi. After walking for a while, Luo Yi teased Linny and said, "I suddenly feel that your identity is quite cool. It's a bit like the young master in those ancient costume dramas." "Don't talk nonsense. I never bring up my parents' identities to show off." It was that old security guard who was blind and used chicken feathers as a token. I spoke to him in a gentle tone, but he still looked down on me. Linny doesn't like publicity, but that doesn't mean he's a punching bag. It's a bit of a shame for this snobbish old man to stay here as a security guard. If the boss from above suddenly comes down for an incognito visit one day, my mother will probably be tricked by him. I have to talk to my mother about this later. He can pack his bags and leave. Ha ha ha, indeed. Luo Yi admired Lin Yi more and more. From the moment he arrived at the door until now, he was imposing but not arrogant. After entering the market administration building, Lin Yi went up to the third floor and knocked gently on the door of his mother Suya's office. "Come in." Suya's voice came from inside. Lin Yi opened the door and walked in with Luo Yi. Suya was wearing glasses and was very surprised when she saw Lin Yi come in. She stopped what she was doing and said, "Xiaoyi, aren't you at school? Why are you here?" "I came to ask Director Su for a favor, but I didn't bring any gifts." "I hope Director Su doesn't mind," Lin Yi said to Suya jokingly. Suya smiled and rolled her eyes at Lin Yi. "Talk nicely, how can you talk to your mother like that?" Lin Yi walked to Suya's side with a smile. "I'm just following the rules. I have to call my position when I'm working." Luo Yi followed Lin Yi without saying a word. Although he had met many business tycoons, this was the first time he faced a director within the system, and he was a little nervous. Suya in front of him had a smile on her face. She was approaching 50 years old, which had many wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, making her look kind yet dignified. "Don't beat around the bush. I have things to do." "Why are you looking for me?" Suya continued to busy herself with her own things. She knew that Lin Yi would not come to see her if he was fine. "I'd like to ask which emerging industries would have better development prospects if I were to start a business now." After Lin Yi finished speaking, Suya raised her head again, took off her reading glasses, first looked at Lin Yi, then looked at Luo Yi beside her. "Who bewitched the two of you? Or did you take the wrong medicine today?" Even Suya was a little nervous when she heard about starting a business. Every year, those who start a business either lose everything or end up on the rooftop. Lin Yi continued, "Tell me first if there are any promising industries right now. We don't necessarily need to start a business. If there's a good opportunity, we'll try it." After hearing this, Suya did not answer Lin Yi. Instead, she looked at Luo Yi and asked, "Does your father Luo Tian agree to let you venture out?" "No, it's my own idea," Luo Yi answered calmly. Suya saw the determination and perseverance on his face, and said nothing more. Instead, she turned on the computer screen where she was working to check the status of various industries and explained to the two of them, now is not a good time to start a business. More than a decade ago, the real estate industry was booming, but now it's been declining, and industries related to education are not doing well either. Lin Yi and Luo Yi looked at the green screen, and most industries were going downhill. Several industries that are still developing are also in the field of internet information, namely game entertainment and film and television industries, which are basically saturated, and it is difficult for them to get a share of the pie. Suya gave them a rough analysis of the current situation, and Luo Yi felt a little disappointed. "I didn't expect that my entrepreneurial journey would end before it even began." Just when Lin Yi and he were about to give up, Suya gave them a glimmer of hope. "There is indeed a trend now, but the investment cost is relatively high and the payback period is relatively long, so it is easy to fail." "What?" Suya showed them an emerging industry. New energy vehicles powered by electricity have already appeared abroad. With oil prices rising, this industry has great prospects for development. The problem is that the cost of manufacturing is very high. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. He knew this thing. Before he traveled through time, new energy vehicles were everywhere on Earth, but now there was not a single one here. Isn't the boundless wealth right before your eyes? If you choose this direction, you need to find a car company to cooperate with. You can't do it alone. Luo Yi was a little hesitant. The cost of building a car alone was very high, not to mention that it required research and development from scratch. The cost was estimated to be in the billions. Lin Yi said without hesitation, "This is it. The second chapter will be updated later. Please give me some praise and votes. I will definitely make up for what I owe you. Chapter 30, take it and use it. If it's not enough, ask me for more." Suya glanced at Lin Yi and said, "Don't think you can do anything. How can you, a software student, understand cars? I haven't seen anyone in real estate who understands civil engineering." Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "I don't understand, but there are plenty of people who do. I can just hire them." Suya did not pour cold water on Lin Yi again. It was good for young people to be energetic and active, but he still reminded Lin Yi, if a bad trend appears, you must stop the loss in time and don't get deeper and deeper into trouble. "I know. Just keep busy. We won't bother you anymore." Lin Yi signaled Luo Yi that it was time to leave. "Just tell me if you need help from me and your father. Try not to bother you two old men." Lin Yi waved and left the office with Luo Yi. Before closing the door, Lin Yi thought of the old security guard at the gate. Then he turned around and said to Suya, "Mom, the security guard at the door can be replaced. That old man is a bit snobbish and may cause trouble for you." "Is there?" Suya had never noticed these little things, but thinking that Lin Yi rarely commented on others, the security guard at the door must have made him feel that there was some major flaw. "I know, I will pay attention to it." The two left the Municipal Administration Bureau. On the way back, Luo Yi asked Lin Yi, "Have you really decided? This cost investment is a bit too high." You have to know that Luo Yi had almost used all the 36 strategies in Sun Tzu's Art of War in order to drag Lin Yi into the water. In the end, Lin Yi only agreed to accompany him to ask, and did not agree directly. "Now that I know about the direction of new energy vehicles, I agreed immediately and decisively." "What do you mean I agree? You're the one paying, so it's your decision whether to agree or not. Didn't you insist on starting a business? Why are you backing out so soon?" Lin Yi threw a piece of gum into his mouth and lay in the passenger seat, still looking casual. "No, it's just that I don't know much about this field. I don't even know where to start." Luo Yi really knew nothing about new energy and was a little confused, not knowing what to do first. "You can figure this out slowly on your own. As for how to get started, I'll think about it over the next few days." Lin Yi didn't expect that Luo Yi, this noble young man, could provide any great help at the beginning. He only needed to provide the funds and he would take care of the rest himself. It's nothing more than carrying water in a bamboo basket. Of course, this possibility is not high. Even a pig can take off if it stands in the right place. Now this is the right place. By the way, how much money do you have? I still have 5 million on my card for living expenses, and that supercar can probably be sold for over 2 million, so I have 7 million in working capital. Of course, if that's still not enough, I can take out a loan. My credit card limit is quite high. Luo Yi spoke very casually, and seemed to think that these were just small amounts of money. Lin Yi was also shocked after hearing this, and his teeth almost bit his tongue while chewing gum. Although he was mentally prepared, he almost thought he had misheard when he heard the 5 million living expenses. He originally thought that Luo Yi had at most 200,000 or 300,000 on him, but the fact proved that poverty limited his imagination. Didn't he have a falling out with his parents? Why did he still need so much living expenses? Are rich people really so simple and unpretentious? Don't take out a loan. It's easy to get into trouble. 9 million is enough, and you won't need that much to get started. If you can't make ends meet, just give up. Okay. Lin Yi and Luo Yi returned to school and walked towards the dormitory while chatting. Only then did Luo Yi realize that Lin Yi actually knew about mechanical and electrical knowledge. How do you know about electromechanical knowledge? Have you ever changed your major? Don't worry about that. Anyway, my level in this area is pretty good. I can get a job in a big company. Lin Yi's actual major in college was mechanical and electrical engineering, and he also had 2 years of work experience in a large company. He just couldn't stand the 996 work system, so he later wanted to take the civil service exam. When the two of them passed the corner of a teaching building, a cold and royal sister's voice called Lin Yi's name. They turned their heads together and saw Luo Qinghan standing at the exit of the teaching building, looking at Lin Yi with a shoulder bag on his back. Then I'll go back first. Don't worry, I promise I'll keep this matter to myself. Luo Yi raised an eyebrow at Lin Yi and left with a smile on his face. Lin Yi curled his lips in frustration, walked towards Luo Qinghan, smiled and asked her, "Teacher, are we finishing get out of class now?" Lin Yi now no longer has the carefree and relaxed look he had just now, and looks a bit like a shy little boy. Lin Yi is now afraid of two people, one is his mother Suya, and the other is Luo Qinghan. Moreover, Lin Yi seemed to be more afraid of Luo Qinghan. He himself didn't know why, but he was just afraid. "Well, I just came out of the office and was about to send you a message when I saw you guys coming from your spot in the parking lot." Luo Qinghan took a step forward, turned around and said to Lin Yi, "Let's go back first, I'm a little hungry." Lin Yi followed and got into Luo Qinghan's car not long after getting out of Luo Yi's car. On the way back, Luo Qinghan asked Lin Yi, "Did you go out to play just now?" "No, I went to my mother's." "What are you doing at the Market Administration Bureau?" Luo Qinghan was a little curious. In her eyes, Lin Yi was still a relatively casual boy, and she couldn't imagine what he was doing there. "I asked a few questions." Lin Yi told Luo Qinghan the whole story, hiding nothing. "This is a really good direction. I've driven electric cars abroad before. They start quickly, are quiet, and are really comfortable. But you should be the first ones in China who want to do this. Everything is difficult at the beginning." Luo Qinghan did not come up and persuade Lin Yi to give up like most people did. "That's for sure, but I'm free anyway, so I might as well find something to do. It can also be considered as helping this guy Luo Yi. If I fail, I fail." Lin Yi spoke calmly, agreeing to Luo Ye's request more because he felt that since he had already helped him and Xiaomu Yu resolve their misunderstandings, he should stick to the principle of helping others to the end. Well, one step at a time. After Luo Qinghan finished speaking, he stopped the car and waited for the traffic light. He took off the bag hanging on the seat, took out a black bank card from it and handed it to Lin Yi. "Use the money on this card. If it's not enough, tell me." Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Chapter 31 Can't Reject. Looking at the bank card that Luo Qinghan gave him, Lin Yi was completely stunned. "You're giving me the card now? Aren't you worried that I'm lying about it and using it to eat, drink, gamble, or have sex? Here. I still need to drive." The green light came on. Luo Qinghan directly put the bank card on Lin Yi's thigh and continued driving. After the car started, Lin Yi came to his senses. "Sister." "No." Lin Yi subconsciously called out only one word and quickly changed his words. "Sister, how much money is in this card?" It should be around 2 or 3 million, I can't remember exactly. I'll check online banking when I get home." "No, you don't even know how much money is in your bank card?" Lin Yi felt that this was a bit outrageous, making these 2 or 3 million seem like a small amount of money. "I used this card when I was in college. My dad put living expenses on it, and I also made some money from writing code part-time, which I also put on this card. The bills are too many and too scattered, and I use another card for my salary now, so I don't know how much money is on this card." This. Lin Yi didn't know for a moment whether the living expenses given by Luo Qinghan's father were too much, or Luo Qinghan's programming skills were too strong and he earned too much. By the way, he doesn't seem to know who his father-in-law is. Lin Yi wanted to ask, but stopped talking after thinking about it. Judging from the current situation, Luo Qinghan's father was definitely a business tycoon. Although he didn't know what such a wealthy family was like, there were many rumors about these wealthy families on the internet. Although most of them are rumors without evidence, they are certainly not all groundless. Sometimes the truth is much more outrageous than the rumors. And he had never seen Luo Qinghan contact any family members in the past few days. Adhering to the principle of minding one's own business and not getting into trouble, Lin Yi decided not to ask. At least he didn't ask Luo Qinghan, but asked his cheap father. After returning home, Luo Qinghan went to take a shower. She was a bit of a homebody, and since she wasn't going out at night, she took a shower to make her body feel comfortable. While cooking, Lin Yi put on his headphones and called Lin Yi, "Dad," who is Luo Qinghan's father. "Why have I never heard you mention him?" Why are you asking that? Lin Yi was puzzled at first, then continued, your father-in-law is Luo Hongya, the CEO of Titan. Oh. The old man who sells graphics cards, right? When Lin Yi heard the company name, he immediately knew who it was, but he never expected that his father-in-law was so rich. I guess only those guys selling oil in the Middle East with bandages on their heads can compare to them. Yes, that's him. But Titan doesn't just sell graphics cards, they're involved in other fields as well. What's up? Are you planning to meet the parents? I don't have that idea. I just want to ask how you managed to trick such a rich girl into coming to me for a blind date. To be honest, it is outrageous that Luo Qinghan, with his status, would come for a blind date. What do you mean I'm lying? The other party volunteered, okay? Lao Deng. You finally admitted that you sold me to this rich girl, didn't you? Ha ha ha. I let it slip. Lin Yi stopped pretending, but I really didn't sell it, and I didn't take any benefits. It was Luo Qinghan who asked me if you were married. And you gave me to her? Isn't it good? Rich woman. Don't you want to give up? This is delivered to your door. Lin Yi now looks like an old and frivolous person. Seriously, I'm still curious why Luo Qinghan came here for a blind date. Although there are more women than men in this world, Luo Qinghan's status and appearance mean that the people pursuing her can at least line up from Sioux City to Beijing. If you want to know, then tell me. Lin Yi returned to his working state. You should know that Luo Hongya is no longer a Xia national. He immigrated overseas. Now he holds a high position and runs such a large giant company. In wealthy families like theirs, men are actually favored over women. Why? After all, Lin Yi has little exposure to this level, so he really can't understand it. After all, this is a bad habit. Think about it, would Luo Hongya be confident in handing over such a large business empire to a girl? Whether from the perspective of social development or biology, women are more emotional, with very few exceptions. Really? Lin Yi also agreed with this view. The CEOs of the Fortune 500 companies are almost all men. The few women who exist are all strong women who have worked hard to build their own companies, and future successors are generally handed over to men. The strong woman herself doesn't believe that other women can be like her. Lin Yi continued, Luo Qinghan is Luo Hongya's eldest daughter. She has a younger sister and a younger brother, but Luo Hongya devoted all his energy to his sons. Luo Qinghan was strong-willed and unwilling to accept defeat, so she immersed herself in studying to prove herself. But why she returned to China at the end of last year and chose to become a university professor, I don't know. She didn't tell you why? She said she just wanted to find a stable job. Do you believe her? Lin Yi was a little speechless. I would rather believe that you will be promoted to vice ministerial level tomorrow. Ah, don't curse me, kid. I don't want a promotion. But you haven't told me why the other party is going on a blind date. Isn't it normal for a 26-year-old woman to want to find a husband? She had been going on blind dates on her own but couldn't find anyone suitable. One time, she came to the education department to do some work, and I was bored and asked her if she was married. Then you know what happened. After hearing this, Lin Yi was both angry and wanted to laugh. Old dang. Is there anyone who would cheat his son like you? What are you talking about? Luo Qinghan suddenly appeared next to Lin Yi, scaring him so much that he almost dropped his spatula. Nothing. Lin Yi wanted to hang up the phone, but Lin Yi had already hung up. Selling sons is really fast. Why don't you make any noise when you walk? Of course, my bare feet make no sound. Lin Yi looked down and saw the pair of rosy white feet standing on the ground. It really looks good. Please wait a moment, I will prepare dinner soon. Lin Yi continued to cook, but Luo Qinghan did not leave. Instead, he took out the sausage from the drawer. When are you going to make the sausage? You've been putting it off for ages. There are grilled sausages available everywhere, why do you have to make them by me? Then I'll do it later. Lin Yi would immediately refuse others if they didn't want to do something, but he had no intention of refusing Luo Qinghan. How strange. Didn't we agree that we would just make do with it? I've been really busy at work lately, working overtime all the time, and haven't had time to update. To be honest, I really regret stopping updating. I'm a newbie and I don't know anything about writing for the first time. Later, I asked the editor and found out that stopping updating will cut off traffic, and even if I resume updating, I may not get recommendations. I finally stopped working overtime yesterday, so I've been hesitant about whether to continue updating. Is writing just to make some extra money? I'm past the age of writing for love. If no one reads, I wouldn't have any concerns, but seeing that people give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets every day, I'm very hesitant. Just a few words of emotion. Thank you for your continued support. I will update when I have time. Chapter 32. I'm afraid. Why is this fried? Luo Qinghan looked at the fried sausages and his anticipation was greatly diminished. Didn't I tell you? We don't have an oven at home, so we have to fry it. Linny answered casually, picked up a string and prepared to go back to his room. But it's too oily and bad for the skin. Grilled sausage is better. Luo Qinghan pays great attention to skin care. She never ate greasy or spicy food before she was with Linny. Linny stopped, turned his head, raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo Qinghan speechlessly. How come this rich girl has no common sense? Who told you there's less fat in grilled sausages? I fried this myself and drained the fat after taking it out. If you buy a sausage sold in stores and wipe the surface with a napkin, it's all grease. Is that so? Linny continued walking towards the room while biting the skewers. He had been running with Luo Yi all day and had hardly rested, which went against his goal of giving up. Even if he agreed to make money with Luo Yi, he would not do errands. He was the one who planned everything. To put it bluntly, it's just laziness. Why stand when you can lie down? Unless you are born a cow or a horse. Just as Linny opened his door and was about to go in, Luo Qinghan called him again. Why are you back to your room? I've already finished my shower. Why don't you go back to your room? The makeup exam is coming up soon, and you promised me you'd go to the study to memorize the answers. Oh, I know. Linny walked towards the study, but was stopped again. Go to the study after you finish eating. You are not allowed to eat in the study. Linny stopped, closed his eyes, and twitched his eyebrows. Why are there so many things? Wouldn't it be better if I didn't leave the garbage in the study? Forget it, she is a bit of a germaphobe, so I'll just listen to her. Linny now understands why some couples are very affectionate before living together, but have all kinds of conflicts when living together. However, this is also normal. The two parties grew up in different families and there must be differences in habits. It depends on whether both parties can make changes or tolerate for each other. Linny had already memorized it once, and after looking at the answer once or twice, his memory was restored. Luo Qinghan didn't work today. He watched TV series with headphones on and then looked at Linny. To be precise, he was always looking at Linny, and occasionally watching TV series, but Linny didn't notice. Every time Linny realized he was being stared at, he would look up and find Luo Qinghan looking at the computer again, so much so that he began to wonder if he was a little neurotic. By the way, how do your university professors handle our final exams? Linny asked Luo Qinghan. He really couldn't concentrate on it, and he felt that Luo Qinghan was quite nice to him, so he shouldn't dislike him. Couldn't Luo Qinghan just let him pass the makeup exam? Luo Qinghan knew what Linny meant by asking this question, so he did not answer immediately. Instead, he pulled up his absenteeism record from last semester. While showing it to Linny, he said to him, school regulations state that if a student takes leave and misses more than a quarter of a course, their regular score will be cancelled. If they miss more than a third of a course, they will not be eligible for the final exam and will be marked as failed. Did you take all 10 of my classes last semester? Well. Linny was speechless for a moment. You can't blame me entirely for this. All your classes start at 8 a.m. Which serious college student would go to class at 8 a.m.? Wouldn't it be nice to sleep in? Luo Qinghan turned off the school system and looked at Linny with contempt in his eyes, as if saying, how dare you ask me? I've already signed up for a lot of your classes, barely enough to get you past 2/3 attendance. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be eligible for a makeup exam. I don't have the final say on the makeup exams. I wrote the papers, but another teacher graded them. I can be a little lenient with her, but if you write everything in a mess, it'll be hard for her to pass you. Okay, I understand. Linny responded helplessly, it's so annoying. At this time, it suddenly started to rain heavily outside, and the sound of the rain could be heard through the window inside the house. Luo Qinghan turned off the computer and said to Linny, I'm a little sleepy, let's go to bed. Okay. This was the sentence Linny had been waiting for. Finally, he could lie on the bed and play for a while. No. How come I become like a primary school student, playing games and having to wait until she goes to bed? Linny couldn't laugh anymore. He suddenly felt like a little kid who had to get Luo Qinghan's permission to play a game. Forget it, after the makeup exam is over, she can do her thing and I can have mine. She will have no reason to care about me. Lin Yi took his cell phone and left the study first. Luo Qinghan then turned off the light in the study and walked out. The room fell into a brief darkness. Since everyone went back to their rooms, they didn't turn on the lights in the living room. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed across the sky outside, followed by a loud thunder. The sound was so loud that Lin Yi was startled, but his body soon began to heat up. Luo Qinghan, who was wearing a nightgown, hugged him tightly from behind. Lin Yi could even feel two soft buns of flesh against his back. The last time he came back drunk, Luo Qinghan didn't hug him so tightly, not to mention that Lin Yi is sober now. After a moment, Luo Qinghan let go of Lin Yi, and both of them remained silent. In the darkness, no one saw the other's red cheeks. Sorry, the thunder just startled me and I couldn't control myself. There was a hint of tenderness in Luo Qinghan's royal sister voice. It's okay, I was just scared too. After saying this, Lin Yi turned on the screen of his mobile phone and prepared to go back to the room in the bright light. Boom! Another loud thunder. This time Lin Yi was not scared, but his right arm was tightly held by a pair of slender arms and leaned against a soft object. After the thunder, the dark living room fell silent again, leaving only the faint light of Lin Yi's cell phone and his heavy breathing. Sister, are you afraid of thunder? Luo Qinghan loosened his grip on Lin Yi's arm a little, but one hand still held onto Lin Yi's wrist. Why don't you sleep in my room tonight? I'm a little scared to sleep alone. Lin Yi's face was already red enough and his heart was beating fast enough, and these words almost made Lin Yi's heart jump out. Sister, be more rational. What did you do when you encountered a thunderstorm last night? Lin Yi wanted Luo Qinghan to let him go. You didn't care before, but now you're my husband. Shouldn't you accompany me if I'm afraid of thunder? Lin Yi didn't know what to say. A few minutes later, the two of them lay on a bed. Lin Yi lay on his side with his back to Luo Qinghan, looking at the window, with a pair of slender arms around his waist. Every time thunder sounded, Luo Qinghan would suddenly hug him tightly, and their bodies would be pressed tightly together. Lin Yi's heart would also beat violently at this time. Be rational and don't think about those things. Amitba. Chapter 33 Red Mark. Lin Yi silently chanted Namo Amitba in his heart all night long. He felt that the air was almost being liberated by him. In the end, I still couldn't calm down. There was a thunder outside from time to time. Luo Qinghan hugged Lin Yi tighter and tighter, and Lin Yi didn't dare to ask him if he was asleep. If Luo Qinghan was about to fall asleep and I woke her up by asking this question, it would be even worse. How did Tang Sanzang stand up to the queen of the kingdom of women? Lin Yi himself didn't know what time he fell asleep. He probably fell asleep because he was tired of reciting Buddhist scriptures. Compared to the nervousness before going to bed, Lin Yi felt very safe and comfortable after falling asleep. The next morning, Luo Qinghan's cell phone alarm rang, and she immediately took out her phone to turn off the alarm. Then she hugged Lin Yi, who was still sleeping. She really liked the feeling of hugging Lin Yi. Why did this thunderstorm stop after just one night? Luo Qinghan looked at the sunlight coming in through the curtains and said softly, with some complaint in his voice. Then she leaned her head against Lin Yi's neck again and adjusted her body position so that she could hug him in the most comfortable way. Luo Qinghan sniffed, a slight smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. You smell good. Same smell as me. After hugging Lin Yi for a while, Luo Qinghan knew that it was time for him to get up. Although he didn't have 8 a.m. today, he still had classes and other classes in the morning. But she really couldn't bear to do it. When Lin Yi wakes up, she won't be able to hold him like this anymore. Luo Qinghan could feel the ruffian spirit of a mature man in Lin Yi. Although he looked delicate and immature, he was different from other puppies and was generally disobedient. Except in individual cases. You definitely can't keep relying on touching Lin Yi's head to make him obedient. If you touch him too much, Lin Yi will lose the feeling and that won't work. Really? Isn't it good to be a little puppy who listens to your sister? Your sister can support you. Luo Qinghan pouted and complained slightly, then let go of Lin Yi and sat up. At this moment, her eyes happened to see Lin Yi's profile. Luo Qinghan pursed his lips and lay down again. Hold me for a while longer, I don't know when I'll be able to hold you like this next time. After seeing Lin Yi's profile while he was sleeping, Luo Qinghan became a little uneasy and his heart beat a little faster. Gradually, her head leaned back against Lin Yi's neck, moving closer so that her pink lips were touching it. Luo Qinghan closed his eyes and sucked gently. After a moment, she sat up again and looked at the small red spot on Lin Yi's neck. A blush appeared on her cold and beautiful face. It's a very exciting feeling, and I even feel like I'm doing something bad secretly for fear of being discovered. As a 26-year-old female professor, Luo Qinghan is mature in all aspects, except in love. She has never been in love, and she doesn't know how to fall in love. In this respect, she is similar to other girls, or even worse than many girls. Suddenly Lin Yi turned over, and this action made Luo Qinghan's heart rise to his throat. He was afraid that Lin Yi would wake up and discover what he had just done to him. Fortunately, Lin Yi just turned over and didn't make any further movements. Luo Qinghan finally put her mind at ease, picked up a dress, left the room, went to the bathroom to wash up, and prepared to go to work. Before taking off her black suspender nightgown, Luo Qinghan looked at herself in the mirror and hesitated. It is said on the internet that as long as a woman is beautiful enough and has a good figure, no man can resist her temptation. So why does Lin Yi seem to have no feelings for me? Is my figure not good enough? Luo Qinghan slowly took off her nightgown and looked at her body in the mirror, which had no trace of fat and showed perfect curves. If this isn't good enough, what's a good figure? Just when Luo Qinghan's thoughts were a little wandering, her cell phone rang again. It's over. Class starts in half an hour. Luo Qinghan immediately came to her senses, quickly put on her underwear and dress, let her hair down and went out. This time she rushed into the classroom almost at the exact moment, and was seen by Mu Zi, a teacher who worked in the same office with her. What's wrong with Qinghan recently? She's been rushing to class several times. Wasn't she always on time and 20 minutes early before? There's a problem. Mu Zi and Luo Qinghan are the same age, but she is just an intern teaching assistant, and girls are more gossipy. Just like now, she smelled the scent of gossip on Luo Qinghan, and she probably would focus most of her energy on this for a long time to come. On the other side, Lin Yi at home slept until almost noon before waking up naturally. It's so comfortable to sleep until you wake up naturally. Lin Yi stretched and then went to the bathroom wearing slippers. He was a little surprised to see that his hair was not messy. After all, his sleep quality has always been not very good, and his sleeping posture is a bit bad. He usually wakes up with a messy hair. Then, while he was brushing his teeth, he suddenly noticed a red mark on the left side of his neck. What's this? Mosquito bite? Lin Yi reached out and touched it. It's not swollen, and it's not itchy. What is this? Lin Yi had never been in a relationship either, so he didn't know that there was an intimate gesture between lovers called planting strawberries. Forget it, forget about him. Today I should think about how to find a partner. The combined funds he and Luo Yi have are less than 10 million. It is unlikely that they can build a factory and hire employees to manufacture cars. This will require at least several hundred million in funds. Lin Yi washed his face and thought while ordering takeout. It is not easy to find a partner. In front of those old business foxes, he and Luo Yi are just young kids. Why would they cooperate with you? For a project like car manufacturing, which requires such a huge investment, even the CEOs of other companies have to think carefully about it. You have to offer something that is sincere and that the other party can see its value. Lin Yi thought for a long time and came up with the design drawing. If he had a feasible tram design drawing, the probability of successfully negotiating cooperation with others would be much greater. He definitely can't design an entire car out of thin air, he's not Leonardo da Vinci. But Lin Yi was still able to reverse draw his design drawings based on a ready-made tram, and his more than 4 years of experience as a mechanical and electrical engineer could come in handy. Anyway, the drawings don't need to be too detailed, just show the most important parts. But there are almost no trams in Xia country now, so we have to buy one overseas. Lin Yi took action immediately after coming up with the idea. He called Luo Yi and asked him to drive to pick him up and take him to the noodle shop where Xia Muyu worked part-time. The other party didn't waste any time and quickly drove to the entrance of the community. When Lin Yi got into the car, Luo Yi immediately noticed the mark on his neck. What's that around your neck? Mosquito bite. Lin Yi didn't understand, but how could Luo Yi, a playboy, not understand? He just smiled and said nothing. The scene of Lin Yi being trained by Luo Qinghan at night appeared in his mind. The picture is too beautiful to continue thinking about it. Chapter 34 Street Light Pendants. In the noodle shop, Xia Muyu brought up 2 bowls of noodles. The red spot on her right hand was no longer visible, and she smiled more. But he is still a bit taciturn and doesn't like to talk much. At this time, the boss also came out with a bowl of noodles to eat, and was a little surprised when he saw Luo Yi. Luo Yi, didn't you go back? No, I'm picking up my friend for dinner. The boss smiled and nodded without saying anything else. This made Lin Yi curious. Aren't you from school? It was just dinner time, and the noodle shop was a bit busy, so I'm helping out here. After hearing this, Lin Yi laughed and jokingly said, a millionaire working in a noodle shop is big news. Okay, stop teasing me. Muyu is a bit overwhelmed by herself, so I'm here to help. Why don't you help her find another job? After all, she's a top student at Sioux City University. It shouldn't be difficult for her to find a high-paying part-time job, right? Lin Yi ate noodles and spoke to Luo Yi in a low voice. She also tutors at night. All right. Lin Yi originally wanted to say that he couldn't make a lot of money by working and there was no future for him, but after thinking about it, he stopped talking. He had little contact with Xiaomuyu, but he could feel that this quiet girl had a very stubborn personality. If someone heard him say this, it would hurt her self-esteem. Lin Yi ended the topic. He came to Luo Yi to discuss serious matters. He asked Luo Yi to find a way to buy a foreign T-brand electric car from overseas channels. Aren't we planning to build cars? Why are we buying electric cars? Luo Yi asked in confusion. You have a ready-made resource, but you're not copying it. You're planning to figure it out step by step on your own? Do you think you're a genius? But don't they have patents for these technologies? Can't I just copy and paste it? Lin Yi told Luo Yi to stop talking nonsense and just find a way to get one back. Luo Yi didn't ask any more questions. My uncle can get this. The company he runs is engaged in overseas purchasing. Okay. Lin Yi now understands why it is so difficult for ordinary people to start a business. Even a second-generation rich person like Luo Yi, who has no shortage of startup capital and connections, has a high probability of failure. What about you, an ordinary person with no background and no financial strength? This sentence reveals the reality. Why do you think that your 10 years of hard study can beat their 3 generations of business? Except for Lei Jun. After lunch, Luo Yi took Lin Yi to his uncle Shen Bin's company. After meeting and chatting for a few minutes, Shen Bin began to persuade Luo Yi. Luo Yi, there's no need to be so awkward with your parents. Your aunt and I support you. You should apologize to your parents and we will also help you persuade them. After all, you are their only son. Let's talk about it later. Luo Yi did not refuse directly, but said it later, so that Shin Bin would not be able to persuade him anymore. And he had no intention of giving in. When he knew what his parents had said to Xiaomuyu, he was filled with anger and hatred. He even hated his current title and identity as a rich second generation. If he were an ordinary person, he could help Xiaomuyu without any worries and work part-time with her. Even though he is now in such a mess with his parents, in the eyes of those who know him, he is still Mr. Luo, and his parents are still wealthy. Maybe everyone has different ideas. Some people dream of having his identity, but unfortunately the two parties cannot exchange identities. Uncle, let's talk business. Okay. Shinbin brought the two to his office. While choosing a tram model, he asked Luo Yi, why do you suddenly want to buy a tram? Luo Yi didn't tell any of his relatives that he was going to start a business. After thinking about it, he made up an excuse. I just want to have some fun. After all, there is no such thing in China. So how do you buy the lowest priced basic model? It's just for fun, there's no need to buy something too expensive, it's a waste of money. This is normal when spoken by most people, but it is not normal when spoken by Luo Yi. Someone who drives sports cars worth millions of dollars chooses the cheapest electric car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and says it is to save money. Who would believe this? What's more, Shinbin himself is an old fox in business, how could he not notice anything unusual? But since Luo Yi didn't want to say it, he didn't ask. He just told him that if he encountered any trouble, he could come to him and he would help. At the same time, he looked at Lin Yi, who had been silent beside him, and felt that he looked familiar. What's your name, little brother? You look familiar to me. Lin Yi, this is probably the first time I've met Mr. Shin. Lin Yi answered Shinbin with a smile, lowered his waist slightly and nodded. This made Shinbin even more curious about him. He knew how to behave in society at such a young age. He was not panicked by his sudden response and answered in a very humble manner. You are Luo Yi's friend, just call me by my name. What do your parents do? Ordinary person, Luo Yi and I are out to play together, so I just followed and took a look. Shinbin nodded. He can tell lies without frowning or beating his heart. This kid. After chatting for a while, Luo Yi and Lin Yi left. After getting into the car, Luo Yi asked Lin Yi where he was going. Of course he's sending me home. I don't have classes in the afternoon, so of course I'm going back to continue playing. Then what will you do when the time comes to dismantle the car? Are you going to do it all by yourself? Do you think I'm Iron Man or the Hulk? Dismantling a car by myself? Lin Yi glanced at Luo Yi with disdain, then lay down in the passenger seat with his hands behind his head and began to rest. Of course I'll find someone to dismantle it. Where to find it? I'll prepare in advance. Don't worry, we'll find someone soon. This isn't easy to find, right? After all, most of the cars sent to the repair shop are for repairs, so there probably aren't any for dismantling, right? Luo Yi could imagine the surprised looks on the other person's face when the two drove a new car to the auto repair shop and asked the people inside to dismantle the car. Who said we should send it to a repair shop? Not only will it be expensive there, but it will also reveal my purpose. Where can I find it then? Lin Yi took a box of chewing gum from the front and put a piece into his mouth. Isn't there a lot of people majoring in mechanical engineering at Suzhou University? We can just find a few seniors who are cheap laborers. You have to remember that the cheapest labor force is not migrant workers, but college students. Luo Yi looked at Lin Yi in surprise. With 2,000 yuan a month, you may not be able to recruit migrant workers, but you can definitely recruit college students. Luo Yi looked at the street lamp on the side of the street, and he suddenly felt that Lin Yi was suitable to be hung on it. What about the factory? We can't let them tear it down with their bare hands. Why not just donate the tram to the school's mechanical training room? It's well equipped there, and we'll just dismantle it anyway, and then use the parts as teaching materials for the school. You're a real genius. Chapter 35 is its sister or teacher Luo. Time flies by, especially after a break. Before he knew it, Lin Yi had been lying comfortably for another week. He was supposed to have a class on Thursday afternoon, but he skipped it again. This class belonged to Luo Qinghan. He begged and pleaded, and was finally able to lie down at home after agreeing to one of the other party's conditions. He didn't know what the conditions were. Luo Qinghan only said to tell him at the weekend and he couldn't refuse. Lin Yi didn't think much about it. He just accompanied her shopping, going out to play, etc. Anyway, it's definitely better than attending class. Lin Yi was playing a team game of League of Legends when a phone call came in, causing him to use his ultimate skill incorrectly and his blood pressure instantly rose. Which black chicken bastard is calling at this hour? While waiting for the black screen to come back to life, Lin Yi took out his phone and saw that it was Luo Yi calling. What do you want with your father? The electric car you requested has arrived at customs. It should arrive the day after tomorrow at the latest. How about we prepare for what's next? Luo Yi was still a little nervous about starting a business, not as relaxed as Lin Yi. Come pick me up. I'll go to school with you after I finish this game. Okay. Luo Yi drove very fast and arrived at the gate of the community 10 minutes later. He called Lin Yi again. Lin Yi was surprised. You are so fast? You haven't finished fighting yet. Luo Yi was asking questions when Lin Yi's voice came from the other end of the phone. 05, what a mess, I don't want to play anymore, I surrender. After Lin Yi clicked surrender, he didn't care whether his teammates voted in favor or not. He went to the door, changed his shoes, and got into Luo Yi's car. On the way to school, Luo Yi asked Lin Yi, don't you consider buying a car for yourself? What? Is it too much trouble to pick me up? A little bit. I have to help out at the noodle shop at noon, and I also have to attend classes during the week. After all, I still have to graduate from college. In the evening, I have to pick up Xiaomuyu to go to the tutoring place. Lin Yi originally wanted to say that I was the one who gave him advice, so what's wrong with you being the driver to pick me up? Now he felt like he deserved to die. Okay, I'll just take a taxi or ride a bike later. Why don't you buy a car? Luo Yi didn't understand. It was easy for Lin Yi's family to buy a car. I'm not going far, so why should I buy a car? Parking is a hassle, and the weather will get cold soon. Riding a bicycle is fine. If I really need to drive, I can just borrow Luo Qinghan's car. Lin Yi originally planned to buy a car, but the family already had 2 cars. His father Lin Yi's car was too flashy, and he only drove it when he went to work. She wanted to keep using her mother's car. The Municipal Administration Bureau was some distance from home, and it was not easy for Lin Yi to lend her money, so she originally planned to buy a car. But now he lives with Luo Qinghan, and parking spaces in this high-end residential complex require money to buy, which is not only expensive but also troublesome. After thinking about it carefully, he found that he would not have many opportunities to drive, and even if he bought a space, it would just be left there, so he simply gave up the idea. After arriving at school, Luo Yi followed Lin Yi, who didn't say where he was going. After walking for a while, Luo Yi couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where are we going?" "Recruit black slaves." "Bah! Hiring workers." Lin Yi slipped up and said it was almost time. The School of Intelligent Management is not far from Lin Yi's School of Information Engineering and is also located on the main campus. The new semester has just begun and many senior students have not found internships and are waiting for the new round of campus recruitment. As they are all about to become office workers, these seniors in their fourth year also understand the importance of making money. At this time, Luo Yi said, "So are we going to recruit people with nothing? Without any preparation? Or recruit online? It's not impossible for you to set up a stall and put up a notice asking for temporary workers." Lin Yi turned around and raised his eyebrows at Luo Yi. He really wanted to see what it was like for a rich young man to set up a stall. Luo Yi was speechless. He had refreshed his understanding of Lin Yi countless times this semester. Now he felt that Lin Yi was a man who had been hiding his true potential, full of evil intentions, and was particularly suitable to be hung on a street lamp pendant. "Don't keep me in suspense. What are you going to do?" "Go to the dean of the School of Intelligent Management and tell him about giving him an imported electric car. Ask him to recommend a few students with good mechanical skills for me." "Is that all?" Luo Yi found that everything seemed to be solved at once. "What else?" "Then you can pay those seniors some wages, and they will thank you." "Why don't you pay them?" "Why? My conscience is against it." Lin Yi turned his head and looked at Luo Yi with a slightly frown, and said earnestly, "Boss Luo, we are here to make money, not to do charity. You must remember that you can only make big money if you lose your conscience." It's hard to imagine that these words came from the mouth of a second-generation official like you. Don't say anything that's detrimental to unity. Lin Yi signaled Luo Yi not to mention his identity, and said to him, "You should still pay the salary, because if you ask me to do it, I will choose not to pay it." "Ah?" Luo Yi almost dropped his jaw in shock. This was really recruiting black slaves. "You donated this car to the school. After the disassembly is complete, all the equipment will be given to the school as experimental materials. Those seniors are helping the school. I'm just observing the disassembly process and taking notes. The school will pay your salary." Lin Yi said with a wicked smile, "But do you think the school will pay? The only way the school gives money is through scholarships. At most, they will give them a useless honorary title. If that's the case, why should I pay?" 6. It's a shame you weren't born a few hundred years earlier and became a farmer in America. Lin Yi and Luo Yi went to the office of the Dean of the School of Intelligent Management and knocked on the door. "Come in." Lin Yi and Luo Yi pushed the door open and came in. The dean was a little surprised when he saw Lin Yi. "Shaolin, why are you here?" Lin Yi also smiled and greeted, "Hello, Dean Lu." Luo Yi looked at this scene in shock, and at the same time looked at Lin Yi, asking with his eyes, "Aren't you a salted fish playing rotten monster? How do you know Dean Lu?" Lin Yi did not answer his doubts. Instead, he told Dean Lu the purpose of their trip. "Are you really going to give the School of Intelligent Management an electric car?" Lin Yi pointed at Luo Yi, who was standing beside him, and said, "My friend gave it to the school." Dean Lu's face was full of surprise. "Thank you, student. What's your name?" Luo Yi nervously replied, "Dean Lu, my name is Luo Yi, and I'm from the School of Information Engineering." "Oh, no wonder I didn't recognize you. I will tell the principal about this." Dean Lu continued excitedly, "I've already mentioned this to the president. After all, trams are already very popular abroad, and they'll probably develop in China sooner or later. I'm also teaching related content, but a lot of it is theoretical. But the principal still has to submit an application to his superiors, and they don't know what the situation is. They keep delaying it. They just say it's because it needs to be purchased from abroad and there are too many steps involved." Now it was Lin Yi's turn to smile a little embarrassedly. The fact that the matter had been dragging on must have something to do with his father, who was slacking off all day. "But we can't blame Lin Yi. If he easily approves something like this that was bought entirely from abroad for educational purposes, it will be difficult for him to clear his name if someone accuses him of being pro-Western. Sometimes you really can't just blame the people above you. If you are not in that position, you have no idea what their difficulties are. After chatting with Dean Liu for a few words, the two were about to leave. As soon as they reached the door, Linny bumped into a beautiful figure. The feeling at this moment made Linny feel somewhat familiar. Linny, why are you here? Elder sister? No. Teacher Luo. Chapter 36, Is she a brother Khan? Linny was used to calling Luo Qinghan's sister at home, and he subconsciously called her sister the first time he saw her. But when he thought that this was at school and in Dean Liu's office, Linny quickly changed his words, but he called sister a little too loudly, and both Luo Yi and Dean Liu heard it. Elder sister? Luo Yi only felt that a large amount of information flooded into his brain in an instant, almost causing his brain to crash. He knew the true relationship between the two, but Linny called her sister. Some indescribable images began to appear in Luo Yi's mind. These two men and women were having more fun in private than I thought. Dean Liu was also very surprised when he heard Linny call her sister, but as an old professor, he didn't show much expression on his face. Are you related? Dean Liu knew Lin Yi's identity. Lin Yi was his leader. He didn't know much about Luo Qinghan's identity, but he knew some of it. But I just don't think these two people are related. Luo Qinghan was the first to recover from his surprise and whispered to Linny, "Wait for me a moment, I'll be there soon." Then he walked into the office, handed a document to Dean Liu, and gave him a vague explanation. Dean Liu, I am quite familiar with Lin Yi's father. Oh. Dean Liu nodded without asking any further questions. What Luo Qinghan said was also very reasonable. If she and Lin Yi were very familiar with each other, then there would be nothing wrong with calling Lin Yi brother. Then the three of them left the office together. After walking out of the teaching building, Luo Yi left tactfully. It was almost time for dinner, and he had to go help Xia Muyu with some of the burden, and then take her to the tutoring location. Lin Yiza and Luo Qinghan slowly walked towards the office. Sorry for that. I spoke too fast. Lin Yi apologized somewhat embarrassedly. Why are you saying sorry? I don't blame you. Luo Qinghan turned his head and looked at Lin Yi with wide eyes in confusion. It's okay to call me sister at school. Like, nothing happened just now, right? Well. Lin Yi didn't know what to say. Could she be a brother Khan? Does she like me calling her sister so much? What are you doing at Dean Liu's place? Luo Qinghan never thought that he would meet Lin Yi there just now. Ask him for a favor. Lin Yi told Luo Qinghan the general story, omitting many details. You have this ability? But didn't you study software? Luo Qinghan was also surprised when he learned that Lin Yi had the ability to draw and create mechanical drawings. She is a professor who teaches front-end programming. Although she doesn't know much about mechanical engineering, she knows that it is difficult to learn. It involves some programming, as well as advanced mathematics, advanced physics, and certain drawing skills. It is much more difficult than learning front-end design. You have to know that Lin Yi has no interest in front-end programming and knows nothing about it. I learned it before. Before? Luo Qinghan didn't believe it. She would rather believe that Lin Yi was a genius than that he learned it. This is not important anymore. Lin Yi didn't know how to explain it, so he simply gave up. Luo Qinghan didn't insist, but asked something else. Are you capable of designing a new car by yourself? How is that possible? If I had this ability, why would I build cars? I would definitely build an iron suit and become Iron Man. I'm just going to draw a design for a foreign T-branded tram, and it's pretty rough. I don't have the ability to do a very detailed one. What's the use of this? Luo Qinghan didn't know what Lin Yi was going to do. She had seen college students starting their own businesses, but Lin Yi's ideas were truly unique and fresh. Show it to the CEOs of the car companies, so they will think I'm awesome and that I can help them make a lot of money. At this time, domestic car companies were still thinking about how to design their cars to look good and how to increase the added value of their brands, and they didn't understand electric cars at all. 2 years later, when foreign electric cars entered the domestic market, these people saw the market value of electric cars and began to spend money to follow suit. If Lin Yi took out a tram design at this time, it would definitely open the other party's eyes. As for how to meet the CEOs of those car companies, he would have to trouble his father. The most difficult thing for ordinary people to start a business is not the startup capital, but the network resources. Linny doesn't have to worry about this now. He didn't need his father to accompany him, as long as he could get himself a chance to meet him. The two chatted all the way to the 6th floor where Luo Qinghan's office was located. Only then did Linny realize, why did I follow him to the office? Sister, that's not right. Teacher Luo, I won't go into the office with you. I'll wait for you here. I still have to correct some online homework in the office. You'll have to wait for me for half an hour. Then I'll go back first. I don't have anything to do here anyway. How are you going back? Ride a shared bike. No, it's too hot. Come back to the office with me. Luo Qinghan grabbed Lin Yi's wrist with one hand and pulled him towards the office. Lin Yi's feet followed as if out of control and were pulled in. Unlike last time, there were quite a few teachers in the office this time, almost all of them were young women. Everyone was a little surprised when they saw Luo Qinghan pulling a boy in. Many teachers also teach Lin Yi's other classes and have an impression of this lazy handsome guy. People are all lustful, men and women alike, not to mention that the average age of these female teachers is less than 30 years old. They all knew that Luo Qinghan had been single before, and so was Lin Yi, but now Luo Qinghan actually came in holding Lin Yi's hand. Mu Zi was there too. Her desk was right next to Luo Qinghan's, separated by a piece of frosted glass. When I saw the scene, I immediately understood why Luo Qinghan had changed so much this semester. Looking at the somewhat embarrassed Lin Yi, Mu Zi's lips kept curling up. Luo Qinghan only had her chair at her place, so she said to Mu Zi, who was standing beside her, Mu Zi, can you lend me that extra stool? Sister Luo, I borrowed that stool. It's not here for the time being. He's not here? Luo Qinghan sat on the chair and looked at Lin Yi. He slowly opened his arms and said softly, how about sitting on me? Chapter 37, Being Pampered by the Beautiful Professor. Are you kidding me? Lin Yi once suspected that he might have heard it wrongly because he was hard of hearing, but looking at Luo Qinghan's open arms, he was sure that he had not heard it wrongly. But sit on you? There are so many people here? Mu Zi, who was hiding on the desk, glanced at the two of them. Hurry up and sit down. Hurry up and sit down. I don't even have this chance. It won't be long, I'll just stand there for a while. Unless Lin Yi had a brain freeze, how could he possibly sit on Luo Qinghan in front of so many people? Thinking about this picture makes me feel a little stimulate. Okay then, I'll be fine soon. Luo Qinghan didn't force it. Seeing that Lin Yi was unwilling, he immediately returned to the computer to work. Mu Zi on the side, it was all in vain. Lin Yi was leaning against the wall, with a Bluetooth headset in one ear and looking down at his phone, without making any sound. Several young single female teachers in the office would secretly glance at this handsome young man from time to time. As a woman grows older, her aesthetic taste will gradually change from liking tall, rich and handsome men to liking young boys, especially if the woman is wealthy. In addition, people always have the mentality that the more they can't get something, the more they want it, so it is normal for them to peek at Lin Yi. Since you can't get it anyway, just take a few more glances when you have the chance. It's just a handsome guy, it's not illegal. Lin Yi didn't notice these furtive glances at all and was still watching the ghost videos on the small broken station. This is a happiness unique to young men, which others cannot experience. Instead, Luo Qinghan noticed the eyes around him looking at Lin Yi. Luo Qinghan quietly raised her head, her eyes just above the computer screen, observing the female colleagues around her who were only a few years older than her. Only women know how lustful women are. Seeing someone secretly looking at her young husband, Luo Qinghan's mouth puffed up slightly while hiding behind the computer screen. Don't look. Lin Yi, come over and help me. Luo Qinghan suddenly called Lin Yi. What? Lin Yi put down his phone. Please help me grade the rest of the homework. I'm going to assign homework to another class. This way it will be faster. You want me to correct it? I don't understand it at all. Lin Yi didn't even learn, so he didn't know how to grade papers. Just give a score based on your feeling. If it's completely blank, give it 0. If it's less than 20 lines of code, give it 20 or 30 points. For the rest, just give it a passing grade. Give more for longer ones. This is how homework is done in college. As long as you pass the exam, you will get regular points, and no one will care how many points you get on your homework. Luo Qinghan opened his laptop and put it aside, while he prepared to assign homework on the school desktop. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, put his phone in his pocket, walked over and started scoring. You know what, it feels so good to give random scores. Linny even wanted to give 0 points for everything. Yes, he was a little dark inside. Of course, he still followed Luo Qinghan's requirements and gave passing scores to most people. Only those who were too perfunctory or left the answers blank were given 0 points by Linny. Linny bent over to give grades, leaving those female teachers who were peeking no chance and allowing them to concentrate on the task at hand. Luo Qinghan secretly looked around again, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Little did she know that all these little actions of hers were seen by her teaching assistant Mu Zi. Wow! Qinghan's possessiveness is so strong? Others can't stand it. But doesn't she think Linny would be tired bending over like this? Mu Zi thought of it, and Luo Qinghan naturally thought of it too. Seeing Linny standing and bending over, Luo Qinghan wanted to ask Linny to sit on her again. But after opening his mouth, he took his words back before he could say anything. Linny just refused, and he will definitely refuse now. Luo Qinghan knew that Linny was being stubborn. Instead of talking, it's better to take action. Linny was grating when he suddenly felt a pair of hands grabbing his waist. Before his body could react, he was pulled backwards and sat on something soft. Sit down for a while. Standing is too tiring. Luo Qinghan put one arm around Linny's waist and held the mouse with the other hand, continuing to assign homework as if nothing had happened. Linny's whole body was burning hot, and his face was as red as a persimmon. He was now sitting on Luo Qinghan's soft thighs, his body was hot, his heart was beating wildly, he felt shy and nervous. I'm not tired, but I'd better stand for a while. Linny wanted to stand up. If anyone else saw this scene, he would be so embarrassed that he would find a hole to hide in. Unexpectedly, he had just stood up a little bit when Luo Qinghan put his arms around him and pushed him back onto his body. Don't move around, you're blocking my way to assign homework. Linny was so nervous that he didn't know what to say. This was even more stressful than the last time Luo Qinghan hugged him to sleep on a rainy night. At least there was no one else at home that time, but this time it was different, there were 7 or 8 women around. Linny's breathing became a little rapid, and his scoring speed slowed down a lot. He didn't dare to move his body too much, for fear of disturbing Luo Qinghan's work, and also afraid that his brain would continue to heat up and cause him to faint. Mu Zi, who was standing by, was completely exhausted and stared at the two of them intently. He was even more excited than Linny. Hug. Hug. The most beautiful professor at Sioux City University hugged a handsome boy. If this gets out, how uncomfortable will those single men who are pursuing Luo Qinghan feel? I'm afraid even the rooftop of the tallest building in the school can't accommodate them. A few minutes later, Luo Qinghan prepared the content of the assignment, the timetable and the auxiliary files and sent them out. Looking at Linny, I found that he still had a few points to play. Originally, she wanted to let go of Linny and let her do it herself, but suddenly she realized that she would not be able to hug him. Since that stormy night, she hasn't hugged Linny for 8 days and 10 hours. Forget it, I'll hold you for a while longer, otherwise I won't be able to hold you again later. Luo Qinghan said nothing. He gently put the hand that was originally holding the mouse around Linny and slowly leaned his body against his back. The little guy hasn't been held by me for so long that he no longer has my scent on him. Thinking of this, Luo Qinghan hugged him a little harder, but Linny didn't make any sound. He naturally felt it, but he could no longer speak. He just wanted to finish the score quickly and then escape. But now he is grating more and more slowly. Mu Zi lay on the glass partition, staring at the two people silently with wide eyes. This was much more exciting than the soap operas she usually watched. But Mu Zi didn't guess that Luo Qinghan would dote on Linny so much. She had guessed before that Luo Qinghan and Linny were related, but she also guessed that the two were just starting out. But after seeing it today, I realized that these two people are actually so close. She was a little jealous of Linny. Who wouldn't want to be pampered by such a beautiful professor? Chapter 38 I Deserve to Die. On the way home, Linny opened the car window and let the cool breeze blow for a long time before he finally calmed down. She casually broke the silence. Sister, how about not being like this in the office in the future? Why? Luo Qinghan was driving and glanced at the rearview mirror. Linny was leaning against the window, looking outside, his face still a little red. There are a lot of people in the office. It doesn't feel right. Linny's mind was still filled with the feeling of being hugged by Luo Qinghan just now. Now he could still smell the faint fragrance, not knowing whether it was coming from the lingering fragrance on his body or from Luo Qinghan beside him. I didn't do anything. I just asked you to sit on me. There aren't any extra stools. I can't let you stand and help me work all the time. Linny didn't know what to say. He could argue with his father Linyi on equal terms, but when facing Luo Qinghan, he was defeated after just a few words. And although he said that he would not do that again, he was still very honest in his heart and was somewhat nostalgic for the feeling just now. Sitting on soft thighs, a pair of slender arms were around her waist, and two soft buns were pressed against her back. This is more comfortable than heaven. Would it be more comfortable if I hugged her from the front? Damn! This woman has me in her clutches. This can't go on. Linny felt that some of his personality traits were gradually being changed by Luo Qinghan, which was terrible. He dreams of traveling around the world, so how could he fall into the arms of this woman? At home in the evening, Linny deliberately avoided Luo Qinghan. He answered every question the other party asked, but did not speak actively and became very silent. This made Luo Qinghan feel very strange, and he kept looking at Linny. Did what happened in the afternoon make him angry? Linny cleaned up the kitchen and the dining table and prepared to take a shower. After shaking the water off his hands, Linny turned around and found that Luo Qinghan did not go to the study, but was standing there looking at him. What's wrong? Luo Qinghan opened his mouth but didn't say anything immediately. After hesitating for a while, he said, nothing. After hearing this, Linny left the kitchen, picked up his pajamas and went to the bathroom. Luo Qinghan then came out of the kitchen, his bright eyes becoming watery. Linny was too cold tonight, even colder than when they first got their marriage certificate, just like when they first met last semester. At that time, Luo Qinghan thought that Linny might hate her, so he kept skipping her classes, but she didn't feel much at the time. But now that Linny was like this, she felt a little uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Was he really angry about what happened in the afternoon? Luo Qinghan wanted to apologize to Linny, but didn't know how to do it. She never apologized. So I searched online using my phone, but all I found was useless information. At this time, Muzi sent her a message. Qinghan, do you and Linny have some unknown relationship? I saw all the little actions you guys made in the office today. He's my husband. Ah? You admit it now? Muzi was confused. Why didn't Luo Qinghan play by the rules? Shouldn't he try to make excuses for a while? He is my husband, why should I quibble? Muzi didn't know how to answer, his hands were on the keyboard, not knowing what to type. After a moment of silence, Luo Qinghan sent her a message. I seem to have made him angry, what should I do? Ah? Muzi was even more confused. Just now she just didn't know what to say next, and now she had no idea what was going on. He didn't pay much attention to me tonight, poor. Luo Qinghan also added a tearful-eyed expression at the end of the sentence. Why? Weren't you all fine this afternoon? When we returned home in the evening, he told me he didn't like me hugging him in the office. But I was a bit forceful at the time, and that seemed to have irritated him. In fact, Linny didn't have this idea at all, and Luo Qinghan's attitude was not tough at all. When she spoke, her tone was very flat, with a hint of mischief. But when it comes to love, Luo Qinghan is really a novice who is even more like a little girl than a little girl and knows nothing. Muzi didn't know the real situation, and felt that Luo Qinghan's attitude at the time was really tough, a bit like a domineering president, so he replied. Maybe Linny doesn't like your tough attitude. After all, men have dignity. You could be nicer and more gentle when you apologize to him. What does it mean to be weak? That is... Muzi was still typing the message when Luo Qinghan called her on video. After the call was connected, Muzi saw the other party's big watery eyes that looked like they were about to cry. Hurry up and teach me on the spot. Linny is almost out of the shower. Muzi blinked, completely bewildered. What the hell do I need to teach you? Seeing that Luo Qinghan was about to cry, not to mention a man, even she, a woman, would want to fly over immediately, hug her and comfort her. Qinghan, don't cry, don't cry. Muzi hurriedly calmed Luo Qinghan down, fearing that she would drop the little pearl. Then teach me quickly. Luo Qinghan asked anxiously. Linny was already drying his hair in the bathroom. It's fine for you to be like this now. Just be gentler when you apologize later. Linny will definitely forgive you. Then what should I say to apologize? Just say. As Muzi was talking, the sound of the hairdryer in the bathroom stopped. Luo Qinghan was so scared that he quickly hung up the video call. The next moment Linny walked out and saw Luo Qinghan standing in the living room, seemingly waiting for him again. Sister, aren't you going to the study tonight? Luo Qinghan shook her head and put one arm on the middle of her chest to tighten her loose nightgown. Her two buns were highlighted, and her slender legs were still barefoot, which was very sexy. But the expression on that delicate face was somewhat pitiful, a layer of mist condensed on her beautiful eyes, shining under the reflection of the light, and her voice changed from cold to tender. "I'm not busy tonight." Such a beautiful girl is about to cry, who can bear it? Lin Yi quickly walked up to Luo Qinghan and asked with concern, "Sister, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy?" "Well, Luo Qinghan stammered, not knowing what to say. "What's wrong? Someone is harassing you?" At this time, Luo Qinghan only needed to say a person's name, and that person would be lying in the woods the next day. Did I make you angry?" "No, I'm not angry." "What's wrong?" "Sister, please don't cry." Luo Qinghan blinked and looked at Lin Yi with tears in her eyes. "But why did you ignore me tonight?" Lin Yi now just wants to slap himself. I deserve to die. Chapter 39, Getting Closer. For the first time, Lin Yi felt that he should commit suicide. He made an impeccably beautiful lady as sad as a little girl. It brought a beautiful 26-year-old woman to tears. As a single guy who had never been in love, he didn't know how to comfort her. He reached out to hug Luo Qinghan, but felt it was inappropriate, so he pulled his hand back. She was crying, but I still wanted to hug her and take advantage of her. Am I still a human being? Luo Qinghan also noticed this little action. His moist eyes blinked again, staining his long and slightly curled eyelashes. Seeing Luo Qinghan like this, Lin Yi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Damn it. I was so busy playing that I didn't go watch a soap opera and learn how the male lead comforted the female lead. Lin Yi's mind had never worked so fast before. In just a few seconds, he tried all kinds of comforting methods in his mind, but he felt that no matter what he did, Luo Qinghan would burst into tears in the next second. Sister, don't cry, I'm really not angry. In the end, Lin Yi chose the simplest way of comfort, verbal comfort. This is what a straight man who has never been in love is like. Really? Luo Qinghan's right hand was still clenched into a fist, his arm placed in front of his chest, and he looked at Lin Yi with tears in his eyes. Real. Lin Yi nodded heavily, fearing that Luo Qinghan would not believe him. Then can you let me hug you? Why do you want to hug me again? Didn't you just hug me in the evening? Isn't it possible? Luo Qinghan's face seemed to be a little more aggrieved. Yes, of course. As Lin Yi spoke, he opened his arms slightly, indicating that it was okay. He was just stunned for a moment just now, but now he has to find a way to get the stars in the sky even if Luo Qinghan wants them. Luo Qinghan lowered his arms from his chest, took a step forward, and slowly hugged Lin Yi, who was wearing cartoon pajamas, with both hands. She took a shower as soon as she got home. She was only wearing this thin black silk pajamas, but Lin Yi could clearly feel the warmth on Luo Qinghan's skin. The two bodies slowly moved closer together, Luo Qinghan's slender arms hugged her tightly, and both of them could even feel each other's heartbeats. Lin Yi's body was getting hot and his breathing became heavy. This was the first time that Luo Qinghan hugged him from the front, with only his pajamas and the other's nightgown between their bodies. Can you hug me too? You've never hugged me before. Luo Qinghan leaned her head on Lin Yi's shoulder and spoke softly. Lin Yi did not answer. He could no longer speak. His somewhat stiff arms began to rise slowly and uncontrollably, gently hugging Luo Qinghan's body. So fragrant and soft, is this what a girl's body looks like? Luo Qinghan exuded a unique fragrance, which Lin Yi had never smelled before. It smelled a bit like shower gel, but not entirely. There was also a unique fragrance in it, and it was this fragrance that made Lin Yi intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. The two of them hugged each other without saying anything or making any other movements, and it stayed like that. After a long time, Luo Qinghan's voice sounded again, breaking the silence. Why are you ignoring me tonight? I'm not ignoring you. I've always been like this. Lin Yi was not lying. He just wanted to keep some distance from Luo Qinghan. His simple answers at night were his usual self. He is like this with most people. If someone he doesn't know well asks him a question, he may not even answer and pretend not to hear. But these days, he and Luo Qinghan talked more and more, and when he returned to his old ways, even Lin Yi himself felt a little uncomfortable. Then why do you want to go back to your old self? Luo Qinghan kept asking like a little girl. I'm just a little tired. Lin Yi made up an excuse for himself. He felt that if he told Luo Qinghan the real reason, Luo Qinghan would cry. Oh. Luo Qinghan responded softly, and then his arms around Linny began to move on his back. Linny could feel Luo Qinghan's slender fingers gently massaging his back. What kind of fairy wife is this? If you say you are tired, just give yourself a massage quietly. Luo Qinghan's behavior made Linny feel even more uncomfortable and guilty. Sister, no need for massage, I'll just go to sleep. Can you hold me for a little longer? Luo Qinghan's hands were still gently massaging Linny, but his movements became slower and slower until he stopped completely. After an unknown amount of time, Linny was a little tired of keeping still, but Luo Qinghan didn't let him go, but the strength he held around him was much weaker. Elder sister? Linny called Luo Qinghan softly. No response was received. Elder sister? I called out again and it was still the same. Linny tilted his head slightly, and only then did he realize that Luo Qinghan had closed his eyes. There was still some crystal in the corners of his eyes, and his wet eyelashes stuck together, looking very charming. No wonder there was no sound, he fell asleep. Linny released his arms around Luo Qinghan, shook his numb arms, and then picked up Princess Luo Qinghan. Linny is not very strong because he is very thin. But Luo Qinghan was very light, with flesh growing where it should be, and no extra fat anywhere else, so it was easy for Linny to hold her. Luo Qinghan seemed to sense the change in movement and leaned his head against Linny's chest, feeling very relieved. Linny carried her back to the room, put her on the bed, and wiped the little pearls from the corners of her eyes with his thumb. Luo Qinghan didn't make any big movements from beginning to end, and Linny was sure that she was asleep. Looking at Luo Qinghan, who was now so delicate and curled up like a little girl, Linny really wanted to hold her in his arms while sleeping. However, he knew that the body would not be controlled by the brain in some cases, so he gave up the idea. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes tonight, it would be really hard to imagine that the usually strict, cold, and somewhat unapproachable beautiful professor would actually feel as aggrieved as a little girl. Linny just spoke less to her tonight, which made her become like this. Oh, it seems like we are getting further and further away from what we agreed upon in the beginning, which is not to interfere with each other's lives. Linny sighed secretly in her heart, remembering what her father Linny had told her about Luo Qinghan's identity, and looked at her on the bed. I guess she hasn't had many people to communicate with since she was a child. Linny tiptoed out of the room and closed the door. After standing for so long, he was really tired. He lay down on the bed and fell asleep in a short while. Luo Qinghan in the room moved his body slightly, closed his eyes and reached out to feel around for a while, then grabbed the pillow beside him and held it tightly in his arms. It was exactly the same action as when he hugged Linny outside just now. Chapter 40 We Are Innocent. After one night, everything returned to normal. The next day, Friday, Luo Qinghan went to school as usual, and Linny lay at home leisurely as usual. Linny slept until 9 o'clock. After waking up, he went to the computer to call Luo Yi. He knew that Luo Yi had been going to bed and getting up early since half a month ago. Go play League of Legends with your dad, it's boring for me to play alone. Compared to the dandy young man half a month ago, Luo Yi has completely changed now. He is busy all day long and only has some free time in the morning. You just woke up and didn't even have breakfast, and you want me to play games with you? What the hell, I'm not going to eat anymore. You're going to your girlfriend's place at 10:30, you idiot. Hurry up and log in. You can still play a few games now. Okay, I'll finish reading this information and log in 10 minutes. Okay, I'm just going to wash my face. Linny walked out of the room with a messy hair, and when he came to the living room, he saw bags of milk and a sandwich on the table. Linny was stunned for a moment, then took out his silent phone, unlocked it and saw the message from Luo Qinghan. I've put breakfast on the table. Remember to eat it. You'll get stomach problems if you skip breakfast. Linny's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile, and typed a reply, yeah, I understand. Before Linny put down his phone, the other party immediately sent a message, what are you going to do for lunch? Depending on the situation, maybe order takeout. Don't always order takeout. It's not healthy. Linny thought about it and felt a little sick of eating takeout, then I'll just make something for myself for lunch. Then you can do it later. I'll go home for lunch. Linny originally wanted to reply, why did you come back? There are so many cafeterias in school, can't you just eat in one? The main thing is that Linny planned to cook instant noodles for himself at noon. He didn't care, but it would be too shabby to give it to Luo Qinghan. But after thinking about it, Linny changed his reply, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll go to the supermarket to buy the ingredients. I want to eat braised pork noodles. Change it. If you keep eating it, I'll turn into braised pork noodles. Some time ago, Linny accompanied Luo Qinghan to eat braised pork noodles every now and then. He originally thought the braised pork noodles were delicious, but now he wants to vomit when he sees them. However, Luo Qinghan seems to never get tired of eating them. I don't know, why don't you just do it yourself? Linny said, I don't know either. Sometimes it's like this, I'm hungry and want to eat something, but I don't know what to eat. If Linny were to make the decision, it would be completely up to him, as long as he wasn't hungry. What do you usually eat in the school cafeteria? I'll make it for you. Linny planned to give it a try based on Luo Qinghan's preferences. The other party sent Linny the lunch menu of the past few days. Monday, beef burgers and coffee. The food in the cafeteria is terrible, I'll just go to KFC from now on. Tuesday, I went out to a Western restaurant to eat Italian noodles which weren't as good as the braised pork noodles, so I'm going to have braised pork noodles with you tonight. Wednesday, I had fast food from the school cafeteria. I forgot what I ordered, but it wasn't as good as your cooking. Thursday, Muzi dragged me to eat grilled fish. It tasted okay. Linny looked at the message sent by Luo Qinghan and stopped brushing his teeth, so nothing tastes good? Linny sent the other party a speechless panda emoticon. I'm not picky, just do what you like. Linny's eyebrows twitched twice. If you are not picky about food, then what is considered picky about food? After thinking about it, Linny asked Luo Qinghan to make pickled fish for her at noon, and the other party immediately replied with an okay expression. After washing up, Linny returned to the room with a sandwich and milk, and ate while playing games with Luo Yi. Luo Yi was not very interested in playing games, and asked Linny some questions from time to time during the game. The bus will arrive the day after tomorrow. Should we take it to school on Sunday or wait until Monday? It's Sunday. Classes start on Monday, and there will be all sorts of shit going on at school by then. Who knows how long it will take? Have you communicated with the seniors who helped dismantle it? No, what's there to communicate with them? Why don't you tell them what to do? Why are you so long-winded? Linny was annoyed by Luo Yi's nagging. When the time comes, they just need to do as I tell them to do. If they can't even do this, then they really learned a lot from dogs during their first 3 years of college. Don't worry about that. When I tell you to do something, you do it. If I don't tell you to do something, I'll do it myself. Don't worry. If you want to talk about something interesting. Don't talk about work during non-working hours, okay? It's annoying to me. Although Linny is now an entrepreneur and will be a boss in the future, he just doesn't want to take care of any of this during his rest time. Luo Yi was silent for a while, then changed the subject. What time do you and Luo Qinghan play until at night? What the hell? Hey, don't be shy, just tell me. There's no one else around, and I won't tell anyone. Luo Yi's tone returned to its previous joking and frivolous tone. In fact, he had wanted to ask Linny for a long time, but he often forgot because he was busy with other things. I'm ashamed of you, damn. We are innocent and haven't done anything well, right? Come on, you and her are already flirting with each other like a sister-brother relationship, so stop quibbling. I fucking. Linny wanted to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. That day he called Luo Qinghan's sister, and Luo Yi was right next to him and heard it. When Luo Yi heard Linny's silence, he thought he admitted it, and hurriedly continued to ask curiously, was it you on top at night, or Luo Qinghan? I guess it was Luo Qinghan. What's wrong with your brain? I said we're innocent and didn't do anything. I still have my first kiss. Is it true? Don't lie to me. Luo Yi didn't believe it. Others got married at the age of 18, and some even graduated with children when they were seniors. But Linny was 20 years old and a junior in college, and he still had his first kiss. I'm so bored that I lied to you. Linny answered angrily. So you guys really don't do anything at all? You just sleep in separate rooms? Yeah. What else? Linny was still a little angry, and his face was a little red. Luo Yi didn't say anything. After a while, he spoke again. I still don't believe it. Luo Qinghan planted strawberries on your neck some time ago. How could it be possible that there was not even a kiss? What's the deal with growing strawberries? You're a monk, right? You don't even know this? Luo Yi was stunned. Linny didn't even know this internet term. Hurry up and tell me, don't keep me in suspense. Go to Baidu yourself. Okay. Linny hid under the defense tower and searched for what kind of strawberry it was. After reading the introduction on a certain website, Linny finally understood what the red mark on his neck was that day. Then he imagined the scene of Luo Qinghan sucking his neck. Before he knew it, Linny's body felt a little hot again. Linny? What's wrong with you? Are you feeling it? Chapter 41 Empty. Come on, feel your hammer. Linny cursed back angrily. Luo Yi had completely aroused his original frivolous nature. We are all men, why are you shy? It's not something to be ashamed of. Get lost. If you keep talking about this, I'll quit tomorrow. Oh, okay, I won't tell you. The voice was filled with Luo Yi's sighs. CNM, I'm done playing, go find your wife. Get lost. Ah. You're getting impatient. Linny hung up the phone and lost the mood to play games. He changed his clothes and prepared to go out. When looking in the bathroom mirror, Linny specifically looked at the right side of his neck. The red mark had become very faint, but it was still visible. Linny reached out and touched the mark, muttering, "What does it feel like when it's held in your mouth?" Then he suddenly calmed down and complained, "Why do I feel like a vampire? What a mess. It's all that idiot's fault. He's made me lose my mind." Linny complained, then went out and rode a shared bike to the supermarket. This was not because Linny wanted to save money, but simply because he was used to riding shared bicycles. Moreover, it was almost noon and there were many bikes, and they might not be faster than riding his bike. After entering the supermarket, Linny didn't even take the shopping cart. He went to the fresh food area to buy food and then prepared to go back. While checking out, he received a call from Luo Yi, and Linny put on his headphones and answered the call. What? He's still angry. Brother, there was a small accident and the car was detained at customs. Luo Yi's tone was a little anxious, not as joking as before. When Linny heard it was a serious matter, his tone returned to normal. What's the matter? Your uncle didn't complete the formalities? Was he investigated? No, how could the paperwork be incomplete? He was doing overseas shopping and had paid the tax, but it was withheld. They told my uncle to bring all the paperwork to prove it. Then let your uncle go. We've already paid for it, and this is his job. As Linny spoke, he paid the bill, picked up the ingredients and walked towards the exit. But my uncle is in the capital right now on business. It will take several more days for him to come back. Then just wait a few days, it won't cause any trouble. Linny didn't care. It was just a few days and it wouldn't be a big deal at all. But I promised Dean Lu that I would send it to him over the weekend. Luo Yi's words left Linny speechless. Why do you like to do unnecessary things? Why tell old man Lu? It's not impossible to notify him when we get there. President Lu asked me, and I told him. No trouble, just some trouble. Although Linny was helpless, he had promised the other party after all, so he couldn't delay. This was a basic credibility issue. I understand. Pick me up in half an hour. We'll go to the customs in High City. Okay. Linny rode a shared bicycle home and finished making the pickled fish. Luo Yi just arrived outside the community. After bringing the fish soup to the table, Linny took a piece of bread from the room and went out. When they got in the car, Luo Yi looked at the bread in Linny's hand and knew that he hadn't had lunch. You haven't had lunch yet? Then I'll take you to the noodle shop for a bowl of noodles. We don't have enough time, so we'll drive directly to the high-speed rail station. Today is Friday, and the customs officers will be off duty at 5 p.m. Linny bit a piece of bread in his mouth, reached out to ask Luo Yi for his ID card, and started buying tickets online. There happened to be a high-speed train leaving in 40 minutes. After giving Linny his ID card, Luo Yi asked as he drove, "Why don't you just drive there? If we take the high-speed rail, we'll have to find a taxi when we get to High City. The drive between High City and Sioux City takes more than 2 hours. Driving directly there is a bit too tight. The high-speed rail only takes an hour, and then you can take the subway line 3 directly to the customs. How come you are so familiar with Haishur? Don't worry about that. How could Linny not be familiar with him? Before crossing over, after graduating from university, he worked as a slave in High City for a year. It's a small, rundown city, and everything is high except for low wages. Commodity prices are high, housing prices are high, and there isn't even a large private enterprise. Some positions depend entirely on connections, otherwise even if you're a 985 graduate, you can't get in. At that time, Linny worked in a small business for a year and then ran away to the north. It was really not suitable for a young person to live there. It would be nice to have money to come back and retire, after all, it was by the sea. Luo Yi drove fast, and the two of them arrived at the high-speed rail station soon. After parking the car, they entered the station to check their tickets. You should have brought copies of those overseas purchase documents, right? Before checking the ticket, Linny confirmed with Luo Yi. Yes, they're all in my backpack. Come in. In these matters, Luo Yi always listened to Linny. To be honest, to outsiders, the two of them did not seem like partners, but more like a boss with a secretary. It's just that the boss is too young, and his tone of voice is a bit awkward and too ruffian. The two of them bought first-class seats, which is necessary if they have enough money. High-speed rail is not like airplanes. Sometimes in the second-class cabin, you will encounter people with low quality who quarrel non-stop, which is really annoying. As soon as the high-speed train started moving, Linny received a call from Luo Qinghan. Only then did Linny remember that he had not told Luo Qinghan that he was going out. When the call was connected, Luo Qinghan's voice came from the headset. Compared with before, the coldness in that familiar voice seemed to be gone. Why aren't you home? Luo Yi and I are going to High City to do some work. We'll be back in the evening and lunch will be ready. Didn't you eat? I don't think you've touched it. I ate bread. Aren't you hungry? I won't starve. Linny spoke in a low voice because the business class cabin was very quiet. I'm already on the train. I'm going to hang up first. Talking on the phone will disturb others. Luo Qinghan responded, put down her phone, looked at the empty room and the steaming fish soup on the table, and she had no appetite. When she just got off work, she jogged to the parking shed and drove back with anticipation. She had no classes in the afternoon, and Linny had promised to listen to her this weekend. But now I can't be happy, and my stomach doesn't seem to be hungry anymore. Luo Qinghan felt a little regretful about supporting Linny to follow Luo Yi to start a business. She wanted Linny to just accompany her every day without doing anything. This idea was indeed a bit selfish, and she felt so too. So she thought about it for a while and then discarded the idea. Luo Qinghan didn't go to have lunch, but went back to his room. He always felt that he had no appetite when eating alone. But she used to eat alone. After lying in bed for a while, Luo Qinghan sent a message to Linny, asking him what he was busy with. After learning the reason, he simply replied yeah. After absent-mindedly looking at his phone for a while, Luo Qinghan decided to go out to High City. Linny is just a 20-year-old college student. What if someone makes things difficult for him? Luo Qinghan took the car keys and went out. Chapter 42 Domineering Protecting Husband. Linny and Luo Yi rushed to the customs office in High City without stopping. Who are you looking for? There was another old security guard sitting in the security booth and asking the two young men in front of him who looked easy to bully. Linny was too lazy to talk nonsense and took out the documents and chat records. I'm here to do something. I'm looking for your section chief Shinfei. I'll give him a call and ask. The old security guard dialed the landline. So much shit. Linny complained secretly. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the security guard opened the door and let the two in. After the two entered the service hall, they were about to look for Shinfei, but they ran into trouble after just 2 steps. Who are you looking for? I don't think I've seen you before. A woman stopped the two men. This question is really funny. Why? Only people who work here can enter the service hall? Or those who don't work here can't enter? So why do you hire him in your service hall? So you can have a job where you can sit and eat every day, right? See Section Chief Shinfei to do something. Linny came here to do business, not to quarrel, so he decided to endure it. Apart from this time, he would never come here again. What do you want from Section Chief Shinfei? Why didn't he inform me? We've already contacted him about purchasing a car overseas. We've brought all the documents Section Chief Shinfei requested. Linny lowered his posture and spoke respectfully to the woman in front of him. But the woman still said the same thing, but Section Chief Shin didn't inform me. He usually lets me handle this kind of thing. Linny frowned and became a little angry. How many steps does it take for me to meet a deputy section chief? I passed the exam to be a deputy section chief in the provincial capital's Culture and Tourism Bureau. If I were to take up the position, would I have to ride in a sedan chair carried by 8 people? You are a civil servant, not the fucking emperor. Bah! No wonder Haishur, such a good coastal city, has fallen to the 5th tier without even a large private enterprise. Wait here for a moment. I'll go ask Section Chief Shin. Luo Yi couldn't help but speak up, but we have already made an agreement with Section Chief Shin. It's already past 2 o'clock. It will be very late if we delay any longer. The woman said arrogantly, Section Chief Shin is busy and doesn't need to deal with your trivial matters. Besides, I haven't received any notice. This is a necessary step. Who stipulated this? Before the woman could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lin Yi, his voice a little loud. You made the rule? Or which article made the rule? Or was it made by that guy named Shin upstairs? The woman was stunned by Lin Yi's sudden tough attitude, and then continued arrogantly, of course this is a rule set by the upper management. Who? Lin Yi was annoyed. I came here to do something, but I'm being treated so harshly. As expected, you need a background to get involved in this business, and today Lin Yi just happened to have one. If Lin Yi hadn't known that Lin Yi was going to the provincial capital for a meeting today, he would have called him right now and asked Shin to at least pour him a cup of tea before leaving. It's really disgusting. Lin Yi hides his identity because he doesn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for his parents, but sometimes he really has to use it to slap those who rely on their power. What does it have to do with you? You're such a weird person, huh? Why are you acting like this when you ask someone for a favor? I followed the rules and regulations, made an appointment online in advance, brought the documents, and was notified to come in. I want to get an approval document. Is it me who is weird, or are the rules here weird? The quarrel was quite loud, attracting the attention of people around. Luo Yi didn't say anything. Although he was not as mature as Lin Yi, he had been to many big occasions. He had never encountered such a difficult situation in his life. Everything was clearly agreed upon, but a roadblock appeared in front of the two of them, and the man named Shin was pretending to be dead upstairs. Someone seemed to recognize Lin Yi and quickly lowered their head, pretending to work and not getting involved in this mess. At this time, Shin Fei came to the first floor. This is the service hall, not the vegetable market, not the place to quarrel. If you want to quarrel, go somewhere else. Lin Yi didn't give this 30-something man any face. Chief Shin, it's really troublesome for you to meet him. Shin Fei was also shocked. The 20-year-old young man in front of him was really arrogant. He even dared to be sarcastic to him, while others were all fawning and courteous to him. I'm usually busy, so I don't see many people. We've brought the materials. Please take a look, Chief Shin, and give us the approval so we can get our things. Lin Yi didn't want to stay in this smelly place any longer, he just wanted to leave quickly. Okay, give me the materials. I'll take a look and give you the approval document once I'm sure there are no problems. Shin Fei said this with a forced smile. Luo Yi was about to give him the materials, but was stopped by Lin Yi. You've already reviewed the electronic version of these materials. You said you needed a paper copy for your records. How long will that take? What Shin Fei just said was that you can leave the materials behind and go back, and just wait for notification. It will definitely end in nothing by then. Lin Yi has seen this kind of situation many times. I will definitely give you an answer today. Okay. Shin Fei took the materials and went upstairs. Lin Yi and Luo Yi were waiting in the lobby on the first floor. Luo Yi asked Lin Yi in a low voice, why is this Shin guy making things difficult for us? We didn't do anything to offend him in the first place. Because you and I both came here empty-handed. This. Luo Yi understood Lin Yi's subtext. Lin Yi sent a message to Lin Yi on his phone, Dad, are you done with the meeting? The other party did not reply, apparently still in a meeting. Lin Yi didn't care. By 5 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yi's meeting would definitely be over. The two waited for another hour. The sun had begun to set and it was almost 4 in the afternoon, but still no one had notified them. Lin Yi was still in a meeting. Lin Yi was a little annoyed. He was really speechless when faced with the situation today. At this time, Lin Yi received a message from Luo Qinghan on his phone, aren't you done yet? Not yet, I'm in some trouble. So you're still in the service hall? Lin Yi looked at the message with some confusion, but still answered Luo Qinghan. The latter did not reply, and Lin Yi continued to wait. Unexpectedly, a few minutes later, instead of receiving a reply from Shin Fei and his father, Luo Qinghan came, followed by an elder. Lin Yi and Luo Yi were both surprised. Why are you here? I was afraid you'd be in trouble, and now it seems to be happening. Linny smiled and said, "Yes, I was hurt a little, but it's useless even if you come." "That's not necessarily true." Luo Qinghan also smiled. While Linny was puzzled, he found that the old man who had just come in with Luo Qinghan had already gone upstairs. After a while, Shinfei came down with the old man. Shinfei handed the approval document to Linny with a smile on his face. "Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. I just had to deal with some urgent matters." "Are you really busy, or do you not intend to give it at all?" Luo Qinghan glanced at Shinfei coldly, then said to the old man, "Mr. Gu, I never thought that after you retired, anyone could come in and work here." The old man quickly smiled at Luo Qinghan and said, "This is my dereliction of duty. I will definitely deal with this violation of discipline seriously later." "Later? If I don't come today, does that mean my husband will have to sleep here and wait for me tonight?" Luo Yi trembled all over when he heard this. "Are you protecting Linny like this?" Linny's mood at this moment was a bit complicated, happy but also a bit embarrassed. How come he felt more and more used to her calling him hubby the more he did? Chapter 43, Being Caught. The old man and Shinfei apologized to the three people. Luo Qinghan was not going to let Shin off easily. He had to give an explanation. At this time, Linny stood up with the approval document and grabbed Luo Qinghan's hand. "Let's do this first, let's go to the border and get the car back." "You guys go ahead, I'll have a good talk with Mr. Gu." "No, my dad is done with the meeting." Luo Qinghan nodded when he heard it, and without saying anything else, he left the service hall with Linny. Shinfei finally breathed a sigh of relief. This kid is actually a gigolo, no wonder he's so extravagantly spending money to buy a car from overseas. But Mr. Gu glanced at him coldly and said, "Pack up your things in the next 2 days and find a job for yourself. You don't need to stay here anymore." "Mr. Gu, why? Go find out who the director of the Suzhou Education Department is, and then go pack your bags." Gu Lao glared at him and left as well. "Even after retirement, I still can't rest." After getting outside, Luo Yi took the approval document and went to the checkpoint alone to get the car. Firstly, he needed to hurry back as it was almost evening. Secondly, he would just be a supporting role if he stayed here. "Do you know that old man?" Linny and Luo Qinghan asked her as they walked towards the nearby parking lot. "Well, I used to work in the company's export business, and I had a lot of interactions with Mr. Gu at that time, but he retired last year." "Export? Weren't you abroad before?" "Well, we export some computer equipment to China. After all, China relies entirely on imports for these things." Linny understood. It must be that Luo Qinghan had worked under her father for a period of time. But why did the other party deliberately avoid discussing his father? Since the other party didn't say anything, Linny didn't ask any more questions. Sometimes asking too many questions is not a good move. "Are you hungry now? Why don't you eat something before going back?" "No, there's nothing good to eat here." Linny didn't remember if there was any delicious food in High City. It was just fast food or something. It would be better for him to go home early and lie down in bed. He was still a little angry. "Oh." Luo Qinghan didn't say anything. When they got into the car together, a strange voice was heard. Gurgle. Linny was sure that his stomach was not growling, and there was no third person here. "You didn't have lunch?" Linny asked Luo Qinghan. The other person blushed slightly and nodded, her long black hair half covering her face, and she looked a little shy. In fact, she just asked Linny because she was very hungry. "Didn't I prepare lunch for you? Why didn't you eat it?" "Because I thought you, a 20-year-old student, might be harassed if you went to a place like this to do business. I drove here immediately." Linny didn't say anything else, feeling sour in his heart. Luo Qinghan hesitated for a moment before starting the car. At this moment, Linny spoke again, "Let me drive. Let's go have dinner first." The two got out of the car and changed seats. Linny drove Luo Qinghan to a grilled fish restaurant. He remembered that Luo Qinghan said the grilled fish tasted good. After entering the store, Luo Qinghan ordered a grilled fish, while Linny ordered a fried rice. This made Luo Qinghan a little puzzled. "Aren't we here to eat grilled fish? Why are you eating fried rice?" "I can't eat fish because it's afraid it will get stuck in my throat." Lin Yi's answer really surprised Luo Qinghan. "Then how come you can make pickled fish?" "The pickled fish fillets are boneless, so I eat them too." Linny didn't hate eating fish, he quite liked it, but he really couldn't spit out fish bones. The two didn't communicate much during the meal. They didn't even have lunch and were both very hungry. Just as Linny was eating fried rice, a pair of chopsticks holding a piece of fish was handed to him. Linny raised his head and blinked in surprise at Luo Qinghan. There are no bones left. You can eat it. This. Linny didn't know what to say, his mind was a little blank. It's over. My brain doesn't work well when I'm with Luo Qinghan. Seeing Linny was hesitating, Luo Qinghan said to him, I didn't use my hands, I picked the bone with my mouth. Ah. This is not the point. Linny opened his mouth in shock, and Luo Qinghan just put the chopsticks into his mouth. Linny could feel that many eyes were looking at the two of them, and his face was heating up and turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. I was being fed. How does it taste? Luo Qinghan didn't even eat the grilled fish, just looked at Linny. It's delicious. Linny nodded, his head a little hot. The next moment, Linny watched Luo Qinghan pick up a piece of fish, remove the bones with his mouth, and hand it to Linny's mouth again. Well, open your mouth. Linny really opened his mouth in confusion. Sister, eat it yourself, I've had enough. I'm full, you can eat the rest. But you only ate half of it. I'm really full. As Luo Qinghan spoke, he went to feed Linny again. Linny didn't know how to refuse. Not to mention that he was a newbie who had never been in a relationship, even a man wouldn't be able to think calmly right now. A beautiful woman feeds you carefully, something you wouldn't even dream of doing. And Luo Qinghan seemed to have found another way to make Linny behave, feed him. We ate the meal very slowly, and by the time we got back to the car, it was already dark outside. Linny sat in the passenger seat, his face as red as a persimmon. Luo Qinghan had just fed him more than a dozen mouthfuls of fish, and the other party insisted on putting the food into his mouth and would not let him put it in the bowl. Then Linny was stared at for a long time by passers-by with envious and jealous eyes. Sister, you should eat it by yourself next time. It was a bit too embarrassing just now. Why? Don't you think it's delicious? But we were outside just now. Then I'll feed you at home from now on. That's not what I meant. Linyaran was stunned. He wanted Luo Qinghan to stop feeding him. What does that mean? Luo Qinghan looked at Linny with her beautiful eyes, motionless. Linny recalled Luo Qinghan's aggrieved look last night and swallowed back all his words in an instant. Nothing, let's go back. Linny felt as if he was being controlled by Luo Qinghan, and he was no longer able to refuse the various requests made by Luo Qinghan. Luo Qinghan didn't start the car, but asked Linny, is there any beautiful scenery in High City? No, this is just a fifth-tier coastal town. But isn't this place by the sea? Isn't there a beach to see? Yes, but it's not very pretty. Linny went to the beach in High City and saw that it was a muddy beach, not the golden color, and it was not beautiful at all. So there's nothing to do? If I have to say, it's late summer, early autumn, and it's a great time to watch the sunrise in the morning. The sunrise here is probably the best. How about we stay at the hotel here tonight and watch the sunrise tomorrow? Ah. So you asked so many questions just to find a reason to stay. Chapter 44 Almost Losing My Chastity. You promised to listen to me this week. Luo Qinghan looked at Linny and spoke lightly. I'll listen to you, but here we have to get up at 3:30 in the morning to watch the sunrise. The sun will come out a little after 4 o'clock, so it will be difficult to get up. Linny told Luo Qinghan the situation, hoping that she would give up. He definitely couldn't do it anyway. Getting up at 3:30? Might as well kill him. Why don't we just go to the hotel and sleep now? Luo Qinghan directly proposed a solution, and Linny was unable to refute it. Good idea. What the hell, it's not even 6 p.m. yet, and I'm going to sleep. How can I possibly sleep? But Linny still agreed to Luo Qinghan, and the two went to the nearest pedestrian street to buy clothes. They did not bring any spare clothes. As soon as we entered the clothing store, the salesperson came to greet us. Would you like to take a look at our new autumn clothes? Linny didn't say anything. He never listened to the shopping guides when buying clothes because he could easily be cheated if he did. But Luo Qinghan looked at him. Why don't you go and take a look? Okay. The salesperson showed them a pair of couples' outfits. This is a new style we have in our store. It's hot now, so you don't need to wear a coat. When the weather turns cooler in a while, you can wear a coat and it will look good too. How about giving it a try? Luo Qinghan asked Linny again. The latter nodded, and they went into the locker room together. Boys change clothes faster, so Linny came out first and looked in the mirror. The clothes recommended by the shopping guide may not be the best, but they will definitely not look ugly when worn on you. After all, good eyesight is a necessary skill for a shopping guide. Linny wore a white t-shirt with a cartoon character on the right side of his chest, and black loose sweatpants. He didn't wear the long black coat, but it would look better if he did. At this time, Luo Qinghan walked out, which made Linny and the shopping guide stunned. It was a t-shirt similar to the one Linny was wearing, but it seemed a little smaller, and the rise and fall of his chest was more obvious. The black pleated skirt just covers her thighs, revealing her long and slender legs. Luo Qinghan crossed his left arm under his full chest, holding his right arm with his hand. He did not look at the mirror first but asked Linny, "Does it look good?" Linny swallowed subconsciously and nodded. Luo Qinghan wore loose dresses almost all summer, with her hair loose, giving her the temperament of a mature woman. But now, after changing into a short-sleeved short skirt similar to a school uniform, her whole style has changed, and she looks youthful and energetic. However, unlike those 18-year-old female college students, Luo Qinghan still has that mature temperament, and the combination of the two makes her even more lethal. Looking at the dazed and somewhat stunned Linny, Luo Qinghan raised a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth. After buying the clothes, the two went to the hotel. Linny was about to go to the front desk to book a room when Luo Qinghan asked him for his ID card. I originally thought Luo Qinghan wanted to book a room, but after showing his ID card, Luo Qinghan got the room card. Only then did Linny realize that Luo Qinghan had already made the reservation online. "Have you booked a room already?" "No, I just ordered it." Linny felt like he had fallen into a trap. Just as he guessed, when he entered the room, he saw a king-size bed. "I have to recite Buddhist scriptures again tonight. Or I'll just sleep on the floor. I guess Buddhist scriptures are of no use. I don't know if reciting the Tao Te Ching is useful." Linny went to take a shower first and changed into the hotel's loose pajamas. Then Luo Qinghan also went into the bathroom to take a shower. The bathroom wall is frosted glass. Although you can't see clearly what's going on inside, you can see some outlines. The sound of a running shower came, and Lin Yi's eyes involuntarily looked towards the bathroom. A blurry figure came into view, and he could vaguely see the charming curves of her body. Lin Yi's mind flashed back to the image of Luo Qinghan wearing a short skirt just now. "Calm down." Linny shook his head violently, trying to calm himself down. "I'd better go and recite the Tao Te Ching." Linny was not just talking, he really went to read the Tao Te Ching online. He needed Lao Tzu to help him purify himself. However, after watching for a long time, I don't know if it was purified or not. Instead, Linny felt sleepy. In addition, he was in a hurry to travel in the afternoon and encountered that stupid thing, so he was indeed a little tired. When Luo Qinghan came out of the bathroom, Linny had already fallen asleep. "Linny?" Luo Qinghan called softly, but got no response, confirming that the other party was asleep. "Didn't you say you couldn't sleep? How did you fall asleep so quickly?" Luo Qinghan bit her lip with some dissatisfaction. She did not wear pajamas, but still changed into the short skirt she had just bought, but her long legs were also covered with the warm white stockings that were given as a gift. The air conditioner is on in the room, so wear stockings to keep warm. "Nothing wrong." Luo Qinghan slowly got on the bed, stretched out her arms, hugged Lin Yi's waist and slowly leaned forward, and her long legs and stockings also clamped Lin Yi's legs. After a while, Lin Yi's body became hot again. He did not wake up. This was the reaction of his body. Fortunately, he fell asleep, otherwise, I would not be able to recite the Tao Te Ching or Buddhist scriptures tonight. Even if the Buddha came, I would have to practice all over again. At 3:30 in the morning, when the sky was still pitch black, an alarm clock rang. Luo Qinghan and Linny were both woken up. Linny was very impatient, frowning, and didn't want to wake up at all. Luo Qinghan was in a similar situation, but she wanted to go watch the sunrise with Linny and rely on her willpower to keep herself awake. Turning off the alarm clock, Luo Qinghan hugged Linny again. "It's 3:30. You said the sun will rise in half an hour. Why don't you get up and take me to see it? I'm so sleepy. Why don't you go by yourself? It's not far from here. Just drive east and you'll reach the beach." "But you promised me." Luo Qinghan also knew that Linny was sleepy. After all, he usually slept until 9 or even 10 in the morning. "So I woke him up in a gentle way." Linny, who was in a half-asleep state, felt that his ears seemed to be a little wet, and a warm and electric shock sensation began to come from his earlobes. Then the pair of small hands around her waist began to move slowly, stroking her belly, and her legs seemed to be handcuffed by two silky shackles. The amplitude of these movements is gradually accelerating and becoming larger. Luo Qinghan couldn't help but let out a groan. Lin Yi's eyes suddenly opened, and he broke free from this gentle embrace, standing by the bed with rapid breathing. What's the point of sleeping like this? Luo Qinghan also sat up immediately, turned her head away, and didn't dare to look at Lin Yi with a red face. She really didn't mean to make that humming sound just now. She originally just wanted to wake Lin Yi up, but as she held his earlobe in her mouth and her hands moved, her body became very hot, and she couldn't help but make a sound. I'm going to go wash up first, you change your clothes. Luo Qinghan blushed, said coldly and went to the bathroom. Lin Yi took a deep breath for a long time before finally calming down, and asked himself a soul-searching question. Did I do something terrible last night? Lin Yi hurriedly touched his pajamas and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that they were still relatively neat. What happens after chapter 45? Lin Yi changed his clothes and left the hotel with Luo Qinghan. At around 3 in the morning, the sky was still pitch black, the moon had disappeared, and only a few stars dotted the night sky. It was already early autumn, and the temperature difference between day and night was a bit large. Luo Qinghan, who came outside, couldn't help but hug his arms and roll them up. Put on your coat. It will be windier and colder when we get to the beach. Lin Yi put Luo Qinghan's coat on her. He had always been the one who held the bag for the clothes. Thanks. Luo Qinghan was driving and Lin Yi was sitting in the passenger seat. He was still a little sleepy and was afraid that something might happen while driving. Just drive east along this road? Well, you can see the beach at the end. There is an observation deck for watching the sunrise. Lin Yi took a piece of chewing gum and put it in his mouth, trying to keep himself awake. Luo Qinghan drove fast, and since there were almost no vehicles around, he arrived at the beach in 15 minutes. When he was about to get off the car, he turned around and saw that Lin Yi had fallen asleep again leaning against the car door. Luo Qinghan puffed his lips in anger, reached out and grabbed Lin Yi's arm and shook him. Don't sleep, we've arrived at our destination. So fast? Lin Yi had just fallen asleep not long ago. You promised to watch the sunrise with me, so at least you should watch it before going to bed. Okay. Lin Yi stretched after getting off the car. It was really a torture for him, a man who was used to slacking off, to get up at this time. The two walked towards the observation deck together. Unknowingly, Luo Qinghan and Lin Yi got closer and closer until her slender arm was around Lin Yi's left arm. I'm a little cold. Lin Yi didn't say anything. The soft touch and warmth on his arm made him more awake. It was much more refreshing than chewing gum. Since it was not a holiday, there was no one on the observation deck. After the two walked in, they sat in the best seats and looked at the skyline in the distance, which was already beginning to brighten. Why don't you talk much again? Luo Qinghan leaned on Lin Yi's shoulder and asked. I'm just a little dizzy, that's all. After Lin Yi answered, silence fell between the two again. After a while, Luo Qinghan spoke again. Have you thought about the future? What do you mean? It's all about the future. You're only 20 years old, isn't there still a long future ahead of you? Luo Qinghan's voice was very soft and somewhat gentle. This was the first time Lin Yi heard her speak like this. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. If I start a business with Luo Yi and it succeeds, I will help him gain a foothold and then I will stop caring about it. If it fails, I will take the civil service exam and then ask my father for a sinecure. Luo Qinghan smiled. Your plan is very simple. Plans can never keep up with changes. There is no need to overthink the future. What about you? What about life? Don't you have any ideas? Lin Yi turned his head when asked this question and looked at Luo Qinghan, who was also looking at him. Lin Yi turned his head again and looked at the sky that was beginning to brighten in the distance. Just like now, it's good to live with you. Luo Qinghan didn't say anything else, but just asked silently in his heart, will it always be like this? Lin Yi has a bad temper and is quite violent, which is caused by his previous hard life. Lying down only makes him feel comfortable but does not improve his temper. But when he is with Luo Qinghan, he can find the long-lost peace of mind. He will be nervous, shy, and become like a boy who is just beginning to fall in love. Lin Yi didn't know how he felt about Luo Qinghan now. She was a bit like his sister, and also a bit like his girlfriend, or wife. This does not refer to his wife in name only, but the person he truly falls in love with. The time they had been in contact was not very long, but Linny could already feel that the other party could affect his emotions. He wanted to stay away from her, and it seemed impossible to go back to the past. He himself didn't know which side of his feelings was stronger, and his sister and girlfriend didn't seem to conflict. The sea breeze blew on the two of them, and the light emanating from the skyline became more and more, and the night began to fade away. A red sun began to rise slowly from the sea level. Luo Qinghan raised his head, which was resting on Lin Yi's shoulder, and was very surprised to see the scene in front of him. This was the first time she truly saw the scenery without any other burdens. "Lin Yi, can we take a picture?" Luo Qinghan asked Lin Yi happily, but got no response. She turned her head and saw that Lin Yi had fallen asleep leaning on her. "Why did you fall asleep again?" Luo Qinghan pouted, but then smiled because Lin Yi fell asleep leaning on her. Luo Qinghan stretched out his hand, gently supported Lin Yi's head, and let him sleep peacefully on his thigh. Then he took out his cell phone and took a photo of the two of them. Until the red sun in the distance completely left the sea, Luo Qinghan still did not wake up Lin Yi. She was enjoying the present moment. "It's all your fault for oversleeping. The sun is out now, but you didn't see it. There's still time to take pictures now. There's no one here today." Two unfamiliar voices came from behind, startling Luo Qinghan. "Lin Yi, wake up, someone is coming." Luo Qinghan lowered his head and woke Lin Yi up. Lin Yi sat up drowsily and opened his eyes. The sunlight was a bit dazzling to him, so he blocked his eyes with his hands. "Let's go back." Luo Qinghan was about to stand up, but because Lin Yi had been leaning on his thighs, his legs became numb and he was about to fall down. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly stood up to catch Luo Qinghan, but his legs were a little numb, and he sat down again as soon as he stood up. In panic, Lin Yi reached out and pulled the fallen Luo Qinghan over. The next moment, the pupils of both of them contracted. Luo Qinghan fell straight towards Lin Yi, and her pink lips touched the other's lips squarely. "There really aren't many people here. It's not a holiday today, so there's definitely no one here. Just stand there and I'll take a couple of pictures of you." The voices of the man and woman came again, becoming clearer. Lin Yi and Luo Qinghan let go of each other in panic, but because their legs were numb, they couldn't stand up easily. Luo Qinghan was still lying on Lin Yi. At this time, the man and woman walked up to the two of them, and were shocked by the scene, and were speechless. Luo Qinghan's face was so red that it was almost transparent, and even his arms turned a little red. Lin Yi was not in a much better condition. Probably because he felt ashamed of being seen, Lin Yi ignored the numbness in his legs and mustered up all his strength to hug Luo Qinghan and stand up. "If you want to take pictures, we won't bother you." Lin Yi remained calm and left with his arm around Luo Qinghan's waist. Luo Qinghan's face was still flushed, but after pursing his lips, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 46. Cooking shouldn't be that difficult. This trip to High City was considered a short tour. After returning to Sioux City, Lin Yi became a troublemaker again. After returning to Suzhou on Saturday, he accompanied Luo Qinghan to go shopping and play all night, and he slept late again on Sunday. Luo Qinghan seemed to have something to do, so she went to school again on Sunday afternoon and told Lin Yi that she would not come back for dinner in the evening and would eat at school. Lin Yi replied with an then looked at the time and saw that it was only 1 in the afternoon, so he ordered some takeout and continued to lie in bed to rest. "As soon as the takeaway arrives, I lie on the bed, eat and watch videos. I am so happy." Just when I was happily watching the ghost video, Luo Yi called. "Are you still in High City playing with your wife? You're back. What's wrong? What happened again?" "There's a small problem. The tram is almost out of power coming back from High City." Lin Yi thought for a moment and asked, "Where is the car now?" "At school. I'll send you to the training base at 4 o'clock. What's the point of panicking? It's already been sent to school. You weren't even asked to drive it." Lin Yi thought Luo Yi had broken down halfway. "The main thing is that I think this electric car is really comfortable to drive. It starts almost as fast as my previous sports car, and it's also silent. I really want to buy another one and drive it myself." At first, Luo Yi thought that the only difference between electric cars and gasoline cars was the power. "My suggestion is to forget it. Besides the hassle, electric cars have far more disadvantages than gasoline cars." When Lin Yi said this, he remembered that he had forgotten to tell Luo Yi something. "Oh, the brakes of this car are not very good, I forgot to tell you. I've already driven back, and you're just telling me this?" When Luo Yi heard this, he felt a chill on his back and was glad that he was still alive. It's not a big deal. You're fine now anyway. If you don't have anything else, don't bother me, your dad. I'm going to continue playing. Just come pick me up at 3 o'clock. Okay. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Linny and Luo Yi were in the mechanical engineering training base. 6 senior students put on their blue work clothes and started working. Good universities are well equipped, and this training base can actually be considered a small factory. Linny had nothing in his hands. The task of taking pictures was given to Luo Yi, who was in charge of the command. This was one of the rare times he was serious and attentive. Take this part off later and put it back first so I can see its original position and structure. Linny said to 2 of them. Ha! We just took it apart with so much effort, and now we have to put it back together? The 2 were extremely reluctant after hearing this. Hurry up, finish it early, and go home from work. Master Luo will pay you. I also work for him. Luo Yi was so angry that his eyebrows twitched a few times. You play the good guy and I play the bad guy, right? In desperation, the 2 men reassembled it as Linny requested. After Linny looked at it carefully again, he asked Luo Yi to take 2 photos and then let them dismantle it again. Linny asked them to do the following work of dismantling and reassembling several times. This made the 6 people want to quit several times, so Linny persuaded them with some kind words and put all the blame on Luo Yi. Luo Yi had an urge to kill someone, but he held it back and agreed to pay the 6 people 500 yuan each as labor fee before the dismantling continued. Originally, Linny planned to complete the cutting and disassembly in 3 hours. After all, the equipment here is complete and there is no shortage of tools. These 6 people are also the best among their peers. However, due to Ling Yi's various repeated requests, the work was not completed until almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Luo Yi, who was in charge of taking photos, was so hungry that his stomach hurt. Seeing that these people were extremely hungry, Linny let them have dinner first. You're not going to eat? Luo Yi looked at Linny, who was still standing there with no intention of leaving. I'm not hungry. Go eat quickly. Remember to come back after you finish eating. We need to continue when we come back, otherwise I don't know if we can finish it before 8 o'clock tonight. Luo Yi didn't say anything else and went to the cafeteria. Linny looked at the half-dismantled tram and started to draw a rough blueprint in his mind. At the same time, he also complained, the design is really simple and crude. The battery is really powerful and can fly bricks. Just tie several batteries together. The biggest problem with electric vehicles is battery life. The solution in the next few years will be to increase the number and size of batteries. Bragging about how great your own batteries are just a way of making the batteries look better. There is no way around it. This involves a breakthrough in the technological field. Not to mention ordinary people, even large companies have been researching it for several years and haven't figured it out. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the 6 seniors had all returned. Luo Yi hasn't come back yet, and Linny plans to call her to urge her. It's just dinner, it's not mealtime yet, why would he eat such delicacies? Just when they were about to dial the number, Luo Yi finally arrived. Linny put his phone away again and let them continue. Luo Yi patted his shoulder, pointed behind Linny, and whispered in his ear, your wife is waiting for you outside. Linny looked back and saw that Luo Qinghan was really standing outside looking at him. The next moment, his phone rang. How long will it take? Aren't you hungry if you don't have dinner? Dinner isn't very important. It doesn't matter whether you eat it or not. As for the time, it's hard to say. It will probably take about 2 hours. Then I'll wait for you here. Why are you waiting for me outside? Linny raised his head again and looked at Luo Qinghan outside in surprise. It's too hot inside. I can't help much if I come in. I'm not asking you to come in. I'm asking you to go home. Why are you waiting outside for me? Are you feeding mosquitoes? I sprayed mosquito repellent, so there won't be any mosquito bites. You go back first. Luo Yi will take me back. There's no need to wait outside. All right then. After the chat, Luo Qinghan left. Linny also continued to direct the dismantling work. On the way back, Luo Qinghan wanted to buy something to eat for Linny. After all, he would definitely be hungry when he came back. But she didn't know what to buy, and before she knew it, she had driven to the community. Forget it, just order him a takeout. Luo Qinghan went upstairs while looking at the food delivery app, but when he got home, he still didn't know what to order. She thought it was not tasty, so it would definitely not taste good if she gave it to Lin Yi. Suddenly, she remembered that Lin Yi had accompanied her shopping yesterday and bought a lot of ingredients for the refrigerator, originally planning to cook for her tonight. But because the freshman will start military training tomorrow, and she is a class counselor, she will go to deal with these troublesome matters. She had just finished dinner not long ago. Luo Qinghan opened the refrigerator and looked at the ingredients inside and had the idea to get started. It shouldn't be that difficult. It's easy to watch Lin Yi cook. There are even tutorials online. Chapter 47, Starting a Romance Again. Lin Yi and Luo Yi stayed at the training base until a little after 9:30 in the evening. The 6 seniors were quite resentful during the 5.5 hours they worked, but their resentment disappeared instantly after they received the salary transferred by Luo Yi. It turns out that money can solve all problems. Luo Yi looked at the pile of parts, big and small, and was also quite shocked. A car actually has so many parts? No, it's more than that. Many parts are still together and haven't been taken apart. Besides, I don't know how to take them apart. Forcing them will damage them. Can we continue to demolish it? Luo Yi looked at Lin Yi in surprise. Lin Yi said calmly, your phone can be disassembled into thousands of parts. Isn't it normal for a car to have more parts? Okay, we're leaving. Just give these things to Dean Lu. They have nothing to do with us anymore. Your girlfriend should have finished her tutoring by now. Yes. It's 9:30. After being reminded by Lin Yi, Luo Yi remembered that Xia Muyu had finished tutoring and quickly called her. Muyu, are you coming out now? Well, I'm going to ride my bike back to school. Xia Muyu had just walked out of the community with his school bag on his back, preparing to ride a shared bicycle alone. No need, I'll pick you up now. Aren't you busy? I'm done. Please wait a moment. I'll be there soon. It will take you more than 20 minutes to ride your bike. By the time you get back, it will be almost 10 o'clock. Luo Yi hung up the phone, turned to look at Lin Yi, and smiled a little embarrassedly. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and waved his hand in disgust. Get out, I can ride my bike back with your dad. Okay. Luo Yi trotted to the parking shed and drove away from the school. Lin Yi originally wanted to go to the cafeteria for dinner, but found that everything was closed except the hamburger restaurant, so he went directly to the school gate and rented a shared bicycle to go back. When he got home, he went upstairs and looked at the takeout, just when he wanted to eat something. As soon as I entered the house, I smelled a fragrance. Lin Yi looked at the fried rice on the table, which looked quite good. Then he looked at Luo Qinghan who was sitting next to him. He asked in disbelief, Sister, did you make this? Luo Qinghan nodded, I just learned it. You haven't had dinner yet, so I made it for you. Lin Yi sat down at the table, picked up his chopsticks, and was a little surprised at the delicious fried rice. Shouldn't a rich girl who had barely been in the kitchen burn the kitchen the first time she cooked? How could she cook so well? Could it be that she is a genius in this area? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this fried rice? Luo Qinghan saw that Lin Yi was slow to pick up his chopsticks and thought that he had done a very bad job. No, I'm just a little surprised. Lin Yi picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. It's okay, not delicious, but not so bad as to taste like poison either. It's pretty average, better than the fried rice in the cafeteria, but it's too bland. This was Lin Yi's fair evaluation in his heart. Luo Qinghan stared at Lin Yi intently, watching him eat and looking forward to his answer. Lin Yi didn't pay attention to Luo Qinghan's look because he was a little too hungry and just buried his head in eating fried rice. Suddenly, when Lin Yi took a bite, he froze and his face turned green. Oh my god! This salty thing tastes bitter. No wonder the first few bites were so bland, it turned out that they were not stir-fried evenly. Lin Yi almost vomited it out, but after seeing Luo Qinghan's expectant look, he forced himself to swallow it. What happened just now? Did you eat anything? Luo Qinghan noticed Lin Yi's expression and asked Lin Yi a little nervously. No, I just thought of something. Lin Yi continued to eat. Some mouthfuls were bland, while others were extremely salty. It was so painful. But he couldn't show it. This was Luo Qinghan's first time cooking, and he couldn't make her sad. After watching Lin Yi finish all the fried rice, Luo Qinghan asked Lin Yi expectantly, how does it taste? Fine. Lin Yi had another half sentence in his mind, don't do it next time. Hearing Lin Yi's words of approval, Luo Qinghan smiled, like a little girl who had been praised. Then I'll wash the dishes and you go take a shower. No, I'll go wash it. Linny took the empty plate and went to the kitchen. It was just a plate, so he just had to wash it. He was afraid that the plate would fall if he asked Luo Qinghan to do it. When he came back from the kitchen, Luo Qinghan was standing in the living room looking at him again, which scared Linny a lot. Why does this scene look so familiar? Sister, aren't you going to bed? Luo Qinghan tilted his head slightly and said softly, I want to sleep with you tonight. Linny couldn't help but think of the scene when the two of them slept in the same bed in the hotel, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated again. Well, how about we all sleep in our own rooms? Why? It's not like we haven't slept together before, isn't it fine? Well, didn't we agree on this at the beginning? It's not good to sleep together all the time. How could Linny possibly hold back if he slept in another bed? He felt that he was already a Superman for holding back the first 2 times. Luo Qinghan felt a little disappointed after hearing Linny's answer, but he didn't show it on his face, and he was still looking at Linny. That's what we said at first, but I found out. What did you find? I found that I really like you. Linny didn't know how to respond after hearing Luo Qinghan's simple and straightforward words. We are husband and wife, isn't it normal for us to sleep in the same bed? Luo Qinghan looked at Linny and moved closer to him. Go take a shower, I'll wait for you in the room. No, I haven't agreed yet. Why are you waiting for me in the room? Wait a minute, sister, I'm only 20 years old. Linny wanted to say that he was still young and would talk about it later, but Luo Qinghan directly misunderstood what he meant. Yes, you are already 20 years old. You will graduate next year. By then, many of your peers will have children. So don't you want to? Linny was dumbfounded after hearing this. The two of them were not on the same channel at all. No. That's not what I meant. Fuck. I forgot that this world encourages early marriage and early childbearing in order to alleviate the gender ratio. Some people have become fathers at the age of 20, but Linny is still a rookie. What do you mean? Linny's mind raced as he came up with a suitable excuse. I mean, we've only been together for a little over 10 days. It's a bit too short. I see. You mean to start by taking it slow, right? Yes. Linny felt relieved, and the two of them finally got together to talk. So we should just sleep in our own rooms for now. Luo Qinghan nodded, but still did not leave. Then I want to hug you. Chapter 48 Acting as a Counselor for My Sister. Without waiting for Linny's consent, Luo Qinghan stretched out his arms and hugged him. Sister, just hold me for a bit, I'm all sweaty and you've already taken a shower. Linny spoke nervously, not daring to move. The unique fragrance on Luo Qinghan made him feel a little hot. Fortunately, Luo Yi couldn't see it now, otherwise he would have laughed at him for at least a week, being as timid as a little chick in front of his wife. It's okay, it doesn't smell. Luo Qinghan, wearing her nightgown, hugged Linny tightly for more than 10 seconds before letting go. Hugging can promote blood circulation and help with relaxation. Luo Qinghan felt that he was almost addicted to hugging Linny and wished he could hug him every day. Could you please do me a favor and get up early and go to school with me tomorrow? Help with what? I have to teach your class early in the morning, but the freshman class I'm currently teaching has military training tomorrow. The counselor usually takes attendance on the first day. If anyone hasn't come to report, could you please take attendance for me? Luo Qinghan looked at Linny and blinked. He didn't know when it started, but Linny found that Luo Qinghan became more and more like a little girl when facing him alone. Her previous cold temperament was completely gone. And she is only like this with him. To others, Luo Qinghan is still the silent and cold professor. Okay, I'll go to school with you tomorrow. Linny nodded in agreement, and Luo Qinghan returned to his room. Then I'm going to bed first. You should go to bed early too. Good night. Well, good night. Linny looked at Luo Qinghan's back as she walked into the room, and his eyes were involuntarily attracted by the pair of white legs under the black nightgown. Luo Qinghan still goes barefoot at home, probably because he is used to it. Linny stood there and recalled the feeling when Luo Qinghan clamped his legs in white stockings early yesterday morning. At the time, he had his back to the camera and didn't see the scene, but the feeling was real and incredibly comfortable. You bastard, you just want my body, you are such a despicable person. After Linny scolded himself, he took his pajamas and went to take a shower. The next day, the first thing Luo Qinghan did when he got up was to knock on the door to wake up Linny, and then he went to wash up. When Linny woke up, he first changed into the couple's outfit that he and Luo Qinghan bought that day. There was no other meaning. He just picked up something and wore whatever he could get his hands on. This piece of clothing happened to have been washed and dried yesterday, so he just wore it. While he was washing up, Luo Qinghan returned to the room to change clothes. When Linny came out of the bathroom, he saw that Luo Qinghan had also changed into couple outfits. She was wearing a short skirt and a high ponytail. She looked like the senior schoolmate that most people dreamed of. But I didn't wear stockings today. I wore them that day because it was a bit cold in the early morning. And bare legs seem to have a special flavor. No. Why did my attention wander to that again? Luo Qinghan smiled slightly. This little guy really likes to look at legs, and he looks at them secretly every time. There will be a way to discipline him in the future. To some extent, Luo Qinghan behaved like a little girl in front of Linny, with some of her subjective intentions. Let's go, we still need to have breakfast. Luo Qinghan took her small bag and drove to school with Linny. After having breakfast in the cafeteria, Luo Qinghan handed their class roster to Linny and told him where software class 164 would gather on the playground later. The two separated after leaving the cafeteria, and Linny went to the playground with his phone. By the time we arrived, many freshmen wearing dark green military training uniforms had already arrived. During military training, one's true appearance can be best seen. Everyone wears the same clothes, so it all depends on one's own strength. The men and women gathered together separately, discussing who was handsome and who was beautiful. Do you know there's a boy named Kaishu-kun in software class 164? I think he's so handsome, just like an idol brother. Isn't he just a middle part? And it looks a bit feminine. How is he handsome? You are not allowed to slander my brother. Stop arguing. The senior from software class 4 who greeted the new students on registration day was the real handsome one. Yes. I remember now. That senior was so handsome. It's a pity I haven't seen him since then. As time went by, more and more people came to the playground and the noise became louder. Linny stood in the seat of software class 164 and looked down at the picture on his mobile phone that Luo Yi sent him. He will start drawing the blueprints when he goes back today. The students in software class 4 were a little curious when they saw that the counselors of other classes were waiting, but they didn't see their beautiful counselor. Especially the single men in the class, they were already looking around for Luo Qinghan. When the class monitor Luli arrived, she said to the rioting crowd in the class, "Don't you guys check the class chat? Instructor Luo has a class, so she asked Senior Lin to wait for us here." No wonder. When the boys heard this, they felt quite disappointed, but their happiness would not disappear, it would only shift. Knowing that Linny was accompanying them, many girls in the class became excited. Although Linny used a small sign to indicate that he was married when he was welcoming the new students, the girls later learned from the school forum and confession wall that the school's most handsome boys were all single. They all thought that Linny was lying at that time. "Senior, aren't you going to call the roll yet? Military training will start in 3 minutes. Class monitor Luli reminded Linny, who had been looking down at his phone. Oh. Linny then took out the roster Luo Qinghan had given him and prepared to start the roll call. "I will only call out names once. Those who are here will be called. If you missed it, please don't make a fuss. Wait until I finish the roll call before reporting back." After saying that, Linny started to call out names, reading out a name every 3 seconds. His voice was clear and loud, and could be heard by several surrounding classes. The girls who had just been discussing Linny became infatuated with him after seeing it. "Look, it seems the person taking roll call for class 4 isn't their counselor, but that senior." "Really? I'm so envious. I want to join their team. This senior is still single. He looks so handsome when he calls out names. I really want to give birth to a baby for him." After the roll call, Linny reported the attendance to the instructor and then went to the shade to rest like the other counselors. And the freshmen can start their happy military training. By the time the halftime break came, those who had been arguing excitedly earlier suddenly collapsed on the ground like deflated balls. Linny originally didn't plan to go over, but seeing that the other counselors around him had gone to their own classes, Linny felt that it was not a good idea to hide in the shadows alone. After all, he came here on behalf of Luo Qinghan. It's okay for him to be thick-skinned as a loser, but it's not okay for him to discredit Luo Qinghan. Linny walked to the team, asked a few questions with a smile, and then told them that he bought them some lemonade. In an instant, those boys who were originally unhappy with him also came up to flatter him. Linny was just listening for fun when he received a message from Luo Qinghan on his phone. Are you still in the playground? Yeah, I bought them some lemonade and was going to get it for them at the school gate. Let me help you at the school gate. I happen to be on break for half an hour after class. Chapter 49. My wife is jealous. When Luo Qinghan took her cell phone and left the classroom, Mu Zi arrived and explained everything to her in person. I might be back late for class, so you can cover for me for a while. I've already assigned homework to them, and I don't need you to explain anything. If anyone has questions, just answer them. Mu Zi covered her mouth and laughed. You'd better not come back. I'll take your place until the end of the get out of class. That won't work. After all, you're just my teaching assistant. It wouldn't be nice if the school leaders saw me when I'm not around. Don't worry, no one will come to check. Even if they do, I'll say you've been away for a while. Mu Zi said, waving to Luo Qinghan, let's go, your little husband is helpless alone in the playground. How do you know? Luo Qinghan was shocked. She hadn't told anyone about this. You and Linny have hugged each other in the office. If he's not your husband, what else can he be to you? After Mu Zi said this, Luo Qinghan thought so. After all, she didn't talk much to others, but she hugged Linny. Even a moron could tell. And didn't you tell me last time? Really? Luo Qinghan had even forgotten the last time he called Mu Zi crying. That time. After Mu Zi finished speaking, Luo Qinghan's face turned red and he quickly ended the topic. How did you know I was going to the playground to look for Linny? And what does helpless mean? Luo Qinghan didn't even understand the second half of Mu Zi's words. Your little husband has been posting all over the school's love confession wall like crazy. A bunch of single girls have left messages asking for your little husband's contact information. Really? Luo Qinghan is a teacher at the school and would not pay attention to things like the confession wall. Only Mu Zi, a gossip master, would pay attention to it. Mu Zi took out his phone and showed Luo Qinghan the latest hot post on the confession wall. Look for yourself, it's only been an hour, and there are over 2,000 likes and over 200 comments. Luo Qinghan took the phone and looked at the dynamic message carefully, begging for the senior's contact information. Below are 6 photos taken of Linny. One is a side profile photo of Linny when he was calling the roll, which is the best photo. The other 5 were all taken secretly, and they looked a bit flustered. It was obvious that they were taken secretly before the military training began. The comments at the end are still being updated. After all, it's halftime, and there is quite a bit of fake news. I know this senior. He's from the 4th class of software, junior year. Nonsense. This senior is clearly from our mechanical engineering department. I even saw him at our training base. Bullshit. This senior is obviously from our finance department. He's tall, rich, and handsome. Of course he's studying finance to inherit the family business. Luo Qinghan stopped reading because it seemed more and more outrageous. If he continued reading, Linny might be the hidden foreign prince. Then I'm leaving. Please cover for me. Go quickly, go quickly. Luo Qinghan looked at Mu Zi's disgusted expression and asked himself, why do I feel like I have become an assistant teacher? On the other side of the playground, Linny was chatting with Luo Yi. Luo Yi is not Linny, he still has to attend Luo Qinghan's class, and the other party will not cover up for him easily. However, he does not have to attend the second half of the class, as Luo Qinghan has approved his leave. Oh my god. What did you do at home last night? What are you doing? Are you out of your mind again? When Linny saw the message sent by Luo Yi, he knew that this person was about to get sick again. Are you guys playing some kind of role-playing game? Why is Luo Qinghan wearing a school uniform today? Linny scoffed and replied, yes. I'll play your dad. Seriously, Luo Qinghan is really wearing a school uniform today, with a high ponytail. You wouldn't know that, right? I went out with her, how could you not know? And what do you want to say? I just want to say that the contrast of Luo Qinghan's outfit is too strong. The royal sister playing the innocent role is too lethal. The boys in the class are all staring at her. Just don't let me see you in front of me. It's okay if Linny can't see it, but if he sees anyone staring at Luo Qinghan with lustful eyes, he will dig out his eyes. Idiot, I'm going to get some lemonade. After seeing the message that the takeaway had been delivered to the school gate, Linny ended his chat with Luo Yi and said to the people in the formation, the lemonade is here. 4 of you come with me to get it. Senior, I'll go. Linny originally wanted to call 4 men, but 4 girls stood up first. Perhaps because they felt it was a bit unfair to let the girls take it all, the 2 boys also volunteered to stand up. Linny's choice was to take all 6 people away, so that he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to get them and having to come get them. I paid for your lemonade, and you still want me to work hard to get it? Impossible. Luli is also among them. She is able to become the class monitor and has excellent social skills. She is a social expert. On the way to the school gate, he chatted with the 4 girls around him for a while, and then chatted with Linny, and he never stopped talking. Senior, you still don't have a partner? I have a wife. Linny lowered his head to look at his phone and answered without even looking at Luli next to him. But why hasn't anyone seen your wife? Many people are saying you're lying, so you don't have to worry about anyone chasing you. Linny glanced at Luli speechlessly. Is it possible that she teaches you every day? Senior, why are you silent? Did I guess it right? No, don't have any illusions about me. I do have a wife, and she's right here at school. Linny spoke coldly, without any sign of lying, which made Luli feel a little disappointed, but she still held on to a glimmer of hope. After all, no one has ever seen Linny's mysterious wife, and mainly no one has refuted the rumors under the confession wall. Luli and several other girls started asking Linny who his wife was, which made Linny annoyed. Is this the end? I'm not married and I don't have time to play dating games with you little girls. Just as the group was about to reach the school gate, a familiar voice came from the side. Linny. Following the voice, he turned his head and saw Luo Qinghan, who was wearing a short skirt and a pair of silver flat sandals on her smooth feet, jogging towards Linny with light steps. Luli and the others didn't dare to recognize Luo Qinghan when they saw him for the first time. He was so different from the instructor Luo they usually saw. The original image of a cool and majestic sister was gone, and the person in front of her was clearly Senior Bai Yueguan with a ponytail. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. After Luo Qinghan ran over, he actually took Lin Yi's hand. It was very natural and smooth, and at the same time, it broke the hearts of the 2 boys. Luo Qinghan replaced Luli's original position next to Lin Yi, forcing the latter to step back a little. Why are you so close to these 4 girls? Luo Qinghan asked in a low voice, sounding somewhat unhappy, so that Lin Yi and the people around him could hear it clearly. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. Chapter 50 Sneak Attack. Linny came back to his senses first and looked at Luo Qinghan, who had a calm expression but was staring at him. Are you jealous already? After thinking about it, Linny felt that this was a good opportunity to make little girls like Luli give up. They didn't get too close. The 6 of them were just here to help get lemonade. After Linny finished speaking, he raised Luo Qinghan's hand and said to the 6 people who were still in shock behind him, Hey, what you have always wanted to know, this is my wife. Although these people had guessed it in their hearts, they were still shocked when Linny said it directly. The 4 girls just felt that their behavior just now was very shameful and clownish. They actually wanted to seduce Linny. Not to mention that his wife was their counselor, his appearance alone could kill them in seconds. This is so embarrassing. Luo Qinghan was also startled by Lin Yi's sudden action. His heart skipped a beat, but he had a happy smile on his face. However, she still said to the remaining 6 people, just keep the matter between Linny and me to yourself. Don't spread it around, or it will cause us unnecessary trouble. All 6 of them nodded slowly. Linny is one of the most handsome boys in school and has many girls chasing after him. Luo Qinghan is a cool and elegant lady from Sucheng University and naturally has many admirers. If the news gets out, there will inevitably be jealous people who start to spread all kinds of rumors. Although Lin Yi and Luo Qinghan would not easily forgive the rumormonger, such things should be avoided if possible. After all, once the rumor spreads, it will have an impact even if it is debunked. The 6 of them went back with the lemonade. Lin Yi and Luo Qinghan did not return to the playground. The counselor's task was only to take roll call before the military training began, and they stayed there just to accompany the students. Aren't you going back to class? Lin Yi watched Luo Qinghan follow him all the way to the school gate. Muzi took my place and won't be going, so where are you going now? Shopping? A drop of sweat appeared on Lin Yi's forehead. Why is shopping the first thing women think of? He was not just complaining about Luo Qinghan. Sometimes, when his mother Suya was on vacation, she would also drag his father Lin Yi out to go shopping. Even though the old couple are already 50 years old. Well, I was actually planning to go home. Then why are you at the school gate? Shouldn't you go to the parking shed? Luo Qinghan looked at Lin Yi in confusion. I was planning to ride a shared bike back. Why are you always thinking about riding a bike in the hot summer? Even if I have to go to class, you can always ask me for the car keys. Luo Qinghan discovered that Lin Yi seemed to have a special liking for cycling. I don't usually move much. The only exercise I do is riding a bike. I can't just lie down all day. It is impossible to ask Lin Yi to go running for exercise. Even if a gun is pointed at his forehead, he will not exercise. Cycling is one of his hobbies, and it serves as a good way to exercise. Luo Qinghan felt that what Lin Yi said made sense. Lin Yi was a little thinner now, but if he didn't exercise at all, it would be bad if he got fat in the future. She still had to hold him every day. Then let's ride back together. Luo Qinghan said to Lin Yi with a smile. Aren't you bothered by the sun? Luo Qinghan shook his head. I put on sunscreen. Oh, and I'll put some on you too. It's easy to get tanned in this weather. Luo Qinghan took out the sunscreen from her small bag as she spoke, and Lin Yi was about to reach out to take it. Unexpectedly, Luo Qinghan squeezed the sunscreen directly onto his hands, rubbed his hands together, and then stretched out his hands. Under Lin Yi's incredulous gaze, Luo Qinghan's hands had already touched Lin Yi's face. The slightly cool touch spread from Lin Yi's face to his whole body, but it made him seem even hotter. Luo Qinghan was applying sunscreen on Lin Yi, and his hands gradually began to become restless. This little guy's face is so soft, what would it feel like if I pinched it? Luo Qinghan gently pinched Lin Yi's face with his fingers. Damn, I'm addicted. I don't want to let go. Sister, how about I apply it myself? Can you be gentler? Lin Yi felt a little pain from being pulled by Luo Qinghan. Oh. I'm sorry. Luo Qinghan quickly let go of Lin Yi, his expression returned to calm, and he gave him the sunscreen. Let us pinch him again when we get back. After a short delay, Lin Yi returned the sunscreen to Luo Qinghan, and they went to the school gate to rent a shared bicycle to go home. Lin Yi quickly pushed the bicycle out and waited for Luo Qinghan on the side of the road. After a while, Luo Qinghan also pushed a bicycle out. After sitting on it, he suddenly turned around and asked Lin Yi, when riding a bicycle, do you step on the left foot first or the right foot first? Lin Yi stared with wide eyes and blinked. Don't tell me you have never ridden a bicycle. Luo Qinghan shook his head. No. But this looks pretty simple, so should I step on it with my left foot first, or my right foot? It seems like the right foot is more convenient. As Luo Qinghan spoke, he put his right foot on the pedal, which scared Lin Yi so much that he spoke in a foreign language. Bridge horse. What's the matter? Do I have to step on my left foot first? Luo Qinghan looked at Lin Yi, then changed his foot. No. That's not the point. You can ride a bike with either foot first, but if you've never ridden before, forget it. You'll fall. How is that possible? It's just riding a bike. It would be so embarrassing if I fell. Luo Qinghan had never been stumped by anything. Lin Yi's questioning of her aroused her competitive spirit, and she stepped on the pedals and started riding. Lin Yi was so scared that he quickly parked his bicycle. It was too late for him to help him. Luo Qinghan was about to fall down after just taking one step. Hey! How can this be out of control? Fuck! Lin Yi flew over and used his thigh to hold up the falling bicycle, while holding Luo Qinghan with both hands. Due to the urgency of the situation and to better stabilize him, Lin Yi held Luo Qinghan's chest with one hand and his waist with the other. So soft. Lin Yi swore to heaven that he definitely didn't mean it. After Luo Qinghan stood up, Lin Yi immediately withdrew his hand, his eyes wandering, and he didn't dare to look at Luo Qinghan. Sister, why don't we go back and drive? Luo Qinghan blushed and didn't answer immediately. Pervert. He actually took the opportunity to pinch me. No, you take me back on your bike. Luo Qinghan thought this was a punishment for Lin Yi's behavior just now, at least that's what she thought. This shared bike doesn't have a back seat, how am I supposed to carry you? Luo Qinghan didn't know how to respond. Why don't shared bikes have back seats? Who designed that? Drag them out and chop them off. Just as the two were silent, Lin Yi rode by on his old bicycle and stopped when he saw them. Do you two think you're too pale? Do you want to get a tan? No, we're going back. While Luo Qinghan was answering, he discovered that Lin Yi's bicycle had a back seat. Chapter 51. Is she really Brother Khan? Aren't you going to drive back? Lin Yi lowered his reading glasses and looked at the two men with confusion and contempt. Luo Qinghan smiled and replied, Lin Yi feels that sitting all day is not good, so he wants to ride a bicycle back home to exercise. Then you're all hugging and embracing each other here, it doesn't look like you're going to ride back, right? Don't talk nonsense. I didn't hug or embrace her at all. I just helped my sister up. Lin Yi immediately realized something was wrong after he finished speaking. Damn it. I let it slip again. What sister? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Yi, then at Luo Qinghan. He was also confused about the situation. People of his generation would not play as extravagantly as young people today. Husband and wife were husband and wife, there was no other title. Dad, I can't ride a bike, so. Luo Qinghan broke the awkwardness and asked Lin Yi with a smile. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, but soon understood, oh, then I'll ride a shared bike. Then Lin Yi parked his old bike and got on the shared bike that Lin Yi rented. I'm going back first. After Luo Qinghan watched Lin Yi leave, he turned around and looked at Lin Yi with a smile. You can take me home now. Lin Yi looked at Lin Yi, who was already walking away, feeling mixed emotions. Lao Dang, you are here to deliver the equipment, right? After returning the shared bicycle, Luo Qinghan sat sideways on the back seat of the bicycle, put his arms around Lin Yi's waist and hugged him. Okay, let's go. Lin Yi had no choice but to treat it as a weighted cycling exercise. After passing a traffic light, there were dense camphor trees on both sides of the road, blocking the scorching sun. A gentle breeze blew on the two of them, gradually blowing away Lin Yi's irritability. Luo Qinghan felt the breeze, her hair on both sides of her temples fluttered slowly, and a smile spread across her face. This was her first time riding a bicycle, and it was a very novel experience. She kind of liked the feeling, and it was much more enjoyable than riding in a car or driving a car. It would be nice if my commute to get off work was like this from now on. But Lin Yi probably wouldn't agree to this. So enjoy this opportunity. Luo Qinghan thought about it and leaned his head on Lin Yi's back and closed his eyes. What do you have to do when you get back now? While waiting for the traffic light, Luo Qinghan asked Lin Yi. Go back and draw the blueprints. This will probably take more than a week, so it's better to finish it as soon as possible. Luo Qinghan originally wanted to say that if nothing happened, they could go shopping together, but Lin Yi was busy, so she didn't say it. However, Lin Yi heard what she was about to say, so he asked her, what's wrong? I was thinking that if you're free, we could go out and play for a while. School has already started for half a month, and everything is done. I have nothing to do at home. Since she was asked, Luo Qinghan just said it. She never hesitated. Then let's play for a while today. Luo Qinghan raised his head from behind Lin Yi, his eyes slightly widened, and looked at Lin Yi's profile in front of him. Aren't you going back to draw the blueprints? It doesn't matter if I work for one day. I don't work for anyone else. No one is rushing me. Lin Yi actually didn't think much about it just now. He agreed when Luo Qinghan said he wanted to go out and play without even thinking about it. Luo Qinghan opened his mouth slightly, smiled even more happily, leaned against Lin Yi's back again, and hugged him tighter. Thank you, little hubby. Sister, I'm outside. Why don't you just call my name? Lin Yi blushed and became nervous because of the sudden hug in these words. Why? Didn't you just call me your wife in front of those 6 people? That's different. I told them not to believe those rumors anymore, and... Lin Yi was a little breathless from being hugged by Luo Qinghan. He loosened her arms a little and took a deep breath. Besides, didn't we agree to start dating now? But shouldn't the courtship stage be over? We already call each other husband and wife, and we've got the marriage certificate, so aren't we husband and wife? No, you can't say that, can you? Lin Yi discovered that Luo Qinghan's way of thinking when it comes to love is completely different from that of normal people. She is even more girlish than a little girl and seems to understand nothing. Didn't we just talk about starting a relationship yesterday? There has to be a process, right? One day is too short. How long will that take? This is uncertain. When the time is right, everything will fall into place naturally. Luo Qinghan listened to Lin Yi's words and nodded slowly. In fact, she didn't quite understand what he said, so should I still call you by your name as usual? Well, what else can I call it? Wouldn't that seem too unfamiliar? How about I just call you brother? Lin Yi was stunned. His hands moved while riding the bike. He quickly steadied the bike. This seems even weirder, right? Linny felt that it was strange enough that he called Luo Qinghan's sister, although he himself didn't know when he started to call her that. Is she really a brother Khan? Linny thought about it carefully and felt that Luo Qinghan's attitude towards him changed too quickly. Now he felt that he was a little doting on him. It's not strange. You call me sister, and I call you brother, is there any problem? That's a big problem. What if someone asks about our relationship? So you say we're husband and wife? We just call each other brother and sister, but we're not really siblings. But it can be easily misunderstood. Linny was a little scared. Luo Qinghan seemed to have some strange habits, and they were gradually showing up. Luo Qinghan, who was sitting in the back, was silent for a while. That seems to be true. Then I'll call you by your name when we're out in public. Linny breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally back to normal. Where do you want to go? Just a little further and you'll be home. Linny was so busy talking about the address that he didn't even ask where Luo Qinghan was going. Don't you want to go somewhere to play? Luo Qinghan asked Linny back. Few of us boys would think about where to go out and have fun. Most of us would just stay inside and play games or watch videos. If it weren't for Luo Qinghan, Linny would either be at home or in the dormitory every day and would not appear in a third place. At most, when I get tired of takeout, I go out to eat braised pork noodles. But I don't know where to go. Luo Qinghan is also a homebody, she just walks around the school. She just wanted to go out and play with Linny. The two fell into silence for a moment. Luo Qinghan felt that he should say a place, after all, it was his own request. Is there any place around here with lots of snacks? I want to eat those snacks. Linny took out the map on his phone and looked at it. There is a snack street nearby, shall we go there? Just go there. Chapter 52 Feed Me. Linny had never been to that snack street before. When he got there, he found that it was actually similar to the street with night food stalls near the school at night. It's just that there are shops here, they look cleaner and more expensive. Linny was not very fond of these snacks because he had eaten them all before. It was okay to eat them occasionally, but if he ate too much, he would really want to vomit. It's just that Luo Qinghan seemed to want to eat everything here and would buy some of everything. Linny looked at her and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Didn't you say these were unhealthy before? How come you don't even mind stinky tofu now? When passing by a milk tea shop, Luo Qinghan also walked in. Looking at the various strange names above, Luo Qinghan asked Linny in a low voice, why are the names of these milk teas so weird? Is this lemon duck shit fragrance really drinkable? Linny spread his hands. Don't ask me, I don't drink milk tea, I don't know what this is. I don't know who started it, but the names of drinks in milk tea shops are getting weirder and weirder, and I can't tell what they are. In the end, Luo Qinghan chose a simple cup of lemon and orange juice tea, and Linny just bought a cup of lemonade. After accompanying Luo Qinghan for more than 2 hours of shopping, neither of them had lunch. Linny was almost full from eating snacks that Luo Qinghan only took a bite of and thought were not tasty. He said that if Luo Qinghan didn't like the food, he would throw it away. But although the young lady was rich, she seemed to cherish food very much. She thought it would be a waste to throw it away, so she gave it all to Linny. After returning home, Luo Qinghan and Linny went back to their rooms to take a nap. They both got up early this morning and were a little tired after walking for so long. In the evening, Linny woke up and found that Luo Qinghan's room was still closed. He was a little confused. Why did she sleep for so long today? Forget it, wait until she wakes up and ask what's for dinner. I just need to go draw the blueprints. After washing his face with cold water to sober himself up, Linny returned to his room, took his notebook to the bed and started drawing. It's okay. I've been playing it for half a year and I haven't forgotten the mapping skills, but my speed has slowed down a bit. It feels really good not to have superiors pushing me to do things, and I don't have to work so hard to catch up on the progress. It's still fun to be a boss. Thinking that he would become a wicked capitalist in the future, Linny was actually a little bit looking forward to it. It really felt great to command those 6 seniors to work last night. In the end, I ended up living the life I hate. When you are busy, time passes very quickly. When Linny looked out the window again, he found that the sun was about to set and it was already past 6 o'clock in the evening. Why is there still no movement? Linny discovered that Luo Qinghan neither came to see him nor sent him a message. Linny was about to get out of bed when his stomach grumbled again. Since he woke up, his stomach had been grumbling from time to time, which was a bit uncomfortable. I ate too much at noon and my stomach is upset. I'm going outside to get a cup of hot water. Linny put on his slippers and went to the living room, only to find that Luo Qinghan's room door was open and no one was inside. I looked around and found that the bathroom door was closed and the light was on inside. Linny walked to the bathroom door and asked, "Sister, are you in there?" "Whom?" Luo Qinghan's voice was a little weak. After a pause, he continued, "Please wait a moment. I have a stomachache. I'm not going to the bathroom, are you okay?" Linny felt that Luo Qinghan's voice was too soft and felt that he was not in good condition. "Fine. Then I'll pour you a cup of hot water and wait for you to come out to drink it." "Whom?" Linny went to the kitchen to pour 2 cups of hot water, and sat in the living room drinking while waiting for Luo Qinghan to come out. After waiting for 10 minutes, the sound of flushing came from the bathroom. After a long while, Luo Qinghan came out with a pale face and holding his stomach. Linny saw that something was wrong, so he stood up and helped Luo Qinghan sit on the chair. "How are you? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Luo Qinghan shook his head slightly. "It's okay. But you don't look like you're okay now, do you?" His face was pale with weakness. If this was nothing, Linny didn't know what was wrong. "I'm just having my period." "Oh. That's really not a big problem, every woman has it." Linny had just breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could catch his breath, he suddenly reacted. "It's not a big deal. That's a bigger problem. So why did you eat so many greasy snacks today? And you were barefoot? Have you always been like this?" Linny wondered if Luo Qinghan had really become a naive person. How could he not even understand these things? Luo Qinghan still shook his head. "I would have paid attention to it before, but I forgot this time." "Then why do you always go barefoot at home instead of wearing slippers?" Linny had actually wanted to ask this question for a long time. He remembered that the first time he came to Luo Qinghan's house, the other party was wearing slippers. After the two started living together, Luo Qinghan never wore slippers at home and always went barefoot. When Linny spoke just now, his expression was a little angry and a bit blaming. Luo Qinghan lowered his head and replied softly, "Don't you like looking at it? You look at my feet from time to time." Linny fell silent, but in his heart he was already roaring deafeningly, "I deserve to die. Put on my slippers first, then drink some hot water. I'll make you some ginger tea." Linny gave his slippers to Luo Qinghan, and without going to the door to get new slippers, he went to the kitchen to make brown sugar ginger tea. Linny had never done this before, but he accidentally learned while watching videos online that drinking brown sugar ginger tea during menstruation can help relieve pain for women. I didn't expect that this video that flashed by at the time would actually come in handy. After a while, Linny brought a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea to the table. He didn't read the tutorial because it was too simple. He also put a bit too much ginger, because it can dispel cold, but it also makes the tea full of strong ginger smell, which is choking just by smelling it. Isn't this taste too strong? Is it really drinkable? Luo Qinghan didn't even dare to drink it, let alone get close to smell it. She hated ginger, really hated it, and she didn't understand why it could be put in food. The taste may be a bit strong, but this is the best way to have a good effect. Just bear with it and drink it. Alright then. Under Lin Yi's persuasion, Luo Qinghan endured the taste, picked up the bowl and took a small sip. Ugh! Luo Qinghan couldn't swallow it at all. As soon as the ginger tea entered her mouth, the hot feeling made her spit it all out. This is too spicy, how can I drink it? Luo Qinghan covered his mouth, and his originally pale face turned a little red due to the spiciness. Just bear with it, don't think about it, just swallow it all down like drinking water. I can't do that. Luo Qinghan refused, she would rather her stomach continue to hurt. Linny had no choice but to persuade him with all kinds of earnest words. After all, Luo Qinghan had such a severe stomachache this time. If there was any root cause of the disease left, he would not forgive himself. Finally, when Lin Yi's mouth was almost dry from talking, Luo Qinghan was finally willing to try drinking again. Okay then. Drink it quickly, it won't work if it gets cold. But I still don't dare drink it alone. Ouch. Linny covered his face with his hands and was convinced. He felt like he was coaxing a little girl to drink medicine. At this time, Luo Qinghan continued, "Feed me." Ah. Chapter 53 I'm cold. Feed me. Luo Qinghan thought Linny didn't hear clearly, so he repeated it again. There's no difference between me feeding you this and you drinking it yourself. The ginger tea I feed you is still spicy. Linny was rejecting it in his heart. This was too outrageous. It was okay to feed him. Luo Qinghan shook his head. I don't dare to drink it myself. You can be a little tougher when feeding me, then I will drink it. Ha? What do you mean by tougher? You can be a little more aggressive. Linny felt like his brain was starting to burn again. He couldn't continue the conversation. Something was getting more and more wrong. Then I'll feed you. Linny went to the kitchen to get a spoon, picked up the bowl and carefully fed Luo Qinghan one spoonful at a time. Luo Qinghan frowned every time he took a sip. It was really hard to drink. But every time Linny handed over the spoon, she would open her mouth, really like an obedient little girl. After sending the last bite into Luo Qinghan's mouth, Linny put the bowl aside and asked softly, "How are you now?" "Much better, but my mouth is so spicy." "Can I have some water?" "No, just bear with it and it will be fine soon." Linny stood up. "Let me help you back to your room." "I want to go to your room." "Why are you going to my room?" "It's so boring to be alone." Linny wanted to say something more, but seeing Luo Qinghan's flushed face and weak voice, he couldn't bear to refuse. "Okay." Linny was about to reach out to help, but Luo Qinghan put both arms around him, leaving Linny at a loss. "Sister, how can I help you if you put both your hands on me? My legs are weak and I can't stand up." As Luo Qinghan spoke, her two slender arms had already wrapped around Linny's neck, and her body was leaning forward. "No way, here it comes again, and this time it's positive." The previous few times Luo Qinghan hugged Linny, it was from behind. The only time he hugged him from the front, they were both wearing hanfu in the locker room, with more clothes separating their bodies. But this time, there were only two thin short-sleeved shirts between him and Luo Qinghan, and Linny could even feel the other's skin. Lin Yi's rationality made him no longer hesitate. He picked up Luo Qinghan from the chair in a princess hug and returned to his room. If he didn't take any action and let Luo Qinghan come, Linny didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. Linny wrung out a hot towel for Luo Qinghan and put it on her stomach. After asking her if she was hungry, he sat on the bed and continued drawing. Luo Qinghan didn't make any sound. He held his stomach and watched Linny busying himself quietly. After entering the working state, Linny basically no longer cares about things around him and concentrates entirely on this. After a while, the towel on Luo Qinghan's stomach became cold. He took it out from his clothes and put it aside. The ginger tea that Linny made for her was really effective. Her stomachache was gone, but it was still a little churning and uncomfortable, and her body was a little cold. She wanted to turn off the air conditioner, but then she thought about how Linny was a boy. If she turned it off, he would sweat quickly in the hot weather, which would affect his work. So she said nothing, just retracted her smooth feet and continued to watch short videos silently with headphones on. She didn't have this habit before. It was Mu Zi who told her that she could watch short videos to see what the couples in them usually do, and then she could learn to do the same to Linny. Mu Zi told Luo Qinghan that this would enhance their relationship, and Luo Qinghan actually believed it. Now her short video app is full of daily interactions between young couples. Every time Luo Qinghan watches it, she wonders if she can do it with Linny. After watching 2 videos, the girl in the third video said that her feet were cold and put her feet on the boy's thighs. Then the boy lifted up his clothes and put the girl's little feet on his stomach to keep them warm. Luo Qinghan did not swipe away the video, but watched it twice, then secretly glanced at Linny, who was still drawing a picture seriously next to him. Now her little feet are a little cold. Luo Qinghan lowered his head again and watched the video again, taking in every detail from beginning to end. A moment later, Luo Qinghan's voice was heard in the silent room. "Honey, my feet are a little cold." Linny was so shocked by this sudden and charming sentence that his whole body trembled. The mouse in his hand moved violently, and the rectangle he was about to draw was deformed. Linny wiped a drop of sweat from his forehead, feeling extremely nervous. What happened to her these past 2 days? Why is she becoming more and more abnormal? After hesitating for a while, Linny swallowed and turned his head. "Sister, why don't you call me by my name?" Luo Qinghan nodded, then stretched his feet a little closer to Linny. "My feet are cold." "Then I'll prepare some hot water for you to soak your feet." Linny was about to get up from the bed, but Luo Qinghan quickly grabbed his hand and said, "No, just cover it with your stomach." "What?" Linny didn't react. What the hell was this about covering his stomach? While he was shocked, his eyes caught the screen of the mobile phone in Luo Qinghan's other hand, and then he understood why Luo Qinghan suddenly said that. Luo Qinghan also noticed that Linny seemed to have seen her phone, so she moved her thumb to turn off the screen and pretended to know nothing. Sister, these short videos are just for fun. They are staged. Oh. Luo Qinghan, who was discovered, responded with some shame. So your feet are really cold? I'll get you some hot water. Luo Qinghan held onto Linyi's hand tightly and didn't let go. It's a little cold, no need to soak your feet, I still want you to cover it with your belly, this action doesn't seem very strange. Linny thought about it and it seemed that there was nothing strange about it. So he sat down again, put Luo Qinghan's 2 little feet on his belly, and covered them with clothes. Unexpectedly, Luo Qinghan's feet were really a little cold. Linny originally thought that this was just Luo Qinghan's excuse. After all, it was summer now, and even with the air conditioner on in the room, the temperature was over 20 degrees Celsius. It shouldn't be cold. Thinking of Luo Qinghan's discomfort just now, Linny freed his left hand and held her feet to keep her warm. At least that was Lin Yi's purpose at the beginning. But the purpose has changed a bit later. Can you please stop touching the soles of my feet? They're a bit itchy. Luo Qinghan's feet moved slightly. Oh. Linny quickly let go of his hand. Damn. My hand won't obey me. I'm clearly drawing with my right hand. I just asked you not to touch the soles of my feet, you can continue to do so. No. But I feel comfortable when you touch me. Chapter 54. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. Just watch those short videos for fun, don't learn from them. In the evening, Lin Yi made hot porridge for Luo Qinghan following the online instructions, and reminded her to watch less eye-catching short videos. Oh. Luo Qinghan was drinking porridge with his head down, his feet moving back and forth under the table in the cotton slippers he had taken out of the shoe cabinet. She still missed the feeling of Linny touching her feet just now, which was like a massage. It's a pity that Linny didn't touch her after she said she felt itchy, and even put cotton slippers on her. Also, why do you seem to have changed a lot recently? Lin Yi's voice was a little low when he asked this question, and Luo Qinghan couldn't hear it clearly. What? Nothing, just continue to drink the porridge. There's more in the pot if it's not enough. Lin Yi began to think about the changes in Luo Qinghan. In fact, when Luo Qinghan was outside, he was almost the same as before. He didn't talk much, except for today. He usually liked to wear a dress, which always gave people a cold and deserted feeling. As for social anxiety, she doesn't have that at all. Luo Qinghan also communicates with her colleagues in the office. And when she encountered trouble at the customs that day, her aura when she came to the rescue didn't sound like a social anxiety person at all. The main thing is that the changes at home are so huge. I feel like I have turned from a female president into a little girl. Linny clearly remembered that when he first moved in here more than half a month ago, he was often a little cautious, and Luo Qinghan also reminded him not to leave garbage at home. But why does it feel like he has become the owner of this house these days? Is it Tiangang who is in trouble? I guess it's because of the discomfort caused by menstruation in the past 2 days. It should be back to normal in a few days. Linny couldn't figure it out, and he didn't want to think about it anymore. For the next 2 or 3 days, Luo Qinghan felt uncomfortable in his stomach, so he went home after class every day. Linny stayed at home anyway, so he came to pick up Luo Qinghan and take her to and from get off work. Of course, he usually stayed in the car and wouldn't get out, so in the eyes of others, it was just like a stranger who was always taking Luo Qinghan to and from get off work. The teachers at school saw it but pretended not to see anything, and Lin Yi's classmates didn't care either. They were already juniors, and instead of caring about gossip, they should think about how to find a good job. Only the freshmen who are still in military training, just released from high school and have nothing to do like these gossip topics the most. There is also Luo Qinghan's dishonest teaching assistant, and Muzi also pays attention to all kinds of gossip every day. After class, Luo Qinghan put the textbook materials back and prepared to go back. Muzi immediately came over to ask Gossip, Qinghan, is the mysterious man who came to pick you up from get off work these past 2 days your little husband? Luo Qinghan didn't turn around, but just answered calmly. Your relationship is progressing so quickly. Is it because the method I taught you is particularly effective? No man can withstand such a test. It would have been fine if Muzi hadn't mentioned it, but as soon as she did, Luo Qinghan stopped what he was doing, turned his head and glanced at her. No, I actually believed your nonsense and was despised by Lin Yi. Thinking about how Lin Yi had scolded her not to imitate short videos, Luo Qinghan felt a little ashamed. If it were in the past, how could she have imitated things on the internet? Why? You're the one who can come up with the idea of learning the content of short videos. Why not? This is what young couples do every day. Luo Qinghan ignored Muzi, closed the laptop on the desk, put it in his school bag and prepared to leave. If you don't want to learn the content of the short video, I can teach you something else that is definitely not learned from the internet. Muzi continued talking to Luo Qinghan, but this time Luo Qinghan didn't believe it. You should use it on your future husband. My future husband might still be in kindergarten. It's still too early. You know you've never been in love, right? Luo Qinghan felt that he was also hot-headed at the time. Muzi was a woman who had been single since birth and had been 26 years old just like her. They were equally bad, but he actually listened to her. What's wrong with never having been in love? I haven't eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run, haven't I? I don't think you've seen it. Luo Qinghan put on his school bag and prepared to leave. I'm going back first. Please help me go and see their military training when you have time. Okay. After Luo Qinghan left, Muzi held his chin and fell into deep thought. Why do I feel that Luo Qinghan is a little angry? Could it be that she came across some video of a little puppy being trained and then used it on Linny, ruining him? Luo Yi also made this guess, because Linny was usually too lazy outside, and Luo Qinghan gave people a cold feeling. When two people are together, it is easy for people to think from this perspective. At this moment, Linny, who was sitting in the driver's seat, sneezed without warning. Damn it, which bastard is cursing me behind my back again? I haven't even become a capitalist yet, why is someone cursing me? Linny had just wiped his nose when Luo Qinghan came downstairs and sat in the passenger seat. Linny also stopped complaining and drove home. On the way, Luo Qinghan asked Linny, will it delay your map making if you come to pick me up these 2 days? No, because when I'm tired I'll take a break and play for a while. Picking you up is just the right time for me to take a break, and I'm almost done. While Linny was talking, his cell phone rang. He put on his Bluetooth headset and answered it. Which one? Your father. I'm still your grandfather. You little bastard, are you really rebelling? Linny answered subconsciously and didn't recognize Linya's voice. Ahaha, it really is Dad. I was driving and didn't check the caller's message just now. Luo Qinghan, who was standing aside, couldn't help laughing when listening to Lin Yi's words. He covered his mouth and turned his head away. I helped you find someone, and this is how you repay me, right? Haha, calm down, Dad. That was an accident. I'll secretly take you out for a drink next time. If your mother catches you, you have to say that you dragged me by force. Okay, I promise not to betray you. The father and son chatted for a long time before Nyozi got down to business. I've asked someone to find you 3 executives from car companies. They're all interested in the project you mentioned. I'll give you their contact information. From now on, it's up to you. Okay, that's enough. When are we going to drink? Give me an exact time, or I won't let it get to me later. Next Friday night. Fridays are Mom's busiest days. Okay, I'm still busy after you hang up. After Linny hung up the phone, Luo Qinghan, who had been trying to hold back his laughter, finally spoke. Why do you two seem a little different? I remember him being quite serious. It's just that I'm too serious normally, and pretending to be so exhausting, so I let myself go at home. Linny explained to Luo Qinghan helplessly. So you're pretending to be so lazy? I noticed you were really serious when you were drawing. Sometimes it's fake, sometimes it's real. As Linny was reversing the car, he said with a sigh, life is like a play. It all depends on your acting skills. Luo Qinghan laughed, indeed. Chapter 55 Am I going to be a beggar? Linny spent a week to complete the drawing, printed out part of it, put it in a folder, and went with Luo Yi to discuss cooperation. There is no time to delay any longer. Lin Yi had already established a relationship for him the day before yesterday, so this opportunity cannot be wasted. Luo Yi, sitting in the car, looked at the blueprint drawn by Lin Yi and was shocked. Dad, are you so awesome? What's the point of comparing cows? This is just to fool you laymen. In fact, there is nothing valuable in it. Then how can we negotiate a partnership? Those people from the car companies will understand, right? They'll see right away that we're faking it. My last drawing shows a portion of the internal circuit design, which is quite valuable. The other important drawings are all on my USB drive and I won't show them. Linny is not a fool. If he shows all his achievements to others, and the cooperation fails, and his opponent uses his drawings to build trams, he will become a clown. Whoever does business has hundreds of tricks up his sleeve, and they are all old foxes. It mainly depends on whether they have the intention to cooperate. If not, there is no need to waste time. Luo Yi didn't ask any more questions. He just had to listen to Lin Yi. The person they were going to meet today was the manager of the only large factory among the 3 car companies. The other party was the person in charge of the joint venture car company Guanggang in Suzhou City and had a certain degree of autonomy. If you can borrow the other party's factory and some of their employees, it will be much easier in the initial stage. But this kind of cooperation is generally not easy to negotiate. The other party will probably ask for an exorbitant price, so Lin Yi is mentally prepared. Can we really go to meet them empty-handed? When I was little, I saw people giving my dad a lot of gifts when they approached him about cooperation. Luo Yi, who was driving, suddenly asked Lin Yi. Those who gave your dad gifts weren't there to discuss cooperation with him. They were there to ask for benefits. Since it's a partnership, both parties are equal. Bringing gifts is lowering your status. Lin Yi explained the situation to the playboy. Cooperation depends on whether the chips provided by both parties and the value generated in the future are equal. The drawings in my hand are the chips. Hiss. Luo Yi took a deep breath and said, "You didn't study your professional courses before. You didn't study how to be a qualified businessman, did you?" "No, this is something you can't learn without a teacher." Sharp. After Lin Yi and Luo Yi arrived at their destination, they met the manager named Chu Shang, who was tall and thin and wearing rimless glasses. When Luo Yi saw the other person, he thought it was the manager's secretary, because the other person looked to be only in his early 30s, which was a bit too young to be the manager of such a large branch. It was not until Lin Yi started talking to the other party that he realized that this person was the manager. "Hello, Manager Chu. Sorry to have kept you waiting." No, I didn't expect you two to be so young." Lin Yi and Chu Shang exchanged some simple pleasantries before getting straight to the point. Lin Yi and Chu Shang discussed the future prospects of this new energy vehicle, and their views were almost the same. After looking at the drawings drawn by Lin Yi, Chu Shang was also shocked. Although most of the structures on the drawings were the basic frames of the car, there were also many structures that he had never seen before. Moreover, the fact that he was able to draw those frames by himself proves that Lin Yi is at least a senior mechanical draftsman. A university graduate does not have such ability. After seeing that the other party was interested and had a tendency to cooperate, Lin Yi began to discuss the conditions. His requirements were simple: to provide him with a 6-person R&D team and a production workshop. Lin Yi didn't say what he would provide to the other party, he let Chu Shang say it himself. Unexpectedly, the other party laughed after hearing this. "Brother Lin Yi, your request is too high, isn't it? I provide both the workshop and the manpower." Lin Yi also smiled. "Then Manager Chu, please tell me your conditions." "I can agree to these conditions, but you have to agree to the following. First, you can create your own brand, but it must be a sub-brand of our Guanggang. Secondly, Guanggang will receive 70% of the profits after the business grows. And if you expand your business in the future, we will not support your capital expenditures for expanding the factory and hiring more people." "Oh." Lin Yi sneered when he heard it. Chu Sheng continued, "I know this condition is a bit high, but in your initial stages, I can provide you with all the financial and human support, and help with press conferences and publicity later on. You have to know that everything starts with a good beginning. As long as you have a good reputation, you won't have to worry about not making money." Lin Yi didn't listen to the benefits Chu Shang mentioned later, but instead confirmed the conditions he offered. "You said we have to become your sub-brand?" "Yes, this way I can promote you in the name of Guanggang. Then the profit will be split 30% to 70% and we'll take 30%? Yes, you have to know that by the time you expand, the scale will be quite large, and 30% profit is also a huge number. Finally, will the funds for future expansion also be included in this 30%? Yes. Then I'll have to beg for food on my knees." Lin Yi suddenly raised his voice, which scared Luo Yi. Chu Sheng hadn't expected Lin Yi to be so magnanimous, but he remained calm and said to him with a professional fake smile, "Brother Lin Yi, you can't say that. Everything is difficult at the beginning. We've solved all the problems you've encountered at the beginning and created conditions for your near guaranteed success. It's only natural to take a little more. Besides, when it comes to making money, it's enough to spend. One person can't spend all of it, and two small goals can't spend it all. There's no use having more. Ha! Thank you, Manager Chu, for helping me think so far ahead. A small goal is still too far-fetched for me. Linny picked up the folder and stood up. Sorry for wasting so much of your time, goodbye. After saying that, Linny left, and Luo Yi followed him. After they got outside, he asked Linny, are we just leaving like this? Without bargaining with him? Damn it! That bastard treats us like beggars and still wants to bargain for what? 30%? How can he even say that? Linny was so angry that he laughed. They also want us to use 30% to maintain operations. When we make a lot of money, they take more, and when we make less, I have to find a way to make up for the losses myself, right? After hearing Lin Yi's explanation, Luo Yi felt that Chu Sheng really didn't treat them as human beings. It was obvious that Chu Sheng treated them as an investment that was sure to make money. Damn it, this is so damn unlucky, go home. Why don't you talk to the remaining two families? Tomorrow. What time is it? Aren't you going to pick up your wife? Oh. Chapter 56 Fairy's Sister. Linny asked Luo Yi to take him to his parents' house, as Luo Qinghan was still at work. Lin Yi couldn't help laughing when he heard Linny talking about what happened in the afternoon. Ha ha ha, why do you have the same temper as me when I was young? Didn't you have a good temper before? He's already shitting on me. If I keep saying it nicely, then I'm not a sissy, right? Linny drank a sip of boiled water to cool down his anger. I really have learned a lot. How can I say this? When Linny was working before, he also followed his manager to discuss cooperation. At that time, he was responsible for listening and explaining the project, just like Luo Yi today. So he had experience in negotiating cooperation, and in most cases both parties got what they needed, but this was the first time he had seen a beast like Chu Sheng. If I had encountered this situation when I was younger, I would have cursed too. This person doesn't even consider you a partner. What's the difference between this and an acquisition? And he didn't spend any money. He only needs 6 people and a small workshop, everything ready-made. It's completely free for all. Even if my project fails, I can still keep the people I trained during this period and continue after applying to my superiors. After Linny finished complaining, he asked Lin Yi, how do you know this kind of person? I definitely don't know them, including the other 2 people. I was introduced by someone else. If Linny hadn't asked him to help, Lin Yi would never have had any contact with these people. Calm down, and let this incident be a lesson for you. If you don't have enough strength, no one will respect you. Lin Yi said to Lin Yi with a smile. Indeed, if you hadn't helped me, I wouldn't have even seen this bastard. Reality is so cruel. Chu Sheng obviously chose to meet Lin Yi and Luo Yi just for Lin Yi's sake. Go and have a drink with your father. A while ago, a dozen women came to my office to cause trouble. What could I do? I had to find someone to deal with it. Lin Yi had seen this many times and thought it was no big deal. Didn't we agree on Friday? Why are you going today? Linny glanced at Lin Yi and asked him if he wanted to sleep on the floor tonight. Your mother has a meeting there today. This opportunity may not come again. Now that he knew his mother was gone, Lin Yi felt relieved. Let's go and have a drink. The 2 of them got off to ride a shared bicycle because if they drove there would be no one to drive back. An old man and a young boy were riding bicycles on the road, feeling the evening breeze as night fell, looking very leisurely and comfortable. Linny still likes this kind of life, but unfortunately he was dragged into this guy Luo Yi, and now he can only accompany him. Lin Yi originally asked Lin Yi where to take him to drink, and whether he should go to his colleague's house to get 2 bottles, but Lin Yi said that he could just follow him. As a result, Lin Yi took Lin Yi to a bar, which made Lin Yi unhappy. Why did you bring me to the bar? Where else can I go to drink if not a bar? It's better to go to a roadside stall and order a plate of peanuts and drink some beer than to come here. People of Lin Yi's age don't go to bars, places where young people go. In their opinion, this is just a place to have fun, and what they drink are just some beverages, which can't be considered alcohol at all. Well, try it. If you don't feel well after drinking it, I'll go with you to a roadside stall to drink ergwotu. Lin Yi thought the white wine was too spicy, and the one the bar had mixed was better, so he started to persuade Lin Yi to come in and try it. Let me make it clear first, don't give me that sweet and sour wine. That's for you kids. Okay, I'll let you drink vodka. Does this little bar have authentic vodka? If it's not authentic, why don't you sue him for selling fake wine? After some persuasion from Lin Yi went in with him. At 7:30 in the evening, Luo Qinghan had just finished a class meeting and left the teaching building. As soon as he got into the car, he received a call from Lin Yi. Hey, Dad, what's wrong? I'll send you a location. Come pick up Lin Yi. He's drunk. Luo Qinghan hesitated for a moment, responded without asking any further questions, and then followed the navigation sent by Lin Yi and drove to the bar. When I got there, I saw a scene that made me laugh. Lin Yi looked drunk and didn't know what he was saying to Lin Yi, but he was smiling very happily. Lin Yi also laughed along with Lin Yi, one pretending to be drunk and the other really drunk. After noticing Luo Qinghan coming, Lin Yi also stood up and coaxed Lin Yi into getting into Luo Qinghan's car. Old dang, don't you want to drink anymore? Lin Yi was still immersed in the drinking contest with Lin Yi, and didn't realize that he was sold out by his father again. No more drinking. If you don't go back, I'll sleep on the floor tonight. Luo Qinghan suppressed his laughter and asked Lin Yi, Dad, how about I take you home first? No need, I only drank a little. I can ride back by myself. Lin Yi brags about his alcohol tolerance every day, but he gets drunk after just 3 drinks. Lin Yi was only slightly drunk at most. Apart from his slightly red face, there was nothing wrong with him. He walked and talked as usual. Well, then I'll take Lin Yi back first. Luo Qinghan drove Lin Yi home. Lin Yi sat in the passenger seat and soon fell into a half-asleep state. It wasn't until the car stopped that he regained consciousness. Where am I? Why am I in the car? We're at my house. Following the sound, Lin Yi turned his head to look at the driver's seat, and only then did he discover Luo Qinghan. Sister, why are you here? Lin Yi called Luo Qinghan's sister as soon as he saw her, and this had become engraved in his subconscious. Luo Qinghan originally wanted to help Lin Yi get out of the car, but when he saw that he was awake but still drunk, he had a bad idea. I don't know either. I was going home and you suddenly appeared in my car. That's right. Sorry, I'm getting off now. Lin Yi fiddled with his hands for a long time before he found the switch to unlock the seatbelt and then got out of the car in a daze. Luo Qinghan also got out of the car and looked at the cute and silly Lin Yi. Where are you going now? Lin Yi blinked, looked at the beautiful Luo Qinghan in front of him, then looked at the familiar building, and stammered out 2 words. Go home. Then go home. Oh. Goodbye, sister. Luo Qinghan followed Lin Yi, wanting to see where he would go. Lin Yi took one big step and another small, staggering as he walked into the building. Luo Qinghan had a happy smile on his face. Lin Yi thought of going home, not to his parents' house, but here. He has already regarded this place as his home. The two entered the elevator one after the other. Luo Qinghan did not press the floor button, but looked at Lin Yi. The other party hesitated for a long time, and after thinking for a long time, he finally pressed the button for the 9th floor. After reaching the 9th floor, Lin Yi staggered to insert the key to open the door, but his eyes were blurry and his hands were weak, so he couldn't align it with the keyhole. After looking for a while, Luo Qinghan took out her key and opened the door. This left the drunk Lin Yi stunned. Luo Qinghan pretended to be calm as he walked in. Then he turned around and tried to close the door. He looked at Lin Yi, who was still standing at the door in a daze, and asked, Why are you still following me? Because. Lin Yi's head was buzzing, and he was a little confused. Looking at Luo Qinghan in front of him, he suddenly laughed foolishly. Because my sister is pretty. How beautiful is it? Prettier than fairies. Luo Qinghan was almost unable to hold back his laughter, and lowered his head to hide the corners of his mouth that turned up. Then since you praised me for being pretty, I'll let you in. Really, is it really possible? Can. Chapter 57, Being Hugged by My Sister After Getting Drunk. After entering the house, Lin Yi stood at the door blankly, blinked his eyes, and looked at the house, feeling that it looked a little familiar. Why does Fairy Sister's home look so similar to my own? No, this seems to be my home. No, that doesn't seem to be the case, because my key can't open the door. Aren't you tired of standing? Luo Qinghan's voice came, and Lin Yi looked over with a dazed look. Although he was very drunk, his lustful nature was still there. The sister in front of him was definitely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Luo Qinghan looked at the silly Lin Yi. On his rosy and young face, the pair of clear eyes were blinking and staring at him. Luo Qinghan also stared at Lin Yi. After looking at each other for a while, she tilted her head slightly. Lin Yi also tilted his head, his eyes still blinking. So silly and cute. Luo Qinghan likes this silly Lin Yi. She doesn't want the usual lazy, calm and serious Lin Yi. Luo Qinghan reached out and pulled Linny, letting him sit on the chair beside the table. Sit here for a while. I'll make you some sobering tea. Linny nodded and watched Luo Qinghan leave for the kitchen. If I could marry a fairy like this, I would do anything. Linny fantasized about some things, some of which had already become reality, and some had not yet happened. Of course, he was not conscious now and felt that none of these had happened. No one knew what he was thinking about, but Linny suddenly fell asleep on the table. When Luo Qinghan came back with the sobering tea, he felt helpless when he saw this scene. Putting the sobering tea on the table, Luo Qinghan thought about how to help this big boy back to bed. As a weak woman, she couldn't carry Linny. Maybe it was because he smelled the tea, but Linny suddenly sat up, which scared Luo Qinghan so much that he almost fell off the chair. I can't sleep. This is not my home. I just came here to rest. After Linny finished talking to himself, he stood up shakily and wanted to go out. Luo Qinghan quickly grabbed his arm. Drink this sobering tea first. Linny looked at the cup of tea, blinked, and then looked at Luo Qinghan. I just came to your place to rest for a while, why did you make tea for me? Luo Qinghan was a little out of her mind. She didn't have a strong sense of humor, so she urged Linny, hurry up and drink it. You'll be sober after drinking it. No. You might have put drugs in it. I'll definitely pass out after drinking it, and then you'll bite my kidneys. Luo Qinghan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. If I wanted to drug you, I would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? In order to get Linny to drink it, Luo Qinghan took a sip himself. I've drunk it all, it's okay, you drink it soon. Linny was stunned for a moment, then took the teacup. He then looked at Luo Qinghan and said, we are not lovers. I can't drink what you have drunk. If you drink, won't we be a couple? Well, I think so. Linny raised his teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Luo Qinghan took the teacup from Linny's hand and put it back on the table, then reached out to support Linny, preparing to take him back to his room. If Linny fell asleep again, she wouldn't be able to help him back to sleep. Sister, where are you taking me now? I should go home. You are my boyfriend now. Isn't this your home? Oh. So should I sleep with you tonight? Luo Qinghan took Linny back to his room like coaxing a child. Just as she was about to let go of Linny's hand, he suddenly became distracted and fell directly on her. Linny's head slowly moved down due to gravity until it was blocked by two soft buns. So fragrant, so soft, so comfortable. Linny swore that this was definitely the most comfortable pillow he had ever slept on, bar none. Luo Qinghan's whole body trembled. The weather was still hot and she was only wearing a dress. She could feel the warmth of Linny's face. And that place is really too sensitive. Linny seemed to be fast asleep, and the even hot air he exhaled from his nose hit Luo Qinghan's chest, making her body feel a little hot and uncomfortable. Fortunately, the air conditioner was on in the room, which could help her cool down physically. It took a long time for Luo Qinghan to get used to this. She originally wanted to help Linny up, but gave up when she saw that Linny was sleeping soundly. Thinking carefully, she realized that she hadn't hugged Linny for more than a week. Hugs are really comfortable. Luo Qinghan used to just hug the pillow, but after hugging Linny, she couldn't help herself. She wanted to hold Linny in her arms forever and do nothing else. Gradually, Luo Qinghan held Linny's arms tighter, and Linny buried his entire head in them. Suddenly, Luo Qinghan felt something wet on her chest. She was so scared that she immediately let go of Linny and pushed him down on the bed. The other person just opened his mouth, with some crystal saliva at the corner of his mouth. Luo Qinghan blushed and pursed her lips, muttering to the sleeping Linny, pervert. Then she put on her pajamas and took a cold shower before returning to the room and hugging Linny to sleep again. The next day, Luo Qinghan had no classes in the morning and did not go to school. After she woke up, she hugged Linny for a while and then left the bedroom. It was not until nearly 10 o'clock in the morning that Linny sat up, covering his dizzy head. Hiss. Lao Deng can really drink. I can't even compare to him. Where am I? Linny looked at the simple bedroom, which was filled with a comfortable fragrance. Is this Luo Qinghan's room? Why did I end up sleeping here? Wasn't it just me and Dad last night? Linny tried hard to recall what happened last night, but he was too drunk to remember anything. The only thing I remember is that the pillow I slept on at the beginning of last night was really comfortable. It is more comfortable than the pillow on Luo Qinghan's bed now, and it smells like milk. I'll go to the store in a couple of days to see if they have this kind of pillow and buy one to sleep on. It will help me sleep. After waking up for a while, Linny walked out of the room wearing slippers. The door of the study was open. When Luo Qinghan heard the sound of the door opening, he walked out. Go wash up first. I'll help you heat up the soy milk you bought. Oh. Linny washed his face with cold water to make himself completely sober, then sat at the table to eat breakfast. Luo Qinghan was sitting next to him watching him, which made Linny a little nervous when he thought about how drunk he was last night and how he slept in Luo Qinghan's room. It's over. I didn't do anything beastly, did I? Sister, did I do anything out of the ordinary last night? Chapter 58 I Can Protect You. No. After hearing this, Linny breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his reading of the Tao Te Ching was not in vain. But Luo Qinghan still looked at Linny and continued calmly, I just did some stupid things. Ah? Linny's heart was lifted again. What did I do? Linny wondered if he was drunk and acting crazy. Luo Qinghan didn't say anything, but turned on the recording on his phone and played out all the nonsense Linny said last night. Lin Yi's face became redder and redder as he listened. He could only bury his head in breakfast to hide his embarrassment. He now wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Why was I like a little brat last night? It's over. My reputation is ruined and I won't be able to face anyone anymore. After the recording was finished, Luo Qinghan put away his phone and said nothing, still looking at Lin Yi. This made Linny at a loss. What should she say? And I got drunk twice. Why did she record it both times? Now she has two handles on me. This woman is so sinister. Why, are you staring at me? Linny felt uncomfortable being stared at and finally asked a question. You were so drunk last night, and I took care of you. Can't I even look at you now? No, it's just that you've been staring at me for a long time. Lin Yi's mind was a mess. He felt like this breakfast was his last. You've been looking at me. Do you have something to say to me? Indeed. Then, tell me. You finish your breakfast first, then go take a shower, and I'll talk to you later. Oh. Linny stuffed the last half of the bun into his mouth, then picked up his pajamas and went to the bathroom. He wanted to know what Luo Qinghan was going to say immediately, otherwise he would not be able to sleep or eat. If what happened last night gets out, he will have to live on another planet. Linny quickly finished his shower and came out. Luo Qinghan motioned him to sit back down. After Linny sat down, she said, I think starting tonight, you have to let me hold you before going to bed. What? Linny wondered if he was hallucinating. Starting today, you have to let me hug you every night before you go to bed. Luo Qinghan repeated it again. What kind of weird request is this? Although Linny was very confused, he nodded in agreement. Now that the other party had the upper hand on him, he could just accept whatever the other party said. Is that all? Yeah, that's it. Linny couldn't believe that the other party only had such a small request. If possible, I also want you to listen to me when you are at home, as long as you are at home. Linny raised his eyebrows, not knowing what Luo Qinghan was going to do. Is it not possible? Yes. Linny nodded quickly, and then whispered his request to Luo Qinghan, can you please not tell anyone about what happened last night? This time it was Luo Qinghan's turn to be surprised. I definitely won't tell anyone, I recorded it just for you. And listen to it yourself. Luo Qinghan didn't say the last sentence. Oh, that's all right. Lin Yi's biggest worry was gone, and he finally felt relieved. What do you want for lunch? I'll make it. Linny looked at the time and it was almost 11 o'clock. Just make whatever's at home. I'll eat anything you make. Then I'll make noodles for lunch. Luo Qinghan nodded and told Linny not to worry. I'm not hungry yet, there's no rush for lunch. Why did you drink so much with Dad yesterday? Did something unhappy happen? I had promised Dad to drink. Yesterday, something really pissed me off, and I got so angry that I drank too much. What happened? Didn't you go to discuss cooperation yesterday afternoon? Did it fail? Luo Qinghan asked with concern, because Lin Yi's mood swings were usually not too big. Except for being nervous when interacting with herself, he was generally lazy. The reason why Lin Yi was so angry must be that he encountered something similar to what happened at the customs last time. I failed, but I was ridiculed, so I got angry. After one night, Lin Yi no longer had any temper left. He thought it was normal that the cooperation negotiations failed, so he calmly narrated the whole process. That's how it was. I felt like I was being treated like a beggar. As soon as Linny finished speaking, Luo Qinghan slammed the table hard, which caught Linny off guard and startled him. What does he mean? Compared to when Linny told Lin Yi, the other party smiled indifferently and tried to enlighten Linny. Luo Qinghan seemed to be standing with Linny yesterday. Linny was no longer angry, but Luo Qinghan became even more furious after hearing what he said. If he didn't want to, he could have just rejected you. He's just humiliating you. Luo Qing couldn't stand the cold, so he stood up and went back to the bedroom to change clothes and get ready to go out. What are you doing? Linny felt something was wrong. I want to save your face. He is humiliating you. Luo Qinghan walked into the bedroom and was about to close the door. Hearing this, Linny quickly stood up and tried to stop her. Sister, calm down. This is meaningless. He is looking down on others. It's his business. He won't give in easily even if you make a fuss. Linny has put this matter behind him. There is no need to keep dwelling on it. It is not certain who will dislike whom in the future. But he found that Luo Qinghan seemed a little impulsive. But when I think about it, it's too much. Who does he think he is? How dare he insult others like this? Luo Qinghan was so angry that her chest kept heaving, and under her loose nightgown, her two white breasts were moving. Calm down. It's not worth getting angry over someone like that. Getting angry damages your liver and can even cause acne. Linny felt like he was advising his yesterday self. It was so strange. My anger had obviously subsided, but Luo Qinghan still got angry. Forget it. That was all yesterday. I don't think that bastard will admit it even if I go to him now. Luo Qinghan became cold and quiet, sitting on the bed and giving up the idea of going out. He then frowned and stared at Linny. Why didn't you tell me yesterday? I'll definitely ask him to apologize to you when I get here. Aren't you busy at school? And there's no need to do that. If the cooperation fails, it fails. Linny continued to comfort Luo Qinghan to calm him down. Don't worry about me. I'm different from your parents. I don't need to be restricted by my status and appear in certain situations. I can protect you. Luo Qinghan stared at Lin Yi's last words, which made Lin Yi silent. Although it feels a bit like being a gigolo, it really feels good to be protected by such a beautiful sister. Are you going to discuss cooperation with the other two people later? I'll go with you next time. Sister, let's talk about something else. Linny decided to change the subject, otherwise Luo Qinghan would become more and more excited. What did I sleep on last night? That pillow was so soft. Linny thought that such a soft thing must belong to Luo Qinghan. When asked this question, Luo Qinghan, who was angry just now, blushed instantly. Chapter 59 Lonely Girl. In the evening, a girl in Luo Qinghan's class fell and injured her leg at the end of the afternoon military training. She was a counselor and felt that she had to go and see her. If Linny were the counselor, he would at most just make a phone call to say hello, but it would be impossible for him to go. Originally, Linny planned to cook dinner, but Luo Qinghan texted him back saying that he didn't need to wait for her because she had already eaten outside. Since this was the case, Linny felt lazy and decided not to do anything alone. He looked at the time and called Luo Yi to ask him to pick him up. After arriving at the noodle shop, Luo Yi changed into work clothes and started helping. However, what surprised Linny was that Xiaomuyu seemed to be away today, and his noodles with soybean paste were also served by Luo Yi. Oh my god, a millionaire is serving noodles to me. How can I deserve this honor? Linny teased Luo Yi and raised his eyebrows. Luo Yi glanced at him and ignored him, sitting there looking at his phone. It was still some time before dinner time, so there weren't many people around. Where's Xiaomuyu? Why isn't she here? She's in the hospital, her mother is in surgery. Linny took a bite of noodles and asked with a smile, then why don't you go see your future mother-in-law? There needs to be someone here. It's going to be busy soon. The boss is a nice guy, but he has to make money. If Muyu can't keep up his attendance, he'll have to hire someone new. Oh, why don't you try to enlighten her? Linny sighed slightly and continued to ask for noodles. The money she earned from her 2 part-time jobs here is less than 1/5 of what she earned as a tutor. I've tried to persuade her, but she said even if it's a little money, it's still money. She can rest during lunch and evening, so why not take a part-time job? Why? Linny stopped talking. Xia Muyu's life reminded him of his past self. This is probably what ordinary people's lives are like. After Linny finished eating, more people came into the noodle shop. After all, Luo Yi was a young man who grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. He was still a little overwhelmed and flustered when doing the job of a waiter. Linny couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so he stayed to help for a while. He would just lie in bed anyway if he went back. Lying down for a long time is like exercising. No one in the store would have imagined that these two young waiters had enough money to buy out the entire noodle shop. After 2 hours of busy work, the small noodle shop became empty again. Luo Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and thanked Linny. "Thank you." Linny didn't answer, but took a bottle of drink from the refrigerator and said to the boss, "Boss, I'll take a bottle of water and deduct it from this person's salary today." The boss smiled and said, "That's not necessary, just take it and drink it." Linny unscrewed the bottle cap, took a sip, and said to Luo Yi, "Let's go." Luo Yi followed, and he felt more and more that Linny was a veteran. After getting in the car, Linny asked Luo Yi, "Is your girlfriend still going to be a tutor tonight? She must have taken the day off today, but Auntie should be out of surgery by now, right?" After Luo Yi finished speaking, he prepared to send Linny back. "I'll take you home first." "No, let's go directly to the hospital. Luo Qinghan is also there. It's just right for me to go back with her." "Huh? What happened to her?" "A girl in her class fell and got hurt, so she went to see her and take care of her for a while." "Oh." After hearing this, Luo Yi didn't waste any time and drove directly to the affiliated hospital of Suzhou University. No matter what time of the year, there always seems to be a shortage of patients in the hospital. Linny doesn't understand why, but it seems that human beings are just so fragile. When Luo Yi drove to the hospital, he was told that the underground parking lot was full and he could only go to the nearby park parking lot. I had no choice but to go to the park parking lot and walk a little further. After getting off the car, the cool night breeze felt very comfortable on their tired bodies. However, Luo Yi seemed to have no idea how to enjoy himself. He closed the car door and walked quickly towards the hospital. Linny reminded Luo Yi, "Are you going to meet your mother-in-law empty-handed?" "Oh, yes." Luo Yi was reminded by Linny and then remembered that he didn't bring anything with him. "So what should I buy?" Linny curled his lips helplessly. It's true that this young master knows nothing. Since you know your aunt is having surgery, it would be more appropriate to buy some health supplements. It would be best to ask your uncle to buy them overseas. Forget about those domestic products. As for tonight, you can buy some fruit. Even if Auntie can't eat it, your girlfriend can eat some when she's with her. Okay, let's go to the fruit shop first. Luo Yi and Linny changed direction and prepared to cross the park to buy some fruit. There were very few people in the park, or rather, no one was walking here except those rushing to and from the hospital. The two chatted about nothing, but Luo Yi was still thinking about what fruit to buy. Linny took a leisurely walk and looked at the surrounding scenery. As he looked around, a familiar figure stopped his gaze. A weak figure was standing on the park bench, with his back hunched and his head buried in front of him. His hair was scattered on both sides, completely covering his face. Through the scattered long hair, there seemed to be a white sheet on the girl's thighs. There were a few gray dots on it. The next moment, a tear fell from the sky onto the white paper, and another gray dot appeared. The girl raised her fair but slender arms and wiped away her tears silently. Two pedestrians hurriedly crossed in front of her, and the girl did not react. She seemed isolated on that inconspicuous bench in the park. Linny had seen Xia Muyu before. That thin figure was so similar to the girl in front of him. Luo Yi was thinking and didn't pay attention to his surroundings until Linny kicked him lightly. That girl seems to be Xia Muyu. Luo Yi followed Lin Yi's gaze and saw the girl at a glance. Linny might need to confirm it, but he didn't need to. Luo Yi didn't say anything and immediately ran over. "Why are you here?" Xia Muyu was startled by the sudden voice. He sat up straighter and looked up, then felt relieved when he saw it was Luo Yi. After hesitating for a moment, I realized that my tears had not yet dried. Xia Muyu immediately stopped the tears that were still in her eyes, wiped away the tears on her face with both hands, and forced a smile at Luo Yi. "I feel a little hot, so I came out to get some cool breeze." "Why are you crying in the cool breeze?" Luo Yi's lips trembled. "What's wrong? What is this order?" "No, nothing." Xia Muyu wanted to put away the list in a panic, but Luo Yi didn't try to grab it. He knew that although the girl in front of him was weak, she had a strong self-esteem. "What's wrong?" Didn't Ant's operation succeed? Luo Yi asked softly. It worked, but... Xia Muyu bit her thin lips tightly, but a layer of mist still condensed in her eyes, but it left sequelae. Luo Yi took out a tissue and wiped away the tears from Xia Muyu's eyes. Can it be treated? Yes, but it will cost a lot of medical expenses. As long as it can be cured, I'll go back with you first. I can find a way to pay for it. For Luo Yi, anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. But Xia Muyu raised her head and looked at him, shaking her head slightly. I can't use it, it's your money, and it's... Xia Muyu didn't say anything else, but lowered his head again. Luo Yi also fell silent for a moment. Linny stood not far away and watched the scene quietly. Looking at Luo Yi, he couldn't help but think of Luo Qinghan. The identities of the two were somewhat similar. It seems that the relationship with my parents is not very good. Chapter 60. I Want a Hug. Linny didn't know whether he should leave or not. He felt that Luo Yi would not be able to cope with the situation that followed if he just left. Fuck. Why did you help this idiot in the first place? Now I am the same as his father. Linny complained in his heart and then sighed. At this moment, a slightly cool and soft hand suddenly held his right hand. When he turned around, he saw that Luo Qinghan had been standing beside him without him knowing when. Sister, when were you ever by my side? Linny was lost in thought and didn't pay attention to his surroundings. I just got here and was about to drive back when I saw you standing here. Luo Qinghan looked at Luo Yi and Xia Muyu, and held Lin Yi's hand even tighter. Doesn't Xia Muyu's mother have medical insurance? Luo Qinghan asked Lin Yi softly. Yes, but according to Luo Yi, Xia Muyu's mother's illness is not covered by medical insurance and cannot be reimbursed. Luo Qinghan was silent for a moment, then suddenly squeezed Lin Yi's hand a little harder and asked a little excitedly, where's her father? Doesn't he care? Luo Yi, don't seem to know this either. Luo Yi has known Xia Muyu since childhood, but it seems that I have never seen her father. Luo Yi told Lin Yi that he and Xia Muyu had been childhood sweethearts since they met in elementary school. When they were little, they would ask each other about their fathers without restraint. But Xia Muyu always chose to remain silent, and over time Luo Yi never asked again. Luo Qinghan pulled Lin Yi's hand and said, let's go over there. It's not a good idea for them to stay here all the time. Let's ask Xia Muyu. When Xia Muyu saw Luo Qinghan, she quickly greeted him, hello, Teacher Luo. Muyu, can you show me your list? Luo Qinghan spoke softly and looked at Xia Muyu with a smile. After hesitating for a moment, the other party took out the list hidden behind her. She was a teacher, and perhaps that was why she was willing to take it out. One was for the surgery fee, priced at 80,000 yuan, indicating that it had already been paid. Lin Yi was also shocked when he saw it. This was just the cost of surgery, hospitalization fees, and other things were not included. Lin Yi looked at the thin girl again. She was only 20 years old, but she had to pay so much medical expenses by herself. Luo Qinghan took away the surgery form, and next was a chemotherapy form that had not yet been paid. The first round of chemotherapy cost 30,000 yuan. The operation must have drained Xia Muyu's savings, and now she is completely unable to pay the bill. Luo Yi had just said so much to her, but she remained silent the entire time. She must have been shaken. Her self-esteem was completely worthless compared to her mother's life. Muyu, have you received a scholarship from the school? I took it in my freshman year, but... Xia Muyu lowered her head, then I accidentally heard my roommate laugh at me, so I didn't apply again. The other three people were filled with anger when they heard this. The girls' dormitory at the university was indeed a bit unbearable. Contempt, comparison, and forming cliques should not be too common in girls' dormitories. For a dormitory with 4 people, having 4 group chats is not enough, and the things said behind people's backs are very unpleasant, even unbearable to hear. Besides, the financial aid isn't that much, and it's hard to apply for, so it's not really necessary. Another reason why Xia Muyu gave up was that the scholarship was indeed relatively small, and she had to run back and forth several times to apply, which would delay her part-time job. A few $1,000s is still money. I'll help you apply for it. You don't need to run around. Thank you, Mr. Luo. Luo Qinghan continued to ask, Muyu, have you ever received a scholarship from school? The highest scholarship is 50,000, which is quite a lot. I received it twice last year, but no more since then. Starting in my junior year, getting a scholarship requires professional achievement. I don't have the time with my part-time job, and a 50,000 yuan scholarship is hard to come by. Since you've taken it, you have hope. What's your major? That one is an accounting major in finance. Xia Muyu's voice became very low. How do you choose this? Luo Qinghan was puzzled. Why did he choose finance as his major when his family conditions were not very good? Because all the girls choose this. I know it's useless, but I've missed the opportunity to change my major. For ordinary people, there are no good information channels to learn about the major that suits them, so they just follow the crowd. In my college, if you want to get a scholarship as a junior, you have to start a business or invest. You have to achieve something before you have a chance to get it. I can't do that at all. How could Xia Muyu possibly think about starting a business, let alone investing? Start a business? At this time, Lin Yi and Luo Qinghan looked at Luo Yi. Luo Yi immediately realized that this was what he was doing. Muyu, you have a chance to get a scholarship. I can just add your name to the entrepreneurial project that Lin Yi and I are starting. But I can't help. It's okay, Luo Yi can't help much. Lin Yi teased Luo Yi and said something that made him feel embarrassed and a little like laughing. Xia Muyu looked at Luo Yi like this, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Staying outside all the time is not a solution. You guys should go back to the hospital to see Auntie. Lin Yi and I will go back. Luo Qinghan added another contact to Xia Muyu. Muyu, please take the time to send me the front and back of your ID card. I will help you apply for a scholarship tomorrow. Well, thank you, Mr. Luo. The four of them parted ways, and Luo Qinghan and Lin Yi drove home. The two didn't talk much along the way, and Lin Yi could see that Luo Qinghan was not in a good mood. Sister, is that girl in trouble? No, I just broke my foot. I just need to rest for 2 days. The topic Lin Yi had just started was over in an instant. The two remained silent until they entered the house, and then Luo Qinghan spoke. I want a hug, can I? Luo Qinghan spoke softly and looked at Lin Yi. Well, of course. Luo Qinghan's hands gently hugged him, and Lin Yi couldn't help but hug her gently. If you encounter difficulties, you can't endure it like Xia Muyu, you have to tell me, okay? Lin Yi could feel Luo Qinghan's arms around him getting tighter and tighter. Unconsciously, he seemed to have started to feel dependent on this sister who was 6 years older than him. It seems like we are getting further and further away from the original agreement. Chapter 61 He won T abandoned me, right? Luo Qinghan helped Xia Muyu apply for a scholarship the next day, and then took a special leave in the afternoon to accompany Lin Yi and Luo Yi to meet the remaining two cooperative managers. Finally, after weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yi chose to cooperate with a boss named Gu Han. The other party was not a car company, but only ran a car repair shop. He is a small boss, a middle-aged man in his 40s. He doesn't have the extravagance and arrogance of those big bosses. It's easier to cooperate with such a person. Lin Yi was also very relaxed when talking to Gu Han. After agreeing on the cooperation, the group left. Luo Qinghan talked to Lin Yi and then left and returned to school. Today is the last day of freshman military training, and she has to rush back. Lin Yi and Luo Yi went back slowly. Why did you bring your wife along to discuss cooperation? To support you? How is that possible? She was the one who wanted to follow. Lin Yi just wanted Luo Qinghan to work at school, but the other party insisted on coming with him, fearing that Lin Yi would meet a scum like Chu Sheng again. Why? Have no idea. Naturally, Lin Yi couldn't tell Luo Qinghan the real reason, otherwise he would lose face. A grown man actually needs his woman's protection. But Lin Yi didn't want to do it, it was Luo Qinghan who insisted. By the way, what's the most comfortable pillow you've ever slept on? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Just asking, I've been having insomnia lately and want to buy a more comfortable pillow. Although Luo Yi was confused, he still answered Lin Yi, the pillows I used to have at home were quite soft, but I don't know what brand they were. The pillow I have in the dormitory is a Simmons pillow, which cost over 4,000 yuan and is quite comfortable. Wow, a pillow costs over 4,000 yuan. Lin Yi felt that it was a bit expensive, but he was not short of money now, and he did not sleep well in the past 2 nights. He recalled the milk-scented pillow he slept on the night he got drunk, but unfortunately he didn't know where he was lying at the time. When asked about this, Luo Qinghan said she didn't know. Lin Yi tried lying down on everything in the house that could be used as a pillow, but he didn't feel that way. Take me to buy one so I can sleep with it at night. Oh. Luo Yi took Lin Yi to a bedding store. Since they were brand names, the prices were quite expensive. Lenny picked out the one that felt the softest and most comfortable and bought it back. As soon as he got home, Lenny put the pillow on the bed and lay on it. No, it still doesn't feel as comfortable as that. What on earth was I lying on? I really want to lie on it again. After getting drunk that day, Lenny never found that comfortable feeling again. Lenny is mainly responsible for the design tasks. After completing some design drawings, he will hand them over to Guhan. The other party will arrange people, and Lenny will go to the site to take a look when he is free. The progress is definitely slow and various problems often arise. A recent problem has been bothering Lenny for several days. Theoretically, there should be no problem, but after the workers made it according to his design exactly, problems arose. Several older employees in the factory also didn't understand. They thought the drawings were fine, but in reality they just didn't work. It's really like seeing a ghost. Lenny was not surprised. After all, it was normal to have problems between theory and practice. So he simply asked them to stop working and come back when he found a solution. I stayed at home, staring at the drawings on the computer screen and making changes for 3 days, but I still couldn't come up with a solution. I have lost a lot of hair. When washing his hair that night, Lenny grabbed a few strands of hair and they fell out, which scared him. No, I'm going to be bald if I keep going like this. Go out for a walk, maybe I can get some ideas. Although people become stronger when they become bald, Lenny has not yet planned to become Saitama teacher, so he still wants to have flowing hair and bangs. The next day, Lenny slept until afternoon. In the past few days, he stayed up late at night and got up early in the morning. Now, even after sleeping for so long, he still felt uncomfortable. After washing up, he took out his cell phone and saw that Luo Qinghan had sent him a message more than an hour ago, asking if he was awake. After Lenny replied, Luo Qinghan immediately replied, "It's already past 12 o'clock, prepare something to eat for yourself, I've already eaten in the cafeteria. How about I order takeout for you?" No, takeout is too slow. By the time it arrives, you'll be so hungry that your stomach will ache. It seems there's nothing to eat at home. I'll pick you up to go out for dinner now. I'll be right there. What do you want to eat? I can go to the store and ask them to make it first, and then come pick you up. Luo Qinghan sent several messages at once. Lenny was about to reply several times, but another message would appear below, forcing him to delete it and type again, and this cycle would repeat endlessly. Oh my god. Is she a tentacle monster? How can she type so fast? Her fingers are so nimble? Lenny typed quickly before finally replying, "Sister, I'm not a 3-year-old child. I won't starve to death. There's no need to pick me up to eat." Looking at the series of messages above, Lenny felt that Luo Qinghan was treating him like a puppy. So what are you going to do for lunch? I just happened to be visiting the school. I'll just grab a quick bite at a fast food restaurant on the way. Lenny immediately added, "No need to pick me up, I ride a bicycle." Oh. Lenny changed into a white short-sleeved shirt and brown shorts, left the apartment, and set off on the bicycle that he had tricked his father Lingy into giving him back. In the other office, Luo Qinghan was lying on the pillow on the table, not feeling sleepy at all. We agreed to cuddle every night, but he hasn't let me cuddle him in 3 days. I even refused to pick him up. Doesn't he really like being with me? Luo Qinghan pouted and muttered to himself, "Didn't we say we were in love? How can it feel like a relationship when we don't spend much time together every day?" Luo Qinghan always felt that Lenny was distancing himself from her again. There were many couples in her class who stayed together every day. He won't abandon me, will he? But then I felt like I was overthinking it, because Lenny was indeed very busy recently. It's so annoying. I don't want to go to work so I can stick to Lenny every day. Luo Qinghan wanted to resign, but she had a lot of things planned and couldn't give up halfway. Mu Zi, who was about to leave the office, happened to see Luo Qinghan lying on the pillow, pouting like a little girl. Sometimes he buried his head in it unhappily, and sometimes he raised it up, looking listless. "Sister Luo, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Mu Zi thought Luo Qinghan was not feeling well and asked her. Luo Qinghan was startled, then immediately returned to his usual calm state. "No, I'm just a little tired, but I can't sleep." Mu Zi was a little skeptical, but Luo Qinghan told her not to guess and to leave quickly. After leaving the office, Mu Zi muttered to himself, "After the military training, it's obviously much easier than the previous few days, so why do I feel tired?" Are you having a conflict with your young husband? Chapter 62. Why don't you call me Beauty? When Linny passed by the milk tea shop, he brought a cup of milk tea to Luo Qinghan. When I parked my bike at school, I happened to meet Muzi, who was coming out of the teaching building and was about to go to the garage. Linny? Linny wanted to say hello, but he couldn't remember the other person's name for a moment. He only knew that the other person was Luo Qinghan's assistant. Hey, I'm a teacher after all. I'm saying hello to you, so why don't you at least respond? Muzi looked at Linny with dissatisfaction. Hello, teacher. Linny still couldn't remember the name, so he smiled and gave a formulaic greeting. Muzi curled his lips. Have you forgotten my name? Hey. Linny, who was exposed, grinned embarrassedly. Muzi glanced at Linny speechlessly. Forget it, it's not important. Did you have a conflict with Qinghan? No? Linny was confused. Why did he ask this as soon as they met? Then why does Qinghan seem so unhappy these past 2 days and doesn't even take a nap? Have no idea. Linny was so focused on the design drawings over the past 2 days that he didn't pay much attention to Luo Qinghan. But this answer made Muzi angry. What do you mean I don't know? You are her husband. She is a weak girl, and you are a grown man. It's okay if you don't always accompany her, but why don't you care about her? Linny was speechless after hearing what Muzi said. It seemed that he had indeed neglected Luo Qinghan in the past 2 days. You should take care of Qinghan like a brother. How can you act like a fool who knows nothing? But she asked me to call her sister, and she is 6 years older than me. Now it was Muzi's turn to be silent. It seems normal that Linny is a silly boy. Linny raised the milk tea in his hand. I'm going to see her now. By the way, where is Luo Qinghan's first class this afternoon? Linny originally planned to ask Luo Qinghan, but since he met Muzi, he just asked him. After knowing where it was, Linny and Muzi went to the teaching building separately. When he walked into the building, Linny remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to ask the other person's name. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Luo Qinghan's afternoon class was the basic computer theory course for the freshman software class she taught. As usual, she arrived at the classroom early and taught the class very seriously, strictly forbidding students from other classes to attend the class. For those who haven't signed in yet, hurry up and sign in. I have 5 minutes left before the sign-in system closes. Those who haven't signed in will be considered absent. Luo Qinghan folded his arms across his chest, his face calm, and spoke to the students below in a cold tone. In a word, the chatter in the classroom suddenly became much quieter. Luo Qinghan had never lost her temper, but her cold and aloof temperament alone made the students in her class a little afraid of her. There are still 3 people who haven't signed in, Zheng San and Li Si. Who are their roommates? Where are they? This name is too casual, so casual that when Luo Qinghan said it, some people couldn't help laughing. Don't make fun of other people's names. It's very uncultured. Luo Qinghan didn't laugh. After he finished speaking coldly, the classroom became quiet again. Zhang San and Li Si had a fight in the dormitory yesterday. They are now in the dean's office writing a self-criticism to explain the situation. What about Kai Shukuan? Doesn't anyone know about him? Luo Qinghan waited for a while but no one answered, so he prepared to close the sign-in system, then consider it as skipping class. Teacher, wait a minute, I haven't signed in yet. A familiar voice came from the door. Luo Qinghan recognized it immediately and looked at Linny at the door with some surprise. Luo Qinghan subconsciously wanted to take a step towards the door, but when he remembered that he was still in class, he restrained himself. Linny walked in with a smile, took out his mobile phone and actually scanned the sign-in QR code, then placed the milk tea on Luo Qinghan's podium. He take it as compensation for being late. Luo Qinghan suppressed his laughter and glanced at Linny. What is this little guy doing today? Why is he acting? Forget it, just act with him. Thank you for the milk tea, but you still have to remember to be late. I can't accept bribes. Then can't you be flexible? This is my first time being late, and I promise I won't do it again. It depends on your performance in this class. If you perform well, I won't mark you as late. Okay. Linny smiled and walked to the back of the classroom. Unexpectedly, Luo Qinghan stopped him and said, "Sit in the first row so that I can know if you are listening carefully." Sitting in the back, how can she look at her husband? Linny came here to have fun, so he sat next to a girl in the first row as Luo Qinghan requested. Until Linny sat down, the entire classroom was silent as everyone watched what had just happened. Except for those few people who knew about it, no one else knows what happened. Isn't this handsome guy a senior? Why is he in Luo Qinghan's class? Could it be that he's a transfer student from our class? But Teacher Luo didn't say anything. Why did Teacher Luo accept the milk tea this boy gave her, but she refused it when I gave her the milk tea? Why? Linny didn't bring his laptop, so he turned on the computer in the computer room. Since we are in the classroom anyway, we still have to pretend to be attending class. Luo Qinghan also started the class, but he would look at Linny from time to time. After a while, he seemed to feel that watching was not enough, so he simply walked to Linny's side to give a lecture. Linny was free anyway and had never listened carefully to Luo Qinghan's lectures before, so he decided to listen this time. But he didn't know which software to open, and Luo Qinghan was giving a lecture, so he asked the girl next to him. "Beauty, which software are you opening now?" The girl was stunned and a little excited to be called a beauty by a handsome guy. She smiled and pointed the software to Linny. Luo Qinghan, who was standing by, heard what Linny had just said and couldn't help feeling jealous. He bit his lip, and his tone of voice in the lecture became a little agitated, and he began to speak with a pinch of salt. This made everyone in the class a little confused. What happened to their aloof counselor today? Why was he so excited during the lecture? But Linny knew the reason. Could it be that she is jealous because I just called her a beauty? Afterwards, Linny didn't say a word and just listened to Luo Qinghan's class in the classroom. He didn't dare to slack off because he felt that Luo Qinghan was still angry. After class, Luo Qinghan took his things and said to Linny, "Come with me." Oh. The whole class was stunned watching this scene. Luo Qinghan led Linny out of the teaching building and headed towards the carport. When there were no one around, he pursed his lips and angrily questioned Linny, "What's so pretty about that girl?" "It's not pretty," Linny answered decisively. If he hesitated for half a second, he would be finished today. "She's not pretty, and you still call her a beauty." "It's just a name. Boys call strange girls beautiful." "Then why haven't you ever called me beautiful?" "It's inappropriate and will seem alienating." Luo Qinghan thought about it and agreed. After a moment of contemplation, he said to Linny, "Then why not just call me beautiful sister?" Linny felt that he had to change the subject, otherwise it would never end. "Sister, drink the milk tea and stop carrying it." Luo Qinghan pouted, the jealousy in her heart still not completely gone. She inserted the straw and took a sip, then passed it to Linny's mouth. "You take a sip too." Linny had no choice but to follow Luo Qinghan. Just as his mouth was on the straw, he seemed to catch a glimpse of someone watching him from the corner of his eye. Chapter 63 Pervert. Linny held a straw in his mouth and looked to the left. An old man with a few white hairs in his black hair was standing not far away, looking at them with his chin supported by a fist. "You guys continue, I'll just pass by." Linny pretended not to see anything and went to the carport to push his bicycle. "Hey, wait." Linny took a sip of milk tea and called out to Linny, "Why do I feel like you, this perverted old man, have been spying on us?" "Hey, stop spitting blood at me, brat. I'm a 50-year-old old man, and I'm spying on you young couples. Am I crazy? Then why are you always around when we're out there?" Last time, Linny came to deliver a bicycle, and he appeared again this time. It was hard not to make Linny suspicious. "I just wanted to talk to your principal about something. When I came back, I heard from Qinghan's colleagues that you seem to have a conflict. I was planning to come find you, but it seems they were overthinking it. The two of them were almost kissing just now, and it didn't look like they were having a conflict at all. I won't ride the shared bike. You two can drive back." As Linny said this, he took away the bicycle that Linny had ridden over. Now Linny had to take a car back with Luo Qinghan. This old bastard must have done it on purpose. Let's go back." Luo Qinghan suddenly spoke softly and held Linny's hand. At this moment, Linny felt as if he had been electrocuted, with goosebumps all over his body. Turning his head, he saw Luo Qinghan biting the milk tea straw, looking at him with big eyes and blinking. What the hell is going on with this weak little girl? She didn't look like this when she was in class just now. Is this the same person? Sister, why don't you be a little more normal? It looks a little weird to me now. I'm normal, huh? What's wrong? Luo Qinghan blinked and looked at Linny in confusion. But you just had class, and you're not usually like this. What do you mean? Linny let go of Luo Qinghan's hand and nervously stretched out his hand to describe her. She's the type who doesn't talk much and is a bit aloof. Am I usually very cool? A little bit, a lot of people say that. Luo Qinghan loosened his mouth from the straw and thought for a moment. I may indeed be a little quiet when it comes to others. But I definitely can't do this to you. You're my husband, and how can you not talk much to your husband? Hiss. Linny realized that Luo Qinghan didn't understand what he said, so he simply said bluntly, what I mean is that you look too much like a little girl now, and I feel a little uncomfortable. So what look do you want? The domineering female CEO look? Luo Qinghan closed his eyes for a moment after he finished speaking, then immediately immersed himself in the role. His voice returned to its cold state, and he directly put the milk tea straw to Ling Yi's mouth. Open your mouth and drink the rest. Luo Qinghan's sudden domineering look didn't seem like an act. She was much more genuine than the female CEOs in TV dramas. Linny couldn't help but think about what would happen if he lived under the same roof with Luo Qinghan like this. Luo Qinghan, wearing high heels, pushed him down on the bed, and then... Training? Oh my god, this is terrible. What Luo Yi said wouldn't really happened to me, right? Sister, just pretend I didn't say anything. Let's go back. Just be like you were just now. Linny walked towards the garage with a chill down his spine. Luo Qinghan drank milk tea and glanced at Lin Yi's back. If you want it, just say it directly. Why are you still being so shy? Linny felt that Luo Qinghan was like a little girl who knew nothing when she was in love, but he didn't know that he was not much better. Although Luo Qinghan didn't know how to fall in love, she knew what couples were like at home. She is already 26 years old and has a comprehensive knowledge base. After returning home, Linny went back to his room to continue working. When he had no ideas, he would look up some information to see if he could find a breakthrough. Luo Qinghan had nothing to do today. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely be looking for some outsourced programming orders in the study, but now she didn't want to do that because she was not short of money. She wanted to hug Linny, but he was working and it was not convenient to disturb him. I can't concentrate on watching TV. The handsome young men in soap operas are not as good as my husband. I can't concentrate on reading anymore. After struggling for an hour, Luo Qinghan didn't accomplish anything. I guess it won't bother him if I watch next to him. After thinking about it, Luo Qinghan walked barefoot to Ling Yi's door. The other person was sitting in front of the computer, staring at the screen intently, with the screen's reflection in his eyes, and didn't care at all that Luo Qinghan had walked in. Luo Qinghan brought a stool, placed it opposite the table, sat down, and supported his head while watching Lin Yi busy at work. She also likes the serious Lin Yi, who is not affected by things around him. The more Luo Qinghan looked, the faster his heartbeat, and his body involuntarily moved forward. After a while, Lin Yi noticed Luo Qinghan opposite him. Just as he was about to say something, he found that the two big white rabbits on the other's chest were just against the table. This is still working. Luo Qinghan also realized that the other party was looking at him, so he sat up straight again. Am I disturbing you? No. Then why did you close your computer? Luo Qinghan watched Lin Yi close the computer screen. I don't have any ideas. I'm not going to read it anymore. I'll take a break. Lin Yi was originally a little annoyed, but the scene that just came into his eyes made his mind go blank and he lost all emotions. The figure is really good, and the child will not be hungry in the future. What a mess. Lin Yi, you need to be more rational. So you're not doing anything now? Luo Qinghan suddenly asked Lin Yi again. Well, I'm not doing anything. I'm just bored, so I'm going to check my phone. Then I want a hug. Lin Yi had just managed to recite Amitba several times in his mind to calm himself down. I lost my mind again in an instant. You promised to let me hold you every day, but you were busy for the past 3 days and didn't let me hold you. Luo Qinghan stared at Lin Yi with his big eyes, and his mouth pouted slightly when he spoke, as if expressing his dissatisfaction. Lin Yi then remembered that he had indeed agreed to this. Then hug me. Luo Qinghan happily hugged her directly. Probably because he hadn't hugged her for a few days, he hugged her very tightly. Lin Yi was pressed so hard by the two big rabbits that he couldn't breathe. Hug me too, don't let me hug you all the time. Oh. Lin Yi's brain stopped thinking again, and he hugged Luo Qinghan as requested. Maybe it was because he was nervous, but when Lin Yi put his hand on Luo Qinghan, he didn't hug her waist, but a little lower part. Luo Qinghan was so frightened that his whole body trembled, his face turned red, and his breathing became rapid. Pervert. Pervert. Where are you holding? Chapter 64. It's really over. Luo Qinghan's face flushed with nervousness. She was not mentally prepared when Lin Yi's hand suddenly reached out. You can't do that there. Luo Qinghan didn't know what he was feeling right now. It seemed like he had all kinds of emotions, but the only thing he didn't feel was resistance. I put my hands on Lin Yi's chest, but I couldn't feel any strength, so I pushed him symbolically. But Lin Yi really let go. He was also very nervous, so he turned his head away and whispered, "Sorry." After a moment of silence in the bedroom, Luo Qinghan broke the silence. Let's go to the supermarket to buy some food. We have nothing left at home. Neither of them mentioned the matter again after they left the bedroom. Luo Qinghan also bought some snacks. After returning home, she ate potato chips while standing next to Lin Yi and watched him cook dinner, occasionally putting a piece into Lin Yi's mouth. Sister, are you okay today? Lin Yi found that Luo Qinghan seemed to be particularly idle today and had nothing to do. Well, school has been going on for almost a month now, and the preschool work is done, so I don't have much to do. Didn't you have a part-time programming job before? I'm done. I haven't taken any new ones. I only took this job to keep my skills from declining, not to make money. I'll just rest when I'm done. Lin Yi didn't say anything else. He was a little uncomfortable with having someone watching him when he was doing something. But Luo Qinghan had not left him more than 3 meters since this afternoon. It wasn't until he went to take a shower at night that he finally had some time alone. The warm water rushed over Lin Yi's body, making it difficult for him to calm down completely. The feeling of that hug in the afternoon is still very clear. No, I still can't calm down. I need to take a cold shower. After taking a cold shower for a long time, Lin Yi finally calmed down, at least in a physical sense. When I changed into pajamas and came out, I happened to run into Luo Qinghan. The other person had his hand raised in the air, and it seemed that he was going to knock on the door. Why are you taking so long? Aren't you supposed to shower quickly? Well. Lin Yi rolled his eyes and made up a lie. My stomach hurt before I took a shower, so I took a little longer. Oh. I'm a little sleepy, so I'll go back to my room and sleep. Good night, sister. Lin Yi slipped back into the room as if escaping. Luo Qinghan didn't even have time to call out. Looking at the closed door, his mouth puffed up a little. At least hug me for a while. We agreed to hug before bed. After muttering to himself, Luo Qinghan also entered the bathroom, turned on the shower, and the cold water rushed over her. Ah! Why is it cold water? Luo Qinghan felt a little cold and quickly turned it off, only to find that the water temperature was set to cold by Lin Yi. Why is he taking a cold shower? Luo Qinghan was puzzled. After adjusting the water temperature back to normal, he turned on the shower again. Come to think of it, it's not uncommon for boys to take cold showers, and some boys can even swim in winter. The next day, Luo Qinghan went to class as usual. Lin Yi got up late again, and he felt a little dizzy and his throat was a little uncomfortable. Gee. I took a cold shower last night and something went wrong. I'm going to catch a cold. I need to get some hot water. After Lin Yi shook his head to sober himself up, he went to the kitchen to make a cup of isadis root. Then he went back to his room and continued to sleep. He didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a cold and would be fine after a good night's sleep. Who knew that when I slept until the afternoon, not only did I not feel better, I seemed to be a little worse, and I felt even more dizzy. After replying to Luo Qinghan, Lin Yi took a thermometer and checked his temperature, 38.8. Fortunately, the temperature is not high, so it's not a big problem. Lin Yi went out to the pharmacy and bought some antipyretic medicine. After taking it, he decided to go out for a walk. He had a cold and had to move around. He couldn't just lie at home all the time. It just so happened that he hadn't visited the car factory for a few days, and planned to ask the old masters if they had any new ideas. He couldn't ride the bicycle anymore and was afraid that he would crash into the flower bed. So he asked Luo Yi, his personal driver, to pick him up. When Lin Yi got into the car, Luo Yi was shocked to see how haggard he looked. I haven't seen you for a few days. How come you look so weak? Drained? Luo Yi thought of this immediately. After all, there is a saying on the internet, if you have a beautiful wife at home, even Huatua can hardly cure her. Shut up, idiot. Your father's kidneys are fine. I just have a cold. You're going to the factory when you have a cold? Didn't you say that haste makes waste? Why don't you just stay home and rest? Luo Yi was very curious. This was not the style of a street lamp pendant. I've only slept for 15 hours since last night. If I sleep anymore, I'll be a pig. Let's go out for a walk. Oh, then be careful. If you feel too uncomfortable, go to the hospital directly. I know there's no need to waste time going to the hospital for a minor cold. Luo Yi brought Lin Yi to the factory. He stayed there for a while and then left. After all, he knew nothing about this and it would be a waste of time to stay here. Lin Yi, his boss Gu Han, and several old employees gathered around the machine to discuss their opinions. Suddenly, Gu Han noticed that something was wrong with Lin Yi. Brother Lin Yi, you don't seem to be feeling well? It's just a cold, no big deal. Master Zhang, did you just say to make that circuit simpler? Master Zhang's words gave Lin Yi some inspiration, and he didn't want to care about his cold. Yes, the design there is a bit too complicated. I guess there is something wrong there, but it's hard to find the cause. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, but I designed it this way for a reason. Several of the interfaces inside will be connected to the assisted driving system later. That's up to you to decide. After all, you designed the blueprints. We've only been repairing cars for over 20 years, so we don't know much about design. Master Zhang, you guys go ahead and do your work. I'll take a look myself. Gu Han's auto repair shop has just the right amount of staff, and these experienced technicians also have their own auto repair jobs on hand. Lin Yi stared at the machine and thought about how to change the design drawing. He designed it according to the appearance of the imported car, so he couldn't figure out what went wrong. After all, there is nothing wrong with the design. Sometimes it is not easy to copy homework. If it really doesn't work, Lin Yi plans to simplify the design and talk about the interface later. If you have an idea, just put it into practice. Lin Yi doesn't like to procrastinate, so he went straight to Gu Han's office. Old Gu, can you lend me your office computer? I'll revise the design. You can use it as you like. Thank you. Lin Yi plugged in the USB drive and began to modify the design drawing. After a while, Gu Han brought a cup of tea to Lin Yi and was surprised to find that Lin Yi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Little brother, you don't look well. Why don't you go to the hospital? No, it's just a cold. I took my temperature before I came here. Lin Yi's attention was focused on the drawings, so he didn't feel dizzy at all, just a little tired at most. He was used to it. When he was a cartographer, he had to find a way to draw the map before the deadline, even if he had a fever or a broken hand. Otherwise, delaying the entire project progress and getting fired would be a small matter, which is why he hates his job. Even if no one is urging him now, he will naturally return to his previous state once he gets into work mode. Lin Yi sat in front of the computer for nearly 4 hours, and only finished it when it was dark. He then said to Gu Han, Old Gu, I have revised the drawings. Tomorrow, tell Master Zhang and the others to try to make the changes according to the new drawings. Okay, but I'd better take you to the hospital now. No, I feel much better. Lin Yi felt less dizzy and was about to ride his bike back, but when he stood up, his legs went limp and he lost consciousness. Chapter 65 Mom's Girlfriend. Oh my god. Gu Han immediately went over to support Lin Yi, and broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't let anything happen to the prince in his presence. I'm going to take you to the hospital. There's something wrong with you. Gu Han helped Lin Yi into his car and sent him to the hospital. Lin Yi's consciousness was not very clear now. He was fine when he was sitting just now, but he almost fainted when he stood up. I have been playing badly for too long and my physical fitness is not as good as before. He couldn't speak now and his vision was a little dark. Forget it, just take a nap. It's just a fever, you won't die. In a daze, Lin Yi heard the voices of his parents, and after a while, he seemed to hear Luo Qinghan's voice. I don't feel much of anything else. After a nap, Lin Yi woke up again feeling a little numb. He was conscious again, but his head still hurt a little. Lin Yi had slept for too long, causing his back and waist to ache. He supported himself on the bed with his hands and prepared to sit up. At this moment, he felt a slight pain in his right hand. He raised it and saw a cotton swab stuck on it. It was the infusion hole for saline solution. Lin Yi's movement of getting up seemed to startle something. Looking to the side, he saw Luo Qinghan raising his head sleepily. After seeing Lin Yi wake up, Luo Qinghan immediately blinked, woke himself up, and stood up to help Lin Yi, who was getting up, sit down. How are you now? Are you still dizzy? Luo Qinghan's voice was very soft, with a slight tremor, but it was not very obvious. It's okay, nothing serious. Linny leaned against the headboard and noticed that Luo Qinghan's eyes were a little red. Why are you crying? I don't have any. Luo Qinghan refused blankly. She really didn't cry. She couldn't even remember the last time she shed tears. Even when she was afraid that Linny would ignore her, her eyes were just tearful, but no tears fell. But the slightly red eyes couldn't lie. Linny was sure that the other person had cried, and he felt mixed emotions. He used to deal with colds and fevers alone, and he was used to it, but now he was being taken care of and cared for by someone, and the woman in front of him even cried with red eyes. Both sides looked at each other in silence, and no one knew what to say. The silence was not broken until the doctor came in. After seeing Linny wake up, the doctor took out the 4-drip and prepared to leave. Doctor, how is Linny? Luo Qinghan asked the doctor with concern. It's just a common viral infection, nothing serious, but it took a long time. You should have come earlier. If you had waited any longer, something bad would have happened. The doctor looked at Linny and said, take care of yourself. You're a grown man now, don't let your woman worry. Yeah, I understand. Facing the doctor's teachings, Linny just nodded in acceptance. If it were any other time, he would have turned a deaf ear to the teachings. If he was in a bad mood at the time, he would have even retaliated. Then doctor, can we go back now? Luo Qinghan continued to ask. If you don't want to be hospitalized, go home and come back tomorrow night for an 4-drip. Remember to eat a light diet when you go back, and remember to stay warm when you sleep at night. It's best to sweat a little. After the doctor left, Luo Qinghan sat back down beside the bed and looked at Linny, who was still a little pale. How is it? Can you walk? If not, I'll help you. Yes, but I'll stay in the hospital tonight. Sister, you go home and sleep. I can be alone now. Linny's body was still numb and he had no strength, and he didn't want to trouble Luo Qinghan anymore. Luo Qinghan shook his head. No, let me help you go back. The bed in the hospital is too hard and uncomfortable to sleep on. Besides, you can only continue the 4-drip tomorrow night. Don't stay in the hospital too long. After Luo Qinghan said this again, Linny got out of bed. It would be hypocritical to refuse again. When he got home, he found that it was almost midnight. After returning home, he lay down on the bed because he was really exhausted. Luo Qinghan took a shower, changed into her nightgown, and returned to Lin Yi's room. Sister, what are you doing here? Aren't you going to sleep? I'll sleep with you tonight. Lin Yi's weak eyes widened a little. I have a cold and haven't taken a shower yet. Why are you sleeping with me? While he was speaking, Luo Qinghan had already closed the door and walked to the bed. The doctor said you need to sweat. If you fall asleep later, you'll definitely kick off the quilt again, and then you'll catch a cold again. Linny felt that Luo Qinghan was talking to a child. I'm not a child, how could I kick the quilt? How could an adult not know that his fever was nearly 40 degrees? My fever is so severe? Only then did Linny realize that he had such a high fever. No wonder he lost consciousness later. Just kid, let me hold you while you sleep tonight. As Luo Qinghan spoke, he had already lifted the quilt and sat on the bed. This frightened Linny so much that he suddenly regained some consciousness. His mental strength recovered a little and he sat to the side. The lights were on now, and the other person's nightgown was thin. Even though they hadn't gotten close to each other yet, Linny seemed to be able to feel the warmth of Luo Qinghan's skin. But the other party didn't seem to care about it and continued to move closer. Come closer, otherwise it will be difficult for me to hug you. Don't, there's really no need. Linny was so nervous that he couldn't speak clearly. He had only said half of it when he was pulled into Luo Qinghan's arms due to his weakness. He had no strength and could not put up any resistance, but he probably wouldn't resist even if he had the strength. Linny's body became hot again, but his mind was still clear, and the feeling now was somewhat familiar. Fragrant and soft, this seems to be the pillow I have been looking for. Was I also being held in his arms like this that day? No wonder she wasn't nervous at all now. It turned out this wasn't the first time she hugged me like this. Linny buried his head in the facial cleanser. Luo Qinghan's hands tightly hugged him, which made his restless heart gradually calm down. Go to sleep quickly. After sweating, you will feel comfortable tomorrow. Luo Qinghan moved his right hand up a little and pressed it on Lin Yi's back. Luo Qinghan is like a mother now. But Linny didn't feel anything was wrong, maybe because the other person was 6 years older than him, or maybe because his previous parents never cared about him. He was a little greedy for the feeling of being cared for. My mom's girlfriend seems pretty good too. Linny gradually sank into it and slowly closed his eyes. Luo Qinghan held Linny in his arms for a long time, and then he was so tired that he slowly fell asleep. But the hands holding Linny still did not loosen. He hugged it tightly as if it were the most precious treasure. In her heart, she wanted to make up for the love and care she had never received on Linny. Chapter 66. Goodbye, I'll be back in a few days. The next day, when Linny woke up, it was already bright outside. People can sleep better when they are not feeling well. But he slept very comfortably last night, and he felt much more energetic when he got up today. At least he didn't step on his right foot with his left foot when walking. When I sat up, I found that Luo Qinghan was no longer in bed. He must have gone to work. Linny put on his pajamas and walked out of the room, planning to take a shower. But when he opened the door, he smelled the aroma of food and looked towards the kitchen. Luo Qinghan was seen with a ponytail and an apron over her casual clothes. She was holding a spoon, looking at her phone and then at the pot, looking a little flustered. But it made Linny a little dazed. The lethality of girls wearing aprons was no less than that of girls wearing short skirts. He began to understand Prime Minister Chao's will. Of course, this was originally his wife. If someone else wanted to be a thief, he wouldn't mind poking a few transparent holes in this person. Luo Qinghan was so focused that she didn't notice Linny woke up. When she heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom, she realized that the bedroom door was open. Linny, are you awake? Well, I took a shower and worked up a lot of sweat. Then be careful not to catch a cold. I see. The weather is still quite hot now, so you won't feel cold when taking a shower during the day. When Linny changed his clothes and came out, Luo Qinghan had already brought the porridge she made to the table. The doctor told you to eat something lighter, so I put some lean meat in it. Fine. Linny sat down at the table and was about to reach out to take it, but Luo Qinghan took the bowl first and started feeding him with a spoon. Sister, I'm fine. I can eat by myself. No, I'll feed you. Luo Qinghan pushed Linny's hand away and insisted on feeding him. Linny felt like he was really being raised as a child by Luo Qinghan. Helplessly, Linny opened his mouth and Luo Qinghan fed Linny the first bite. As soon as the porridge entered his mouth, Linny was so hot that he almost jumped up. His body reflexively spit out everything in his mouth into the trash can beside him. What's wrong? Is it unpalatable? Luo Qinghan felt a little sad when he saw Linny's reaction. Linny covered his mouth and shook his head. No, it's scalding. I'm sorry, I forgot to cool it down. Luo Qinghan had no experience in this and didn't know that porridge cools down very slowly and needs to be eaten slowly from the surface. I'm going to drink some water. Linny's tongue was so burned that he lost all feeling. No. You can't drink cold water. I'll go drink some warm water. But there's no warm water. I used up all the hot water and have to boil it again. Ouch. Linny expressed pain, but there was nothing he could do but open his mouth and take a deep breath to relieve the feeling in his mouth. Luo Qinghan looked at Linny, who was suffering from the burns, and felt that he had done something bad with good intentions. Putting the bowl back on the table, Luo Qinghan suddenly grabbed Linny's arm with one hand. Linny turned his head and looked at Luo Qinghan in confusion, not knowing what the other party was going to do next. The next moment, Luo Qinghan's body suddenly leaned forward, and his delicate thin lips blocked Linny's lips that were burned red. Linny forgot to breathe, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he couldn't believe what was happening. After a moment, Luo Qinghan let him go and asked him with a blushing face, "Is it still hot?" Linny shook his head and took deep breaths continuously. He hadn't taken a breath for such a long time. He also learned something new today. It turns out that there is a way to solve the problem of burns in the mouth. But this solution requires a girlfriend or wife who loves you. Before Linny could recover from the kiss, Luo Qinghan had already raised the spoon to his lips again. I blew on it this time, so it's not hot anymore. Linny opened his mouth and ate it. It was indeed not hot anymore, but it had no taste at all and was even lighter than white porridge. How does it taste? It's a bit too bland, almost like plain porridge with nothing added to it. Really? I put a little bit of salt in it. Luo Qinghan took a bite himself and found that there was indeed no taste at all. It seems that there is really no taste. You've never tasted it before? Ah, what's wrong? Nothing. It was the first time that Lin Yi knew someone cooking without tasting the food before serving it. But the woman opposite was a wealthy one after all, and she had hardly ever cooked before, so thinking about it, this bowl of porridge was already quite good. At least it's not devil-esque food, and it's much better than the fried rice last time. Lin Yi took the bowl and drank the remaining porridge. Luo Qinghan originally wanted to say that if it didn't taste good, then forget it. Looking at the haggard Lin Yi in front of her, she could only feel her heart pounding. She drank all the porridge, which was much better than verbally praising how delicious it was. In the evening, Luo Qinghan accompanied Lin Yi to the hospital again to get in 4 drip. On the way back, Luo Qinghan asked Lin Yi, the 7-day holiday starts the day after tomorrow. How are you going to spend it? Just like usual. It makes no difference to me whether I have a holiday or not. Lin Yi had long lost track of holidays. I might go visit Uncle Gu in a few days. What's wrong? You want to go out and play? When Lin Yi heard Luo Qinghan ask this, he guessed that she must be thinking about where to go and wanted him to accompany her. No, I'm going to visit my grandma. I haven't seen her for a long time. She's very kind to me. Going abroad? Well, she's not from Xia country. Lin Yi didn't say anything. The other party didn't ask him to follow, so there was no need for him to ask in detail. The day after tomorrow morning, Lin Yi sent Luo Qinghan to the airport. I don't have a ticket, so I can't get in. Lin Yi looked at Luo Qinghan and felt a little reluctant, but he did not show it and remained calm. Luo Qinghan took off his sunglasses, released his hand holding the suitcase, looked at Lin Yi and smiled. Can I hold you for a minute? Shouldn't I be asking this? Lin Yi also smiled and opened his arms, and Luo Qinghan happily hugged him. After hugging for a while, Luo Qinghan let go of Lin Yi and dragged his suitcase to board the plane. I'm leaving and will be back in a few days. Well, bye, sister. Bye, little one. Lin Yi turned and left only after he could no longer see Luo Qinghan. Not long after, the flight to America took off. Luo Qinghan looked at Sioux City gradually disappearing outside the window, feeling very uncomfortable. Although she was only away for a few days, she enjoyed staying here. There were many people accompanying her here, including her teaching assistant Mu Zi, who was still like a child, Lin Yi, and his wife, who treated her like a daughter, and Lin Yi. But on the other side, she only had her grandmother as a real relative. After Lin Yi drove back home, he couldn't stand it for only 20 minutes because it was too quiet. He was no longer used to the days without Luo Qinghan in the house, and just recently, he was not used to Luo Qinghan being next to him. I'm going to stay at my dad's place for a few days. It's a good time to settle accounts with him. He betrayed me several times. Chapter 67. Do you miss me? Lin Yi packed a set of change of clothes and waited until almost dinner time before going out to visit his parents. The working hours within the system are very fixed, and it is almost impossible to work overtime or attend meetings at short notice. Lin Yi can calculate the time to go and he won't have to help with dinner. At worst, I can just wash the dishes. They all went there to eat for free, so they must be very lazy. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yi rang the doorbell. A moment later, Lin Yi came over with chopsticks to open the door, and Lin Yi smiled and started to speak. The door was slammed shut by Lin Yi. Well? Suya asked Lin Yi in confusion, who is it? A rag collector. How could a rag collector possibly come upstairs in the residential complex at this hour? Suya guessed that it was Lin Yi who came back, so she went to open the door. When she saw that it was indeed Lin Yi, she quickly let him in and then went to get him a bowl and chopsticks. Why is that brat here for a free meal? Where's Qinghan? Lin Yi glanced at Lin Yi with disdain. If someone didn't know better, they would think that this son was a gift from him when he topped up his phone bill. She went abroad to live with her grandmother. Ah? She went abroad? When did it happen? When Lin Yi heard this, his expression immediately returned to his normal serious state when he was working. Regarding what happened this afternoon, I sent her to the airport. What happened? Will she be put in solitary confinement when she returns? And then be forced into a marriage? Lin Yi looked at the other party's reaction and it seemed like something was going to happen. What a mess. Try not to watch those messed up TV shows in the future. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at Lin Yi. So why are you so serious? She just went home to see her grandmother. You're making it seem like there's some big problem going on. There's really nothing wrong with it. Lin Yi picked up a peanut with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. but she definitely won't be very happy. What's wrong? What's going to happen when she gets home? From Linya's tone, Linny felt that Luo Qinghan might encounter some trouble when he went out this time. How can I possibly know what's going to happen? I'm not some prophet. Then what nonsense are you talking about? Linny rolled his eyes and went back. You really don't want to suffer any loss, and I haven't finished speaking yet. Linyi glanced at Linny with disdain. As an old cadre, he hated being interrupted the most. You young people are always so impatient. Don't you know that things can't be rushed? Okay, go ahead and talk. I won't interrupt. Linny took the bowl and chopsticks handed to him by Suya and said with a smile, "Thank you, Mom." Linny was so angry that the corners of his mouth twitched twice. You little bastard, why haven't I seen you thank me? After a pause, Linny continued, if it's true as you said, that she was forced to marry someone when she returned home, then it's actually quite simple. You can just go and snatch her back. Linyi's eyebrows twitched speechlessly. It was hard to imagine that such words came from the mouth of a deputy director. Reality is far more exaggerated than what's portrayed in TV dramas. Those business families don't even feel like a family. There's all sorts of intrigue over property, and children can be heirs or tools of cooperation. While eating peanuts, Linyi told a story like a storyteller. I've seen this kind of thing many times. Xinghan ran away. In fact, there is really no need to go back. Of course, she said she was going back to see her grandmother, so it must be nothing. Linny listened and said nothing else, just ate his meal normally. Suya saw that the atmosphere was a little off, so she told Linyi to stop talking. Okay, let's eat. Xinghan will go back to see his family. What are you talking about? Yes, my wife taught me that. Linyi quickly agreed with a smile, saying that his old bones couldn't afford to sleep on the floor anymore. Linny glanced at Linyi with disdain. You only dare to be mean to me in this family. In the evening, after taking a shower, Linny lay down on the small bed in his study, with his hands under his head and looking at the ceiling. Why are you so absent-minded today? Linny never acts like this. Before, when he was playing slacking off, he was playing games and watching videos, looking very carefree. Instead of being careless like I am now. Watch some videos. When I opened the short video app, the first thing that came up was a famous scene from a movie. An uncle pointed at the screen and said, "Oh no. You've fallen in love." Fart. Linny answered subconsciously, and then scrolled down the video, but he scrolled very quickly because none of them were what he wanted to see. He checked the time from time to time. At 11:30 p.m., Linny sent a message to Luo Qinghan, "Have you gotten off the plane?" This was his way of repaying Luo Qinghan for taking care of him in the past few days, so he asked out of concern. Anyway, that's what Linny told himself. It was still noon on the other side of the ocean. Luo Qinghan walked out of the airport dragging his suitcase in a somewhat depressed mood. The temperature here is slightly cooler than in Sioux City, and Luo Qinghan has already put on a black coat. He put on a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, wrapping himself tightly. The security here is not as good as that in Suchong. Bodyguards may seem redundant there, but in this free place, bodyguards are really necessary. Luo Qinghan's appearance will bring her a lot of trouble, so it's better to hide it. She took out her cell phone and prepared to call her grandmother. She came back secretly without telling anyone. I just took out my phone and saw the message from Linny. His originally depressed mood suddenly improved a lot, and the mask hid a slight smile. I just got off the plane. Why aren't you asleep yet? It's almost midnight, right? You just caught a cold, so don't stay up late. I can't sleep. Well, there's nothing I can do now. I can't hold you to sleep tonight. No, I didn't ask you to hold me to sleep, otherwise I won't be able to sleep. Although Linny replied no, he was already holding a pillow in his arms. There's no way my body is too honest. Why? Didn't I hold you in my arms while you slept the past 2 nights? Linny thought about it and decided not to argue anymore. He changed the subject. Are you waiting for someone to pick you up? No, I'm going to call a taxi. In fact, if Luo Qinghan told her father that she was back, there would definitely be bodyguards to pick her up. Well, be careful then. After Linny sent the message, there was no further follow-up. I didn't know what to say and decided to end the chat. At this time, Luo Qinghan sent a new message. How about a video call? Sending messages is too troublesome. Okay. Luo Qinghan lowered his mask to his neck, took off his sunglasses, and made a video call to Linny. When the picture appeared, she realized at first glance that Linny was not at home. You didn't sleep at home? Now that you're gone, there's no one home, so I'll go back to live with my parents. Luo Qinghan smiled. Hee, did you miss me? No. Since you don't miss me, then I'll hang up? Luo Qinghan pretended to hang up the phone, but he didn't expect Lin Yi to really not keep him. You really don't miss me? Now Luo Qinghan pouted, feeling a little aggrieved. Lin Yi couldn't pretend anymore, fearing that Luo Qinghan was really sad. I do. How about I come back early? When are you planning on coming back? I'm going back to my grandma's house to stay one night and will be back tomorrow morning. As for your place, I'll be home the day after tomorrow morning. Then I'll pick you up then. Chapter 68, I can say it, but I can't say it about him. Luo Qinghan and Lin Yi chatted for a while and then ended the call. It was already midnight for the latter. Putting away his phone, Luo Qinghan put on his mask and sunglasses again, hailed a taxi, and headed to a farm far away in the countryside. The countryside here is very spacious. When the taxi drives out of the city, there are large tracts of farmland. There is a farm every long distance, and it is very quiet. Luo Qinghan asked the taxi to stop outside an ordinary small farm, picked up his suitcase and walked in. A white-haired old woman was lying in a chair in the manor. Although there were some wrinkles on her snow-white face, it was still possible to tell that she was a beauty when she was young. Grandma, I'm back. Luo Qinghan came to his grandmother Lina, took off his glasses and mask, and said with a smile. Qinghan? Lina was very surprised to hear Luo Qinghan's voice. She quickly sat up from her chair. When she saw that it was really her granddaughter, her face was full of smiles. You're back, why didn't you tell me in advance? Who brought you here? No, I came back on my own. Then why didn't you tell me so I could drive to the airport to pick you up? Lina is over 70 years old, but she looks like she is in her 50s and can still drive with ease. She chose to live alone in the countryside because she doesn't want to get involved in those bad things. Seeing that Luo Qinghan didn't answer immediately, Lina understood, this is good, so those people won't know. Come on, go inside and sit for a while. I'll ask the housekeeper to make you lunch. After a while, the housekeeper brought a vegetable salad to the table. Lina was chatting with Luo Qinghan and was surprised to hear that she was already married. But on second thought, this is also a good thing for Luo Qinghan, and Lina respects Luo Qinghan's choice. However, she was somewhat curious about the man who married her most beloved granddaughter. You don't know many people there, right? Who is your husband? You are a teacher there, and he is also a university teacher? No. Thinking of Lin Yi, Luo Qinghan couldn't stop smiling. She is a few years younger than me and is still my student. Ha! Don't be ridiculous. This isn't good for such a small child. Lina guessed that Luo Qinghan would choose an ordinary man who was about her age. Grandma, he's 20 years old, not very young. Luo Qinghan showed Lina the photos he had taken of Lin Yi on his phone. These were taken when the two of them wore hanfu and went to the garden to play. In the photo, Lin Yi had just been touched on the head by her and looked a little shy. With his delicate face and wearing hanfu, he looked even more childish. Is he really 20 years old? Why does he look like a child? Lin Yi is really 20 years old and a junior in college, but he does look a bit like a boy. Luo Qinghan likes the well-behaved Lin Yi. She automatically filters out the ruffian like Lin Yi who usually acts like a bit of a gangster. In her eyes, Lin Yi is just a boy. That's 6 years younger than you, ha! Lina smiled and glanced at Luo Qinghan. There's a saying among you, old cows eat young grass, and that's exactly what you were talking about now. I didn't. Lin Yi volunteered. It was Lin Yi who went with her to get the marriage certificate. She didn't force him. Lina also asked about Lin Yi's parents and was very happy to learn that they treated Luo Qinghan very well. The two were chatting when suddenly there were several sounds of parking cars outside the door. A while later, a man and two women walked in one after another. Grandma, we came to see you. The man walking in front was about to greet Lina when he noticed Luo Qinghan. Why are you back? Can't I go back to my grandma's house? The smile on Luo Qinghan's face had disappeared. After answering coldly, he continued to eat his salad with an expressionless face. The man was Luo Qinghan's younger brother Luo Tian, who was only 1 year younger than her, but the relationship between the two siblings was not good. One of the other two women was Luo Qinghan's sister, and she didn't know the other one. After the shock, Luo Tian showed a fake smile on his face. Of course, I'm just curious why you didn't tell me that my sister came back. Luo Qinghan ignored him and continued eating his salad. Luo Tian hadn't been looking for her in the first place, so he said to Lina, "Grandma, I'm here to take you to my parents' house for a family meeting." "What's wrong? What happened?" "No, it's just that there's been some equity changes. You still have a portion of it, so you have to go and take part." "That has nothing to do with me. You have no right to touch what's in my hands." Li Na was a little impatient. She didn't want to bother with these trivial matters. If it weren't for Luo Qinghan, she would have lost her shares long ago. Luo Tian continued with a smile, "We know, but it's not for your sake. It's my father's request. If you don't believe me, you can go ask him." "Why should I ask him?" "If it's really urgent, let him call me himself." Li Na was so powerful that Luo Tian didn't dare to say anything more. He called his father, and then Li Na received the call. After learning that Luo Qinghan had also returned, he asked Li Na to bring Luo Qinghan to the meeting. Although Li Na didn't want to, this meeting was indeed important in the conversation. The Luo family has grown and its internal relationships are complicated. Li Na has a considerable say and must attend important meetings. Luo Qinghan didn't want to go, but since her grandmother had said so, she agreed. However, this made Luo Tian and the two women look unhappy. Luo Tian was still a man and didn't say anything, but Luo Qinghan's sister and the other woman started to act sarcastic. "Didn't my sister say she wouldn't bother with these awful things anymore? Why did she come back at this hour? Could it be that she still wants a piece of the action? You're our sister, how can you go back on your word? Or have you been keeping some gigolo for so long and are you short of money?" "Ha, yes, my sister never used father's money before, but now it seems that she has really kept a gigolo. No wonder she didn't like any of the young men that mother introduced to her." The two women were arguing with each other, and neither of them paid attention to Luo Qinghan. He stood up, walked to the woman who had just spoken, and raised his hand. Bang! A crisp slapping sound echoed throughout the room. "Watch your mouth. She can be yin and yang, but calling Linny a pretty boy is unforgivable." Chapter 69, Going Abroad for Business. The huge villa was silent and no one had expected this scene. The beaten woman covered her burning cheeks with her hands, her pupils contracted. She couldn't believe that someone actually hit her. "Bitch! How dare you hit me? My parents have never hit me." "Yi Ying, don't be impulsive." Luo Qinghan's sister grabbed Yi Ying, who was about to fight back angrily. She also hated Luo Qinghan, but she knew that this was still in Li Na's house, and Li Na loved Luo Qinghan very much. "Luo Qinghan, are you crazy? The Yi family is cooperating with us, and you actually hit Yi Ying." Luo Tian was so scared that he quickly looked at Yi Ying's face. A red slap mark appeared on her charming face. "Cooperation is your business, not mine. She has a dirty mouth, I'm just teaching her a lesson." Luo Qinghan stood there, expressionless, and answered in a very cold tone. "Bitch! I'm going to break your hand today." Yi Ying had never been humiliated so much before. She had lost her mind and had to fight back. "Quiet. This is not the place for you to quarrel, otherwise get out." Li Na's majestic voice brought the room back into silence, and Yi Ying also calmed down, but her eyes full of anger were still fixed on Luo Qinghan. "Since we have a meeting, let's get going. Don't waste time. I still have things to do at the farm." Luo Tian and the other two left first. Li Na said to Luo Qinghan, who had a cold expression, "Qinghan, you've become impulsive. I can't stand people with foul mouths." Li Na sighed. She knew that Luo Qinghan got angry because Yi Ying called Linny a pretty boy. After waiting for a while, Li Na and Luo Qinghan also set off for the Luo family's building in the city. There were a lot of people in the conference hall. Although many of them had smiles on their faces, the atmosphere was very depressing. They were all foxes wearing masks. Everyone had their own plans in mind, and intrigue was evident from the moment the meeting began. Luo Qinghan's father, Luo Hongya, only glanced at his eldest daughter when he came in, and then his mind was on the meeting. Luo Qinghan didn't want to listen to any of this at all. She didn't say a word. When asked, she either remained silent or answered casually. She wanted to leave, wanted to go back, missed Linny, but her grandmother Li Na was still here. How long would this meeting last? The next morning, Linny woke up around 9 o'clock. No one was at home. While he was washing up, he received Luo Qinghan's message. "I might be back 2 days later. Something happened at home." Linny held the toothbrush in his mouth and picked up his phone. The probability of bad things happening due to a sudden change of mind was far greater than the probability of good things happening. What's wrong? It's just a meeting at home. It's a little important and will take 2 days. Linny didn't ask any further questions. The other party didn't want to tell him, and was obviously in a low mood. Well, are you ready to rest now? Yes, I'm a little tired and want to sleep. Then have a good rest, sister. Good night. After Linny replied, the other party did not reply for a long time. He thought Luo Qinghan was tired and fell asleep, so he continued brushing his teeth. When he finished washing up, Luo Qinghan sent another message, I can't sleep. I want to hear your voice. Linny looked at the message, smiled involuntarily, and sent a voice message to the other party, good night, sister. On the other side, Luo Qinghan was as happy as a little girl when she heard the voice. This was the happiest thing for her today. Luo Qinghan replied to Linny with an emoticon of someone covering their face and laughing happily. Linny didn't reply, otherwise the other party would not sleep. He put away his phone with a smile. He felt a little like he was coaxing a little girl. While eating breakfast, Linny couldn't help but think that something might have happened to Luo Qinghan. But the two of them are now far apart, and he can't help much. If he just goes there, it would be too impulsive. Linny had no motivation to play games, so he called Luo Yi and asked him to pick him up and take him to the repair shop. On the way, Linny didn't look at his phone unusually, but just stared out the window quietly. This made Luo Yi feel that it was abnormal. What's wrong with you? You seem very unhappy. I was just quietly enjoying the breeze, why did you become unhappy? You're almost unhappy. Linny did not answer. He was indeed not in a good mood and was a little absent-minded. He was definitely not happy. After arriving at the factory, Master Zhang and his team had already modified the machine according to the drawings that Linny had modified last time, and this time it finally started running. But this is not the effect Linny wants. He needs a few more interfaces. When discussing modification experience with Master Zhang, he was inspired by his words, maybe there is nothing wrong with the drawings from the beginning to the end. The problem may be in those few precision parts. What's the meaning? We are just a car repair shop. The precision of some parts we produce may not meet the standards. Moreover, there is no very precise requirement now. It is too rough. You mean it's not accurate enough, right? Linny had never thought about this aspect. After all, he was a cartographer and he didn't need to consider these things before. Yes, it's better to have a sample so that we can have a reference. That's easy. Doesn't the school still have the sample car we bought? Luo Yi immediately thought of this. Forget it. These parts are too small. The prototype car has been dismantled into parts. I guess I can't find it anymore. Then buy another one and dismantle it. Linny didn't answer immediately. After thinking for a while, he said, it's too troublesome. Let's go abroad. Ah. Luo Yi wondered if he had misheard or if Linny had gone crazy. How can going abroad be more convenient? In what way is it more convenient? Why do you care so much? At least we can get a few parts back without getting into trouble at customs. Linny handed his ID card to Luo Yi, buy a plane ticket to California, take the fastest flight. Are you serious? And why are you going to California? Luo Yi felt that Linny must be crazy today. Hurry up. I need to call my dad and ask him something. Oh. After giving his ID card to Luo Yi, Linny went to a shady place outside and called Lin Yi. Dad, where exactly is Luo Qinghan in California when he returns home? What? Are you going to go find her? I'm going to do something, and it's a good opportunity to go see her. Lin Yi on the other end of the phone laughed, you are going to see her, so it's a good opportunity to do something. Don't talk nonsense, I'll be on the plane soon. Lin Yi's words sounded a bit impatient, but he was smiling as he was touched by the words. Lin Yi didn't waste any more words and gave Linny the specific address. Be careful on the road. Chapter 70 Reunion. It was another night. Luo Qinghan walked out of the meeting room with a cold expression and prepared to go to the hotel. She did not choose to live in her own parents' house, where there were too many people and she could not sleep well. The family elders stayed tonight to continue the discussion, while the younger generations such as Luo Qinghan left first. This was a good thing for Luo Qinghan, she didn't want to stay there for a moment. Luo Qinghan. Stop right there. Yi Ying's voice came from behind Luo Qinghan. Without Li Na by her side tonight, she must return the humiliation of that slap to Luo Qinghan. But Luo Qinghan pretended not to hear and continued walking forward. I told you to stop, did you hear me? Yi Ying's anger continued to rise, and she quickly stepped forward to grab Luo Qinghan's arm. But just before it hit him, Luo Qinghan slapped it away with one hand. Yi Ying covered her hands, stared at Luo Qinghan angrily and was about to say something. But when he saw Luo Qinghan's cold and terrifying face, he became discouraged again. As the eldest daughter of the Luo family and the youngest among the university professors, this temperament buried in her bones is not comparable to that of Yi Ying, a young lady who grew up in a greenhouse and was spoiled. Luo Qinghan said nothing, just glanced at Yi Ying coldly and continued walking forward. But Yi Ying was not convinced and wanted to call Luo Qinghan when Luo Tian came from the opposite side of Luo Qinghan. Sister, why did you come back so suddenly this time? You didn't even tell us. Luo Tian looked at Luo Qinghan with a smile, appearing very concerned. Luo Qinghan sneered, your flattery skills are quite similar to that woman's. Luo Tian's expression froze at Luo Qinghan's words, but the smile on his face remained. I just wanted to come back and see Grandma, that's all. Luo Tian is related to her by blood after all, and when they were children, they were as happy as siblings in a normal family, but things changed later. Luo Qinghan still has some good feelings towards Luo Tian and is willing to talk to him. In that case, didn't you say you'd stop getting involved? Why are you still attending this family meeting? First of all, it wasn't my intention to come. My father personally asked me to come. Secondly, I came here to accompany my grandmother. Luo Tian looked at the cold Luo Qinghan, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Since sister really can't believe in these stinking money and power, then why don't you persuade grandma to give up the power in her hands? Luo Tian knew that Li Na was holding on to the shares in her hands because she wanted to leave them for Luo Qinghan. This will also allow grandma to enjoy her old age. Luo Qinghan laughed when he heard Luo Tian's words. Oh, you really are becoming more and more like that woman. Don't worry, I said I'll stay out of this and I won't regret it. As for what grandma thinks, that's her freedom. You shouldn't come to me. Luo Qinghan didn't want to say anything more to Luo Tian, so he continued to walk away. I feel disgusted by the way you look now, just like that disgusting woman. Luo Tian did not try to keep him and watched Luo Qinghan leave. The two people have different pursuits and have gone further and further apart on the road of life. Come back here. Yi Ying wanted to save face, but Luo Tian stopped her. Do you want to be slapped again? Why are you helping her? I'm just telling the truth. If she wants to hit you, I can't stop her. Bitch. Yi Ying panted angrily and stared at Luo Qinghan. Suddenly, Luo Qinghan turned his head in the distance, which scared Yi Ying again. She thought that the words she had just said to scold her had been heard. However, Luo Qinghan just turned around and left, which made Yi Ying breathe a sigh of relief again. Luo Qinghan also heard Yi Ying scolding her, but she didn't care. This was not the first time she had been scolded like that since her biological mother left. The nights in America are a bit deserted. Even in the most prosperous area here, there are not many people on the roadside. The shops are all closed, and only some nightclubs are still open. It was only a little after 8 in the evening. In Sioux City, she could still go shopping with Linny at this time. Luo Qinghan did not return to the hotel, but ordered a cocktail at a bar. Because there is no milk tea shop here, and there is no original milk tea that Linny usually buys for her. The bars here are very messy, and there are noisy karaoke bars. There are tattooed men and women who are drunk at the door. Many gangsters are here to chat up people or wait to pick up corpses. Luo Qinghan's clothes were loose, covering her figure, and the hat and mask also obscured her face. After getting her cocktail, she left the dirty and chaotic place and sat down on a bench on the street. On the other side of the city, Linny and Luo Yi had just purchased the parts they wanted. Good boy, you have connections here, don't you? Linny didn't expect to buy it so smoothly. When a company reaches a certain size, it usually goes here to go public. My uncle knows some people here, so I contacted him. Awesome. After starting a business with Luo Yi, Linny felt that he had not experienced too many setbacks. It was like playing a cracked version of a game, almost like using cheats. He still underestimated the strength of this rich young man. So are we going to stay overnight or fly back now? Stay one night, I'll go see Luo Qinghan tomorrow. Luo Qinghan sent him a message more than half an hour ago saying that he was going back to rest, but he and Luo Yi were busy at the time and didn't see it. Now that I think about it, after such a long time, The other party should be tired and went back to the hotel and fell asleep. Ah. Why is Mr. Luo here too? Children shouldn't ask too much about adult matters. Luo Yi was speechless. You are only half a year younger than me, okay? What's the big deal? I was wondering why you had to go abroad to buy it. Turns out you came here to find a wife. Isn't it good that you know? You're talking too much nonsense. Let's go find a hotel. Linny was unfamiliar with the place and had to look at the navigation every few dozen meters. His Chinese English is also pretty poor. He can't understand some of the road signs here, and it's difficult for him to communicate with these foreigners. Fortunately, Luo Yi next to me spoke fluent English with an accent. The two of them hadn't eaten dinner yet and were already starving, so they planned to go to a 24-hour fast food restaurant to eat some hamburgers to fill their stomachs. After taking a taxi, the two arrived at the other side of the city. As soon as they got off the car, the starving Luo Yi went straight to the fast food restaurant. But Linny stopped and noticed the lonely and familiar figure on the bench on the street. What are you doing? Luo Yi walked back puzzled and looked in the direction of Linny, only to see a woman wearing a hat sitting on a bench with a glass of wine in her hand. You go eat first, I'll follow. After Linny finished speaking, he went to a coffee shop nearby. After a while, he came out with a cup of hot coffee with milk in his hand. Luo Qinghan lowered his head, held the wine glass, took a sip and stopped drinking. It was a bit bitter and astringent and very difficult to drink. She took out her phone. Linny still hadn't replied, so she sent another message. What are you doing? Are you still busy? Not busy. As soon as the message was sent, Luo Qinghan heard a reply, but no new information popped up in the message box. She couldn't believe it and thought she might be hallucinating, but the next moment, a cup of coffee was handed to her on her phone and appeared in front of her. Luo Qinghan raised her head, and Lin Yi's young and handsome face with a smile on it came into her sight. Luo Qinghan didn't know what his mood was at the moment, but his nose felt a little sore. Lin Yi smiled and said, I was thinking about my sister.